Battle Through the Heavens, Rebirth of Emperor Yan Chapter 1414 to Chapter 1488. Xiaoyan's group successfully entered the auction house under Annan's lead. After passing through a gently lit tunnel for a few minutes, the view in front of everyone suddenly became spacious. Soon after, a gigantic auction house appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The huge auction house was shaped like a fan. From the top to the bottom, everyone was standing at the top. TSK, this auction house is actually set up underground. Xiaoyan raised his eyebrows. He involuntarily clicked his tongue twice in amazement. His heart was surprised by the design of this auction house. Even Fan Jian and Ouyang Miao by the side were looking at this enormous auction house with great interest. Everyone looked over. The entire auction house was densely packed with countless seats. Compared to the scene that everyone had seen outside, the huge space that appeared in front of everyone's eyes had exceeded everyone's expectations. The huge auction house was already filled with people at this moment. Before the official auction, various kinds of noise continued to resound. When they gathered together, it appeared quite noisy. Haha, what everyone is seeing now is only a quarter of this auction house. This auction house is divided into heaven, earth, Xian and Huang. The space within each auction house is the same. The difference lies in the level and price of the items being auctioned. The auction house that we are currently in is the heaven-class auction house. Annan smiled faintly when he saw the expressions on the few people's faces. He turned his gaze and a female servant, who was quite pretty and dressed in revealing clothes, quickly stepped forward to welcome them. She respectfully said, "Sirs, may I know if there are any reserved seats?" Xiaoyan's eyes swept over this female servant. After which, he glanced at some of the more spacious spectator seats a short distance away. Immediately, he shook his head in a bored manner. Such a crude tactic was something that people would do regardless of the strength of the era. Even a clan as strong as the Xiao clan was no exception. On the side, Bai Hua's face changed slightly when she saw the scene in the auction house at this moment. She quickly covered the beautiful eyes of the girl beside her with one hand to block her curious gaze. The rest of the people had a tacit understanding. For this kind of thing, not to mention the Xiao clan, most forces in the central region would not do less. As for the reason, it was needless to say. Annan wasn't surprised by this. He handed out a jade token casually. After the maid saw it, the expression on her delicate cheeks became more respectful and humble. She bowed respectfully to the group of people and said, "Master, I'm sorry, but I'm sorry. Sirs, please follow me." The female servant turned around after she spoke. She swayed her snake-like slender waist as she led the way in front. Everyone behind her followed closely without looking sideways. The group of people bypassed a few corridors under the lead of the female servant. After a long while, they finally stopped outside a private room near the front row of the auction house. They then bowed and retreated. In this regard, everyone was quite familiar with this. After entering the private room, everyone sat down. The noise behind them was immediately isolated. Even their mood was much better. Looking through the light curtain in front of them, the auction stage appeared to be right in front of them. Everything in the auction house could be seen. Raising their gazes, Xiaoyan and the others quickly saw Zhao Jin and the others standing in a similar private room on the opposite side of the auction stage. When the two sides met, their faces were naturally not good. They looked at each other with cold eyes. The atmosphere in the two private rooms unconsciously became tense. However, Annan waved his hand sensibly. The light curtain in front of everyone immediately became blurred. Zhao Jin and others on the opposite side were naturally blocked. At this moment, the only thing they could see was still the scene in the auction house. He shook his head lightly and suppressed the emotions in his heart. He turned to look at Ouyang Miao beside him. He stared at the latter with a curious face and pursed his lips. "By the way, why are you looking for me this time?" Hearing this, Ouyang Miao withdrew his gaze that was looking outside. Immediately after, he smiled and nodded. At the same time, a light flashed in his hand and a jade slip appeared in his palm. Immediately after, he handed it over. "This is what my second uncle asked me to give to you." Sword Saint Yulan, Xiaoyan's eyes flashed. He could not help but feel surprised in his heart as he looked at the jade token that was handed over. He hesitated for an instant before receiving it. After which, he slowly shut his eyes and inserted a thread of spiritual strength into it to take a look. Hua. After a short 10+ breaths, Xiaoyan, who had focused his attention on the jade token, suddenly withdrew his mind. His body suddenly stood up and his hand, which was holding the jade token, tightened. A pair of dark black eyes suddenly opened. Both of his eyes were filled with an excitement that was difficult to hide. This is, the muscles at the corner of Xiaoyan's eyes twitched. He slowly lowered his head and stared intently at the jade slip in his hand. His face was filled with disbelief as he opened his mouth with difficulty. Inside this jade slip was the Emperor Seal skill that Xiaoyan had seen the ancient clan member use back then. In comparison, the God Seal skill that was recorded in the jade token in his hand was even more complete and refined. Not only did it merge the first 5 seals that he had learned, but it had also been refined and refined, causing its strength to become even greater. The things that caused Xiaoyan to raise his eyebrows were naturally the last 3 seals of this God Seal skill. According to the description in the jade slip, this Emperor Seal skill was also known as the 8 Emperor Seal skills. It was divided into the Open Mountain Seal, Sea Flipping Seal, Land Overturning Seal, Sky Burying Seal, Ancient God Seal, Mountain River Seal, Qianquan Seal, and Celestial Seal. When the first 5 seals were combined, its strength was comparable to a human class Do technique. Its strength was even stronger than the technique that Xiaoyan had learned. If the seals were connected and the 8 seals were combined, it would be enough to destroy the world. Its strength was comparable to a Xing class Do technique, ignoring everything else. Just the word Xing class Do technique alone was enough to attract the attention of the current Xiaoyan. Ever since he had learned the Emperor Seal skill, he had used it to defeat many opponents. However, as his strength grew, a Tian class Do technique was no longer able to restrain him. Now that he used the Emperor Seal skill again, its strength was undoubtedly much weaker. If he wanted to raise its strength, the 8 Emperor Seal skills in his hand was undoubtedly the best choice. Cuckoo, second uncle is aware that you are fated with this Emperor Seal skill. Therefore, he ordered me to come and pass it to you. Xianxia smiled faintly. The words that were spat out from his mouth caused the expressions of the few people present to change. Even Fan Jian involuntarily glanced at Xiaoyan. Clearly, he did not dare to underestimate the Emperor Seal skill in his heart. But this, accept it. I can tell that this thing should be of great help to you. Treat it as me giving it to you on account that we are friends. At the very most, you can treat it as a favor that you owe me. You can return it in the future. Xiaoyan had just opened his mouth when Xianxia interrupted him. He naturally understood the concern in Xiaoyan's heart. However, from his meeting with Zhao Jin today, it was obvious that the latter was not well liked in the Xiao clan. From a certain point of view, the arrival of the Emperor Seal skill at such a time was no different from providing charcoal in snowy weather. Clang, while Xiaoyan was frowning and deep in thought, a clear gong sound suddenly sounded from the middle of the auction ground. Immediately, it swayed and reverberated throughout the entire auction ground. The buzzing gong sound gradually suppressed the noise in the auction ground. As the gong sound slowly sounded, the countless number of gazes in the auction ground gathered towards the middle of the auction stage. At this moment, everyone clearly understood in their hearts that a good show was finally about to begin. As the sound of the bell slowly faded away, a circle of golden runes suddenly lit up on the auction stage. Soon after, the runes gradually spread until they covered the entire auction stage. Golden light suddenly flashed on the runes, and golden ripples rapidly climbed up like water waves. Finally, they formed a huge energy barrier that enveloped the entire auction stage. Although Shuyang City's auction house was a subordinate force of the Xiao clan, there was no lack of powerful outlaws on the continent. Even if the auction house was under the Xiao clan's control, it would still give those outlaws an opportunity to take advantage of their carelessness. Previously, when the group had just arrived, Xiaoyan had used his spiritual strength to roughly observe the situation. Soon after, he discovered that in the auction house, other than the 2 private rooms that they and the Zhao clan were in, there were at least 3 other private rooms that had people in them. Although he was unable to detect their auras, it was not difficult to guess that the strength of these people was at least at the same level as Anan, or even at the level of a source venerate. In addition, with the continuous influx of people in the auction house, the seats in the auction house were almost fully occupied. At this moment, there were also a few extremely obscure auras present in the viewing platform. Since these people were able to conceal their strength from Xiaoyan's spiritual perception, if they were not at the level of a source zone, then they were experts who had used special secret techniques. These people were undoubtedly not easy to deal with. With so many experts of such cultivation gathered in one place, even if Shuyang City was under the Xiao clan's control, they had to be extra careful. As the energy barrier extended up the auction stage, a circle of golden light flickered in the middle of the auction stage. Gorgeous rays of light shot out in all directions, causing everyone present to involuntarily narrow their eyes. Their gazes were firmly fixed on the center of the light, where they could faintly see a figure. When the light dissipated, an old man wearing a brocade robe appeared in front of everyone with a smile on his face. The moment this person appeared, a vigorous and majestic pressure slowly spread out from his body. Under this terrifying pressure, all the noise in the huge auction house came to an abrupt halt. Countless gazes filled with various expressions gathered in one place. Everyone could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. It was as if the air had frozen, and the entire space had become silent. What a powerful aura! Xiaoyan's eyes shrank slightly. Although this private room was able to isolate all auras from the outside world, it did not hinder his spiritual perception. At this moment, he had just unleashed his spiritual strength when he immediately sensed the shocking pressure that filled the entire place. This mysterious old man in front of him was a Yuanzun class expert. Yes. Ouyang Miao nodded slightly. The old man's aura was so strong that he could tell that his cultivation was not inferior to Bai Rong, who had followed Bai Ruoxuan that day. In fact, he might even be slightly stronger. Xiaoqua, Xiao clan's inner pavilion elder. He is currently in charge of all matters within and outside Shuyang City. He is also personally in charge of the heavenly auction house. Annan said slowly as he looked at the old man who appeared on the auction stage. Haha, this old man is Xiaoqua. I'm sure that many of you know me. This old man would like to thank everyone for your support in today's auction. Xiaoqua stepped forward and slowly swept his gaze across the room. His gaze paused slightly when it swept past certain places. Then, a hearty laughter rang out and resounded in everyone's ears. The old man's words caused quite a number of people present to laugh. Other than the Xiao clan, Xiaoqua had been in charge of Shuyang City for many years. Hence, he had come into contact with many people from various factions. At this moment, many of the experts present had some kind of deep or shallow relationship with him. Hearing the laughter, Xiaoqua smiled and turned his gaze. When his gaze swept past the private room where Xiaoyan and the others were, he paused for a moment. Almost at the same time, Xiaoyan, who was in the private room, suddenly narrowed his eyes and stared at Xiaoqua. His entire body felt numb at this moment. Although the two of them were separated by the private room, he did not know why, but at that moment, he had an illusion that he was completely exposed to Xiaoqua's gaze. Haha, everyone, since we are all old friends, there is no need for this old man to explain the rules here. While Xiaoyan was being shocked in his heart, Xiaoqua had already recovered his gaze. He once again looked at the arena and opened his mouth faintly in front of everyone's gazes at him. At the same time, a dense chill suddenly swept over everyone's hearts. Everyone's expressions changed. Some of their gazes, which originally contained an obscure glow, calmed down at this moment. Our auction will now begin. Next, I invite everyone to enjoy a grand auction. Ignoring the emotional gazes in the auction ground, Xiaoqua opened his mouth with a smile. At the same time, a hand brushed across the empty space in front of him. Soon after, the empty space immediately twisted and transformed into a floating platform. A shriveled hand slowly imprinted itself on it. Immediately, a suction force surged from his palm. Under everyone's gazes, a mirror-like object was pulled out from the middle of the platform. The universe reincarnation mirror originated from the hands of a peak source venerate. It contains a set of Do techniques. When used together with the reincarnation mirror, its strength is comparable to an E-class Do technique. Xiaoqua gently waved his hand and tossed the mirror in his hand into the air as he softly laughed. The words from his mouth unsurprisingly stirred a wave of cheers in the auction ground. The reason why most of the people in the auction ground had come today was because an E-class Do technique would appear in this auction. However, it was unexpected that an E-class Do technique had already appeared when the auction had just begun. However, an E-class Do technique that could only be used together with a weapon would undoubtedly greatly reduce its value. It also caused many people, who were tempted, to abruptly halt their footsteps. This kind of Do technique might be tempting, but asking them to change their weapons, which they had been using for many years, was no different from asking them to change their preferred hand. The gains did not make up for the losses. On the stage, Xiaoqua's old face did not reveal any surprise when he saw this. He merely smiled faintly and continued speaking. It is rumored that the owner of this universe reincarnation mirror had once relied on the cultivation of a source venerate to use this mirror to block an attack from a source sage expert. Clamor. An uproar suddenly sounded in the auction ground after these words were spoken. Numerous heated gazes, which were competing with each other, instantly gathered on the ancient mirror. The emotions of everyone present also soared in an instant. If the former could only cause them to be tempted, the words of Xiaoqua at this moment were sufficient to break the final shackle in the hearts of everyone present. In this world, anything that was related to the word source sage was destined to attract a countless number of people to go crazy over it, even if it was just a small part of it. This universe reincarnation mirror in front of them was the best example. Xiaoqua's gaze slowly swept over the entire auction ground. He smiled with satisfaction when he saw the heated and intense gazes, which were like bloodthirsty ferocious beasts. He gently lifted the ancient mirror in his hand and a warm laughter spread. Cuckoo, I think that everyone present already has an idea of the value of this item. Since that is the case, then, the starting price of the universe reincarnation mirror is 100,000 spirit stones. Each increment must not be less than 50,000 spirit stones. Everyone, please. As the words from Xiaoqua's mouth faded, the auction ground immediately erupted into an uproar. Wave after wave of shouting suddenly sounded out like thunder. Numerous shouts instantly rang out in the enormous auction ground. Inside the private room, Xiaoyan looked at the scene that was happening in the auction house with a face of astonishment. He could not help but click his tongue in amazement. 100,000 spirit stones in one go. Even if he added up all the spirit stones he had on him, he would not be able to reach such an amount. However, for most of the people present, it was so easy for them to blurt out such an amount. This was simply unimaginable. Within a short period of time, the bids in the auction house had already reached 450,000 spiritual stones. This amount of spiritual stones was enough to create a third-rate faction. However, at this moment, it was actually so simple in the auction house. It was passed with a single sentence. Hearing the waves of bids that were still ringing out around him, even Xiaoyan could not help but look at Xiaoqua in a new light. As expected of the person in charge of Shuyang City, he was indeed extraordinary. Just by relying on an ancient mirror, one person and one sentence, in a short period of time, he had madly collected hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. This kind of method could be said to be shocking. Of course, although Xiaoqua's method was ingenious, it was not suitable for everyone. For example, in the other private rooms, those people were like him, calmly waiting for the result of this round of auction. They were very clear in their hearts that this was only the beginning, and the real good things would only be left for later. Before that, all the foreplay did not have any attraction. All of this was just to filter out the people who were qualified to auction that treasure. Gently leaning against the back of the chair, Xiaoyan slowly closed his eyes. His finger gently tapped on the armrest of the chair. Hearing the constantly rising price, he could not help but sneer. Originally, it was only 100,000 spirit stones, but at this moment, under the contrast of Xiaoqua several times, it was actually close to 1 million. Moreover, looking at the situation in the auction house, it did not seem to have any intention of slowing down. Brother Xiaoyan, are you willing to believe me? At this moment, Ouyang Miao's voice suddenly sounded in Xiaoyan's ears. Seeing that the others around him did not react, it was likely that only the two of them knew about this voice. Brother Ouyang, what do you mean? After hesitating for a moment, Xiaoyan still replied in confusion. As a student of Beihai College, I have received guidance from the dean, so I can more or less be considered half a disciple of the dean. In addition, I also know that you do not belong to this continent, so I do not want to lie to you. Hearing Ouyang Miao's words, Xiaoyan was extremely surprised in his heart. However, Ouyang Miao's next words caused him to ponder even more. From today on, I can guess that you are not living a good life in the Xiao clan. If you can't live in the clan, I promise. If there is a day, After saying this, Xiaoyan slowly opened his closed eyes. He turned his gaze and coincidentally met Ouyang Miao's eyes. The two looked at each other without saying a word, as if they were communicating with each other in their hearts. Then, the former fell into deep thought, while Ouyang Miao relaxed his body and leaned back in his chair. He imitated Xiaoyan and tapped his fingers on the armrest of the chair, as if waiting for his reply. A few minutes later, Brother Ouyang, I feel like an old friend at first sight. Naturally, I believe in you. I'm also willing to believe in the Ouyang clan. However, I appreciate Brother Ouyang's kind intentions. I'm doing well in the Xiao clan. What you've seen today is just some prejudice that occasionally arises because of the public opinion. I'll resolve it. As soon as Ouyang Miao finished speaking, his tightly shut eyes suddenly opened. His hand, which was tapping on the armrest of the chair, suddenly clenched tightly. The people around him also noticed it. Ouyang Miao slowly released his hand. His face was calm as he waved his hand. Everyone retracted their gazes. Ouyang Miao and Xiaoyan looked at each other again. In the end, Ouyang Miao nodded and smiled at Xiaoyan. The latter also smiled back at him. At this moment, the sound of 3 wooden mallets being struck suddenly rang out from the auction stage, attracting everyone's attention. The final price of the universe reincarnation mirror is 800,000 spiritual stones. Xiaoqua smiled as he looked at everyone in the auction. The wooden mallet in his hand fell. 800,000 spiritual stones. This had far exceeded the value of the auction item. The first item of this auction could be said to have been successfully auctioned off in the most perfect manner. It could be said to be a great harvest. After the first round of intense auction, the atmosphere in the auction house was completely stirred up. Xiaoqua was naturally well versed in this. After striking while the iron was hot, he consecutively auctioned off several items. In addition to his own various embellishments, the following items were all sold at a good price. Time swiftly flowed by while this atmosphere was maintained. Unknowingly, this kind of fiery atmosphere had already continued for over 2 hours under this kind of fiery atmosphere. Following the increasing quality and value of the auction items that appeared in the arena, some of the things that appeared during this period of time caused Xiaoyan to feel an incomparable desire. Even those true experts in the viewing gallery had finally successively made their moves. With their addition, the atmosphere in the arena had become incomparably fiery hot. When the experts competed, it was difficult to determine the winner. Several factions in the auction house argued endlessly, and the price of the auction items naturally rose rapidly. In this regard, although Xiaoqua on the stage only had a smile on his face, it was needless to say how he was feeling in his heart. As for the disputes outside the auction house, as long as they did not fight, the auction house would not interfere. The atmosphere in the auction house naturally became more and more tense and fiery. Xiaoyan was involuntarily a little speechless in the face of those fellows who had fought until their eyes turned red because of an auction item. He withdrew his gaze and suddenly saw the calm expression of Ouyang Miao by the side. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind and his heart quivered. Immediately, Xiaoyan's gaze slowly stopped on Ouyang Miao. The latter turned his head as if he sensed Xiaoyan's gaze. The two looked at each other, and their hearts were filled with different thoughts. Brother Ouyang, previously, if I had followed your wishes, would you have made me your enemy? Xiaoyan stared at Ouyang Miao. He did not think too much about it before, but when he glanced at Ouyang Miao for a moment, he suddenly realized that although Ouyang Miao's words seemed to express his true feelings, there was also a trace of probing. If one did not think carefully, it was really difficult to detect. Haha, Brother Xiao, you worry too much. Aren't we still friends now? Ouyang Miao did not seem to be surprised when he heard this. He only smiled slightly and played it down. However, Xiaoyan could vaguely feel the meaning in Ouyang Miao's eyes. If one were to think about it from another angle, Xiaoyan might not be welcomed within the Xiao clan, but he was ultimately still a member of the Xiao clan. The bloodline of the Xiao clan flowed within his bones. Blood was thicker than water and could not be separated. If he were to really abandon the Xiao clan and join the Ouyang clan, How could a person who could betray his blood relative clan be loyal to an unfamiliar clan that he had no relationship with? Ouyang Miao's probing this time was really deep. At this moment, Xiaoqua's meaningful laughter rang out on the auction stage again. His shocking words were like thunder, exploding in the entire auction house. Haha, everyone, next, everyone must confirm the number of spirit stones in your hands to ensure that you can obtain this auction item. Because this auction item is a grade 8 pill. A rank 8 medicinal pill. Once these 4 words were spoken, it instantly stirred a great commotion in the auction ground. An uproar resounded throughout the place. Everyone's gazes, including those in the private rooms on the stage, were instantly attracted by Xiaoqua's words. Even the current Xiaoyan could not help but feel his heart move. A ripple rose on his face as his gaze, which was filled with interest, was thrown toward Xiaoqua in the middle of the auction stage for the first time. On the auction stage, when Xiaoqua saw this scene, the smile on his old face became even warmer. He chuckled, and under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, his shriveled hand once again touched the stone platform in front of him. Soon after, a palm-sized jade box appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Opening the jade box, a suction force slowly gushed out from Xiaoqua's right palm. He carefully took out a Longan-sized medicinal pill and raised it slightly towards the auction house. The medicinal pill's entire body could be considered round and smooth. However, under Xiaoyan's gaze, he discovered that its color was mottled. The originally rich pill fragrance was currently scattered in all directions like smoke. It did not take shape, nor did it transform into a dragon. If one looked carefully, one could even discover that there were some bumps on the surface of the medicinal pill. This medicinal pill is not a finished pill. It is just a defective product that failed to be refined. After realizing this, the original expectations in Xiaoyan's heart immediately decreased by a lot. The value of this so-called rank 8 medicinal pill in his eyes naturally decreased as well. A medicinal pill that could not even be considered a semi-finished product, so what if he accepted it? It could be said to be worthless. However, just as Xiaoyan was shaking his head and sighing, Bai Hua, who was behind him, pressed her hand on his shoulder and whispered with certainty. Bai. His eyes flashed slightly. Xiaoyan could not help but feel a little surprised in his heart. Could it be that he had misjudged? In the auction house, following the appearance of the medicinal pill, the fervent gazes of many experts changed. It was obvious that they had also discovered the problem with this medicinal pill. Immediately after, the countless gazes that were filled with excitement a moment ago began to converge. On the auction stage, the smile on Xiaoqua's face was still warm as he watched the scene unfold. His old eyes slowly swept across the entire auction house, as if he had already expected all of this. When the excitement in the auction house reached its lowest point, Xiaoqua finally opened his mouth once again. Everyone, have you heard of the nature pill? As these words fell, the auction house instantly fell silent. These 3 simple words reverberated in the ears of countless experts. There were even some people who were discussing the various matters related to this medicinal pill. In the private room, the instant that Xiaoyan heard this name, his entire face suddenly tensed up. His originally curious gaze was now filled with passion as he looked towards the medicinal pill. The nature pill was a grade 8 pill. Although it could not be considered a top-tier medicinal pill, this pill had an astonishing effect that would make everyone go crazy. It could cleanse one's muscles and marrow, allowing one to be reborn. Once consumed, one was destined to become a source venerate expert. According to what Xiaoyan knew, the original pill formula of the creation pill had long been buried in the long river of history. Currently, there was no one in this world who knew the refining method of the creation pill. Although the creation pill in front of him was a defective product, if he could use this medicinal pill to understand the medicinal theory behind it, he might have the opportunity to recreate the creation pill. Haha, it is merely a failed refining pill. Even if it is the famous nature pill, it has ultimately lost its original value. Currently, the only people in the world who can be interested in it are alchemists. A slightly hoarse old voice suddenly rang out in the quiet auction house. Everyone looked towards the source of the voice and saw an old man wearing alchemist robes slowly standing up at a certain spot in the viewing gallery. The badge on his chest that indicated his identity as a Pill Tower member caused the expressions of quite a few people in the auction house to change. Therefore, from what I see, right now, I am the only alchemist present. Since it's like this, I will suffer a bit of a loss and take out a 7th-level medicinal pill to win this failed product. The old man's cold gaze swept across the entire auction house. His mouth parted into a smile as he faintly laughed while stroking his beard with one hand. The moment his voice sounded, he waved his sleeve and a ray of light immediately shot towards the auction stage. Although the expressions of everyone present were filled with dissatisfaction when they saw this, they could only return to their seats when they thought of the pill tower badge on the old man's chest. On the auction stage, Xianxia was also frowning because of this scene. He was naturally clear that this old man had purposely pointed out the flaws of this nature pill and had the intention of using the name of the pill tower to suppress everyone. His goal was to use this mere grade 7 pill to purchase it. Under such circumstances, if no one bid against him, it was likely that the auction house would have no choice but to reluctantly sell it regardless of how low his bid was. Damn it! The muscles on Xiaoqia's face involuntarily twitched as he looked at the medicinal pill that was shot over like a meteor. Although he forcefully maintained a smile on his face, his mood was already extremely terrible. Their expectations of this nature pill were over 1,000,000 spirit stones. Now, this fellow actually wanted to purchase it with a grade 7 pill. The loss in this could not be said to be small. I bid 3 grade 7 pills. However, just as everyone present thought that the revival pill would fall into the old man's hands, a clear and bright voice suddenly rang out from one of the private rooms. It was as if a sudden clap of thunder had exploded in this quiet space. Buzz! Almost at the same time, the medicinal pill that was flying through the air was stopped by an invisible force. With a swoosh, it shot towards the old man on the viewing platform. On the auction stage, Xiaoqia's face regained its smile. As long as someone was willing to break the current situation, it meant that this nature pill could be raised to an even higher price. 3 grade 7 pills. Everyone, is there anyone who is willing to bid a higher price? Xiaoqia's gaze paused on the private room where Xiaoyan and the rest were located. He nodded his head and laughed softly. Soon after, he swept his gaze across the crowd and smiled. At the same time, the old man on the viewing platform waved his sleeve and kept the medicinal pill that had been shot over. Soon after, he looked towards the private room where Xiaoyan and the rest were located with an unhappy expression. After a slight hesitation, he said in a deep voice, "This old man bids 4 pills. 5 pills." In the private room, a calm voice immediately sounded out. The old man's furrowed brows immediately twisted into a ball. His sullen gaze stared fixedly at the private room. The hands under his sleeves slowly clenched. After some hesitation, he finally opened his mouth and said, 6 grade 7 pills. If you are able to bid a higher price, this old man will let you have them. Before the situation was clear, any bid on the stage could be the work of the auction house. However, once the old man's words came out, in a situation where there were no outsiders participating, there was no room for choice. Unless, I bid 7 pills. In the private room, Xiaoyan's gaze met with Xiaoqia's as he spoke with a smile. With the 7 tier 7 medicinal pills, this creation pill could be considered to have landed in Xiaoyan's pocket. At the same time, everyone understood that the man in the VIP room had already offended the person from the pill tower. Xiaoyan slowly leaned back in his chair. His face was calm and indifferent. Since he had made a move, he was not afraid of offending the other party. Moreover, this was an auction. If one wanted to obtain the auction item, one would have to rely on one's own ability. If one had to withdraw because of one's status, this auction would naturally lose its original meaning. Even the person from the pill tower has to suffer in your hands. Such an attitude is indeed worthy of being Brother Xiao. By the side, Yang Miao clapped. A soft laughter with a mocking tone was spat out. Xiaoyan shook his head in a non-committal manner and did not mind. Although that old man was a member of the pill tower, there was no reason for him to withdraw. If the other party did not know when to stop, at the very most, there would be one more enemy. And Nan quietly observed the 2 people beside him. A glint flickered deep within his eyes. The thoughts in his heart also began to rotate. After this small interlude outside of the auction would naturally continue. Very quickly, the low tide that was brought about by the location of the creation pill was swiftly drowned by the waves of intense fiery atmosphere that followed. With the flow of time, the atmosphere within the auction ground also became increasingly heated. At this moment, the auction items that had appeared in the auction ground were already able to attract the attention of the various experts in the front row of the private rooms. An uncountable number of spirit stones, medicinal pills, and high-class qi methods and dou techniques had all become the price tag of this auction. There were even some auction items whose value was so high that they could be called sky-high. Most of the auctioneers in the viewing gallery had also gradually changed from the initial bidding to the audience's attitude. Even though this was the case, when everyone saw Xiaoqua take out one after another treasures that tugged at their heartstrings on the auction stage, the emotions in their hearts couldn't help but become intense. Even though the process of the auction had almost nothing to do with them, it was still a fortunate thing to be able to personally witness those great powers in the front row endlessly fighting over the treasures. In this way, they could be considered to have not come in vain. Ever since the auction of the creation pill, Xiaoyan had rarely made a move. The only reason he would occasionally bid was because he had taken a fancy to some rare medicinal ingredients. However, the person from the pill tower who had appeared during the auction had basically snatched all the treasures that Xiaoyan had obtained. Of course, given the former's character, it was naturally unavoidable for him to provoke the latter a couple of times. After a couple of rounds, both Xiaoyan and the person from the pill tower had suffered quite a lot. However, on the whole, it was still Xiaoyan who had gained the upper hand. Of course, at the end of the day, the final winner was the auction house itself. As the dazzling auction items were taken out one after another on the auction stage, even with Xiaoyan's character, he couldn't help but feel astonished at the rich reserves of this auction house. With so many high-grade items, it could be said that they were enough to cause a stir in the outside world. However, they were able to appear in the same auction at the same time. At this time even he couldn't help but sigh in admiration of the Xiao clan's foundation. In the next few auctions, Xiaoyan may have obtained some things, but it was difficult for him to find something as tempting as the creation pill from earlier. Fortunately, he had not only met Ouyang Miao during his trip to Shuyang City and obtained the God Seal from him, but he had also found the summer grass and the creation pill. Although he had spent quite a number of spirit stones in this process, in comparison, the current result could be considered a fruitful trip. With the Meru grass in hand, he could prepare to refine the Zong transformation pill once he returned to the Xiao clan. Once the pill was successfully refined, Xiao Xian's cultivation would make a breakthrough and the various troubles would naturally be easily resolved. In addition to the 8 arts of the Emperor's Seal, it would undoubtedly become a great trump card during the clan gathering. As for the creation pill, as of now, nothing was set in stone. Whether or not he could use this incomplete pill to comprehend the medicinal theory and refine the real creation pill was still unknown. At the same time, what made him curious was that Bai Hua was also interested in this creation pill. As time passed, the auction gradually came to an end. The value of the auction items that appeared on the stage became more and more shocking. Most of them were some of the most important items in this auction, so much so that even Xiaoyan felt a little excited. Unfortunately, after a few consecutive auctions, the remaining price in his hands could no longer support him. Clang! This continued until a certain moment when Xiaoqua on the auction stage made the final call. The bell-like sound woke Xiaoyan up from his surging heart. He lifted his head and took a look. Another round of the auction had come to an end. The sky-high price of several million spirit stones in the auction hall caused people to click their tongues in amazement. At this moment, it was likely that only the strong people in the private rooms in the front row were able to take out such a huge amount of money. Xiaoyan's gaze rotated as he thought in this manner in his heart. He followed Xiaoqua's gaze and looked over. Soon after, he knit his brows. Only then did he realize that the person who had bid was none other than Zhao Jin's group, who was currently standing opposite them. When he realized this, Xiaoyan immediately curled his lips. He did not have the slightest good impression of this Zhao family member in his heart. Now that things had come to this, he naturally could not be bothered with them. On the auction stage, after successfully selling the auction item in his hands, the smile on Xiaoqua's old face became increasingly rich. He chuckled as he swept his gaze over everyone present. His turbid eyes contained a hidden profoundness. He paused for a moment and waited for everyone's gazes to once again shoot over. Only then did the old man raise his hands and gently clapped. Immediately, a few rays of light suddenly appeared outside the auction stage. Soon after, a few figures wearing golden robes appeared outside the golden array. After this group of people appeared, they immediately raised their hands and flicked their 10 fingers. Light flashed at the tips of their fingers and many mysterious and obscure seals were formed. As far as everyone's eyes could see, the array on the stage was rapidly solidifying at a speed visible to the naked eye. Looking at the increasingly thick energy array on the auction stage, Xiaoyan could not help but secretly measure it in his heart. Just from this point of view, under the support of the few array masters, the defensive strength of this array had reached an extremely terrifying level. It was likely that even with his current strength, he might not be able to break through it with all his strength. Such extravagance is really terrifying. Seeing this cautious formation on the stage as though they were about to face a great enemy, everyone in the auction house gradually became quiet. There was an unusual atmosphere that gradually shrouded the place, causing the hearts of everyone seated to feel a little pressured. In the face of this unusual situation on the auction stage at this moment, everyone seated were not fools. They immediately understood in their hearts that in order for the auction house to display such an attitude, the next item that was going to be auctioned was likely the E-class Do Technique scroll that was the most important item in this auction. Seeing this situation on the stage, Xiaoyan also slowly exhaled a breath of air. The finale is finally here. In the enormous auction house, the atmosphere was unusually complicated. Tension, pressure, and excitement all merged into one. The auction stage under the attention of tens of thousands of people was filled with a solemn atmosphere, causing people to not dare to easily approach it. It was no wonder that the security of the auction house was so tight. It was just that the value of this high-level intent Do technique was too high. After all, under the Xing class, the high-level intent Do technique was the strongest. This kind of Qi method Do technique had not appeared on the continent for a long time. As for the Xing class, it was even more of a fantasy. Now that this high-level intent Do technique had appeared in the world, it was inevitable that some unjust people would be attracted to it. The way the auction house did it was to protect its own interests. Cuckoo, I've let everyone see a joke. The next item to be auctioned is a little strange. However, at the same time, it is also the finale of this auction. A scroll of high-level intent Do technique. I believe that there are quite a number of people seated here who have come for it. Xiaoqua's face was filled with a smile as he slowly scanned the entire crowd. Immediately, his palm once again pressed against the stone stage in front of him. A thought passed through his mind and a suction force immediately surged out from his palm. The gazes of the entire crowd also turned. Within the private room, Xiaoyan and the others similarly stared intently at the spot where the palm was pressed against the stone stage. The instant the old man slowly raised his hand, a ray of light was also caught in his hand. As the ray of light entered his hand, the countless number of gazes in the entire auction house instantly gathered like spotlights. On the auction stage, Xiaoqua's face was filled with a smile as he slowly released the thing in his hand and threw it into the air. Everyone's gazes looked over. What entered their eyes was a seemingly ordinary stone pillar. There did not seem to be anything unusual about it. Immediately, some people frowned. Their faces were filled with suspicion as they sized up the stone pillar. After which, they threw their gazes toward Xiaoqua on the stage. Seeing this, Xiaoqua smiled faintly and said, "Cuckoo, just as everyone has seen, this is the highlight of this auction. It is also the reason why quite a number of people have come here." It is, as he said these words, Xiaoqua slowly raised his hand. His gaze swept across the entire auction house. The smile in his eyes became increasingly dense. Soon after, a low and deep voice was spat out from his mouth as his finger gently tapped on the stone pillar. Bang! The stone pillar exploded, and an ancient aura quickly spread out. A scroll that had been sealed in the stone pillar for an unknown number of years was also exposed to the air and reflected in the eyes of everyone present. High-level intent battle technique, Thousand Sealing Ruler. The low and deep voice was just like a heavy bomb that instantly exploded within this enormous auction ground. An invisible storm swept across the enormous space. Countless number of exclamations sounded out. Greedy and heated gazes shot over explosively. Countless number of people stared intently at the ancient scroll on the auction stage. Amongst them included those factions that possessed quite a great amount of power within the VIP rooms in front of the viewing gallery. Feeling the sudden chaos and commotion in the auction house, the array masters in golden robes around the auction stage tightened their faces slightly. They changed the gestures in their hands in unison. Immediately after, light pillars suddenly rose from the bodies of these array masters. The shocking light complemented the tyrannical aura emitted from the array, causing some people who were a little closer to them to feel a chill in their hearts. Their thoughts immediately became a lot clearer. Buzz. It was also at this moment that a majestic aura suddenly burst out from Xiaoqua's body on the auction stage. A pair of deep eyes slowly swept across the auction ground. Following his gaze, the previously chaotic and fiery atmosphere in the auction ground rapidly cooled down as if it had fallen into an ice cellar in the blink of an eye. Everyone in the auction ground also quickly quieted down. Countless obscure gazes gathered on the stage, staring intently at the scroll in front of Xiaoqua. The impulse in their hearts was forcefully suppressed. No one present dared to ignore the pressure of a source venerate. At the same time, in the private room that Xiaoyan was in, the latter was currently standing in front of his seat. His gaze was similar to that of many people in the outside world, staring intently at the scroll floating in midair on the stage. An excited expression involuntarily surfaced on his originally indifferent face. TSK, high-level intent level. What a big deal. My Ouyang clan is not willing to take out a Do technique of this level to auction. Unfortunately, although its level is high, this type of Do technique is too unorthodox and does not attract me. However, Brother Xiao, how confident are you in obtaining it? His gaze immediately landed on Xiaoyan by the side. He had seen Xiaoyan's heavy Xian ruler before. It was used in a grand manner and possessed a great strength. Its strength was extraordinary. At this moment, the thousand-ceiling ruler in the arena was a ruler technique Do technique. It could be said that it was tailor-made for Xiaoyan. Once he obtained this Do technique, Xiaoyan's fighting strength would undoubtedly advance to a new level. Xiaoyan was slightly startled when he heard this. He immediately smiled bitterly and shook his head. Although the thousand-ceiling ruler in front of him was indeed quite tempting, he was embarrassingly short of money. It was likely that he had no chance of competing with the other experts present. After such a long period of auction, Xiaoyan had already handed over the remaining 7 rank 7 medicinal pills he had with him during the auction of the manifestation pill. In order to compete with the person from the pill tower during the auction process, he had already exhausted more than half of the spirit stones in his hand. The current him was even poorer than some of the people in the viewing gallery. Where would he find the capital to participate in? The competition for the thousand-ceiling ruler? Ugh, even Ouyang Miao could not help but be stunned for a moment when he heard Xiaoyan's words. A strange expression immediately surfaced on his face. He had actually run out of capital before the final moment of the auction when he participated in an auction of this level. Moreover, this was with his identity as an alchemist. This was a little too dramatic. If these words were to be heard by others, it was likely that he would be mocked. Xiaoyan helplessly shrugged his shoulders in the face of this. The main purpose of their trip this time around was originally for the Sumeru grass. If it were not for a moment of interest, they would not have hurried to the auction ground. Who would have expected that they would actually encounter such a situation? The appearance of a high-level class Do technique was even more difficult to predict. How could they have made preparations in advance? Cuckoo, Mr. Xiaoyan need not be worried. You can just ask. Although our clan does not have a foundation like the Zhao clan, we will definitely do our best to help Mr. Xiaoyan if you need anything. At this moment, Anan, who was seated in front of him, suddenly turned his head around and smiled at Xiaoyan. The meaning behind his words could be considered to have made his position clear. Although the An and Zhao clans were both subordinate to the Xiao clan, at the end of the day, they were doing so for the benefit of their respective clans. Just like how the Zhao clan relied on the 3 great inner court leaders behind Xiao Tian, the An clan similarly needed their own backing within the Xiao clan. Over the past few years, ever since Zhao Jin's cultivation had broken through to the source venerate level, the Zhao clan had relied on the identity of the 3 clan leaders within the clan to rise. The status of the clan changed with each passing day. Even some of the elders within the Xiao clan who were in charge of external affairs had no choice but to give some face to this foreign clan. The An clan and the Xiao clan were like fire and water. Naturally, their situation was not much better. Additionally, there was no one in the clan who could help them. Their days under the rule of the Xiao clan had become increasingly tense. If this continued, there would come a day when they would be swallowed up by the Zhao clan. Currently, in this huge clan, this somewhat skinny young man in front of them was actually able to stand up to the three elders who held great authority. He was even able to chat cheerfully and humorously with the heir of the Ouyang clan. It was difficult to find another person with such boldness even in the entire central region. Thus, Xiaoyan had naturally become the pillar that Anan had found for his clan. Xiaoyan's appearance had given the clan an opportunity to turn over a new leaf. Hence, since the latter had a need, the clan would definitely not pass on this responsibility. Everyone present was an intelligent person. Everyone roughly understood the meaning behind Anan's words. Ouyang Miao smiled faintly and turned his gaze toward Xiaoyan. The latter also appeared to be deep in thought as he paused. Immediately, he raised his head and looked at Anan in front of him with a smile. In that case, we will rely on the clan leader. The moment these words were spoken, the few people present immediately laughed out loud. Everyone looked at each other with a tacit understanding. Only Lianaire, who was pouting her small mouth and muttering by the side, had an expression as though she did not fully understand. She appeared extremely adorable. Haha, due to the unique value of this ruler technique Do technique, the auction house has a rule that only items of similar or equal value can be auctioned. If a bid is made using spirit stones, it must be high-grade spirit stones. At this moment, Xiaoqua on the auction stage spoke once again. His words immediately attracted the gazes of Xiaoyan and the others, who were chatting and laughing in the private room. In that case, everyone, please make your bids. As Xiaoqua's voice sounded, the enormous auction ground descended into an unusual silence. Countless number of gazes stared at the ancient scroll on the auction stage. Although a greedy expression surfaced in their eyes, most of them obediently returned to their seats when they recalled the shocking lineup in the auction ground and the shocking price that Xiaoqua had raised. They turned their gazes toward the front row and the few private rooms. At this moment, everyone present understood in their hearts that given the preciousness of this Do technique scroll, an ordinary person did not have the qualification to participate in the auction. Hence, there was no possibility of them obtaining it. Those present who had the qualification and strength to fight for it were only some of the factions seated in the front row and those guests in the private rooms. At this moment, the VIP seats in the front row were similarly completely silent. Even those fellows who harbored hopes in their hearts were waiting calmly at this moment. Their gazes repeatedly swept back and forth, carefully observing the movements of the other factions. However, Xiaoqua's expression did not change in the face of this unusual silence in the auction ground. A warm smile hung on his face as his gaze slowly swept across the auction ground. Everyone clearly understood in their hearts that since the auction had reached such a stage, they would amaze the world with a single brilliant feat once someone took the lead to bid. It was likely that the atmosphere in the entire auction ground would be ignited to the highest point in an instant. At that time, the auction process would also transform into a war without blood covering it. This silence continued for around 5 minutes or so before a hoarse voice finally sounded from a certain VIP seat in the auction ground. 10 high-grade spirit stones. His hoarse voice was just like the sound of a bell as it slowly reverberated beside everyone's ears in this quiet auction ground. The nearly frozen atmosphere in the auction ground was finally broken at this moment. This caused quite a number of people on the stage to bitterly sigh. Xiaoyan's gaze followed the direction from which the voice had originated and looked over. He saw a human figure, whose entire body was wrapped in a black robe, slowly standing up from his seat at the front of the viewing gallery. The words from his mouth had unsurprisingly attracted the gazes of everyone present. 10 high-grade spirit stones. Speaking of which, Xiaoyan did have some in his hands. Xiao Yuheng had ordered someone to send it to him after he had entered the Xiao clan. However, these spirit stones were intended to be used to raise the cultivation of Bai Hua and Lianaire. He did not intend to use them here. Moreover, based on the current situation, the high-grade spirit stones in his hands would not be of any use. On the auction stage, Xiaoqua frowned slightly at the black-robed person. His gaze immediately scanned his surroundings and said, "Is there anyone who offers a higher price than this person?" 20 high-grade spirit stones. Soon after, a low and deep voice was emitted from one of the private rooms in the auction ground. This time around, the situation in the auction ground could be considered to have been completely broken. This bid had just sounded when a chain effect appeared in the auction ground. Successive bids sounded one after another from the front row of the viewing gallery and the surrounding private rooms. Each bid was higher than the previous one. Within a short few minutes, the price of this dough technique had been swiftly raised to nearly 100 high-grade spirit stones. This price was clearly the highest price that had appeared in this auction. Even though this was the case, the craze for this dough technique still did not end. 150 high-grade spirit stones. Within the private room where Xiaoyan and the others were located, Anan, who had rarely made a move during the entire auction, finally slowly spoke. This voice caused an uproar in the entire auction ground. Countless number of gazes that contained surprise were thrown toward this private room. In an instant, the price had been raised by over 50 spirit stones. From the looks of this method, it seemed that he was planning to obtain it in one go. On the auction stage, the smile on Xiaoqua's old face involuntarily became a little denser when he heard this number of spirit stones. His gaze swiftly scanned the entire auction ground. After which, it paused on the private room where the people from the Zhao clan were located. Everyone, 150 high-grade spirit stones. Is there anyone who offers a higher price? The surroundings were completely silent. No. One made a sound. Xiaoqua narrowed his old eyes. His gaze once again swept across the viewing gallery. Those large factions seated in the front row had bitterly shrunk back at this moment. Their gazes looked all around them and no longer made any moves. 150 spirit stones. Fundamentally speaking, this had already exceeded their limits. At this moment, these people were no longer able to compete with it. After tens of breaths, the auction ground still appeared to be completely silent. It seemed that there was indeed no one who would bid against it. Even Xiaoqua, who was on the stage, could not help but frown. Immediately, he swiftly scanned the entire auction ground. His gaze repeatedly drifted toward the private room where the people from the Zhao clan were located. His heart was filled with suspicion. At this moment, Anan's heart was unusually nervous. Since things had already come to this point, he only needed to wait a little longer. If Zhao Jin still maintained his silence, then he would be able to successfully obtain this 1,000-ceiling ruler. He could only hope that the worst outcome in his heart would not occur. At this moment, Xiaoyan's heart was similarly tense. The 1,000-ceiling ruler was already within reach. All that was left was for Xiaoqua to drop the hammer and make the final call. Then, everything would be over. In the auction ground, Xiaoqua finally frowned and opened his mouth. The time was up. Even he could not purposely delay the time to call out a price. Everyone, since no one is bidding, then this high-level intent dough technique will. Within the private room, Xiaoyan and the others stared intently at Xiaoqua in the auction ground with hopeful faces. The glow in their eyes gradually became more intense. The 1,000-ceiling ruler was finally going to be in their hands. However, just as the final words from Xiaoqua's mouth were about to fade, a shout that contained a cold laugh suddenly sounded in the auction ground. I bid 200 high-level spirit stones. This voice was like a clap of thunder, forcefully stopping the words that were about to come out of Xiaoqua's mouth. Within the private room, the expressions on the faces of Xiaoyan and the others also came to an abrupt halt. In the entire auction ground, everyone's gazes were instantly gathered on a private room. That private room was located opposite of where Xiaoyan and the others were located. The person who had bid was surprisingly Zhao Jin. Damn it! Xiaoyan's expression immediately sunk. Ouyang Miao and the others beside him also frowned. Zhao Jin's actions were really hateful. On the auction stage, Xiaoqua's old face involuntarily revealed a displeased expression when he saw this. Forget about Xiaoyan and the others, even he could not bear to continue watching Zhao Jin's actions. However, after carefully considering it in his heart, he still inhaled a deep breath of air. After organizing his emotions, he once again put on a smile on his face. His gaze swept across the entire auction ground and once again said, 200 high-level spirit stones. Is there anyone who wishes to bid higher? Elder Xiaoqua, your actions seem to be a little inappropriate. I have already made my bid earlier. How can I allow someone else to bid now? In the private room, Anan hesitated for a long time before he finally gritted his teeth and shouted. Immediately, many people in the auction house turned their gazes towards Xiaoqua. Xiaoque was not the only one who had such thoughts. Many people present felt that it was unfair. Since the matter had already been settled, how could they go back on their words? Wouldn't that be breaking the rules of the auction house? Being questioned by Annan and many others, Xiaoque couldn't help but frown. He glanced at Zhao Jin's location, then looked at the ancient scroll floating in front of him. His gaze swept across the audience, then it fell on the box. Through the light curtain, Xiaoque looked at Annan and said, "This distinguished guest, I will never take back my words. The previous words are the same, but please be clear. In the auction house, before the hammer in my hand smashes, anyone has the right to continue to bid. Do you still have any questions?" As soon as the words fell, Annan's body trembled violently, then he sat back down. His gaze quickly avoided Xiaoque's gaze. The cold sweat on his forehead instantly gushed out. It was difficult for him to calm down for a while. Xiaoyan's gloomy face immediately became even uglier when he saw this. His heart swiftly rotated, but before he could do anything, Ouyang Miao by the side suddenly pressed him down. Comforting words were transmitted over. "Sit down and let me do it." Inside the private room, a proud smile immediately surfaced on Zhao Jin's face when he saw that there was no movement from the private room opposite him. Zhao Mingjia, who was beside him, had the same expression on his face. At this moment, the father and son really had the same face. Just based on this point, even if an outsider saw them, they would be able to recognize the relationship between the two of them. Previously, Zhao Jin had purposely held back because he wanted to see this scene. He wanted to push his opponent down from the high altar of joy until he fell to the bottom of the valley. This feeling could be said to be filled with endless twists and turns. At the end of the day, the Yin family was merely a small character in the entire matter of meeting Xiaoyan and the rest today. If it was not for the appearance of Xiaoyan and Fan Jian, it was likely that he would have completely embarrassed Xiaoyan and the rest today, causing them to be unable to establish themselves in the Xiao clan. And Nan's mistake was that he actually chose to be on the same side as Xiaoyan. This point went against Zhao Jin's wishes. This also caused Zhao Jin, who originally did not have a good impression of Nan, to hate him. Now that he had the opportunity to tease Nan, how could he easily let it go? Xiao Tian naturally saw the actions of the father and son. He secretly pondered in his heart. From time to time, he would throw a glance at the father and son with disdain hidden deep within his eyes. The father is not right and the son is not good. With such temperament, it is difficult for him to do anything. Xiao Tian secretly mocked in his heart. His eyes were somewhat suspicious as he looked at Xiaoque in the auction house. He frowned slightly but ultimately shook his head and did not think any further. His body once again leaned against the back of the chair and he began to rest. 200 high-grade spirit stones. Are there any higher bids? On the auction stage, Xiaoque's voice once again sounded. However, it was no longer as calm and amiable as before. Instead, there was an additional trace of impatience. At this moment, the people sitting on the stage would no longer bid. The only ones who could hope were those in the private rooms. However, with Zhao Jin in front, it was likely that no one would compete with him. In the private room, Zhao Jin's face was filled with pride. Before coming to the auction, he had made ample preparations. Today, he was determined to obtain the 1,000-ceiling ruler. There was absolutely no one who could stop him. After Xiaoque's words sounded out, the enormous auction ground once again descended into a silent atmosphere. The scene from before appeared once again. Many people below the stage looked at each other and secretly sneered as they waited for a good show. On the stage, Xiaoque frowned and the irritation in his heart grew even more intense. Sure enough, just as Xiaoque was about to strike the hammer, a young man's faint laughter suddenly rang out in the auction house. "I am willing to bid 300 high-grade spirit stones." A scene that was exactly the same as the one from earlier suddenly appeared. Everyone present followed the voice and looked over. The expressions on their faces were slightly startled. Soon after, it turned into a strange expression. The owner of the voice had surprisingly originated from the private room where Xiaoyan's group was located. Inside the box, Ouyang Miao stood with a faint smile on his face as he stared at Xiaoque, who had an ugly expression on his face. Although the person in front of him was an elder of the Xiao clan and was in charge of an area, Ouyang Miao was not afraid of him. He was the heir of the Ouyang clan and the junior clan leader. Even if Xiaoqua was angry in his heart, what could he do to him? Xiao Yan by the side involuntarily laughed out loud at this tactic when he saw this. The resentment that he had suffered in his heart earlier had also disappeared at this moment. Giving someone a taste of their own medicine when facing someone like Zhao Jin could be said to be the best method. If one were to become angry because of the other party's deliberate provocation, it would instead be playing right into the other party's hands. The expressions of the people below the stage were interesting. On the auction stage, Xiaoqua was no longer calm. He clenched his teeth and repeated Ouyang Miao's words. While everyone was waiting for the next round of bidding, Xiaoqua's cold and stern gaze was thrown toward Zhao Jin. The impatience that filled his eyes was not hidden at all. Zhao Jin did not even suspect that if he hesitated even a little, this old man would really disregard everything and directly auction off the dou technique in his hand. Zhao Jin did not dare to hesitate any longer as he quietly thought that he had miscalculated in his heart. He hurriedly shouted out loud, "I bid 400. 500. Ouyang Miao's face was smiling as he quickly followed and said faintly. This time around, Zhao Jin frowned and began to hesitate. The other party's bid had already exceeded his expectations. If he were to continue increasing the bid, it was likely that even if he obtained this dou technique, his Zhao clan would have to pay quite a hefty price. Zhao Jin hesitated in his heart and the muscles on his face involuntarily twitched. Zhao Mingjie by the side was unknowingly urging him to increase the bid. This caused him to become even more irritated. Suddenly, Zhao Jin clenched his teeth and looked toward the private room opposite him. When he thought of Ouyang Miao and Xiao Yan, who were currently calling out bids, a savage smile gradually surfaced on his face. Xiao Yan, not only do I want to obtain this dou technique, I also want to use you to get back double the spirit stones that I have lost today. 600 high-grade spirit stones. A shocking number once again sounded in the auction ground. At this moment, Xiaoqua, who was on the auction stage, gradually recovered his expression because of this. 600 high-grade spirit stones had not only exceeded the Zhao clan's expectations, but even the auction ground had not expected such a result. 700. Within the private room, Ouyang Miao finally frowned. 700 high-grade spirit stones. This was already the maximum amount that he could use in the clan. If he was still unable to obtain it, it was likely that this 1,000-sealing ruler scroll would ultimately land in the hands of the Zhao clan. 800. Zhao Jin clenched his teeth tightly. Half of his face involuntarily twitched. 800 high-grade spirit stones. Even with the foundation of his entire Zhao clan, it was likely that he would have to sell off most of his clan's assets in order to take it out. If it were not for some reason, he would definitely not be so crazy. This time around, it seemed that things were just as he had expected. After the bid of 800 spirit stones, the private room opposite him became quiet. Ouyang Miao's eyebrows were tightly knit together. He had not expected that Zhao Jin would actually be crazy to such an extent for a dou technique scroll. However, such actions were not purely for the dou technique. It was obvious that they were targeting this group of people. At this moment, even Xiao Yan's expression was also unusually solemn. He felt fearful for the final ownership of the 1,000-sealing ruler and also for Ouyang Miao's deep friendship. After all, even if he was the heir of the Ouyang clan, he still had to think carefully before taking out such a large amount of high-grade spirit stones. However, how could such an outcome not cause him to feel gratified? Mr. Xiao Yan, please do not hesitate to bid. Under the name of our clan, we can also take out 250 high-grade spirit stones. Today, we will definitely do our best for you. Anan inhaled a deep breath of air and gathered his courage. He stood up from his seat and stared at Xiao Yan with a determined gaze. Seeing this, the latter was initially stunned. He immediately looked at Ouyang Miao by the side and hesitated for a moment before turning his body around. He cupped his hands together and bowed heavily to the two of them. His tone was solemn as he said, "Xiao Yan would like to thank the two of you for your deep friendship." On the auction stage, the anger on Xiaoqua's face had completely disappeared. He glanced left and right at the box where Xiao Yan, Zhao Jin and the others were and gently shook his head. Soon after, he raised the wooden mallet in his hand and was about to bring it down. 950 high-grade spirit stones. However, what everyone present did not expect was that even at this moment, the auction stage was still filled with endless surprise. Bang! At this moment, everyone present was stunned. Even Zhao Jin, who had just returned to his chair, could not help but abruptly jump to his feet. The chair under him was shattered by the violently churning Genesis chi in his body, and his emotions suddenly went out of control. Damn it! That little bastard! How dare he go against my Zhao clan time and time again? How abominable! Zhao Jin angrily waved his sleeve, blasting apart the row of chairs in front of him, turning them into dust. Then, he stared at the box opposite him with a face full of killing intent. In the end, he could no longer hold back his anger and roared. I bid 1,000. The moon was like a silver plate, and the sky was filled with stars. By the time Xiaoyan and his group left the auction house, more than a few hours had passed. Shuyang City, which was bustling during the day, was a little empty at this time. Even so, many lights could still be seen in the city, and some streets were still bustling as usual. Xiaoyan stood under the cunning moonlight, looking at the countless stars above his head, and hesitated for a long time. He did not expect that even with the joint efforts of Ouyang Miao and the Anan clan, the 1,000-sealing ruler would still fall into Zhao Jin's hands. 1,000 high-grade spirit stones was indeed a terrifying number. Are you still thinking about what happened just now? Ouyang Miao walked up from behind and patted Xiaoyan's shoulder to comfort him. The latter shook his head and smiled bitterly. What could he do now? The 1,000-sealing ruler was already in Zhao Jin's pocket. He could not snatch it away. Even if he wanted to, he did not have the strength to do so. Why don't we go and intercept him? We have more people, and with Fan Jian, we might be able to snatch it away. Ouyang Miao's eyes flashed as he stared at Xiaoyan. Fan Jian raised his eyebrows and looked at Ouyang Miao with a strange expression. Xiaoyan shook his head and said, "This is my own business. Even if I want to take action, I should be the one to do it. Besides, you are from the Ouyang clan. If you take action against Zhao Jin here, the situation will be disadvantageous to you. Let's not do it. What should we do now?" Ouyang Miao nodded slightly, and then said softly, "Let's go back. There is no need to stay here any longer. Brother Ouyang, are you willing to go to the Shao clan with me?" Xiaoyan hesitated for a moment, and then looked at Ouyang Miao. Ouyang Miao was slightly stunned. He paused for a moment, and then shook his head and laughed. "I think it's better to forget about it. The 3 major clans have their own conflicts. Even with you leading the way, the elders of the Shao clan will never allow me to enter the Shao clan. Moreover, this will only bring you trouble. Since you are going back to the clan, I should return as well. If there's a chance, let's meet again." Saying this, Xiaoyan cupped his fists towards Xiaoyan and the others in front of him. Xiaoyan and the others smiled back. Then, under the moonlight, the two turned around and walked towards the other end of the street. When the two had walked for nearly 100 feet, Xiaoyan suddenly shouted from behind. "Brother Ouyang, what you said before was also a test. If I asked you to attack me for my own selfish desires, how would you treat me?" In the distance, Ouyang Miao's figure suddenly stopped and turned around. No one could see his face at this moment. "Brother Xiao, you only need to remember that from today onwards, you and I are as close as brothers. If the Shao clan is unable to keep you, I will not go back on my words." Ouyang Miao ceased hesitating after his words sounded. He moved his body and swiftly disappeared from the end of the street with Fan Jian beside him. Xiaoyan stood quietly in the same spot. And Nan by his side was stunned at this moment. Anyone with eyes would be able to understand the meaning behind Ouyang Miao's words. He did not expect that the person in front of him was someone who even the Ouyang clan thought so highly of. Today's trip could be said to have been worth it, after sending off Ouyang Miao, Xiaoyan's group quickly parted ways with the Yin clan. Although the latter wanted to invite Xiaoyan to their residence as a guest, Xiaoyan knew that Xiaoxian was definitely still waiting for news from them. Hence, he rejected the invitation. When the 3 of them arrived at the arched door in front of the Shao clan, they unexpectedly met Xiao Tian, who had also rushed back. When the 2 of them met, their expressions were naturally ugly. However, just as Xiao Tian took a step into the arched door, his voice was unhurriedly transmitted into Xiaoyan's ears. "I advise you to be mentally prepared." Xiaoyan and Bai Hua looked at each other when they heard this. They frowned in surprise, but did not think any further. They quickly passed through the arched door and hurried back to their residence. When the few of them returned to the pavilion, Xianxia was indeed still waiting for them in the hall. Xianxia immediately revealed a smile when he saw Xiaoyan's group return. He stood up and welcomed them. How was the result? It can be considered smooth. Xiaoyan smiled. After the few of them had taken their seats, he roughly explained everything that had happened during the day. Xianxia nodded repeatedly when he heard this. Although it was not difficult for him to hear some danger from Xiaoyan's words, it was fortunate that they had returned safely and successfully. They had even brought back the Meru grass. This caused him to feel extremely joyous in his heart. Haha, it's good that everything is fine. It is unexpected that the God Seal skill that shook the Gu clan back then would actually reappear on this continent. Moreover, its strength is even greater than before. It is also a great blessing for you to be able to obtain it. You must hold on to it properly. As for that Do technique, there are always gains and losses in everything. Since you are unable to obtain it, just let it be. There is no need to mind it. Xiaoxian placed the teacup in his hand down and smiled as he spoke. Xiaoyan nodded. After which, he mentioned that he had met the Yuning Pavilion in Shuyang City. Even until now, he still did not understand why the Yuning Pavilion was able to have a place under the rule of the Shao clan if the Ouyang clan, which was also one of the three great clans, was so cautious when it came to ordinary visitors. The Yuning Pavilion is a clan faction that was established by the Heavenly Cloud Villa. Given the position of the Heavenly Cloud Villa on the continent, under normal circumstances, the Shao clan would definitely not allow them to place a faction under their rule. However, you should also know that the Heavenly Cloud Villa possesses the richest formation master resources in the entire continent. Regardless of whether it is an array disc, related ancient scrolls, or even some unique secret techniques, as long as they have these things as the price, there will naturally be no one who will stop them. On the contrary, the Yuning Pavilion's faction will be protected by the Shao clan to a certain extent. Even the Zhao clan that you met today would not be able to easily touch them. Xiaoyan came to a sudden understanding when he heard this. Xiaoxian smiled and continued. This does not only include the Yuning Pavilion but also some other factions. If they wish to take root in the territory of the Shao clan, they must pay a corresponding price. Moreover, this is not only limited to the Shao clan. The three great clans, the two great sects, and even the Pale Tower will do the same. Their goal is to absorb the advantages of other factions and continuously strengthen themselves in order to maintain their superior position. As for other things, you will have to discover and experience them yourself. Xiaoyan could not help but inhale a deep breath after hearing this. Although he had once established a faction on the Dochi continent, he had never come into contact with such matters. Now that he heard Xiaoxian's words, he finally understood that there were actually so many complicated relationships between these so-called super factions. The night sky was like a black curtain that enveloped the entire Shao clan. The bright moonlight shone through the thin layer of clouds, making the city seem as bright as day. Xiaoyan was seated on his bed with his eyes closed in his room. Moonlight shone into the room from outside the window, spreading out and lighting up the room. A substance-like energy lingered around Xiaoyan's nose. After which, it followed his breathing and entered his body. After a couple of refinements, it finally turned into waves of pure Genesis Qi that flowed into the vortex space. A long while later, Xiaoyan's tightly shut eyes were slowly opened. He sensed the muscles all over his body emitting waves of joy due to the abundant strength. He could not help but smile. Although he had experienced an entire day of being outside, the current him did not have the slightest intention of being tired. On the contrary, after this short training, his entire spirit had become even more abundant. Xiaoyan inhaled a deep breath of air. He flipped his palm and a jade box immediately appeared in his hand. He opened it and a mottled medicinal pill was quietly lying within. This medicinal pill was naturally the greatest gain he had obtained from the auction today, the Tier 8 Creation Pill. Although this pill was a failed product, judging from its appearance, this pill still maintained its original form. Even a portion of its medicinal power was still intact. As long as he could sort it out, he believed that with his current methods, it would not be difficult to restore the Pill of Fortune's formula. He gently lifted his hand and aimed his palm at the medicinal pill. With a gentle shake, a suction force gushed out. Soon after, he threw the revival fate pill into the air. With a thought, the majestic spiritual strength between his eyebrows immediately gushed out. It transformed into many thin, invisible threads that slowly approached the medicinal pill in front of him. To understand its mechanism, he naturally had to delve deep into the pill. Although doing so would affect the pill, there was naturally no need to worry since it was a damaged pill. This, however, just as Xiaoyan controlled his spirit force to slowly approach the creation pill, he suddenly discovered that there were several tiny holes on the pill's surface that were nearly invisible to the naked eye. It was obvious that someone had already probed the insides of the pill before him. Realizing this point, Xiaoyan immediately frowned. Since someone had already bid for this medicinal pill, the most likely result of choosing to auction it was that that person did not obtain any valuable information from it. Putting it this way, this creation pill did not have any value. With this thought in mind, Xiaoyan's heart suddenly sank. The spirit force that was slowly approaching the pill involuntarily paused. Since he already knew that he would not be able to obtain any results, was there any need to continue probing? But if, just as he was about to give up, Xiaoyan immediately felt a wave of unwillingness in his heart when he thought of the 7 level 7 pills that he had paid for this pill. Although the previous owner of this creation pill had already tried, the former spirit force was not as good as his. Even if that was the case, it was not impossible for him to find out what the other person had failed to discover. Even if he could not obtain any conclusions in the end, he still had to give it a try. After making up his mind, Xiaoyan once again relaxed. He took a deep breath, held his breath and concentrated. Once again, he controlled the few strands of spirit force and slowly made contact with the surface of the creation pill. The thin strands of spirit force approached the surface of the pill at an extremely slow speed. Then, they gently caressed the surface of the pill. Like an earthworm, they slowly climbed along the surface of the pill until they reached a certain spot. Xiaoyan felt that the medicinal power there was more concentrated. Only then did he control the strands of spirit force and carefully insert them into the pill. Under Xiaoyan's intentional control, the entire process was extremely slow. Other than being worried that he would not obtain the results he wanted, Xiaoyan was also afraid that the slightest movement would affect the unstable medicinal power of the pill itself. Once the remaining medicinal power was also affected, all of his efforts would be in vain. Time flowed by bit. The expression on Xiaoyan's face gradually became solemn without him realizing it. The spiritual strength that had infiltrated into the medicinal pill had finally come into contact with the core of the medicinal pill. The final result was about to surface. Inside the room, the air was silent. A huge amount of spirit force revolved around Xiaoyan's body. Both of his eyes stared at the pill in front of him. Just a little bit more and success or failure would be within reach. After dozens of breaths, Xiaoyan, whose eyes were wide open, suddenly raised his head. His eyes were tightly shut and his teeth were tightly clenched. His face was filled with disappointment. Even though he was extremely careful, the final result of his investigation of this medicinal pill was just as he had expected. The medicinal properties within it were a mess, and the medicinal strength was weak. It was impossible to separate and sort it out. Now, this medicinal pill could truly be considered as a worthless waste pill. Thinking back to everything that happened in the auction house today, even the most valuable pill, the creation pill, had left him disappointed. At this moment, it seemed that today's trip was really not very fruitful. At this moment, there was a sudden knock on the door. Soon after, Bai Hua's voice sounded in the room. Xiaoyan greeted her and the latter pushed open the door and entered. Seeing Xiaoyan's disappointed expression, Bai Hua did not seem to be surprised. She only smiled and went forward to ask, what was the result? Xiaoyan shook his head and casually waved the pill in his hand. He helplessly said, it has no value at all. Throughout the entire process, the only thing I discovered was that the person who concocted this medicinal pill had originally intended to concoct it to the level of a 9th-rank medicinal pill. However, an accident happened midway and destroyed the medicinal pill. Other than that, I gained nothing. Bai Hua extended her hand and Xiaoyan casually threw it over. The latter caught it and held the pill in her palm. She closed her eyes and with a thought, a strange milky white energy flowed along her arm and gathered in her palm. Seeing this, Xiaoyan's disappointed face could not help but reveal a hopeful expression. He had almost forgotten that Bai Hua's original body was a pill. Compared to him, this creation pill could be considered to be of the same race. The latter's understanding of pills was naturally better than his. However, after a long while, Bai Hua opened her mouth again. The words she spat out caused Xiaoyan to instantly feel discouraged. That's right. The medicinal strength is thin and the medicinal properties are in a mess. This is indeed an incomplete pill. Bai Hua smiled. Xiaoyan was immediately speechless. The result was already known. Why should she go through so much trouble to test it again? However, immediately after, Bai Hua continued, although the medicinal properties of the pill itself are in a mess, fortunately, its essence has not changed. The creation pill is still the creation pill. There's a way? Xiaoyan raised his eyebrows and said in surprise. I don't dare to say that it will be restored to its original state. However, it can dissolve the medicinal properties of the pill itself and allow it to have a certain effect of the creation pill. Hearing this, Xiaoyan's eyes immediately shot out a bright light. He stared at Bai Hua with a fervent gaze and said with a slightly excited smile, that's enough. Even if it's not a complete pill, as long as we can analyze its medicinal properties and restore the pill formula, it won't be a difficult matter. After speaking, Bai Hua extended a finger and drew a line with her thumb. A drop of dark red blood with a tinge of gold shot out. Under Bai Hua's control, it landed on the surface of the creation pill. After which, it followed the small holes on the surface and gradually merged into the pill. Under Xiaoyan's hopeful gaze, in a short few breaths, the drop of blood had completely merged into the pill. Immediately after, a rich pill fragrance suddenly spread out from the pill and formed a layer of mist. It even faintly showed signs of taking shape. It's done. Xiaoyan's heart was filled with joy. Indeed, he could feel that the medicinal strength within the pill was rapidly increasing. The extremely messy medicinal properties within were also gradually separating. In fact, there was an astonishing energy that was rapidly increasing within the pill. So much so that the surface of the pill actually started to squirm in a frightening and strange manner. In the room shrouded in moonlight, Xiaoyan stared at the spinning pill in front of him in pleasant surprise. As he sensed the gradually dense medicinal effects, the smile on his face could not help but widen. Bai Hua also stared at the pill in front of her with narrowed eyes. She faintly sensed that something was wrong. Be careful. The energy within the pill is rapidly increasing. Something is wrong. Xiaoyan reminded in a deep voice. Only then did he suddenly notice that although the medicinal pill in front of him had indeed recovered quite a lot of its medicinal strength and the medicinal properties within it had basically been neutralized, the strength agglomerated within it was still wildly growing at this moment. The surface of the medicinal pill had also begun to wiggle in an unusual manner. Suddenly, the energy of the world around the two of them began to tremble uncontrollably. Waves of energy rapidly condensed, turning into a few pillars of energy that were devoured by the pill in front of them. At that moment, the situation in the room had completely changed. What's going on? Their expressions changed. They looked at each other and retreated decisively. Soon after, they cautiously stared at the pill that was rapidly expanding under the influence of the energy of the world. Their faces gradually turned grave. On the other side, Xiaoxian, who was seated with his eyes shut, was also woken up by this sudden commotion. He frowned slightly as he glanced at Xiaoyan's room. His body flashed and appeared in the room. A surprised expression involuntarily surfaced on his face when he saw the situation in front of him. What is this? The nature pill. I never thought that it would turn out like this. Xiaoyan knit his brows tightly. The gazes of the three of them looked at the medicinal pill in the arena. At this moment, the latter was wildly gathering the natural energy. A powerful energy storm was gathering within this narrow space. Wave after wave of frightening energy waves repeatedly spread in all directions. The bed, along with everything around it, was shattered. The energy aura in the middle of the storm continued to rise wildly until it transformed into a long roar that shot to the sky at a certain moment. Xiaoyan's expression changed. Huh. A hoarse shout suddenly rang out like an ear-piercing ghost howl. Invisible sound waves instantly swept out, turning into an invisible gust of wind that shot out in all directions. Xiaoyan and the other two immediately released their majestic auras without hesitation, blocking the gust of wind. As the wind dispersed, the gazes of the three people once again converged on the medicinal pill. Their expressions immediately changed. At that moment, the creation pill had already transformed into a human form. However, compared to the transformation of an ordinary medicinal pill, the latter's body was abnormally distorted. The skin all over his body looked as if it was twisted into a ball. Only half of his face was normal, while the other half was like a magical beast. His scarlet eyes revealed a wild expression. Compared to his human form, the current him was more like a human-shaped magical beast. Its scarlet eyes slowly fell on Xiaoyan and the other two people in front of it. With a sweep of its gaze, it locked onto Bai Hua, who was among the three people. This human being of the same clan as it. It seemed to become its first prey. Roar. The monster let out a low roar. Its hands, which were wider than an ordinary person's, suddenly clenched into fists. Its body shook and the space around it immediately shattered. In the next instant, its figure suddenly appeared in front of Bai Hua. It raised its arm high and punched at the latter. The overbearing fist brought along an intense gust of wind. In addition to the majestic energy that covered it, the power of this punch caused the space to instantly collapse. Everywhere it passed, a distorted concave arc appeared in the already collapsed space. The power of this punch could be said to be terrifying. Clang! Immediately after, just as the monster's punch was about to land on Bai Hua's body, a black figure suddenly flashed in front of her. It used its hard steel body to block the monster's punch. Bang! In the instant that Bai Hua's figure flashed, the black shadow in front of her was abruptly sent flying. Its body destroyed a small portion of the loft before heavily smashing into the courtyard. A huge crater immediately appeared. Bai Hua focused her gaze and saw that the black figure was the North King. At this moment, after the North King took the monster's heavy punch, a few inches deep dent appeared on his indestructible body. His entire chest was almost stuck to his back. Even his sturdy back was bulging. A huge crack appeared on his body, almost tearing it apart. What a terrifying power! Bai Hua was secretly shocked. If he had been the one to receive that punch, she would have lost her life on the spot. Back off! At this moment, Xiaoyan's shout suddenly rang out. Bai Hua immediately returned to her senses. When she lifted her head, the monster's scarlet eyes swept over her once again. It raised its head and roared angrily. Its body shook and the energy in its body raged. The already shattered loft shook even more. Bai Hua quickly retreated and glanced at Xiaoyan. At this moment, the latter raised both of his hands. His 10 fingers linked together and a set of complicated seals was quickly formed. A ball of flame quickly revolved in the air in front of him. In the blink of an eye, it condensed into a ring of fire. At the same time, a ring of fire instantly condensed around the monster's body. Melting pill ring. Bai Hua's eyes narrowed. The monster once again charged towards her angrily. While she was shocked, the monster had already appeared in front of her. With her current strength, it would be difficult for her to block it. In the next instant, Xiaoyan on the other side suddenly let out an explosive cry just as the monster's fist was about to smash down. The fire ring that was surrounding the monster's body was immediately withdrawn. The fist that was smashing down heavily also suddenly stilled at this moment. Buzz, an invisible shockwave spread out, and half of the pavilion completely collapsed. Fortunately, Lianer's place was unscathed. That girl should still be asleep at this moment. Retract. Xiaoyan clenched his teeth. Boundless spiritual strength controlled the ring of fire and gradually compressed it. At the same time, the monster's huge body gradually trembled and retracted as the ring of fire shrank. After a dozen breaths, it returned to its original state. By the side of the medicinal pill, Bai Hua recovered with her body covered in cold sweat. She let out a long sigh of relief, as though a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders. She glanced at Xiaoyan, smiled bitterly and lifted her leg to walk forward. However, in the next instant, Xiaoyan, who was about to keep the pill, suddenly had a drastic change in expression. Careful! The pill-melting ring that had condensed on the surface of the medicinal pill suddenly exploded at the same time. The surging energy that had been forcefully suppressed within it also suddenly exploded at this moment. Bai Hua, who was the closest to it, was the first to bear the brunt of it. This wave of energy did not hold back at all as it heavily slammed into her body. Her entire body was instantly sent flying. Like the Northern King, she crashed into the ground and was buried deep within. Her aura also instantly dropped to its lowest point. The body of the monster once again agglomerated in the original spot. After the surging energy was condensed, the aura of its body also seemed to have become even stronger. The thing that caused Xiaoyan to be even more shocked was that the transforming pill ring, which was formed from the heavenly flame and used to suppress the medicinal pill, had completely shattered at this moment. The flame on it actually adhered to the surface of the monster's body. Not only did it not have any burning effect, but it actually merged with the monster's body and became a part of it. An astonishing change occurred once again. Roar! In the air, the monster that was formed from the revival pill let out a furious roar. The flame that covered its body also soared. Its body suddenly shook and waves of colorful majestic energy immediately gushed out from its body. With a wave of its large hand, an enormous energy light pillar suddenly shot out and shot toward Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan's expression changed slightly when he saw this. He clenched his hand in the air, and the pitch-black heavy buster sword immediately appeared. He suddenly swung it, and a beam of light immediately shot out, blocking the beam of energy that shot towards him. In the next moment, the monster's body suddenly flashed and appeared in front of Xiaoyan. Its large hand grasped the body of the buster sword, while its other hand clenched into a fist and punched towards Xiaoyan's head. The revival pill ring from before seemed to have made the monster rather concerned. Its target was Xiaoyan, and the murderous intent in its scarlet eyes was self-evident. Chi! Just as the monster's fist was about to land, Xiaoyan, who was beside Xiaoyan, put two fingers together and swung his sword. An incomparably sharp sword Chi immediately shot out from the invisible space. The wind moved with the wind and turned into a sword. With astonishing momentum, it severed the monster's wrist in a single strike, and the fist that was about to land heavily shattered in an instant. At the same time, Xiaoyan took advantage of the opportunity to attack. The heavy buster sword heavily pressed down, landing on the monster's shoulder. As he twisted his body, he viciously kicked the monster's chest, forcing it to retreat. Xiaoyan and Xiaoxian swiftly exchanged glances with each other after defeating the monster. They could see a grave expression in each other's eyes. From the looks of the current situation, the strength of this monster was likely comparable to a high-tier Sorsong expert. Regardless of whether it was in terms of speed or strength, it was not inferior to them. If they were careless and underestimated the enemy, they would inevitably suffer a serious injury. TSK. Soon after, the monster's hand, which had been cut off by Xiaoxian, began to swiftly recover at a speed visible to the naked eye under the urging of waves of enormous energy in front of Xiaoyan's duo's shocked eyes. The bloodthirsty killing intent within its pair of scarlet eyes had also become denser. Roar! A deafening roar rang out once again. Xiaoyan took a deep breath as his gaze quickly swept across the huge pit below. After confirming that Bai Hua was fine for the time being, with a thought, the Northern King's body burst out once again, flying into the air. The three of them faced the monster at the same time. At this moment, the Northern King was relying on the power of lightning within its body. Although most of the wounds and depressions on its body had healed, a large number of shocking injuries could still be seen. Just a punch was enough to injure the Northern King to such an extent. This monster's strength was truly terrifying. Xiaoyan, even Xiaoxian's face. Although he was not afraid of this bastard, there was nothing they could do if this continued. Moreover, they were currently in the Xiao clan. Once this bastard left the vicinity of this courtyard, it would cause a commotion within the Xiao clan. At that time, the faction led by Xiao Jinghong and the rest would definitely use this as an excuse to pester them. At that time, even with the clan leader and first elder backing them, they would not be able to protect them. It is not that we are unable to deal with him. However, the energy within his body is far too great. In order for the pill transformation ring to completely control him, we must first suppress his intelligence. However, before that, we must first suppress his strength. Otherwise, we will not be able to control him. Xiaoyan shook his head when he heard this. The strength of this monster in front of him might be extraordinary, but from the way he saw it, it was ultimately a medicinal pill that had failed to be refined. Although it had undergone a mutation because of his actions today, the transforming pill ring still possessed a suppressive effect on it. This was something that could be seen from how he had successfully refined it into a medicinal pill earlier. The most troublesome thing was that the strength contained within this beast's body was far too great. Given Xiaoyan's current strength, he was unable to successfully subdue it within a short period of time by relying on the transforming pill ring. The only way was to use a violent method to forcefully suppress it until the transforming pill ring completely subdued its body. It was because of this that Xiaoyan had once again summoned the seriously injured Northern King. Since that is the case, you will temporarily stall him. I will suppress him later, and you will use the pill transformation ring to subdue his body. There was no time to think. Xiaoxian quickly instructed. Then, he flipped his palm and took out a few array discs from his storage ring. With a wave of his sleeve, several streams of light shot out and were arranged in various parts of the airspace. They completely sealed off the area where the three people and the monster were. With a thought, several dazzling golden lights instantly shot out from the array discs, and golden runes immediately spread out. The expression on Xiaoyan's face was slightly startled when he saw the skill. Soon after, he involuntarily let out a long sigh of relief. A smile surfaced on his face. He had nearly forgotten that this ancestor of his was a true formation master. With such a skill, it was likely not difficult to suppress this beast. Xiaoyan smiled confidently as he glanced at the Northern King. Soon after, he cast his gaze towards the monster at the center of the formation and laughed. Next, let me deal with you. Northern King, let's go. Xiaoyan's body moved. At the same time that the cry from his mouth sounded, an ice-cold cry was emitted from the throat of the Northern King. The two figures immediately turned into rays of light that swiftly charged toward the monster. Roar! A low roar suddenly resounded through the void. The monster seemed to have noticed the situation on the field. Its scarlet eyes uneasily swept across the array discs in the field. Its body shook violently, and its arms waved in unison. Its hands instantly squirmed strangely, and in the blink of an eye, they condensed into two slender sharp blades like awls. Its wide feet stomped heavily on the void, and its body shot out explosively. It waved its arms and slashed towards Xiaoyan, who was charging towards it. Clang! Xiaoyan raised the huge ruler high above his head, and then smashed it down heavily. Under the cover of the heavenly flame, the power of this blow was even more astonishing. However, the monster was not afraid at all. It waved its right arm and fiercely collided with the huge ruler. When the two collided, sparks flew. The huge ruler left a shallow dent on the cold awl. At the same time, the monster blocked the incomparably heavy ruler, and its other arm pierced forward, aiming straight for Xiaoyan's chest. Humph! Seeing this, Xiaoyan's face turned cold. He let out a cold snort, and a golden light immediately enveloped his body. His left hand quickly released the dark heavy ruler, and he clenched it tightly into a fist. Under the golden light, his body rapidly expanded, and the power that covered his left fist also rapidly increased. With Xiaoyan's current cultivation, he used the giant elephant technique again in the blink of an eye. This power was even greater than before. Bang! A punch was thrown. Not only did the huge fist explode the monster's left arm, even the remaining power smashed onto the monster's body. With this punch, it was violently sent flying. After the golden body disappeared, Xiaoyan looked at his completely red left hand, and the muscles at the corner of his eyes involuntarily twitched. The monster's body could be said to be extremely tough. With this punch, not only his palm, but even his entire arm felt numb. On the contrary, looking at that fellow, after receiving a complete punch from Xiaoyan, other than one of his arms being destroyed, his entire body appeared to be a little deformed compared to before. However, the thing that caused the most worry was that his left arm, which had been blasted apart, had actually once again grown out at this moment. As expected, as long as this bastard has enough energy, its destroyed body will continue to grow out. Seeing this scene, even with Xiaoyan's temperament, he could not help but feel a headache. This bastard was indeed frighteningly strong. If he was unable to completely suppress it, it was likely that it would become increasingly difficult to control in the future. He glanced at the eastern horizon, where the land was gradually turning white. The stars that filled the sky had already quietly disappeared. Once the sun had completely risen, the scene here would be unreservedly displayed under the light of day. At that time, they would no longer have the opportunity to refute. We can't go on like this. Xiaoyan's gaze swiftly swept over the formation that was still being formed around him. He knit his brows tightly and clenched his teeth. Currently, Xiaoyan's formation had yet to be formed, but there was not much time left. Additionally, this beast had a shocking recovery ability. If this continued, it would require a large amount of time to suppress this beast even if the formation was formed. It was likely that it would be too late. Just as this thought was lingering in Xiaoyan's heart, the monster on the other side once again let out a roar. Its left arm, which had been destroyed a moment ago, had actually recovered at this moment. It twisted its body and emitted a wave of sharp roars toward the spot where Xiaoyan was. Immediately, its entire body charged forward, appearing just like a rhinoceros as it violently charged toward Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan's expression grew increasingly grave as he stared intently at the charging monster. It was only when the distance between them was less than 10 feet that Xiaoyan finally made up his mind. With a wave of his hand, the North King's figure immediately charged forward. He tightly grasped the heavy Xian ruler with both hands, and with a thought, raging flames instantly enveloped it. Since I can't destroy you, I'll make sure you have no chance to recover. Torrential Genesis Chi continuously converged on the giant ruler, and a terrifying aura gradually spread from it. In the night, several gazes looked towards Xiaoyan. When they sensed the astonishing power contained within the giant ruler, astonishment involuntarily flashed across their eyes. 7-layer heaven-breaking ruler. Xiaoyan slowly spat out these words, and a trembling sound echoed across the world. It was as if the world itself was resonating with his words. The light of the array beneath his feet grew brighter and brighter. The surrounding pillars of light connected with each other and converged above the center of the array to form an even more complicated and huge rune. A terrifying and prosperous pressure gradually spread out. As the formation was about to be completed, the battle abruptly began. Boom! After a couple of exchanges, the Northern King's tough body was finally violently sent flying by this monster. This time around, the Northern King did not step forward. At the same time, the enormous ruler in Xiaoyan's hand, which was covered by a fierce flame, was suddenly swung. One ruler. The majestic ruler that seemed to want to split the heavens and the earth lay in between. Wherever it passed, the formless void collapsed. The light of the blazing flames lit up this part of the world. Dozens of eyes in the darkness in the distance also reflected a blazing light. Roar! The monster let out a furious roar. Both of its hands clenched together and strangely merged into one, forming a strangely shaped black broadsword. Surging energy gathered on it, and its powerful aura caused the space to tremble. Soon after, it slashed down with all its might, pouring down in torrents as if it could split the heavens and split the earth. Soon after, it collided violently with the shocking ruler. Bzzz, a trembling sound rang out, and the dazzling light disappeared in the blink of an eye. The collision on the field only lasted for an instant, and in the next moment, it turned into an earth-shattering wave of energy. With the point of collision as the center, it violently swept out. Formation, activate. At this moment, Xiaoyan suddenly let out a stern cry. Golden light suddenly appeared around the formation, and many golden light pillars connected with each other. A solid formation barrier was formed in the blink of an eye, blocking all the energy that was sweeping out. At the same time, the formation above the monster's head finally released an enormous golden light pillar under Xiaoyan's control. It enveloped the monster and sealed its surroundings. An extremely terrifying pressure also landed on the monster's head. With the suppression of this force, the beast's strength was reduced by more than half. Xiaoyan, it's up to you. Xiaoyan shouted at Xiaoyan. The latter nodded heavily, and his body moved. He held the giant ruler and entered the circular light formation. Next, as long as Xiaoyan could completely suppress the beast's strength and use the pill-transforming ring, he would be able to completely control the beast's body. Huff, Xiaoyan, who was in the formation, slowly exhaled. He lifted his eyes and stared at the roaring monster. Holding the giant ruler, his footsteps changed, and he instantly used the sky extinction step. His body appeared in front of the monster in the blink of an eye, and he waved the giant ruler in his hand with all his might, wildly bombarding the latter's body. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 feet. Break! A deep roar was emitted from Xiaoyan's throat. The veins on his forehead bulged, and his palms, which were tightly holding the giant ruler, were completely red. When the seventh ruler was swung, the shocking ruler glow not only broke the strange large blade, but also penetrated the monster's body. Bang! Even so, the latter still used his body to violently slam into Xiaoyan's chest. A mouthful of blood was immediately spat out. Xiaoyan's expression instantly turned pale. Without much hesitation, he saw the latter's severed arms grow once again as his body rapidly retreated. Without any hesitation, the Genesis Chi in Xiaoyan's body crazily surged out without any reservation. His retreating footsteps violently stepped on empty air, forcefully stabilizing his body. With a flip of his hand, he swung out a ruler. Flame-devouring wave. As the ruler glow flashed past, new wounds were added to the monster's wounds that had yet to heal, and it let out a painful howl. Xiaoyan didn't hold back at all. Holding the giant ruler in his hand, he endured the pain in his body and continuously swung the giant ruler in his hand. Flame-devouring wave. Flame-devouring wave. Flame-devouring wave. In an instant, Xiaoyan had executed 100 moves in a row. Every swing of the ruler accurately landed on the monster's wounds, giving it no chance to recover. Until a certain moment, Qi. An astonishing energy beam suddenly shot out from the monster's mouth, destroying the ruler glow in one fell swoop, and then charged towards Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan's expression changed drastically when he saw the scene. It was unexpected that this beast still had the ability to retaliate at this moment. His body swiftly withdrew as the light pillar shot out and penetrated the light pillar that covered the two of them. It ruthlessly penetrated a formation plate at a certain spot in front of Xiaoyan's and Xiaoxian's shocked eyes. Not good. With the formation disc destroyed, the terrifying pressure shrouding the monster's head was reduced by more than half, and its power immediately surged out again. The situation on the battlefield suddenly changed again. Roar. A furious roar suddenly sounded. A frightening energy once again surged out of the monster's body. From the distant horizon, a ray of morning sunlight shot over and shone on Xiaoyan's face, causing his heart to feel an icy cold chill. As expected, it's still too late. Xiaoyan indifferently said as he looked at the monster that was about to erupt again. However, in the next moment, Qi. A piercing sound rang out, and Bai Hua, who was in an extremely sorry state, once again charged into the sky. Under the surprised gazes of Xiaoyan and Xiaoyan, she fiercely hugged the monster's body, and a low roar with all her might immediately entered Xiaoyan's ears. Quick, transforming pill ring. Bai Hua. This scene that had suddenly appeared in the battleground also caused Xiaoyan to instantly raise all of his attention. His face was anxious as he stared at Bai Hua, who was currently tightly hugging the monster. He had never expected that Bai Hua would actually suddenly charge out at this moment. Quick! I can't imprison him for long. You must subdue him before that happens. With a desperate roar, a milky white glow suddenly gushed out from Bai Hua's body. At this moment, all the remaining energy in her body gushed out without any reservation, forming a large net that tightly bound the monster together. No matter how the monster struggled, it was unable to move at all. Bai Hua, Xiaoyan's face was dull, and his mind was completely blank. He had already lost the little fairy doctor, and now that he encountered such a situation, he did not know what to do. Bai Hua had risked her life to suppress the monster, so that it could stay in the Xiao clan. However, compared to the latter, Xiaoyan was more concerned about Bai Hua. Buzz buzz buzz, within the light array, the space distorted, and several invisible swords formed one after another, revolving around the monster's body. The sword aura that permeated from the swords continuously suppressed the terrifying energy that surged out from the monster's body. Xiaoxian's helpless voice was subsequently transmitted into Xiaoyan's ears. Xiaoyan, make your move. You should also understand that he will not let go unless he dies. You can't let his efforts go in vain. Huff, Xiaoyan's body trembled as he exhaled. Both of his eyes involuntarily turned red. He lifted his gaze and exchanged glances with Bai Hua, whose face was becoming increasingly pale. After which, he slowly closed his eyes, raised both of his hands and once again formed the same seal as before. The transforming pill ring subsequently appeared. Goodbye. The golden light of the great array gradually disappeared in the sky above the ruins. A ring of raging flames transformed into a ring of fire in the dilapidated space. It gradually shrank under the support of an enormous spiritual strength. Mysterious light intertwined on two figures, one white and one black, within the ring of fire. They were kneaded into a ball. Hum hum hum, waves of majestic energy churned unceasingly within the ball of light, attacking the outermost ring of fire in an attempt to break it. However, with Xiao Xian's intervention and Xiaoyan's all-out attack this time around, the energy was unable to escape regardless of how it struggled. After a couple of breaths, the two intertwining energies completely merged together. The enormous light cluster continued to shrink under the effect of the fire ring. Finally, it agglomerated into a strange medicinal pill that was the size of a dragon's eye and was half black and half white. The pill fell and was received into Xiaoyan's palm. A complicated expression surfaced on the latter's face. No one could have imagined that Bai Hua, who had been running around with him the day before, would end up in such a state at this moment. This unforeseen event was just like a bolt from the blue, making it difficult for anyone to accept. Fortunately, from the looks of the current situation of the pill, there seemed to be some leeway to turn things around. The pill transformation ring had gathered the two pills at the same time, forcefully merging them. The two medicinal effects within the pill would definitely merge into one after a long period of grinding. At that time, it would be the opportunity for Bai Hua's revival. As for what the outcome would be, it would all depend on the will of the heavens. The sun rose in the east. Resplendent light shone on Xiaoyan's face. At the same time, it also illuminated the ruins below, expelling all the darkness in this world. Xiaoyan blankly stared at everything in front of him. His eyes were dejected. Destruction, loss, injury, for a moment, various emotions surged in his heart. Many figures appeared in the distant pavilion. These fellows had already sensed the commotion here earlier. However, for some reason, they did not intervene. Among them, there were those from the Three Great Elders faction and also clan leader Xiao Yuhing's faction. However, regardless of which faction it was, they did not intervene. Xiaoyan's indifferent face slowly lifted when he sensed those gazes. His eyes were extremely cold as they swept across those figures. At this moment, these fellows no longer belonged to any faction to him. The so-called blood clan kinship was even more nonsense. Huff, Xiaoyan's body trembled as he exhaled. His body, which was standing in the air, suddenly relaxed and immediately fell down. Xiao Xian's expression changed slightly. Fortunately, Xiaoyan's body suddenly twisted the moment before he landed. Only then did he stabilize his body. Subsequently, he crossed his legs on the ground. Without fearing the gazes of those people, he consumed a few pills and began to refine them on the spot. Even with Xiao Xian's mental fortitude, he could not help but sigh softly when he saw this. His gaze swept across the courtyard below, which had almost turned into ruins. He paused for a moment. The instant he lifted his head, a sharp glint suddenly shot out from his pitch-black eyes and swept across the crowd of spectators in the distant pavilion. At the same time, a hurricane swept across the land. Astonishing sword chi soared into the sky. The incomparably sharp glint immediately caused the hearts of those people to be alarmed. They hurriedly withdrew their gazes, and various figures swiftly withdrew. Although Xiao Xian's cultivation was inferior to Yuan Zong's, the incomparably sharp and domineering sword chi from his body was enough to cause their expressions to change. Additionally, he had previously revealed his identity as a formation master. At this moment, few of these fellows dared to look him in the eye. After all, if the former attacked in a rage, it was likely that they would not be able to obtain any benefits. Xiao Xian withdrew his gaze after forcing back those spectators. With a thought, the domineering sword chi that had gathered above his head quietly dispersed. He looked at Xiaoyan below, and after a moment of hesitation, he turned around and flew towards the top of a large tree not far away. He stood quietly and did not disturb the ladder. Xianxia understood that Xiaoyan needed to be alone and calm at a time like this. Any slight external disturbance might not be able to calm him down, and might even have the opposite effect. Only in silence would his heart truly be calm, and his thoughts would gradually calm down. However, the thing that he did not expect was that this sitting of Xiaoyan's actually lasted for a couple of days. Clan leader Xiao Yuheng and another old man stood side by side in a pavilion in the distance. Their gazes pierced through countless gaps and directly witnessed everything that had happened. It was also because of these two that no one had intervened to stop the unforeseen event that occurred in the formation earlier. Haha, clan leader has concealed quite a lot. I did not expect Xiaoxian to actually be a rank 7 formation master. Such a status is not inferior to the three of us in the clan. Beside Xiao Yuheng, a slightly short and fat old man stroked his beard. A bright light flashed in his old eyes as he spoke with a smile. As the head of the cabinet, this old man's position in the clan could be said to be unreachable by many. Almost all matters of the clan had to go through his hands. However, he did not expect that Xiaoxian had been in the clan for a few years, but he did not notice the latter's status at all. Looking at Xiao Yuheng's calm expression, it was obvious that he had known about this long ago. Xiaogan, I did not intend to conceal this matter. It is just that Xiaoxian's status is rather special, and we cannot allow people with ulterior motives to know too much. Xiao Yuheng frowned slightly and shook his head as he slowly spoke. Clan leader, what do you mean? I, Xiaogan, was born for the great cause of the Xiao clan. For the clan, I can even give up my life. You actually say that I have ulterior motives? The moment these words were spoken, Xiaogan's expression instantly changed. Anger immediately surfaced on his originally smiling old face. Just as he was about to fly into a rage, Xiao Yuheng spoke again. Xiaogan. You have to know that this was not my intention. The clan is so big, and there will always be people with ulterior motives. In order to prevent others from spreading this matter, the fewer people who know about this matter, the better. Otherwise, it will definitely bring about a disaster. Xiao Yuheng clenched his teeth tightly, and his tone was rather solemn. He had already expected such a scene when Xiaoxian released the array disc earlier. Moreover, from now on, Xiaoxian's identity as a formation master could no longer be concealed. However, he did not know if anything else would happen during this period. Hearing this, Xiaogan was slightly startled at first. After carefully thinking about the meaning behind his words, his old eyes instantly narrowed, and he could not help but exclaim. You mean, this is old? Before his voice faded, Xiao Yuheng immediately gestured for him to keep quiet. He only nodded his head slightly. Under the latter's gaze, he slowly inhaled a breath of air and continued. Yesterday, I received news that the Northern Stone Clan was completely massacred overnight. All the members of the Stone Clan had their spiritual sources sucked dry and died in an abnormal manner. From now on, the Stone Clan no longer exists in this world. Hiss, actually, even the Stone Clan is gone. The one who did this is the Ghost Gate? Xiaogan's breathing suddenly paused, and shock involuntarily surged in his heart. A group of things that were neither human nor ghost immediately appeared in his mind. Based on his knowledge of the Ghost Gate, those fellows seemed to possess some special methods to harm spiritual strength. Now that such a thing had happened, the greatest possibility was naturally that they were the ones who did it. The Northern Stone Clan, also known as the Stone Clan, was a clan that had existed since ancient times. At its peak, it was comparable to the Xiao clan of ancient times. However, as time passed, the Stone Clan gradually withdrew from the stage of history and became what was now known as the Lost Clan. There were many other ancient clans in the central region that were similar to the Stone Clan. For example, the Gu clan, which was now one of the clans under the Ouyang clan, was once a lost clan of ancient times. It was only in order to protect the last bloodline of the clan that it submitted to others. It was not as unyielding as the Stone Clan, but perhaps it was because of this that it ended up in its current state. Sigh. I don't know. It is impossible to determine who the culprit is just based on the scene of the Stone Clan. However, we can confirm that the culprit is at least an 8-star source venerate. Otherwise, given the Stone Clan's foundation, even if they were no match for the culprit, they would not have ended up in such a miserable state. Could it be a Source Saint? Xiao Gan's expression changed drastically when he heard Xiao Yuhing's words. It was a little too exaggerated for a declining clan to be attacked by a Source Saint expert. I can't be sure, but it should be close. I don't know when it will be my Xiao clan's turn if this continues. Xiao Yuhing shook his head with a complicated expression. He knew the seriousness of this matter. For many years, the lost clans of various sizes in the central region had been destroyed one after another, and no one had found any clues about the culprit. The rapid development of this matter had caused the three great clans to panic. According to everyone's deduction, the main suspect in this matter naturally fell on Ghoul sect. The latter naturally did not care about this at all. They simply did not care about what the outside world thought of them. They still maintained their usual style, mercilessly slaughtering those opponents who intentionally provoked them. As time passed, the many factions in the middle region naturally did not dare to voice their anger towards the Ghost Gate. Everyone's subjective view of such matters naturally fell on the Ghost Gate. Following the unusual change of the medicinal pill back then, nearly 2 days had passed. During these 2 days, Xiaoyan's figure had been sitting cross-legged within the ruins with his eyes tightly shut. He appeared just like an old monk meditating. His aura had already completely recovered with the help of the medicinal pill. His face was completely calm and one could not see any abnormality. Xiao Xian was a little helpless in the face of this. All he could do was patiently wait for Xiao Yan to wake up. Before Xiao Yan woke up, the nearby area had been sealed with the help of a formation. No one was allowed to approach. Hence, even some of the busybodies within the Xiao clan could only bitterly withdraw their thoughts and observe the situation within the formation from a distance. Will he be all right? Lian frowned at the top of the half-collapsed building within the formation. Her beautiful eyes were filled with worry as she stared at Xiao Yan, who was seated with his eyes closed, in the ruins below. Her hand unconsciously grasped a strand of hair as she asked hesitantly. Xiao Xian slowly shook his head when he heard this. Given the current situation, no one can determine what is going on in his heart. We can only pray that he doesn't fall too deeply into it. Ever since the death of the little fairy doctor and now that Bai Hua was seriously injured, the few relatives and friends that Xiao Yan had on this foreign continent were currently leaving him one by one. The emotions that he had to bear during this process could be said to be incomparably heavy. It was impossible for him to be completely unconcerned. However, at the very least, Xiao Yan did not completely lose his reasoning even under such circumstances. Otherwise, the current situation would likely cause others to be even more worried. Lian Er's pretty eyes looked at the skinny figure below. The back of her teeth bit her lower red lip. Although she did not have a deep understanding of Xiao Yan, she had heard of many things from his teacher, the little fairy doctor. She was also clearly aware of the special relationship between the two of them, which was neither close nor distant. Now that the former was no longer around and Xiao Yan had once again encountered such an unexpected change, she naturally could not bear it. Go if you want to. It's good that someone is by his side. Don't disturb him. Xiao Xian gently smiled when he saw the young lady's wish. His hand gently rubbed the young lady's head as he softly reminded her. The young lady's heart immediately rejoiced when she heard this. Her eyes were filled with gratitude as she nodded at Xiao Xian. Her delicate body moved and leaped down from the top of the building. After which, her delicate body gently landed on a flat ground not far from Xiao Yan. Her gaze was a little nervous as she slowly approached Xiao Yan. When she arrived in front of him, she finally sighed in relief when she saw that the latter did not make any unusual movements. Boom! However, in the next instant, before Lian Er could do anything else, the enormous formation that enveloped the entire courtyard suddenly trembled violently. At the same time, the expressions of Xiao Xian and Lian Er, who were within the formation, changed. Their gazes landed on the origin of the sound in the blink of an eye. At the same time, a cracking sound was gradually emitted from the formation barrier. Xiao Yan! Come out! Outside the formation barrier that was on the verge of shattering, Zhao Jin placed one hand on the light barrier while his other hand was raised high. Without waiting for anyone to advise him, he suddenly threw a heavy punch downwards. With a bang, the huge formation that enveloped the courtyard exploded with a bang. Zhao Jin's cold gaze immediately swept towards Xiaoyan, who was seated in the middle of the courtyard, after the formation shattered. He coldly snorted and strode towards the ladder. His icy voice was once again emitted. Xiaoyan, you actually dare to not stand up to welcome an inner sect elder who has personally come. Stop right there. At this moment, an air-splitting sound suddenly appeared in the sky. Soon after, Xiao Xian's figure took the lead to block Zhao Jin. Lian quickly rushed over from beside him. The expression on her pretty face immediately became grave. She naturally recognized Zhao Jin and was well aware of how terrifying the latter was. A bad premonition rose in the young lady's heart the moment she saw him. Xiao Xian frowned as he looked at the person in front of him. Compared to Lian, he was naturally more aware of Zhao Jin's strength and character. Since this fellow dared to act so overbearingly in the Xiao clan today, it was likely that he had come prepared. You are Xiao Xian? Even with Zhao Jin's strength, he could not help but be a little surprised as he looked at the figure in front of him who was as tall as a sword. Although this person's cultivation was not as high as Origin Zong's, his aura was even inferior to an Origin Venerate like him. It was truly shocking. Leave the courtyard. Since he knew that Zhao Jin had come with ill intentions, Xiao Xian naturally did not show any unnecessary courtesy. His straightforward words had already expressed his attitude. At the same time, an invisible hurricane suddenly condensed in the sky above his head. In the blink of an eye, it turned into an unparalleled sword qi that roared between heaven and earth, causing the expressions of everyone present to change. In recent years, I often heard that there was a person called Xiao Xian in the clan, but unfortunately, I never had the chance to see him. Now that I have seen him today, he is indeed only a peak Origin Emperor. Zhao Jin's gaze swept over the sword qi above Xiao Xian's head in an undetectable manner as he sneered. Although the person in front of him had an extraordinary aura, he was ultimately just an Origin Emperor. There was no need to take him to heart. As soon as Zhao Jin's words left his mouth, anger immediately surfaced on Lian's pretty face. Xiao Xian, on the other hand, did not care at all. He pulled the girl behind him and said, "Leave the courtyard yourself, or I will chase you out." Haha, there are very few people who have your courage. However, the one who wants to see Xiaoyan today is not me, but a cabinet elder. Zhao Jin laughed heartily. Soon after, he unhurriedly stepped aside. At the same time, the crowd that had gathered behind him swiftly scattered like flowing water. Everyone's eyes swiftly gathered together. Immediately, a couple of exclamations were emitted from the arena. Xiao Xian's gaze followed the crowd. An old man with a slightly gloomy expression and shriveled lips slowly walked over from the crowd. Everyone who saw this old man revealed a respectful expression. Even Zhao Jin, who was still arrogant a moment ago, revealed a humble smile at this moment. This person was the head of the 3 cabinet elders of the Xiao clan. He was also the person who had the highest voice in the entire Xiao clan against Xiao Yan and his grandson staying behind, Xiao Dingtian. Elder. Seeing this person, even with Xiao Xian's temperament, he still bowed to him. With this person's status, everyone in the clan, except for the clan leader, could be said to be a person who could cover the sky with one hand. Even though they did not have a harmonious relationship, they had to treat him with respect due to the rules and etiquette. Xiao Xian, bring Xiao Yan to see this old man. Ignoring Xiao Xian's attitude, Xiao Dingtian ordered indifferently. However, his words were filled with an inviolable meaning. Among the crowd, Xiao Xian was currently facing Xiao Dingtian. When the latter's words sounded, even with Xiao Xian's mental state, he couldn't help but frown slightly. I'm sorry, I can't. Xiao Dingtian lifted his eyelids and stared at Xiao Xian. His tone was filled with displeasure. After a few breaths, he spoke again in an indifferent tone. Zhao Jin, bring him over. Yes. Zhao Jin replied and nodded. His eyes quickly landed on Xiao Xian as he parted his mouth into a cold smile. His body moved, and in the blink of an eye, he transformed into a ray of light that rushed toward Xiao Yan on the ruins behind. Almost at the same time, Xiao Xian, who was already prepared, suddenly flashed. While his figure rapidly chased, he quickly formed a seal with his hand. Soon after, a few consecutive sounds of breaking through the air resounded. At this moment, several golden light arrays immediately soared into the sky within a few hundred feet of Xiao Yan. They connected with each other and formed a huge array barrier in the blink of an eye, enveloping Xiaoyan within it. Bang! Zhao Jin's body suddenly arrived the moment the formation was formed. His fist violently smashed against it. However, a muffled bang sounded and the huge formation barrier trembled slightly. However, there was not much change. Compared to the huge light barrier from before, this one was undoubtedly much stronger. Not only was it able to block Zhao Jin's attack, but the force that rebounded from it also forced Zhao Jin to take a couple of steps back. He is indeed an array master. Strange, in the distance, Xiaodingtian's indifferent eyes revealed a rare look of astonishment when he saw this scene. Even he had only recently found out that Xiao Xian was an array master. Now that he saw it today, it was indeed so. At the same time, he didn't expect the clan leader to be able to hide this matter for so long that even he didn't notice it. Damn it, this guy is actually an array master? Looking at the strength of this array, it should be at grade 7. This old thing actually didn't tell me in advance. At the same time, Zhao Jin, who had personally experienced the formation, could not help but reveal a shocked expression on his face. He could not help but curse in his heart. He forcefully clenched his slightly numb hand. Just as he was about to retreat, he suddenly heard a whistling sound coming from beside his ear. His body quickly turned, and an incomparably sharp sword aura brushed past him, leaving a pitch-black crack in the void. When he stopped, Zhao Jin quickly glanced at the tear on his clothes on his chest, and a huge wave immediately set off in his heart. What a fast sword! A mere peak origin monarch was actually able to use the flying sword in his hand to tear the clothes of an origin venerate expert. This power was heaven-defying. I can't be careless. Zhao Jin quickly glanced at Xiao Xian, who was flying over, and was about to dodge when he suddenly noticed Xiaodingtian's impatient gaze. Zhao Jin's heart trembled, and he had no choice but to quickly avoid the sword lights that were constantly shooting over. He gritted his teeth, and his figure flashed, arriving in front of the array again. With a thought, mighty Genesis Chi immediately gushed out from his body. His body shook, and the mighty Genesis Chi suddenly swept out, shattering the several sword lights shooting over. At the same time, Genesis Chi condensed between his two palms and slammed into the array. Boom! This time, the formation shook violently under Zhao Jin's fierce bombardment. An invisible wave swept out along with the shaking of the formation, peeling off another layer of the ground that was already shattered. Seeing that the attack was effective, Zhao Jin's eyes lit up, and he slammed his palm down again. It was also at this moment that Xiao Xian's figure rapidly flashed, and he closed his two fingers together to form a sword. Wrapped in unparalleled sword chi, the sword shot straight towards Zhao Jin. Feeling the terrifying sword chi contained in the sword, even someone of Zhao Jin's strength couldn't help but shudder. He had no choice but to retract his palm that should have slammed down. With a flick of his sleeve, similarly wrapped in Genesis Chi, he blocked the sword attack like steel. Humph! A mere origin monarch dares to be impudent in front of me. Get lost. After being intercepted several times by an origin monarch, Zhao Jin's expression turned somewhat ugly. His face darkened, and his steel-like sleeve suddenly jerked. Boundless Genesis Chi leaked out and forced Xiao Xian 100 steps back. Almost at the same time, the sleeve wrapped in Genesis Chi unexpectedly burst apart, losing its support and turning into large pieces. It was then shattered into nothingness by the Genesis Chi. Zhao Jin's eyes abruptly widened. He couldn't imagine that Xiao Xian's sword was so powerful, but he couldn't care less. He turned his head, and Genesis Chi rapidly gathered again. In an instant, he repeatedly slammed his palm into the array. Bang 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 bang, the continuous barrage of attacks caused the entire array to tremble even more intensely. Ripples visible to the naked eye continuously swept out from where Zhao Jincheng had struck. No matter how strong the array was, it was ultimately unable to withstand the full power of a source venerate. If this continued, it would not be able to last for long. Clan leader, why don't I take action? If this continues and that bastard awakens Xiao Yan, I'm afraid this matter won't be resolved. In a certain pavilion outside the array, clan leader Xiao Yuheng and third elder Xiao Mingyuan stood there. The latter couldn't help but frown when he saw that the situation was getting worse. They knew that what had happened a few days ago must have dealt a blow to Xiao Yan's heart. Moreover, the Xiao clan didn't care about that matter, which would deepen Xiaoyan's already bad opinion of the Xiao clan. Now that Zhao Jin had attacked him in public, the situation would be irreversible if he was injured. Xiao Yuheng drew a deep breath. He stared at Xiao Xian and said in a low voice, "Let's wait a little longer. I believe he hasn't used his full strength yet." Even if Zhao Jin was angry, Xiao Xian still hadn't used a single Do skill. He had only used his sword Qi to block Zhao Jin's attack. Xiao Yuheng firmly believed that Xiao Xian would be able to display his true strength for Xiao Yan. He believed that Xiao Xian would be able to display even more extraordinary strength than his battle with Xiao Feng. As expected, Xiao Xian finally clenched his teeth and slowly closed his eyes when he saw that the array was nearing its limit under Zhao Jin's continuous attacks. The Genesis Qi in his body gushed out without reservation, and a terrifying aura that looked down on the world rapidly spread from his body. Xiao Xian slowly exhaled and clenched his fist in the air in front of him. A stream of wind rapidly condensed and turned into an invisible sword. In the void around his body, an invisible curtain formed and a fierce hurricane frantically spun around his body. All of a sudden, the space between the heavens and the earth began to distort. Streaks of invisible sword Qi shot out and quickly gathered within the invisible longsword. The piercing cold aura caused many people present to be wary and fearful of it. Xiao Dingtian narrowed his eyes and stared intently at the invisible sword in Xiao Xian's hand. The Genesis Qi in his body quietly circulated. Zhao Jin was still bombarding the great array in front of him with all his might. Just a little more and the great array would shatter. At that time, Xiao Yan would have nowhere to hide. However, at this moment, Xiao Xian's indifferent voice suddenly sounded. "If you dare to break the array, I will kill you." Crack! Zhao Jin's palm once again smashed onto the intensely shaking light formation in front of him after Xiao Xian's words sounded. Following a clear cracking sound, the atmosphere in the arena suddenly froze. The solid formation barrier broke with the sound. At this moment, Xiao Xian's face had finally turned from a calm to an extremely cold expression. The invisible longsword in his hand trembled slightly. Immediately, two frightening sword Qi surged out from the tip of the sword. The space beside him was instantly cut apart. Even the floating clouds in the sky were cut into two like duckweed in water. Even with Zhao Jin's cultivation, his expression could not help but change when he sensed the frightening aspect of the sword Qi. His heart was quietly shocked. Was such a shocking sword Qi really something that a mere peak origin emperor could achieve? It was simply unbelievable. Now that the formation has been broken, it is useless to say anything else. Since you want to kill me, this venerable self wants to see just what is so special about an unknown peak origin emperor like you. Even though Zhao Jin was shocked when he learned of Xiao Xian's identity as a formation master, Zhao Jin was completely confident that he could win if they were to fight using Do techniques. Without the support of the formation, Xiao Xian was merely an origin emperor in his eyes. Xiao Xian acted as though he did not hear Zhao Jin's provocative words. He slowly raised the invisible longsword in his hand. His icy cold gaze penetrated through the empty space and landed on Zhao Jin's body. After which, he opened his mouth with a pause between each word. One sword. The world trembled when these words left his mouth. There seemed to be a Sanskrit sound reverberating through the air, shaking everyone's hearts until they felt a chill. Even their hearts seemed to be moving along with that trembling sound. The members of the Xiao clan around the arena were all looking at the human figure floating in the air with frightened expressions. At this moment, no one dared to judge the latter based on his cultivation. At this moment, who would dare to look directly at the person who usually mocked his cultivation? At this moment, the pair of icy black eyes did not contain the slightest emotion. There was only an abyss-like dark black depth that seemed to be able to swallow one's heart. Another generation. The moment Xiao Xian's voice faded, his figure abruptly disappeared from the void. Almost at the same time, Zhao Jin's expression turned grave. As he rapidly retreated, the Genesis Qi in his body rapidly gathered between his palms. He then flipped his hands and blasted them forward. Freezing sky palm. Buzz. An astonishing energy hurricane suddenly swept out, and the already shattered array barrier burst open with a bang, turning into countless fragments before dissipating. Flying dust rose up, forming a dust fog that spread out and blocked everyone's line of sight. Only Xiao Dingtian, who was in the distance, had a slightly serious expression on his face, and he couldn't help but be somewhat surprised. The energy hurricane quickly swept out, and two figures retreated from the flying dust. Everyone looked over and saw that it was Xiaoxian and Zhao Jin. However, at this moment, the auras of the two people were the same as before. The sword chi and icy force in their palms had also gradually dissipated. It was impossible to tell that they had fought. The commotion at this moment was naturally not caused by them. Noticing this, everyone couldn't help but be a little surprised. If it wasn't them, then who could it be? At this moment, the two people on the field looked at the center of the energy storm at the same time. Both of them had different expressions on their faces. Soon, when the flying dust dispersed, everyone's gaze followed the two people's gazes and was abruptly taken aback. At the center of the energy storm, there was a person sitting cross-legged. That person was Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan, you're finally awake. Zhao Jin's expression immediately turned cold when he saw Xiaoyan, while the coldness in Xiaoxian's eyes quickly faded. His tensed nerves finally relaxed. Soon after, he seemed to have discovered something, and his gaze focused slightly on the former. Although Xiaoyan's appearance didn't seem any different from before, Xiaoxian's shocking spiritual perception allowed him to clearly sense that the aura that emanated from Xiaoyan's body was swiftly becoming stronger. At the same time, strands of natural energy uncontrollably gathered above his head. They were gradually forming an energy whirlpool at a speed visible to the naked eye. From the looks of it, it was a sign that his cultivation was about to break through. He's actually about to break through. Zhao Jin knit his brows and muttered when he saw this. His eyes narrowed as he stared at Xiaoyan, who was seated cross-legged in the arena. He turned his gaze and looked at Xiao Dingtian a short distance away. At this moment, the latter was similarly staring intently at Xiaoyan with his old eyes. He frowned slightly, appearing to be thinking about something. Therefore, he did not sense the gaze that the former shot over. The surrounding onlookers also had faces of surprise as they watched Xiaoyan in the arena. Although most of them did not think well of Xiaoyan, he had only entered the clan for less than a month and his cultivation was about to break through. Once this news was spread, it would definitely cause many people to look at him in a different light. At that time, those people who usually had hostile gazes towards Xiaoyan would naturally have to reconsider. However, right at this moment, swoosh. A sharp sound of rushing air suddenly sounded. In front of everyone's surprised eyes, Zhao Jin's body suddenly charged forward. His body was as fast as lightning as he directly faced Xiaoyan in the arena. Xiaoyan's expression changed. He knew that this matter would definitely benefit Xiaoyan. However, his purpose of entering the Xiao clan this time was to chase Xiaoyan out and raise the status of the Zhao clan in the Xiao clan. At this moment, he absolutely couldn't allow any accidents to happen. The sudden scene didn't only cause Xiaoxian's expression to change drastically, even Xiao Dingtian, who was standing far away, couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. Idiot! What are you doing? Xiao Dingtian roared furiously. Although he had the intention to stop Zhao Jin had suddenly attacked and was already close to Xiaoyan. Even Xiao Dingtian wouldn't be able to stop him in time. As for Xiaoxian, it was even more impossible. Looking at Zhao Jin, who was about to attack Xiaoyan, the fury in Xiao Dingtian's heart burned even more. For his own selfish reasons, Zhao Jin had openly attacked Xiaoyan, who was about to break through, in front of everyone. Not only did Zhao Jin not care about Xiao Dingtian's reputation, but he had also disregarded everyone in the Xiao clan. Even if Xiaoyan wasn't a direct descendant, even if he wasn't liked by others, no matter what, Xiaoyan was still a member of the Xiao clan. How could he allow others to taint his blood? Zhao Jin's current actions were simply foolish to the extreme. Hearing this, Zhao Jin wasn't afraid at all. He let out a sinister laugh and looked at Xiaoyan, who was less than 10 feet away from him. He raised his head and shouted. Although Xiaoyan is a member of the Xiao clan, he has secretly colluded with the Ouyang clan and has ill intentions. Zhao Jin's actions are also to eliminate evil for our Xiao clan, elder. Zhao Jin's roar was like a command from the bottom of his heart. At the same time, Zhao Jin unhesitatingly slammed his palm down on Xiaoyan's head. If this attack struck, even if Xiaoyan did not die, he would become an idiot in an instant. The energy of the universe was still frantically gathering above Xiaoyan's head. His cheeks unknowingly swelled as the Genesis chi in his body began to circulate. Although he was currently in the midst of a breakthrough, he was not completely unaware of the outside world. In the face of Zhao Jin's ruthless actions, he had no choice but to face it head-on even if it meant damaging his cultivation. Scram! You've caused my Zhao clan to exhaust all of its wealth. Today, not only will I expel you, I will also take back what we've lost. Zhao Jin looked down at Xiaoyan, who was in front of him from top to bottom. A biting cold air swiftly agglomerated in his palm. With a savage smile on his face, it suddenly fell. Boom! In an instant, a low and deep explosion sound suddenly resounded. Immediately, a circular shocking energy ripple suddenly spread apart. Along the way, the ground once again crumbled. After which, it transformed into a thick layer of dust. Half of the building that was already on the verge of collapse finally collapsed with a loud bang under this attack. Many people in the vicinity were shocked by the scene. Zhao Jin was a Genesis Venerate expert after all. If he could create such a huge commotion with just a simple move, how terrifying would it be if he really fought? Dust flew. Soon after, another low and deep collision sound appeared. A human figure swiftly flew out from the point of collision. His feet continuously took 100 steps in the air before he managed to stabilize his body. Raising his head to take a look, this person was undoubtedly Zhao Jin. A cool breeze blew over, scattering the dust in the air to reveal an old man. Behind him, Xiaoyan was still endlessly absorbing the energy of the universe. His aura had already reached the level of a 3-star origin ancestor. It would only take a few moments for his aura to completely stabilize before he would truly break through. Zhao Jin, the clan has always been lenient towards you because you've always been strict in your work. However, I didn't expect you to be so unscrupulous and shameless as to openly attack a member of the Xiao clan. Are you challenging the dignity of the Xiao clan? Xiao Mingyuan glanced at Xiaoyan behind him, who was not affected. Only then did he turn his head around. His face was ice cold as he stared at Zhao Jin in the distance and scolded in a deep voice. Zhao Jin's face immediately turned ashen. He did not expect Xiao Mingyuan to suddenly appear at such a crucial moment. Xiao Mingyuan's sharp words were directly aimed at his heart, bringing out the entire Zhao clan. Sure enough, the eyes of the surrounding members of the Xiao clan involuntarily landed on Zhao Jin after Xiao Mingyuan's words sounded. Many of them had more or less received the disdain from Zhao Jin. Some of them had even been in deep trouble because of Zhao Jin. Now that Xiao Mingyuan had spoken, the enmity that was hidden deep in their hearts could not be hidden and was revealed. Seeing this, Zhao Jin's heart could not help but shudder. His eyes flickered, and he hurriedly shouted, "Third Elder, you're wrong. The Zhao clan's loyalty to the Xiao clan can be witnessed by heaven and earth. I'm only doing this because I don't want the clan to be deceived for nothing." Xiao Mingyuan's face darkened, and the people present could not help but sneer when they heard this. Zhao Jin, however, did not care. He rolled his eyes and continued to shout, "The day before yesterday, Xiaoyan secretly left the clan and met with the heir of the Ouyang clan, Xiaoyan, in Shuyang City. I accidentally bumped into him. Although I tried my best to persuade him, not only did he not listen, he even ordered Fan Jian, a subordinate of the Ouyang clan, to attack me. I was no match for him, so I retreated. If Third Elder does not believe me, you can ask young Master Xiao Tian. Young Master was also present at that time, and he can be a witness." After speaking, Zhao Jin looked at Xiao Mingyuan with an innocent face and said sternly, "I know that Third Elder has a good relationship with Xiaoyan, but I hope that Third Elder will not be biased when it comes to the clan's matters." As soon as these words came out, the discussion in the hall immediately became much quieter. Many people turned to look at Xiaoyan, who was still sitting cross-legged. If this was the case, then there was nothing wrong with Zhao Jin's actions today. Moreover, Xiaoyan had just entered the Xiao clan for less than a month. Where did he get to know the heir of the Ouyang clan? Secretly meeting him was even more taboo. Once it was confirmed, even if Xiaoyan had great ability, it would be difficult for him to stay in the Xiao clan. Thinking of this, Xiao Mingyuan's heart sank. He naturally understood the deep meaning of Zhao Jin's actions, but since he had brought out a witness, it meant that there were more than one person who knew about this matter. This matter must be true. Then Xiaoyan, you're lying. We just happened to meet the heir of the Ouyang clan, so. That's why he ordered Fan Jian to attack me, so everything I said is true. Beside Xiaoxian, Lian Er's face was filled with anger. However, before she could finish speaking, Zhao Jin's strong words caused the surrounding people to believe Zhao Jin's words even more. After all, even the person beside Xiao Yan had admitted it, so why would Zhao Jin need to lie? Immediately, the people of the Xiao clan began to discuss again. The topic shifted from Zhao Jin to Xiao Yan's group. Xiao Xian frowned. Even though he knew the ins and outs of this matter, it was difficult for two fists to fight against four hands. Now that the situation was set, if he said anything more, it would only add fuel to the fire and add more trouble. However, at this moment, a cold laugh suddenly sounded. Hee, Patriarch Zhao really has a glib tongue. Not only did you distort the facts with just a few words, but you also pushed all the blame onto me. You really have the demeanor of a powerhouse. As soon as the voice sounded, everyone immediately looked over. Xiao Xian and Xiao Mingyuan could not help but let out a sigh of relief as a smile reappeared on their faces. Although the situation was still under Zhao Jin's control, they immediately felt much more relaxed when Xiao Yan spoke, as if all the troubles would be easily solved. In fact, it was indeed so. Haha, you've made a breakthrough? Xiao Mingyuan smiled as he looked at Xiao Yan, who had a calm expression on his face. He sized Xiao Yan up and nodded with a smile. Yes, thank you, third elder. Xiao Yan nodded and said. Haha, I didn't expect you to have a breakthrough in your cultivation after coming back for less than a month. Looks like you're determined to win the clan gathering in a few months. Xiao Mingyuan laughed loudly as though he had already forgotten what Zhao Jin had said a moment ago. Zhao Jin pursed his lips and smiled when he heard it. He let out a sigh and his expression suddenly turned cold as he said in an indifferent tone, of course. Bai Hua risked her life for me. Of course, I have to give the Xiao clan a surprise. As soon as the words came out, Xiao Mingyuan's face suddenly froze. Under everyone's gazes, Xiao Yan's expression was calm as he slowly swept his gaze across the entire place. Amidst the various gazes and discussions, his gaze landed on Zhao Jin, who was also staring at him. Humph, Xiao Yan, since things have already developed to this stage, it is useless for you to quibble. You betrayed the clan and colluded with outsiders to commit such a heinous act. Today, I will reveal your true colors. Zhao Jin's eyes involuntarily flashed when he saw Xiao Yan's gaze shooting over. He opened his mouth slightly before he lifted his head and shouted with a righteous expression. You. On the other side, the anger on Lian Er's pretty face grew. Just as she was about to speak, she was stopped by Xiao Xian. Xiao Xian waved his hand at Xiao Yan, indicating for the latter to be at ease. Only then did the young lady withdraw her hand with a furious expression. Noisy. Xiao Yan merely glanced indifferently at Zhao Jin's deafening shout and laughed softly. The disdainful words from his mouth caused Zhao Jin's face to immediately darken. However, the former seemed to have not discovered it and ignored it. He lifted his foot and walked straight towards Xiao Xian and Lian Er. I have made the two of you worry for the past few days. Xiao Yan gave Xiao Xian a relaxed smile after arriving in front of him. The calmness in his smile caused the last thread of worry in Xiao Xian's heart to disappear. Lian Er by the side also pursed her red lips. A lovely smile surfaced on her exquisite pretty face. Soon after, she frowned and acted evil. She stared at Zhao Jin in the distance and spoke with a vicious face. That Zhao Jin is really rude. I have to teach him a lesson later. Hearing this, Xiao Yan gently nodded his head and smiled at the young lady. Don't worry, I definitely will. Be careful. That fellow even invited Xiao Ding Tian over. It can be seen that he must have come prepared. I'm afraid that he intends to fight it out with you. Once he grasps the opportunity, we will have no choice but to lead the Xiao clan. Xiao Xian used his eyes to indicate Xiao Yan to the crowd in the distance. Xiao Ding Tian was standing there. When the latter discovered that the grandfather and grandson's gazes had shot over, he also narrowed his eyes and stared at the two of them. So he is Xiao Ding Tian, the leader of the 3 inner pavilions. He is also the person with the highest voice against us staying in the Xiao clan. Xiao Yan stared intently at the elderly figure as an icy glint flashed across the depths of his eyes. At the end of the day, wasn't all the trouble they had encountered recently because of him? Third elder, since this matter has come to a conclusion, can we convict this fellow? Colluding with an outsider is a crime of betrayal. According to the rules of the clan, we should destroy his cultivation and chase him out of the clan. At this moment, Zhao Jingran's voice once again sounded. Only then did Xiaoyan unhurriedly turn his gaze to the latter. He eyed Zhao Jingran's appearance of a vile person intoxicated with success. A layer of icy cold killing intent gradually surfaced in Xiaoyan's dark black eyes. He originally didn't want to be enemies with Zhao Jin. However, Zhao Jin had repeatedly targeted them in an overbearing manner. He was simply going too far. Xiao Mingyuan couldn't help but frown when he heard this. His face was a little ugly. Zhao Jin's actions were to use his mouth to convict Xiaoyan of the crime. Such actions could be said to be heart-wrenching. It was a pity that although this method was ruthless, Xiao Mingyuan couldn't do it. Although he didn't have a deep relationship with Xiaoyan, he could tell that Xiaoyan was unwilling to be under others. He could believe that Xiaoyan had a desire in his heart. However, it was impossible for Xiaoyan to have a disloyal heart and forsake his loyalty. Not to mention anything else, even if Xiaoyan was sincerely willing to return to the clan, Xiaoyan would never do such a disdainful thing. However, the most important thing now wasn't how he viewed Xiaoyan. Instead, it was the increasing number of Xiao clan members that had gathered around. These people had already believed Xiaoyan's actions after Zhao Jin's words. As long as they didn't shut their mouths, even the clan leader wouldn't be able to solve the problem. Humph, to think that the clan leader gave this brat the treatment of a prince when he just entered the clan. I didn't expect him to be a lackey of the Ouyang clan. No wonder he made a breakthrough in his cultivation so quickly. It seems like he got a lot of benefits from the Ouyang clan this time around. What's the point of keeping this kind of scum alive? It's better to just cripple his cultivation and chase him out. Let him fend for himself. It's better to just kill him so that he won't ruin the reputation of the Xiao clan after he leaves. Sure enough, as the number of people gathered around increased, the discussion in the stadium gradually became noisy. Various soft curses were continuously emitted. Some of the people, who were still holding envious gazes toward Xiaoyan's breakthrough a moment ago, now had faces filled with disdain as they ridiculed him. At the same time, the cold smile that was filled with ridicule on Zhao Jin's face also became denser. Many times, the pressure one faced was naturally different due to one's position. This was especially so in a super force that was formed by clans. Even if one was innocent, one was destined to be deeply immersed in the heated discussion until one went crazy. As the saying goes, gossip is a fearful thing. However, even so, Xiaoyan's face was still calm when he was faced with the hostile gazes of tens of thousands of people. He had experienced too many things like this, and he no longer took it to heart. Moreover, the so-called same origin was extremely laughable in his opinion. Although the Xiao clan before him was powerful, it could not even be compared to the Xiao clan in Wutan City in a certain aspect. Xiaoyan slowly lifted his gaze and swept across the surrounding crowd that was filled with various gazes. His cold gaze caused those people to shrink back in fear when they came into contact with his gaze. When Xiaoyan saw this, he couldn't help but sneer. His gaze then landed on Zhao Jin. The two of them looked at each other from a distance and narrowed their eyes. After a long while, they laughed out loud in unison. In front of the crowd in the distance, Xiaoding Tian looked at Xiaoyan's face that didn't have any warmth. A faint chill rose in his heart. This young man seemed to be different from the rest. Ha 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 ha, Elder Xiaoding Tian, this junior has a matter to ask. Is it possible? While Xiaoyan and Zhao Jin were laughing, the former suddenly opened his mouth and even directly called out Xiaoding Tian's name. This caused many people to be shocked. What kind of status did Xiaoding Tian have in the Xiao clan? Usually, even the clan leader had to politely greet him. However, this Xiaoyan in front of them, speak. What is it? Xiaoding Tian narrowed his old eyes. He was used to being respected by others. At this moment, even he was a little surprised by Xiaoyan's sudden action. Although he was also dissatisfied, he was more curious about Xiaoyan's strange words. Xiaoyan looked at Zhao Jin. The ridicule that was emitted from his eyes suddenly caused Zhao Jin's heart to leap abruptly. The smile on his face was immediately withdrawn. If this junior remembers correctly, there seems to be a rule in the Xiao clan. Unless there is a war, no one in the Xiao clan is allowed to attack the two great clans and their subordinate factions without permission. Those who violate this rule will be punished severely. Am I right? When his voice sounded, Xiaoyan's gaze also landed on Zhao Jin. When the two of them looked at each other, Zhao Jin's face turned ashen. His heart was incomparably shocked. On the stage, Zhao Jin's face turned ashen when he heard Xiaoyan's words. He stared wide-eyed at Xiaoyan, his eyes filled with disbelief. He was not a fool. Since the former was able to utter such words, it was obvious that he knew something. Zhao Jin's and Xiaoyan's hearts were incomparably clear about this matter. Outside the arena, Xiaoding Tian couldn't help but frown when he saw the extremely ugly expression on Zhao Jin's face. He pondered for a long time and seemed to have vaguely understood something. However, he didn't say anything in the end. On the other hand, some of the surrounding Xiao clan members recalled this clan rule after some recollections in their minds. Suspicious gazes were shot over one after another. That's right. There is indeed such a rule in the Xiao clan's rules. Its purpose is to prevent other factions from manipulating the three great clans and deliberately provoking a fight between the three great clans. Xiao Mingyuan slowly stepped forward and spoke in a calm voice under everyone's respectful gazes. Although his voice wasn't loud, it reverberated across the sky under the influence of Genesis Qi and rang in the ears of every Xiao clan member present. What are you trying to say? Xiaoding Tian frowned. His old eyes stared intently at Xiaoyan as he asked in a deep voice. Xiaoyan wasn't in a hurry to answer. Instead, he sneered and glanced at Zhao Jin. When he saw the latter's uneasy expression, he couldn't help but snort. A month ago, when I was passing through the Ouyang clan's territory, I encountered a battle. The two sides were the subordinates of Liang City's Zhao clan and Ouyang clan. Uproar. Every Xiao clan member's gaze immediately gathered on Zhao Jin. The Xiao clan's rules clearly stated that they couldn't lightly offend the other two great clans. The Zhao clan's action was openly flouting the clan's rules and was suspected of challenging their authority. How dare you? Zhao Jin, over the years, the entire Xiao clan has tolerated you acting on your own and violating the clan's rules for a long time. From the time your Zhao clan took over Liang City, took charge of the Spirit Stone Mine, and became a nominal elder, the clan has withstood all the pressure for you and never pursued your mistakes. It's fine if you don't know how to be grateful, but you actually did such a rebellious thing and attempted to provoke a war between the Xiao clan and the Ouyang clan. This is truly intolerable. Xiao Mingyuan suddenly blurted out as his curses resounded throughout the entire place. The anger that had been suppressed in his heart for a long time towards Zhao Jin had instantly erupted. His imposing and domineering aura caused even Xiaoding Tian to have to retreat, let alone those ordinary members of the Xiao clan whose status was far inferior to the former. At this moment, Lian was probably the only person in the arena who could still laugh complacently after hearing the curses. Standing beside Xiao Mingyuan, even with Xiaoyan's temperament, he was surprised by the former's sudden rage. Zhao Jin's expression was ugly as he hesitated for a long time. Then, he rolled his eyes and hastily swept his gaze across everyone present. Finally, his gaze landed on Xiao Mingyuan as he explained in a soft voice. Third Elder, everyone. I have indeed done many overboard things in the past, but I have already repented and realized my mistakes. Can't everyone see that Xiaoyan obviously has nothing to say and has already begun to frame us? Although my Zhao family's people are usually a little arrogant outside, but it's not to the extent of challenging the Ouyang family's power. In my opinion, this is clearly a plot by him and the Ouyang family to frame my Zhao family. After speaking, Zhao Jin looked at Xiaoding Tian with an aggrieved expression. At this moment, the only person who would speak up for him was probably Xiaoding Tian. It's hard for a petty person to achieve great things. Seeing Zhao Jin's weak gaze, Xiaoding Tian couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Then, he impatiently turned his gaze to Xiao Mingyuan and slowly said. Forget it. Both of you insist on your own words. These words can't be considered true or false. Let's just forget about it. Let's each take a step back and return. After speaking, Xiaoding Tian couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. He originally wanted to order Xiaoyan to leave the clan, but things had already reached this stage and it was difficult to find a result. If he continued to be entangled like this, not to mention whether he could gain any benefits, once Zhao Jin leaked the truth, it would bring him quite a bit of trouble. But Elder, Zhao Jin was just about to open his mouth when he was blocked by a gaze from Xiao Tian. Immediately, he could only bitterly withdraw his gaze. Soon after, however, Xiaoyan's eyes flashed. A crafty glint flashed across his eyes as he suddenly said. Patriarch Zhao, as far as I know, the Ouyang family lost a source venerate powerhouse in that battle. They won't let this matter rest. Bullshit. How could a mere dozen source kings kill a source venerate? Xiaoyan's words had just sounded when Zhao Jin, who was still staring at Xiao Tian's back, subconsciously reprimanded him. However, just as the words from his mouth were about to sound, his eyes suddenly shrank. The expression on his face also gradually solidified. In front of the crowd not far away, Xiao Tian, who had just taken a few steps, had an extremely ugly expression on his old face. Xiaoyan's eyes flickered slightly as he exchanged glances with Xiao Xian and smiled. Soon after, he looked at Zhao Jin with a mocking expression and sneered. Patriarch Zhao, when did I say that those people were King Yuan? As his laughter faded, everyone in the Xiao clan suddenly understood. If it wasn't him, how could Zhao Jin know that those people were King Yuan? If he didn't personally dispatch them, how could he know that there were only a dozen of them? At this very moment, the emotions in Zhao Jin's heart were extremely complicated. His old face was ashen, and his entire body was trembling uncontrollably. How could he have imagined that the trip that was supposed to go smoothly would end up being a complete loss? At this moment, Xiao Mingyuan, who was beside Xiao Yan, also swept a cold gaze at Zhao Jin. His expression was grim as he lifted his foot and walked towards the ladder. Xiao clan's rules. Anyone who violates them will be severely punished. Zhao family knowingly broke the rules and didn't change. They should be punished. As the shout rang out, the surrounding Xiao clan's disciples immediately looked at each other. After a few breaths, they followed suit and shouted loudly. They should be punished. They should be punished. They should be punished. Looking at the scene before him, Xiao Yan's expression returned to indifference and his heart was even more unperturbed. In a short period of time, the emotions of everyone present had changed again and again. It was simply like weeds on the wall. The so-called super clans of the continent were ultimately nothing more than this. At this moment, Zhao Jin, who had already become the target of public criticism, could only place his final hope on Xiao Tian. The latter was his last life-saving straw. If even Xiao Tian was merciless towards him, then his Zhao family would probably have to completely sever ties with the Xiao clan today. Enough. Xiao Mingyuan, this person is under this old man's command. Since this matter happened to him, even if there is a punishment, it should be dealt with by this old man personally. Just as Xiao Mingyuan was approaching Zhao Jin step by step, Xiao Tian's impatient voice finally sounded once again. His low and deep voice caused the loud shouts of everyone present to swiftly weaken until they were completely silent. At this moment, Zhao Jin suddenly let out a sigh of relief when he heard the foamer's voice. His ash-white face finally recovered some redness. Xiao Mingyuan's gaze was fixed on Zhao Jin's body. When he saw the latter's expression as though he had just survived a calamity, he let out a cold laugh and refused to give up. To tell you the truth, I don't really believe your words. If I hand him over to you now, you might release him in the next moment. The clan's rules will still be treated as nothing. What punishment is there to talk about? What fairness? This is the Xiao clan. As the Xiao clan's leader, this old man has authority over internal and external affairs. How can I think about ignoring the clan's rules? If you don't believe this old man, you can settle this matter here. Xiao Tian's old face sunk. Although the former was a clan elder, he wasn't afraid. If it wasn't for the fact that he was unreasonable in this matter, he wouldn't have to put in so much effort. Hearing this, Xiao Mingyuan raised his eyelids slightly and looked at the latter. His eyes rolled as thoughts flashed through his mind. He swept his gaze across everyone present and said coldly, "Fine. Let's come to a conclusion that everyone is satisfied with so as to avoid unnecessary trouble." Once these words were spoken, Xiao Tian secretly let out a sigh of relief. A glint flashed deep within his old eyes. He raised his gaze slightly and glanced at Xiao Yan without leaving a trace. Soon after, he slowly said, "Humph. In the end, although Zhao Jin privately ordered his clansmen to invade the Ouyang clan and violate the clan's rules, which can be said to be a crime punishable by death, in this old man's opinion, the contributions that the Zhao clan has made for the clan all these years are obvious to all. Although their contributions can't make up for their mistakes, they don't deserve death. Since this is the case, this old man will remove his status as a clan elder and remove the Zhao clan's authority in Liang City. Are you satisfied with this? As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Jin's face immediately turned ashen. The former's actions could be considered as stripping away all of the Zhao clan's sources of income. Although it was not fatal, in the central region where there were many forces, this was enough to cause the Zhao clan's overall strength to drop by a few levels. Such a move could not be any less ruthless. Xiao Mingyuan couldn't help but feel astonished because of this. Such a decisive decision was probably not as simple and easy as it appeared on the surface. Sure enough, Xiao Dingtian continued to speak, and his words successfully caused the expressions of Xiao Mingyuan, Xiao Yan, and the others to change. Although the Zhao clan is at fault for today's matter, Xiao Yan privately met with the Ouyang clan's young master, and this is undoubtedly a fact. According to the clan's rules, there's bound to be a heavy punishment, but Xiao Dingtian's gaze swept the surroundings, and the words he spoke couldn't help but cause the expressions of Xiao Xian and the others to tighten slightly. Subsequently, their gazes descended onto Xiao Yan. Their gazes met, and the former continued. In the end, his identity is merely an outsider. With this point, there won't be any additional punishment. But the matter of him officially entering the clan will have to be pushed back. You don't have to participate in the clan gathering half a year from now. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Xian's gaze instantly looked towards Xiao Dingtian. Even the third elder, Xiao Mingyuan, similarly stared at the former with an expression of displeasure. His expression was rather unsightly as he spoke with a serious voice. You're simply not distinguishing between public and private matters. The so-called meeting with the Ouyang clan's young master is simply nonsense. It was merely a coincidence. How could it be true? Third elder, you're wrong. If Xiao Yan's matter was purely coincidental, then was the matter of the Zhao clan and the Ouyang clan's fight also coincidental? Third elder is so biased. If this old man were to hand him over to you, I'm afraid it would be unfair. Xiao Dingtian snorted righteously, causing Xiao Mingyuan to be instantly furious and speechless. The surrounding Xiao clan's members also began to quietly discuss this matter. On the other hand, Zhao Jin's face actually revealed an expression of schadenfreude. Unknowingly, this matter had already formed an advantageous situation under Xiao Dingtian's intentional guidance. If he were to receive a heavy punishment, Xiao Yan would definitely not be able to escape. But if Xiao Mingyuan wanted to exonerate the latter, then the punishment that Zhao Jin would receive would definitely be reduced. With this thought, the expression on Xiao Mingyuan's face couldn't help but become even more unsightly. He stared fixedly at Zhao Jin with eyes filled with rage. At this moment, how could he not know Xiao Dingtian's objective? Once he spoke up for Xiao Yan, the latter would definitely take the opportunity to reduce Zhao Jin's crime. The two of them could be said to be born with honor and disgrace. If one were to suffer, the other would suffer. As such, although Zhao Jin couldn't avoid some suffering in the end, it wouldn't be painful or itchy. However, Xiao Yan wasn't fated with the clan gathering, and the relationship between the two could be said to be huge. Haha, according to Elder's opinion, there's nothing wrong with such a conclusion. However, Junior and Ouyang Miao got to know each other in Beihai College. Speaking of which, we can be considered as classmates. If even this level of relationship is to be judged as a crime, then wouldn't everyone in the Xiao clan who is familiar with the Ouyang clan, as well as the various elders, including you, be implicated and be punished? However, at this moment, Xiao Yan, who had been silent for a long time, finally opened his mouth slowly with a smile. When these words came out, everyone present was stunned. Many people even looked at each other with some hesitation in their hearts. Even Xiao Dingtian opened his mouth for a moment and was a little speechless. After a long while, he coldly snorted and said, "Humph," twisting words and forcing logic. What a sharp-tongued brat. Ever since the elder mentioned this matter to the younger generation, Xiao Yan did not refute even a single word. Even the specific circumstances of the meeting between the younger generation and Ouyang Miao were described by the head of the Zhao clan alone. Without even the slightest inquiry, he insisted that Xiaoyan was related to the Ouyang clan and ordered the younger generation not to participate in the clan gathering. The younger generation thinks that this is a punishment or is elder purposefully doing so. Xiaoyan said with an indifferent face. You dare. You're just an outsider. What right do you have to speak to me like this? Xiao Dingtian was so angry that his face trembled violently. His mouth was hoarse as he angrily shouted. Immediately after, he was so angry that he laughed and said sternly, Good. Since you want to participate in the clan gathering, I will give you this opportunity. Tomorrow, Xiao Lei and Xiao Zhuobin, who are out training, will return to the clan. If you can defeat them, I won't mention anything about the clan gathering. If you can't, you will leave the Xiao clan. All right. Xiao Mingyuan's face changed slightly when he heard that. But before he could explain to Xiaoyan in detail, the latter had already blurted out and agreed to the former's agreement. I hope Elder will be a man of few words. Xiaoyan pursed his lips and smiled at Xiao Dingtian. Let's talk about it after you defeat them. Hearing that, Xiao Dingtian snorted coldly and couldn't be bothered with him anymore. He turned around and was about to leave when Xiao Dingtian suddenly spoke again and ridiculed, Elder, if you leave, what will happen to clan head Zhao? Do as you see fit. Xiao Dingtian waved his big sleeve and turned around to leave. On the spot, Zhao Jin's face finally revealed a trace of fear. P.S. Just opened a public account. Weekly chapters. Those who are interested can follow it. It was almost dusk. Xiao Yan and the others were led into the main hall by an elder in a courtyard of the Xiao clan. Haha, this is the main hall. This courtyard was built according to the residents of the heir. The size and location are not bad. If you need anything, you can look for me at any time. The elder led them into the main hall and smiled. Thank you for your trouble, Elder Tang. Xiao Yan smiled and cupped his hands towards the elder. The person in front of him was Xiao Qing Tang, who had sent Bai Hua and Lianer into the Xiao clan. Haha, this courtyard was originally your residence. I only brought you here. It is nothing. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave first. Xiao Qing Tang nodded and smiled. He cupped his hands towards the group and turned to leave. Xiao Yan's group only exchanged glances with each other after seeing Xiao Yan leave. They entered the empty hall. After taking their seats, Xiao Xian went straight to the main topic. You must be careful in tomorrow's battle. It has been a long time since we last met. The cultivation of those two children has probably improved by quite a bit. They cannot be underestimated. Oh? Xiao Yan raised his brows slightly and asked in surprise. You know Xiao Lei and Xiao Zhuobin? Xiao Xian nodded slightly and said, They are the grandsons of Xiao Gan and Xiao Dingtian. I met them a few times when I first entered the Xiao clan. They stepped into the Genesis sect at such a young age. Their cultivation and talent are not bad. They have been training outside for the past 2 years. I did not expect them to return to the clan at this time. Xiao Xian could not help but reveal a look of admiration when he recalled the two of them. When I first met them, their cultivation was at the 2-star Genesis sect level. Now that a few years have passed, they have probably reached the 4-star Genesis sect level. It will be quite difficult for you to meet them with your current cultivation. 4-star Genesis sect level, huh? With my current strength, it will not be difficult to defeat them if only one of them reaches the 4-star Genesis sect level. Xiao Yan gently nodded when he heard this. He gently clenched his hand and sensed the vaguely present strength in his palm. After which, he thought for a moment before slowly replying. All right. As long as you're confident. Xiao Xian smiled and then stood up. He glanced at Lian who was lying on a chair with a drowsy expression. His eyes involuntarily revealed a doting expression as he said, Don't worry, Lian All right, you must be tired these days. Have a good rest tonight. Don't be careless in tomorrow's battle. Xiao Xian slowly carried the sleeping girl after saying these words. He walked toward the room at the back of the hall. Xiao Yan watched Xiao Xian's back as he slowly walked away. He involuntarily came to a sudden understanding. If the Xiao Xian that he usually saw was a wise elder, the current Xiao Xian appeared like a father. This was especially the case when he looked at Lian each time. His eyes were filled with an incomparable gentleness. After randomly finding a bedroom, Xiaoyan was not in a hurry to sleep after entering. Even though he was quite tired from the constant turning of his emotions these past few days, at this moment, he still chose to sit cross-legged and cultivate. His cultivation, which had just broken through, had yet to completely consolidate. It could be said that whether it was circulating or erupting, it would not achieve the desired effect. It would naturally be best if he could refine it as soon as possible. Night fell. On the bed, Xiaoyan was still immersed in cultivation. As time passed, the Genesis Qi in his body had already reached its peak. However, Xiaoyan was not in a hurry to withdraw from his cultivation. Instead, he persisted in absorbing the Genesis Qi in his body. When the Genesis Qi in his body reached its peak, he would refine it and completely consolidate his cultivation. At a certain moment, when the natural energy lingering all over Xiaoyan's body began to scatter uncontrollably, Xiaoyan, who had his eyes tightly shut, suddenly opened them. He opened his mouth and a suction force immediately surged out. At the same time, a fierce fire began to wildly refine the pure Genesis Qi within the Qi paths in his body, refining and absorbing the energy that had already been refined to the purest state. Only when all the energy contained an absolute explosive force did the entire training process finally come to an end. Xiaoyan slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air that had been suppressed in his chest. His tensed body finally relaxed at this moment. Immediately, a sore and numb feeling involuntarily surfaced in his heart. His body immediately fell back onto the soft bed, and the thoughts in his mind could not help but become drowsy. The high degree of concentration over the past few days had indeed exhausted him. It was only now that he could finally relax and rest. However, just as the drowsiness enveloped his heart, Xiaoyan, whose eyelids had just closed, suddenly stood up from the bed. He fiercely shook his head, dispelling the turbid tiredness. Only then did he take out a jade box from his storage ring with a slightly dazed expression. He opened it, revealing a pill that was distinctly black and white. This pill was naturally formed from Baihua and a creation pill that had been collected by the pill transformation ring. However, it seemed that the final outcome of the pill was still difficult to predict. The black and white colors on the medicinal pill were still distinct. However, under Xiaoyan's careful observation, he realized that the portion that was originally occupied by the white color was gradually being eroded by the black color. This also meant that Baihua's body and consciousness were being swallowed by the mutated creation pill. This wasn't a good result. Upon sensing this, Xiaoyan's heart abruptly sank, and the chaotic thoughts in his mind immediately cleared. His brows were tightly furrowed as he observed the pill in his hand, while his other hand involuntarily clenched tightly. The next day. In the large hall, when Xiaoyan arrived, he saw third elder Xiao Mingyuan anxiously waiting for him. When he saw Xiaoyan appear, a worried expression immediately appeared on his old face. "You brat, this old man really doesn't know whether to call you courageous or foolish." Xiao Lei and Xiao Zhuobin advanced to the Source Ancestor stage a few years ago, and when they left the clan to train outside, their cultivations had already reached the 2-star Source Ancestor stage, which is not much different from you before yesterday. After not seeing each other for a few years, their cultivations must be even stronger than before. If you were to really fight with the two of them today, wouldn't you be playing right into their hands? Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan was slightly startled at first, but soon after, he gently smiled. He received the tea that Lianer had brought over and took a sip. He turned around and sat on a chair to the side, shrugged his shoulders, and said, "I already know. I already know all of this. Moreover, Xiao Dingtian had already said so much yesterday. If I don't accept it, I'm afraid he will use even more excuses. In any case, the outcome will be the same. Why should I beat around the bush and waste my breath on him? You brat, if you didn't accept, this old man could still deal with him a little. Now that you've said it, there's no room for negotiation." Xiao Mingyuan hatefully said. "There's no need to negotiate. He's here." Xiaoyan smiled and turned his gaze towards the front door of the courtyard outside the hall. At this moment, a youth was standing there. It was none other than Xiao Feng without a doubt. Xiao Feng slowly walked into the hall, and everyone's gazes landed on him. Lianer looked at him with some lingering fear. When she saw Xiao Xian walk in, she quickly hid behind Xiao Xian. "I didn't expect you to call me." Xiao Yan slowly stood up. He looked at Xiao Feng in front of him and spoke with a smile. Xiao Mingyuan was also stunned by the former's appearance. He was a little surprised. Even Xiao Dingtian had no authority to order the prince to do anything, but the outcome was actually like this. I'm here on my own behalf, and it has nothing to do with Xiao Dingtian. Xiao Feng slowly shook his head and continued, I'm just curious. I'm just curious. Do you really intend to accept the challenge without any other preparations? Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows and could not help but smile. He immediately teased. He then teased, are you concerned about your opponent? I just feel that it's not worth it. You should know the strength of Xiao Lei and Xiao Zhuobin. Even if you can defeat one of them, it will be enough for you to use all your strength. From the moment you agreed to this battle, you were already destined to lose. Xiao Feng stared at Xiao Yan and said in a deep tone. Even Xiao Mingyuan couldn't help but frown as he looked at the latter. Although these words weren't pleasant to the ears, it was the truth. Regardless of how one looked at it, Xiao Yan would undoubtedly lose if he were to face two even stronger experts from the Source sect by himself. The price of this battle was something that they were clearly aware of in their hearts. This was also the reason why Xiao Mingyuan wished to prevent Xiao Yan from participating in this battle. It's a great taboo to be afraid before the battle. Hearing this, Xiao Yan merely smiled and replied with a sentence. Following which, he once again spoke. Xiao Yan appreciates the prince's intentions, but a man must do what he says. This battle concerns the survival of me and my grandson in the Xiao clan. Xiao Yan has no way out. The Xiao clan is huge, and you have the patriarch and first elder behind you. If you are in trouble, they will definitely help you. How can you say that you have no way out? Xiao Feng frowned. Just as he finished speaking, Xiao Yan's expression suddenly changed. A ferocious anger surfaced on his calm face as he suddenly roared. If that's the case, why didn't they stop Bai Hua when she was in danger? That night, there were so many pairs of eyes watching with their own eyes. Why didn't they help? Tell me. Xiao Feng's words instantly ignited the fury that Xiao Yan had been suppressing for the past few days. His eyes instantly turned scarlet as he stared at Xiao Mingyuan. Where was the third elder of the Xiao clan at that time? Xiao Yan. At that time, I went out to handle some matters and only returned to the clan at 10 in the morning. When I found out about that matter, an ashamed expression involuntarily surfaced on Xiao Mingyuan's old face when he was stared at by Xiao Yan in this manner. He knew that Xiao Yan had an extremely good relationship with the people beside him and understood the position they held in Xiao Yan's heart. However, even he was quite helpless with regards to that matter. It wasn't that the patriarch didn't want to interfere in that matter, but once he did, the three elders would definitely use this as an excuse to make things difficult for Xiao Yan. At that time, even if they could save Bai Hua, the matter would be completely blown up. They might not be able to continue staying in the Xiao clan. It was also because of this that the patriarch and the three elders kept each other in check and didn't interfere. But now, Xiao Mingyuan also understood that it was too late for him to say anything. Sigh, Xiao Mingyuan sighed helplessly. He also regretted that he didn't hurry back to the clan as soon as possible, which led to the irreversible situation. After a long while, Xiao Yan gradually woke up from his anger. He looked at Xiao Xian and saw the latter nodding his head. Only then did he let out a long sigh of relief and said with some exhaustion. The two of you, please return. Once he said those words, he ignored the two of them, turned around and returned to his room. Last night, Xiao Yan did not sleep at all because of the medicinal pill. Now that he had vented, he finally felt a tiredness that could not be stopped from climbing into his mind. At this moment, Xiao Yan only wanted to have a good sleep. In the hall, Xiao Mingyuan and Xiao Feng looked at each other and saw a helpless expression in each other's eyes. Since the matter had already been decided, it was no longer something they could change. Moreover, the matter yesterday was seen and heard by more than half of the Xiao clan. Even if the patriarch stepped in, he wouldn't be able to easily change it. It was likely that they could only pray that Xiao Yan wouldn't be defeated by the two of them. However, just as the two of them walked out of the hall and arrived at the courtyard outside, another familiar figure appeared outside the door. Xiao Mingyuan and Xiao Feng raised their eyes and looked over. This person was actually Xiao Tian. You can't be here to persuade him to give up, right? Xiao Feng said slowly as he looked at Xiao Tian in front of him. The crown prince had always been independent in the clan. Although there were many elders supporting him, he didn't have a good relationship with most of the clan's disciples. The person in front of him was one of them. So, you have already persuaded Xiao Yan? Hearing this, a surprised expression appeared on Xiao Tian's face. With the subtle relationship between Xiao Yan and the former, he actually took the initiative to persuade Xiao Yan to give up. If that's the case, then there's no need to say anything more. He won't give up. Even if the patriarch steps in today to persuade him, he won't waver in the slightest. Unfortunately, I'm not here to persuade him to give up. I'm here to ask him to accept the challenge. The moment Xiao Feng finished speaking, Xiao Tian sneered and bowed to Xiao Mingyuan. After which, he walked past the two of them and went straight to the main hall. At the same time, an invitation letter appeared in his hand. Xiao Yan, the great deacon has ordered me to invite you to accept the challenge. Striding into the hall, Xiao Tian casually waved his hand and threw the invitation letter in his hand towards Xiao Yan, who had his back facing him. Just as the invitation letter was about to hit Xiao Yan's back, Xiao Tian leisurely raised his hand and caught it. At the same time, he turned around to face Xiao Yan. What is this? Looking at the invitation letter in his hand that was sealed, Xiao Yan glanced at Xiao Tian and asked indifferently. At the same time, the two people who had yet to leave followed closely behind and entered the hall. Their gazes simultaneously fell on the invitation letter in Xiao Yan's hand. Since this challenge is based on where you will go, then naturally, it has to be more formal. Open the invitation letter and imprint your spiritual imprint. After this, the invitation letter will be publicized in the clan. No. Almost at the same time, when Xiao Mingyuan's and Xiao Feng's exclamations were emitted, the spiritual strength between Xiao Yan's brows had already invaded the ironing post. The instant the ironing post was opened, a flame symbol was imprinted on it. Buzz. On the other side, in a huge fighting arena within the Xiao clan, Xiao Yan's name slowly appeared on a stone tablet. Above it were two other names, Xiao Lei and Xiao Zhuobin. The Xiao clan's battle arena was the largest battle arena in the Xiao clan. The area was extremely wide and it was about 1,000 feet wide. The entire arena was made up of a hump that had been cut horizontally. It had once hosted countless battles within the clan. Even the clan gathering would be held here. For many years, the stone platform had been eroded by time and the impact of battles. However, there weren't many traces left on it. Usually, there would be many disciples of the Xiao clan sparring and training here. Today's battle arena had undoubtedly welcomed the most exciting moment in the past 2 years. This was because the ones who were going to fight on the stage were the most powerful younger generation in the Xiao clan and Xiao Yan, whose name had spread throughout the Xiao clan within a short month. Most importantly, this battle wasn't just a battle between the most powerful generation. Even the entire event was related to the fate of Xiao Yan and his ancestor, Xiao Xian. It could be said to be a matter of survival. Around the fighting arena, there were rows of seats that were connected to the stone platform itself. At this moment, the seats that few people usually stepped on were filled with a black mass of heads. There were even many people who rushed over from outside the arena, pouring in continuously like a tide. This time around, the exchange between Xiao Yan and Xiao Lei had indeed attracted the attention of quite a number of members of the Xiao clan. This was especially the case for the younger generation of the Xiao clan. They were even more curious. Compared to the peak experts among the younger generation of the Xiao clan, just what kind of strength did this clan member, who had returned from the outside world, possess? Even though they had heard many things about Xiao Yan before this, curiosity and suspicion were human instincts. Everything couldn't be considered true before they witnessed it with their own eyes. Today, it was the best opportunity to verify all the rumors. At the top of the seats on both sides of the martial arts arena, there were some seats that were clearly more luxurious. At this moment, a portion of the clan's elders who held authority were seated on these seats. These people were basically invited by Xiao Dingtian. From their current positions, they were able to look down from a high vantage point, allowing them to see every single part of the arena. At this very moment, two handsome young men were standing in the middle of the fighting arena. If one were to carefully look at them, there was indeed less of the arrogance that belonged to a young man between the brows of these two people. Instead, there was a weather-beaten calmness and introspection. The few years of training outside allowed the two of them to have an even broader understanding of this continent. Not only had their strength increased, even their intelligence and physiques were greatly different from those of the same age. Looking at the eager faces of their peers in the surrounding viewing platform, the two of them couldn't help but look at each other. After which, they helplessly shrugged their shoulders and didn't say anything. At the top of the stone platform, Xianxia looked at the noisy crowd below and the stone platform that was still empty. He couldn't help but frown slightly. Looking at the situation on the stone tablet, it was obvious that Xiaoyan had left a spiritual imprint on the iron tablet. However, it had been a long time. Why hadn't the latter appeared? What is going on? Looking at the color of the sky, it is clearly close to noon. It has been 4 to 6 hours since the beginning of the morning. Why hasn't he appeared yet? Xiaoxia muttered softly. With a gentle wave of his hand, someone beside him immediately stepped forward to welcome him. Immediately go to Xiaoyan's residence to check. It has been so long. Why hasn't he appeared yet? Tell him that if he doesn't appear within an hour, this old man will treat it as him admitting defeat and bear the consequences. Xiaoxia ordered in a low voice. Just as the guard beside him was about to leave, everyone's gazes suddenly turned towards the entrance of the battle arena in the next moment. A few figures had unknowingly appeared there. Upon closer inspection, it was surprisingly Xiaoyan and the rest. At this moment, the third elder Xiao Mingyuan, Crown Prince Xiao Feng, Xiao Tian and the rest were beside the latter. Wow! When the main character appeared, the entire battle arena was in an uproar. Numerous gazes fell on Xiaoyan. As the main character of today's battle arena, Xiaoyan had made everyone wait for a long time. At this moment, the earth-shattering collision that everyone had been anticipating was finally about to arrive. At the center of the battle arena, Xiao Lei and Xiao Zhuobin's gazes had also landed on Xiaoyan, who had arrived late. As expected of a 3-star source ancestor. He only broke through yesterday. With such a cultivation, isn't it a little too much for the two of us to suppress him? Sensing Xiaoyan's cultivation, the two brothers couldn't help but curse in their hearts. Xiao Zhuobin even sneered and teased the person beside him. This is more or less an order from your biological grandfather. Aren't you afraid that the old man will be disappointed by your words? Hearing this, Xiao Lei curled his lips and rolled his eyes at the latter. Aren't you afraid? If it wasn't for the fact that we didn't want to be restricted by their pedantic rules, why would the two of us apply to leave the clan to train before even going through the clan sacrifice? After these words were spoken, the two of them immediately fell silent. They looked at Xiaoyan, who was slowly walking over as if there was no one around him, and couldn't help but sigh. Sigh, another pitiful person restrained by pedantry. That's right. Although you and I have been ordered to return by the clan, Big Brother and the rest seem to still be outside. Xiao Lei looked at Xiaoyan, and his eyes suddenly flashed as he thought of something. That's right. It's said that his cultivation is about to break through, and he won't be back for a while. Speaking of which, second sister is still looking for medicinal ingredients for his breakthrough. I met her once a month ago. TSK, not only has his cultivation risen, even his alchemy skills have neared rank 7. Xiao Zhuobin frowned and slowly sighed. Oh? Rank 7? How terrifying. Even with third elder's alchemy skills, he is at most rank 8. This disciple of his seems to be even more astonishing than him. I have heard earlier that this little brother Xiaoyan of ours seems to be an alchemist of quite a high tier. I wondered just what kind of explosive scene it would be if he were to meet second sister. Xiao Lei's words had just faded when Xiao Zhuobin, who was staring at Xiaoyan, let out a burst of laughter. This caused Xiao Lei's eyebrows to twitch again, and he couldn't help but feel a wave of shock in his heart. If Xiaoyan's mere cultivation of a 3-star source ancestor was not enough to surprise him, then if he added his identity as an alchemist, his talent was truly terrifying. A solemn expression gradually surfaced on Xiao Lei's face as he looked at the skinny figure that was walking over. An outsider was actually able to raise his cultivation and alchemy skills to such an extent. From this, one could see just how strong he was. Compared to these flowers that were being nurtured in a greenhouse within the Xiao clan, Xiaoyan's strength was absolute. On the arena, Xiaoyan slowly walked to the center of the arena. When he felt the two gazes that were directed at him, he shook his head gently to get rid of the tiredness in his mind. He then cupped his fist towards the two and said, Xiaoyan. Xiao Lei. Xiao Zhuobin. Xiao Lei, who was wearing a purple robe, took a step forward and cupped his fist in response. Xiao Zhuobin, who was wearing a green robe, raised his chin and followed with a smile. On the elders' seats, Xiao Dingtian slowly stood up from his seat when he saw that Xiaoyan had finally entered the arena. At the same time, the remaining clan elders on both sides also followed suit and stood up. Their gazes immediately landed on Xiaoyan's three-man group below. This was especially the case when they looked at Xiao Lei and Xiaoyan. Admiration that could not be hidden surged out from their turbid old eyes. Everyone present was naturally familiar with Xiao Lei and Xiao Zhuobin. The two of them were the grandsons of Xiao Gan and Xiao Dingtian, respectively. They also had quite a bit of prestige in the Xiao clan. Especially after returning from their training, their cultivation had increased by quite a bit. After this, the clan would definitely entrust them with important tasks. Their futures could be said to be bright. Forget about Xiaoyan's status within the Xiao clan in the future. Whether he would be able to stay in the clan was another matter altogether. Xiaoyan, since you have left your soul imprint on the broad boundary tablet today, no one can change the result of this battle. If you can win against Xiao Lei and Xiao Zhuobin, you can participate in the clan gathering. Otherwise, if I lose, I will leave on my own and never come back. Before Xiao Dingtian's voice from the elder's seat sounded, an indifferent voice suddenly sounded and interrupted him. At this moment, Xiaoyan had also slowly turned his head. His gaze stared at the old man seated at the top of the seats. The expression in his eyes was indifferent. Haha, you have some courage. At this moment, a short and fat old man slowly walked over from beside Xiao Dingtian. His gaze similarly paused on Xiaoyan. After which, he exchanged glances with Xiao Zhuobin and smiled in return. Only then did he look at the person in front of him. It's just a battle of words. In front of absolute strength, he has no chance of winning. Xiao Dingtian stared at Xiaoyan and spoke coldly. Old fellow, you're even more stubborn than me. It's only a junior, so why do you have to lower yourself to go against him? After all, those words of yours are only guesses. Isn't it a bit too heartless to chase them out of the clan before it's verified? Xiao Gan looked down at Xiaoyan and said in an indifferent voice. It's this old man's fault. Didn't you also violate this kid's taboo when you took the summer grass that day? I'm afraid he won't let it go. Xiao Dingtian smiled mockingly. The latter couldn't help but curl his lips. After all, Xiao Dingtian was in charge of everything in the clan. He could even capture some of Xiao Dingtian's movements in such detail. Then, he explained, among the juniors of the clan, only Tianer's cultivation is the weakest. Although it has something to do with age, it's not a solution for him to remain at the peak of the Origin Emperor realm. He had no choice but to take the summer grass. Moreover, this old man has already given Xiaoxian a chance. If he really attacked, I wouldn't be able to stop him with just 30% of his strength. Don't you feel that Xiaoxian is a bit strange? Hearing this, Xiao Dingtian was slightly surprised. He quickly recalled what had happened recently, especially what had happened to Xiaoxian. He couldn't help but voice his doubts. You're talking about his cultivation? Xiao Gan raised his eyebrows. The latter immediately nodded and said, that's right. He comprehended two great Dao powers at the same time. With such powerful battle prowess, his cultivation actually stopped at the peak of the Origin Emperor realm. Even if he really has a wasted bloodline, it shouldn't be like this. Could it be because of the cultivation technique? After pondering for a moment, Xiao Gan spoke with a doubtful expression. However, he immediately shook his head, unable to come to a conclusion. The returnance art is the most profound cultivation technique in the world. However, once the 3 volumes of the cultivation technique are gathered in one's body, one's cultivation will never encounter a bottleneck before the Origin Saint realm. However, Xiaoxian's situation doesn't seem to be caused by cultivating the returnance art. As if he understood Xiao Gan's thoughts, Xiao Dingtian slowly shook his head and sighed softly. Then, his gaze fell again and looked at the arena. Although there were quite a lot of words between the two old men, on the whole, it was merely a passing thought. At this moment in the arena, Xiaoyan had once again withdrawn his gaze. After a simple courteous introduction between the three of them, they were finally about to welcome the fight that everyone was looking forward to. Haha, since you've come to the Xiao clan, this is your home. You don't have to leave. Brother Xiaoyan, you don't have to worry about that old man's crazy words. Xiao Lei frowned and glanced at the two old men on the arena. The two of them shrugged their shoulders and curled their lips with a strange expression. Then, they laughed mischievously at Xiaoyan. Hearing this, Xiaoyan couldn't help but feel stunned. His emotions were also slightly stirred. Compared to the other members of the Xiao clan, the two young men in front of him gave him a feeling of kinship. At the very least, their eyes were much more direct when they looked at him. They were unlike the other members of the Xiao clan, who were filled with hesitation and hesitation. Haha, how about this? Between the two of us, I'm the older one. Therefore, Zhuobin will accompany you in the first battle. Otherwise, the two old men will make things difficult for you. Xiao Lei patted Xiao Zhuobin's shoulder and smiled at Xiaoyan. Hearing this, Xiao Zhuobin immediately nodded. Then, he smiled at Xiaoyan and said, "That's good. That's fine as well. I was just curious as well. As an alchemist, to what extent can your combat strength reach?" Xiaoyan's heart involuntarily felt a little moved when he saw the sincere smiles that were revealed on the faces of the two of them. Only people who revealed their true feelings in this matter could be considered true blood relatives. Xiao Lei's arrangement had, to a great extent, helped Xiaoyan avoid some trouble. After all, it was still considered normal if he could defeat Xiao Lei and Xiaoyan by taking turns to fight. However, if he could even win against two opponents by himself, forget about those elders on the stage, it was likely that even the audience present would not be able to accept it. However, Xiaoyan only smiled at Xiao Lei and Xiao Zhuobin's words. He slowly walked forward and cupped his hands gratefully at the two of them. He smiled and said, "Xiaoyan appreciates your kind intentions. However, this battle isn't just for these people to watch. I want the elders on the arena to understand that I, Xiaoyan, have the qualifications to participate in the clan meeting and also have the qualifications to stay in the Xiao clan." As soon as these words came out, the expressions on the faces of the two people in front of him suddenly froze. Then, they looked at each other and could not help but reveal a hint of shame in their eyes. From their point of view, since Xiaoyan had joined the Xiao clan, it meant that they had a brotherly relationship with him. This was why they wanted to lend him a hand. However, they had forgotten that other than being from the same clan, they were also opponents in this fighting arena. Facing an opponent head-on was the greatest respect they could give him. Therefore, the two of you, please come at me together. Upon hearing Xiaoyan's words, Xiao Lei and Xiao Zhuobin immediately exchanged glances with each other. Without any hesitation, they nodded heavily and retreated several hundred feet. Xiaoyan turned his head and glanced at Xiao Dingtian, who was frowning as he stared at him from the viewing platform. The corner of his mouth lifted into an arc. Soon after, his hand suddenly waved in the air. In the blink of an eye, a huge black ruler landed in his hand. As the heavy ruler entered his hand, it brought about a wind filled with pressure. Pointing diagonally at the ground, a strong wind blew up the dust on the ground. Soon after, it violently shook. With a puff sound, raging flames covered the entire huge ruler in the blink of an eye. The temperature of the area also abruptly rose at this moment. It is indeed a heavenly flame. On the viewing platform, Xiao Dingtian looked at the raging flames that covered the entire ruler, and his old eyes immediately revealed an astonished expression. Even the other elders present also had an astonished expression as they stared at the flames that were attached to the ruler's body, and their eyes revealed a blazing expression. Xiaoyan's expression gradually recovered its indifference. His hand, which was holding the huge ruler, became increasingly tighter. A moment later, his feet abruptly took a step forward. At the spot where his feet landed, the unusually hard black rock slab actually had a couple of crack lines formed. At the same time, a turbulent force and pressure also abruptly swept out from within Xiaoyan's body. An indifferent cold cry spread throughout the entire place. "Xiaoyan, 3-star origin sect. Please give me some pointers." Hua. The moment these words were spoken, the people present could not help but exclaim. An uproar resounded across the entire place. Countless gazes instantly gathered on Xiaoyan's body. their eyes were filled with shock. Is this fellow crazy? He wants to fight against two people by himself? A few years ago, Xiao Lei and Xiao Zhuobin were not much inferior to him. Now, Xiao Yan actually dares to be so arrogant and fight against two people by himself. He is simply overestimating himself. I'm afraid he knows he's going to lose, so he's using this as an excuse. When the group of elders heard Xiao Yan's words, they immediately broke out into a discussion. As Xiao Tian's aides, these people were naturally filled with disdain towards Xiao Yan's actions. On the contrary, the latter had an astonished expression as he looked at Xiao Yan. Even he didn't think that Xiao Yan would actually be so crazy. Heh, don't tell me you've given up? Or perhaps, like his ancestor, he has a life-ending trump card? Xiao Yan evaluated as if he was joking. However, when these words entered Xiao Dingtian's ears, it actually caused the latter's heart to abruptly thump. The cold smile that appeared on Xiao Dingtian's face when he looked over here surfaced in his mind. A feeling of uneasiness unconsciously surged from the bottom of his heart. Humph, he wants to stake everything on a single throw. Let's see how he will end up losing. A long while later, Xiao Dingtian coldly snorted. Subsequently, he no longer paid any attention to Xiao Yan and returned to his seat. His eyes were indifferent as he looked at the arena. At this very moment, Xiao Lei and Xiao Zhuobin involuntarily nodded their heads when they felt the powerful aura and pressure from Xiao Yan's body. Without mentioning anything else, just this arrogant aura was enough to make them take him seriously. Good, come. With a loud and clear cry, the two of them took a step forward in unison. With a wave of their hands, the weapons in their hands were thrown out. At the same time, two similarly powerful auras and pressure once again swept across the entire arena. Xiao Zhuobin, for Star Source Sect, please accept the challenge. Xiao Lei, 5-star Source Sect, please accept the challenge. The crowd immediately burst into an uproar when these words were spoken. Just Xiao Yan's cultivation alone was enough to crush the majority of the younger generation of the Xiao clan. However, they never imagined that Xiao Zhuobin and Xiao Lei's cultivations would actually be so terrifying. One was a 4-star Source Sect, while the other was a 5-star Source Sect. Both of their cultivations surpassed Xiao Yan's, and at this moment, the latter had to face both of them at the same time. There was an absolute disparity in their strength, and the outcome of this battle was naturally self-evident. At this very moment, Xiao Yan's heart involuntarily sank when he felt the even more astonishing aura and pressure from Xiao Lei's body. The current situation was naturally the one he was most unwilling to see. It would be fine if the other party had 2 4-star Source Sect members, but if there was an additional 5-star Source Sect member, then the entire situation would become difficult to control. Although there was only a sliver of difference between the two parties, in a true battle, this gap was akin to the gap between heaven and earth. What's more, Xiao Yan's cultivation had only recently advanced to the 3-star Source Sect level. As the auras within the bodies of the three people continued to rise, the atmosphere on the enormous stone stage instantly became tense. The surrounding uproar gradually became quiet. Everyone's eyes were focused on the three of them, waiting for the moment when they would erupt. At the center of the arena, Xiao Yan slowly closed his eyes and exhaled deeply. Soon after, his eyes abruptly opened, raging flames flashing in his pitch-black pupils as Genesis Chi abruptly surged out from his body. At the same time, he released a low roar as his feet slammed into the ground. His body instantly tore through the air as he charged towards his two opponents. Clang, there weren't too many fancy moves. The collision between the two sides was the most explosive way possible. The giant ruler wrapped in flames viciously collided with the purple spear wreathed in lightning. A loud buzzing sound rang out, causing the invisible space to ripple for a split second. What a heavy blow. Feeling the shocking force coming down from the huge ruler, Xiao Lei's expression could not help but change slightly. After which, he abruptly stepped back. Following which, he waved his long spear. Under the cover of the lightning, it fiercely pierced toward all parts of Xiao Yan's body. Ding, 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 the tip of the spear was sharp and its attack was swift and fierce. However, in comparison, the large ruler in Xiao Yan's hand did not fall behind. The tip of the ruler rotated and one after another, blocking all of the spear images. At the same time, the firm and fierce strength of the ruler also caused Xiao Lei to feel an intense pain in the web between his thumb and index finger. After more than 100 collisions, the two of them became more and more intense. Their body movements were so fast that some of the Shao clan's disciples on the spectator stand could no longer see their figures clearly. The rest of the people stared at them with burning eyes, unwilling to let go of even a single moment. They even exclaimed from time to time. It was also at this moment that Xiao Zhuobin on the other side held a long sword in his hand. He waved the sword and numerous afterimages gradually solidified in the empty space. After which, they transformed into countless sword glows. As the long sword was suddenly swung out horizontally, the sword glows carried a wave of sharp sonic booms as they shot toward Xiaoyan. Brother Xiaoyan, be careful. This is the skill that made him famous, falling wind shadow swords. Xiao Lei reminded him with a laugh after he forced Xiaoyan to retreat. Hearing this, Xiaoyan did not even turn his head. Instead, he used his majestic soul power to cover the entire area, allowing the sword radiances to shoot toward him. The giant ruler in his hand was raised above his head. Flames gathered, and he slashed down fiercely. Have a taste of my move, 7-layer Heavenbreaker ruler. Astonishing ruler light abruptly shot out. Xiao Lei was surprised. He did not expect Xiaoyan to ignore his back and attack him instead. He did not dare to hesitate any longer as he spun the spear in his hand. Lightning flickered as surging Genesis chi frantically gathered. In the blink of an eye, a lightning dragon had formed on the spear and was thrust forward. 9 heavens lightning. Rumble, the two Do skills collided with each other and an explosion sounded. Xiao Lei's body hurriedly pulled back. He raised his head and looked over. He was unable to see the exact situation at the center of the energy explosion. However, he was able to clearly see that numerous ruler lights shot out from the center of the arena that was filled with energy. They emitted waves of continuous collision sounds and completely shattered the sword shadows that fell like a storm. At the center of the arena, a sliver of surprise flitted across Xiao Zhuobin's eyes as he watched Xiaoyan's figure rapidly dashing towards him. He was of the wind attribute, and was thus rather sensitive to speed. Yet, Xiaoyan was able to unleash such astonishing speed with his mere cultivation of a 3-star Genesis ancestor. This truly surprised Xiao Zhuobin a little. Even so, Xiao Zhuobin still pushed off the ground with the tip of his foot when Xiaoyan was within 10 meters of him. His figure immediately flickered, appearing at Xiaoyan's side in the blink of an eye, crossing paths with the charging figure. The sword in Xiao Zhuobin's hand was swung horizontally. Sharp sword chi tore through space, heading straight for Xiaoyan's vitals. However, just as the sword light was about to hit Xiaoyan's body, the latter's body was strangely submerged in space. Under Xiao Zhuobin's shocked gaze. In the next instant, a hand slowly pressed against Xiao Zhuobin's back. With a gentle shake, his body immediately shot forward. Only after he was 100 feet away did he stop with a face filled with disbelief. He immediately turned around to look at the arena and involuntarily cried out. You have not comprehended the Grand Tao of Fire, but the Grand Tao of Void? Haha, I have never said that I have comprehended the Grand Tao of Fire. At this moment, a faint mocking laughter was suddenly transmitted from behind Xiao Zhuobin. When he turned his head, he quickly saw a smiling Xiaoyan. Shock once again rose in his heart. TSK, it seems that we have all underestimated you. At this moment, Xiao Lei stepped forward once again. He raised his hand and looked at the bloodstain on his palm. He could not help but grin. The two of them had been training outside for so long. They did not expect that they would still suffer because they underestimated someone else's strength. Although Xiaoyan's combat strength was not lacking, this point still made the two of them feel uncomfortable. Since this is the case, we have to show our true strength. Xiao Zhuobin's figure flashed and appeared beside Xiao Lei in the blink of an eye. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. Then, they looked at Xiaoyan in front of them and mocked. I heard that brother Xiaoyan has also cultivated the fury of the fire god, one of the 3 fury of the gods. Why don't you let us have a try today? Your fury of the fire god is comparable to our fury of the thunder god and fury of the wind god. P.S. Recently, I have learned about some readers from other platforms. Sorry, I can't see your comments. Because this book is available on Qidian and QQ. If you have any questions or opinions, you can leave a message in the comment section of these 2 websites. I will read every comment. You can also search the public account, Time's Ill-Fated Fate. I will also read it. I will try my best to respond and satisfy everyone. Wind God's Fury. Thunder God's Fury. On the battle stage, Xiao Lei and Xiao Zhuobin swiftly exchanged a look before nodding heavily. Their figures moved in tacit understanding as they rapidly retreated. In the blink of an eye, they had already appeared near the spectator stands. The trio were quite far apart from each other, leaving a huge gap between them. As two shouts soared into the sky, surging Genesis chi gushed out from their bodies. Hurricanes swirled and thunder roared in the sky. They gathered above the two figures and gradually turned into two solid and mighty figures. An extremely heavy and powerful aura spread out from them, causing all the members of the Xiao clan to reveal a shocked expression. Compared to what they had seen in the past, the two giant gods before their eyes were the true Wind God's Fury and Thunder God's Fury. Thick bolts of purple lightning coiled around the giant statue's body like pythons. As the lightning twisted, a series of crackling sounds immediately rang out in the air. If one were to take a closer look, one would see that the formless space had been forcefully torn apart by the lightning. Within a certain radius of the space, countless purple lightning snakes wantonly slithered about like living creatures, faintly forming a gigantic lightning net. Within the net, the aura of Xiao Lei's body once again soared. On the other side, Xiao Zhuobin was not to be outdone. Winds gradually rose as the sky changed. An astringent hurricane swept across the entire arena, causing a chill to surge in the hearts of anyone who came into contact with it. Fearful gazes landed on the two figures. Several of the people present could not help but feel a sliver of pity for Xiaoyan. The absolute suppression in terms of cultivation coupled with such a powerful dou skill made it impossible for Xiaoyan to withstand it even if he went all out. Ha ha ha, little brother Xiaoyan, this purple lightning of mine has mutated due to a fortuitous encounter, making it even stronger than ordinary lightning attribute experts. This 1000 lightning domain is a secret technique that I have created myself. I wonder how confident you are in succeeding? Xiao Lei laughed heartily, the boldness in his words evident. The giant lightning python coiled around his body released a low roar, its aura. Astonishing. Falling Wind Abyss. This is a secret technique that I have comprehended while practicing the Wind God's Fury. Little brother Xiaoyan, will you be able to withstand it? Xiao Zhuobin knit his brows and smiled. His body shook as he suddenly took a step forward. A frightening wind pressure instantly descended from the sky within the enormous fighting arena. The entire stone platform appeared to have fallen into an endless abyss in an instant. Even the expression of the current Xiaoyan could not help but change. Both secret techniques that you have created yourself? How astonishing. The endless wind pressure that forcefully descended from the sky above caused Xiaoyan's body to sink slightly. He muttered, but there was not the slightest fear in his heart. Withstanding the wind pressure, Xiaoyan slowly raised his head and looked at the two towering figures. The corner of his mouth could not help but lift into a fanatical smile. It had been a long time since he had encountered such a situation. Today, he was going to have a hearty battle. Ha! Suddenly, a clear and loud roar burst out from Xiaoyan's mouth. His sinking body suddenly shook and the ground beneath his feet instantly shattered. A powerful aura surged out from his body. Xiaoyan did not move much as he stood there. Instead, he raised his hands and clapped heavily. What was surprising was that a heavy sound like metal colliding was emitted from his palms. At this moment, a dazzling golden light erupted from Xiaoyan's body. Giant elephant art. The golden body condensed into a dazzling light. Everyone looked over and saw that the domineering aura from the burly golden body was not the slightest bit inferior to the previous two. However, before they could think of anything else, the burly golden body suddenly raised its head and let out a thunderous roar. An astonishing pillar of fire abruptly shot out, swiftly enveloping the golden body under everyone's astonished gazes. In the blink of an eye, it had transformed into a blazing body. Fury of the Fire God. The perfect combination of the giant elephant art and the fury of the fire god, as well as the extreme display of his physical strength and Genesis chi, allowed Xiaoyan's condition to reach a whole new level. Come and fight. The giant covered in blazing flames suddenly let out a deep roar. With a stomp of his foot, the entire ground trembled. His enormous body charged forward like a wild bull. However, Xiao Lei and the other man on the opposite side did not mind at all. They emitted an explosive cry from their mouths. Soon after, they waved their enormous fists. Wind and lightning intertwined as they furiously charged toward Xiao Yan. Bang! A muffled explosion immediately rang out. There wasn't any excess Genesis chi, and the only thing that swept out was the distorted and shattered space ripples caused by the collision between the two sides. At this time, the huge fighting arena was also destroyed into a pile of rubble after several collisions between the three of them. The three did not use any superfluous techniques. Instead, they relied purely on the power of their bodies. Every punch landed on flesh as they wantonly squandered their strength, using the simplest method to carry out the intense battle between the three of them. As the saying goes, the greatest truths are the simplest. Every time a punch landed, the space would break. As the fist and the palm collided, the huge battle arena turned into ruins in an instant. Ha ha ha, good. The past 2 years have been filled with danger, and it has been a long time since I've been able to fight to my heart's content like today. Brother Xiao Yan is truly extraordinary. How satisfying. The three of them exchanged an intense and explosive collision. After retreating to a certain distance, Xiao Lei could not help but raise his head and laugh heartily. With a twist of his body, the sound of bones colliding immediately rang out under the enormous illusory figure. Soon after, he turned his gaze and looked towards Xiao Zhuobin. The two of them smiled in tacit understanding. Quickly, they raised their hands and formed a seal with their 10 fingers. Their movements were shockingly similar. Brother Xiao Yan, this move was created by the combined efforts of us brothers. It also borrows the fury of wind and thunder. If you can beat us in this move today, it will be considered your victory. How about it? Loud laughter rang out. Sure enough, everyone present saw the giant phantasm of Wind God's fury and Thunder God's fury gradually dim at this moment. All of the energy on the phantasm gradually fused together under the control of the two of them, transforming into a phantasm of wind and thunder. At the same time, an even more powerful and astonishing pressure gradually spread from it. Xiao Yan slowly shut his eyes when he saw this. He exhaled a long breath of air. Soon after, both of his eyes were suddenly opened. A heavenly flame appeared in his eyes. At the same time, an arrogant laughter was emitted. I couldn't ask for more. Let's fight. Xiao Yan's group stood solemnly on the martial arena that was like a wasteland. The 3 enormous statues scattered and revealed their true faces. At the same time, a strange illusionary image of wind and lightning interweaving once again agglomerated in front of Xiao Lei and Xiao Zhuobin. This Do technique is formed from the merger of the fury of wind and lightning. Although I don't dare to say that its strength is comparable to a great Dao technique, it is not inferior to a middle-level E-class Do technique. Brother Xiao Yan, be careful. Xiao Lei and Xiao Zhuobin reminded loudly in a tacit manner. Xiao Yan involuntarily raised his eyebrows when he heard this. First, there was a self-created secret technique. Then, there was a merged Do technique. The talent of the two people in front of him was so high that it was frightening. A long while later, Xiao Yan finally inhaled a deep breath of air. He immediately exhaled and the seal formed by his hands changed. Immediately, fierce heavenly flames surged out from his body in all directions. After which, they swiftly separated and agglomerated into 4 clusters of heavenly flames. The 4 clusters of heavenly flames floated in the sky. The frighteningly high temperature caused the air in this place to instantly become dry. It was fortunate that the cultivation of everyone present was not low. Hence, they were able to withstand it. Even though this was the case, shock still surged within the eyes of quite a number of people. Heavenly flames was currently the most difficult energy to control in this world. It was unexpected that not only did it appear in Xiao Yan's hands, but he had even grasped a total of 4 of them. This number could really be described with the word frightening. At this moment, on the elders' seats, a rich expression of disbelief climbed onto everyone's faces the instant Xiao Yan separated the 4 clusters of flames. Even the hearts of Xiao Dingtian and Xiao Gan were currently filled with endless shock. That is, the fallen heart flame? Could it be the actual body of the first elder of the Cloud Immortal sect, Huazhu? How could such a person be swallowed and refined by him? At a certain spot in the viewing gallery, Xiao Mingyuan, who was standing beside Xianxia's group, saw this scene in the arena. His eyes immediately focused and his expression involuntarily became somewhat stunned. However, compared to the scene in front of them, the following scene caused everyone present to feel even more terrified. Following the appearance of the heavenly flames, Xiaoyan did not make any unnecessary movements. His hands clapped in a practiced manner and directly mixed them together. The fierce flames swiftly merged. This sudden scene also caused the gazes of everyone present to solidify for an instant. Soon after, everyone involuntarily inhaled a breath of cool air. Their eyes were instantly filled with shock as they looked at the calm expression of Xiaoyan in the arena. An uproar followed and resounded over the place. This lunatic. Does he not want to live? With the exception of a small portion, the remaining people were currently staring at Xiaoyan in the arena with shocked and terrified expressions. Some of the elders in the elders' seats had even stood up and prepared to deal with any unexpected occurrences. On the other hand, Xiao Dingtian and Xiaoyan had become much calmer after experiencing the shock earlier. They stared at Xiaoyan's face, which was as calm as before. Their hearts were filled with curiosity about this action of his. The Shaolei duo's gazes swept across the four heavenly flames in front of Xiaoyan as a faint look of astonishment flitted across their eyes. Soon after, they smiled at each other and moved their hands. After images appeared one after another. As their hand seals changed, Genesis Chi frantically poured into the phantasm in front of them. Until a certain moment, the wild wind that was howling in the sky suddenly came to a standstill. The enormous illusory figure that had merged with wind and lightning also gradually stopped wiggling at this moment. A monstrous and shocking aura slowly spread out from it. Absolute strength caused the entire place to tremble unceasingly. The expressions of everyone in the surrounding viewing platforms changed when they sensed the monstrous aura that spread from the giant phantasm's body. Under the cover of such a terrifying aura, a dejected feeling of defeat rose in their hearts. A chilling aura of death unwittingly surfaced in their hearts. It was as if all life would be completely extinguished under this power. What an astonishing fusion do skill. Yes, a merged do technique is different from an ordinary do technique that one practices. The strength of this kind of secret technique will greatly increase as the strength of both parties who practice it continues to increase. Once the strength reaches its peak, it will be incomparable. High up in the viewing platform, Xiao Dingtian and Xiao Gan watched this scene unfold in the arena. A gratified expression involuntarily flowed out from their old eyes. It was rare for a junior to be like this. We shall name this move, Fury of Wind Lightning. At this moment, the consciousness of the two brothers seemed to have merged into one. A buzzing sound that shook one's soul was slowly spat out from their mouths. Even the Fury of Wind Lightning phantasm opened its mouth. This move is very strong. In the viewing platform, Xiao Mingyuan's gaze was tightly fixed on the Fury of Wind Lightning phantasm. His low voice was filled with worry. Don't worry, he won't lose. By the side, Xiaoxian slowly exhaled. The corners of his mouth curled into a faint smile as he stared at Xiaoyan. His pitch-black eyes were filled with confidence. Although the giant phantasm on the stage was powerful, the power of the thing that had condensed between Xiaoyan's hands would definitely surpass it. The two of you, try and receive my Buddha's fiery lotus. In the arena, Xiaoyan, who was under everyone's gazes, slowly opened his hands. The instant light blossomed from his palms, a gorgeous fire lotus also slowly bloomed. The strange thing was that after the fire lotus was born, the atmosphere in the arena suddenly became silent. In the elder seating area, Xiao Dingtian and Xiao Gan stared at the fire lotus that appeared in Xiaoyan's palm in shock. The air was so quiet that they could even clearly hear their own heartbeats. Under everyone's gazes, Xiaoyan gently pushed his hands forward. The fire lotus looked harmless as it gently swayed in the air and slowly flew forward. Looking at the enormous phantasm, the difference between the two was like the difference between a mountain range and a cloud crane. Phew! When the gorgeous fire lotus streaked across the sky, Xiao Lei and Xiao Xian, who were waiting calmly, exhaled at the same time. They clasped their hands together and slowly leaned forward. A terrifying pressure descended along with the collapse of the giant phantasm. Wrath of wind thunder. Limitless waves of wind swept to both sides like an invisible tsunami. Terrifying wind pressure fell from above. The unstoppable lightning mercilessly broke through the void like a hot knife through butter, shooting straight at the fire lotus like a long spear. However, in the void less than a meter away from the fire lotus, the lightning strangely distorted and disappeared. Everyone in the area held their breaths and focused their attention. Their eyes were focused intently on everything that was about to happen in the arena. At this moment, even their hearts seemed to have stopped beating. Countless number of eyes reflected the enormous wind lightning illusory image with a majestic aura and the seemingly brilliant fire lotus. Until the next moment, an earth-shaking collision suddenly erupted. Boom! The frozen atmosphere between the heavens and the earth only lasted for a moment before it was broken by an earth-shattering explosion. The white clouds in the blue sky were also swept away in an instant. The terrifying collision was like a collision between meteorites. In an instant, an earth-shaking explosion erupted. The entire martial arena couldn't help but tremble at this moment. On the ground, cracks that were several meters wide rapidly spread out like a spider web. The martial arena that was built from an entire mountain peak rapidly collapsed under the impact of the terrifying energy. Stop the martial arena. We must not let this energy continue to spread. Suddenly, Xiao Mingyuan's shout resounded in the sky above the vast plaza. But before Xiao Dingtian and the others could make a move, golden energy pillars suddenly soared into the sky from the surroundings of the martial arena. They rapidly intertwined and formed a huge barrier in the blink of an eye that enveloped the entire martial arena. Xiao Xian stood in the air on the spectator stand. He waited until the seal in his hand was formed before withdrawing his gaze and looking at Xiao Yan and the others. This battle wasn't over yet. Buzz! Energy ripples that were filled with a destructive aura rapidly spread out from the point of impact. After which, they heavily bombarded the thick and huge array barrier around them. The terrifying energy directly caused the array barrier to violently shake in an instant. Waves of vast and mighty sounds that sounded like the ringing of a bell spread out. The powerful energy ripples made it impossible for the people present to see the situation clearly. But just by listening to the unceasing explosions, it still caused their hearts to surge. The terrifying ripples that continuously bombarded the barrier also caused the hearts of the people present to involuntarily beat violently. They were afraid that the barrier would suddenly explode. Crack crack, in a short moment, a series of cracking sounds were heard from the formation barrier, causing the hearts of countless people to tremble. Xiao Xian couldn't help but knit his brows when he saw that the barrier couldn't hold on any longer. He waved his sleeve, and strings of light shot out from his storage ring and rapidly merged into the barrier. Waves of powerful energy once again spread out from the barrier, and the originally violently shaking barrier quickly stabilized at this moment. They've actually fought to this extent? Xiao Dingtian knitted his brows and sighed softly. When he lifted his head, he suddenly heard a sizzling sound coming from the center of the battlefield. Bolts of purple lightning charged out from the horizon and fiercely collided with the barrier. After which, they suddenly turned around and charged back, fiercely colliding with the fire lotus. At the same time, a terrifying hurricane began to howl within the formation, forming an astonishingly huge tornado. Green energy continued to converge as it continued to attack from above. Together with the lightning, it continued to descend. Bang, 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 muffled explosions sounded one after another until they finally completely disappeared. The purple-colored thunderbolt continued to charge toward the center of the explosion. The hearts of everyone present were suddenly startled. Numerous gazes instantly gathered and stared at the center of the energy ripple. From the looks of it, it appeared that Xiao Yan's fire lotus was ultimately unable to defeat the wind lightning fury that Xiao Lei and the other man had displayed. This brat still lost in the end. It's about to end. The appearance of this scene caused many people to cry out in alarm. Although that was the case, they clearly understood that Xiao Yan was able to rely on his own strength to fight against two origin sect experts, who were stronger than him. Based on this point alone, he could not be considered to have lost. However, the bet was placed there, and everything was irreversible. In the elder seating area, Xiao Dingtian let out a long sigh. His emotions were relaxed, but also melancholy and regret. Based on the current situation, it was clear that he had won the bet with Xiao Yan. However, after this battle, Xiao Yan's shocking and frightening combat strength had also been displayed. It was no exaggeration to say that within the current Xiao clan, there was no one in the same generation that possessed Xiao Yan's frightening combat strength. However, since the matter had already been decided, Xiaoyan would definitely have to leave the clan. Although he felt some regret in his heart, he was still the head of the inner pavilion. There were some things that he could not bring himself to do. Eh? What's going on? At this moment, a wave of bewilderment suddenly sounded from the viewing gallery. The audience, who had originally retracted their gazes and planned to sit back and wait for the result, had actually once again turned their gazes towards the battleground at this very moment. There seemed to be something that had exceeded their expectations slowly appearing at that spot. Something's not right. At this very moment, even Xiao Gan, who was beside Xiao Dingtian, suddenly focused his gaze. His gaze immediately turned towards the battleground, and his pair of old eyes were filled with shock. "Old man, I'm afraid the outcome of this battle will far exceed our expectations." Instantly, Xiao Dingtian suddenly regained his senses, and his gaze followed the former's gaze. In the next moment, his pair of old eyes were immediately stunned, and the expression on his old face gradually froze. At this very moment, the turbulent energy shockwave in the battleground that was enveloped by the array was slowly dispersing. The situation that was buried within had finally appeared in front of everyone's eyes once again. The huge battleground had now turned into a huge deep pit, and everything within it had been completely destroyed into nothingness. In the air, 3 figures were barely able to stand. Their faces were pale, and their clothes had been completely destroyed by the attack of the energy. As a result, their bodies were covered with wounds and bloodstains. But the most shocking thing wasn't these 3 figures, but at this very moment, after all the energy in the battleground had dissipated, there was still a small lotus core that was floating in the air. On it, there was a wisp of flame that seemed to be alive. It was wantonly jumping about, as though it was mocking the fury of wind and thunder that had already dissipated. Seeing this lotus core, Xiaoyan, who was covered in wounds, smiled brightly. He looked at the 2 brothers opposite him as though a burden had been lifted from his shoulders. The 2 of them had also discovered this at this moment. At the same time, they were shocked in their hearts, but at the same time, they also heaved a sigh of relief. They grinned at Xiaoyan from afar, and the 2 of them raised their fists at the same time and gave a thumbs up to Xiaoyan. Outside the battleground, everyone present was like a wooden stake that stood still on the spot. Countless gazes were gathered on the small lotus core, and other than shock, their minds were completely blank. At this very moment, the faces of everyone present, even the group of elders who were seated in the elders' seats, were slowly filled with shock. At this moment, everyone knew that the so-called irreversible ending in their eyes was still successfully reversed by Xiaoyan in the end. Xiaoyan had won. After the battle in the battle arena ended, Xiaoyan's name swiftly swept across every corner of the Xiao clan like a hurricane. In the next few days, Xiaoyan became the focus of everyone's discussion. He had fought against 2 origin sect powerhouses and won. Such a shocking achievement could be said to be one of a kind. In a quiet secret chamber. A faint luster surfaced on Xiaoyan's face as he exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. A joy that was difficult to hide appeared on his face as he sensed the powerful and majestic Genesis Qi within his body. Although he had consumed a lot of Genesis Qi in the battle with Xiao Lei and Xiao Zhuobin, it allowed him to fully control the power he had obtained after his breakthrough. Not only had his aura completely stabilized, but it was also gradually rising. Xiaoyan twisted his cross-legged body. Immediately, a wave of bone collision sounds sounded like firecrackers. After relaxing for a moment, Xiaoyan finally waved his sleeves gently. A glow flashed on the storage ring on his finger. In the blink of an eye, rows of jade boxes were neatly placed on the ground in front of him. These jade boxes were currently emitting a dense medicinal fragrance that spread apart like a mist, causing one to be able to tell that they were definitely not ordinary things at a glance. These medicinal ingredients were needed to refine the zone transformation pill. They could be considered extremely precious items. Any one of them would be in existence that had a price but no market in the outside world. However, regardless of how many of them were placed in front of Xiaoyan, they were all ordinary. Zone transformation pill, high-grade grade 7 medicinal pill. With a twist of his hand, a scroll landed in Xiaoyan's palm. Xiaoyan unfurled the scroll and carefully studied all the information contained within. Even though Xiaoyan already knew the refinement method and some of the details of the zone transformation pill in his heart, the refinement this time around was different from the past. Xiaoyan only possessed one meru grass, the core medicinal ingredient of the zone transformation pill. In other words, Xiaoyan could not afford to make even the slightest mistake during the refinement of the zone transformation pill. The only thing he could do at this moment was naturally to repeatedly understand the refinement process in hopes of eliminating any possibility of failure. A quarter of an hour later, Xiaoyan finally put away the scroll in his hand. He closed and opened his eyes, memorizing all the information contained in the scroll in his mind. Then, his gaze slowly swept across the rows of snow-white jade boxes in front of him. He drew a light breath, suppressing all the emotions in his heart. After calming himself down, he flicked his finger, and a ray of black light suddenly flashed past. A low bell rang in the secret chamber, and a huge green-gold medicinal cauldron slammed to the ground. It was the Luo Heaven cauldron. Xiaoyan narrowed his eyes. The refinement method for the zone transformation pill once again flashed across his mind. Soon after, a fire glow appeared in his dark black eyes. A sharp expression surfaced between his brows. Immediately, he slammed his palm heavily on the medicinal cauldron in front of him. The top of the cauldron emitted a bang sound as it was opened. At the same time, he extended his hand and beckoned. A suction force surged out from his palm. A jade box was immediately opened. Puff! Accompanied by a faint sound, a blazing mysterious flame suddenly appeared in the medicinal cauldron, frantically burning inside. As the mysterious flame rose, the runes on the surface of the Luo Heaven cauldron unknowingly grew increasingly clear, as though they encompassed the world. Once the temperature within the cauldron had reached a certain level, Xiaoyan beckoned with his hand and the tender yellow root immediately rose into the air. A thought passed through Xiaoyan's mind and a flame emitted a poochie sound as it agglomerated in the air around the root. Waves of hot temperature spread out, causing the color of the root to gradually change until it turned red. Only then did Xiaoyan throw it into the medicinal cauldron. Magnolia roots were born in the depths of the earth veins and were nourished by the power of the earth veins. Magnolia roots were extremely resilient, and if absorbed by earth or rock attribute cultivators, they would have a chance of greatly increasing the strength of their attributes, making their Genesis Chi more powerful. As the first ingredient of the zone transformation pill, the magnolia root's purpose was to increase the pill's tolerance to ensure that there would not be any changes due to changes in the flame temperature during the refining process. The refinement of the first medicinal ingredient lasted for a full hour or so. The subsequent refinement process would clearly not be any easier than this. The meticulous refinement of hundreds of medicinal ingredients would definitely require an extremely long time. Even though this was the case, it was under the premise that Xiaoyan was using the heavenly flame to refine them. Otherwise, it was likely that the refinement process of the medicinal ingredients would be even more difficult. It had to be said that to alchemists, strange flames were indeed a divine weapon in the truest sense. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Xiaoyan's brows were tightly furrowed in a tight frown in the sealed chamber. Blazing flames frantically refined the various medicinal ingredients that were continuously poured into the medicinal cauldron. The number of jade boxes placed in front of Xiaoyan gradually decreased. Wave after wave of mixed medicinal fragrances lingered in the narrow space like mist. This continued until a certain moment when the final jade box placed in front of Xiaoyan was opened. After a difficult struggle with the heavenly flame, the medicinal ingredients inside were finally refined into a small cluster of the most essential powder. After the medicinal ingredient refinement was completed, the expression on Xiaoyan's face did not ease up in the slightest. On the contrary, it became increasingly grave. The medicinal ingredient refinement was merely the first step in the entire medicinal pill refinement process. At this moment, he could be considered to be able to officially begin refining the zone transformation pill. What he had to face next was the most troublesome content. Rank 7 Zone Transformation Pill. To put it bluntly, this was the highest grade medicinal pill that Xiaoyan had come into contact with until now. The difficulty of refining this medicinal pill was self-evident. Moreover, there was only one chance to refine this medicinal pill. Once he failed, there would be no possibility of restarting the medicinal cauldron. Xiaoyan naturally understood this in his heart. Therefore, he did not dare to reveal the slightest bit of negligence on his face at this moment. Huff! Xiaoyan's eyes stared intently at the blazing flames burning in the medicinal cauldron in front of him. He exhaled a long breath. At a certain moment, his mind suddenly moved. With a wave of his large sleeve, those pure medicinal ingredients that were wrapped in flames and suspended in the air were all thrown into the medicinal cauldron in front of him. Without any explanation, he maneuvered all of his spiritual strength and focused all of his attention on controlling the flame within the cauldron. He suddenly compressed those pure medicinal ingredients that had been completely refined. The pill fusion began. Success or failure would depend on this one move. Chi. When the flame squeezed the many medicinal ingredients into one spot within the medicinal cauldron, the instant collision caused the energy within it to erupt uncontrollably. Wave after wave of energy ripples erupted repeatedly. The pure medicinal liquid was shaken until it scattered in all directions amidst a wave of low and deep muffled sounds. If it was not for the protection of the heavenly flame, it was likely that these medicinal ingredients would have been completely destroyed by this. Xiaoyan frowned tightly when he sensed the sudden unexpected change within the medicinal cauldron. However, he did not dare to slack off even a little in his heart. The vast ocean-like spiritual strength between his brows poured out without any reservation. It seemed to have transformed into two huge hands that grabbed all the medicinal ingredient essence within the medicinal cauldron. Adding the heavenly flame wrapping around it, it once again compressed it in an extremely tough manner. There was only one chance in front of him. He could not afford to make any mistakes. If he wanted to refine the transforming zone pill, this step was a path that he must take. Xiaoyan's gaze focused intently on the medicinal cauldron in front of him. The flame leaped and the warm fire light was reflected on his grave face. He held his breath and focused. The air within the secret chamber also seemed to have solidified at this moment. The atmosphere within also appeared exceptionally solemn. Within the medicinal cauldron, Xiaoyan allowed the energy between the medicinal ingredients to erupt. He rigidly controlled his spiritual strength and used the heavenly flame to forcefully resist all the explosions. The situation within the medicinal cauldron was uncertain. However, Xiaoyan was able to accurately capture that the energy ripples between the medicinal ingredients were weakening at an extremely slow rate. Once all the energy ripples completely disappeared, the medicinal ingredients would merge and the medicinal pill would be formed. Time quietly flowed by like sand between one's fingers during the rise of the heavenly flame. Xiaoyan sat cross-legged in front of the medicinal cauldron. His body was as stiff as a statue and his entire person appeared just like a corpse. If it was not for the thin gossamer-like breath in his nose and the perspiration that repeatedly appeared on his forehead, it was likely that others would have mistaken him for a corpse. In the blink of an eye, he did not know how much time and days had passed. Xiaoyan only knew that he had done his best. The medicinal herbs in the medicinal cauldron were fusing bit by bit. All the processes were slowly progressing in a good direction. His eyes, which had been staring at the medicinal cauldron, were filled with sadness. His eyes gradually became bloodshot, and even his eyeballs seemed to be unusually protruding. Being overly engrossed, Xiaoyan had forgotten everything in the outside world at this moment. Even his entire consciousness was completely immersed in this huge medicinal cauldron. The only thing that changed in the entire secret room was the flickering raging fire within the medicinal cauldron. It shone on Xiaoyan's body, reflecting a distorted figure on the ground and walls behind him. The merger of the medicinal ingredients was slowly carried out under Xiaoyan's frightened emotions. However, the thing that was worthy of being rejoiced was that no mistakes occurred during the entire merger process after this. The high degree of tension in his emotions caused every step to fall into place step by step. Finally, when the final cluster of medicinal liquid was merged into one, a cluster of mottled fist-sized cluster appeared within the medicinal cauldron. Looking at the medicinal liquid in front of him that had finally turned into a ball of medicinal liquid, Xiaoyan's heart did not relax. The medicinal pill had yet to be formed, and the results had yet to be determined. If he wanted to completely relax, it was likely that he would only be able to relax at the moment when the medicinal pill was truly refined. Xiaoyan did not dare to slack off at all. His mind was still tense as his spiritual strength controlled the flame and maintained it at a constant temperature. He slowly released the temperature, causing the various medicinal herbs within the ball of medicinal liquid to gradually fuse. As the various medicinal liquids within the ball of medicinal liquid gradually fused and condensed, the ball of medicinal liquid that was originally the size of a fist gradually condensed. At a certain moment, the size of the ball of medicinal liquid was reduced by half. On its surface, the originally viscous liquid began to dry and harden. A somewhat mottled and shapeless medicinal pill was gradually condensing. Looking at the medicinal cauldron in front of him that had finally successfully fused the embryonic form of the medicinal pill, Xiaoyan finally put down the biggest rock in his heart. He forcefully suppressed the excitement in his heart and heaved a long sigh of relief. The dryness in his throat even allowed him to smell a trace of blood sweetness. However, at this very moment, the few most difficult steps of refining the medicinal pill had been successfully completed. Xiaoyan did not have the time to care about these. He continued to maintain his original level of control and prepared to enter the next stage, which was also the most crucial stage of the medicinal pill's quality. Pill formation. Once the pill formation was completed, the zone transformation pill would be considered to have been truly refined. While Xiaoyan was in closed-door training to refine the medicinal pill, 2 months had passed in the outside world. As the clan gathering approached, the atmosphere in the Xiao clan had clearly changed. The younger generation of the Xiao clan, who were usually lazy and loitering, were now hiding in their rooms and desperately training. Although this action was somewhat like a last-minute preparation, it had to be said that under the continuous crazy training, some of the more talented younger generation members, who had been in the breakthrough stage for a long time, were unexpectedly able to make a breakthrough in their cultivation. It could be said that this was a joy that came from within. Of course, in comparison, these were only a minority. The younger generation members, who were accustomed to using the Xiao clan's name to roam wild outside, couldn't even raise their heads in the clan. The strength of a Origin King or Origin Emperor was not uncommon among the younger generation, but only by breaking through the numerous obstacles and becoming the best among them would the elders treat them differently. On a cliff at the back of the Xiao clan's mountain. Dressed in white, Xiaoxian was seated cross-legged with his eyes tightly shut. His hands were forming a cultivation seal, and Genesis Qi stirred around him as wind and clouds gathered. Above his head, a huge invisible tornado, mixed with fierce and domineering sword Qi, gathered all the energy between heaven and earth. At the same time, Xiaoxian's Qi cultivation method was rapidly circulating, and there seemed to be a series of fierce collisions in his body. Bzz bzz bzz, as the Qi cultivation method rapidly circulated, waves of majestic Genesis Qi continuously poured into his body in an attempt to break through the barrier between the Origin Emperor and Origin Ancestor. While Xiaoyan was undertaking a retreat to refine medicinal pills, Xiaoxian did not simply wait for the results. Instead, he relied on his own strength to attempt to attack the invisible barrier within his body time and time again. Although all of this appeared to be impossible, Xiaoxian understood that he only needed to advance a small distance during these countless attempts. Even if it was just a small crack, he was confident that he could break through this barrier and advance to the Source Zone class. And that was exactly what he was doing at this moment. As the sword Qi above Xiaoxian's head grew stronger and stronger, an invisible sword was formed in the center of the tornado. The moment the sword tip condensed, it was wrapped in a sky-piercing power as it pierced through his soul and slammed into the barrier of cultivation. Gotcha. Without any fancy moves, the sword fell, and an earth-shaking explosion seemed to ring out in the depths of Xiaoxian's mind. The huge tornado hovering above his head suddenly expanded, and an earth-shaking suction force surged out. The energy between heaven and earth seemed to have found an entrance and was frantically sucked into Xiaoxian's body. As the energy of heaven and earth continued to pour in, an astonishing aura that far surpassed that of a peak Origin Emperor rapidly rose in Xiaoxian's body, directly reaching the Origin Ancestor level. At the same time that Xiaoxian's cultivation broke through to the Origin Ancestor level, in the depths of the Xiao clan's back mountains, First Elder Xiaozhen's old eyes were filled with astonishment as he stared in a certain direction. Breakthrough? Amazing! Xiaozhen let out a surprised cry from his mouth. Soon after, he involuntarily laughed out loud. At the same time, he felt disbelief in his heart. Back then, he had thought of all sorts of methods for Xiaoxian's breakthrough. He had even personally stepped forward to investigate. However, he was unable to find any useful clues. It was unexpected that Xiaoxian had actually advanced in such a sudden manner. On top of feeling surprised in his heart, the First Elder involuntarily linked this matter to Xiaoyan. Could it be because of that brat? Outside the Xiao clan, a pair of turbid old eyes slowly opened. Suddenly, a golden light flashed in the depths of his eyes. He looked in the direction of the Xiao clan, and his eyes were filled with shock. Then, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. He paused for a moment, and then calmed down again. Ouyang clan. On the peak of a mountain, there was a man in green clothes and a longsword. Ouyang Yu in green clothes, and the longsword was called Serene Orchid. Buzz, when Ouyang Yu's cultivation broke through, the longsword lying quietly beside him on the peak of the mountain suddenly buzzed and trembled uncontrollably. It was as if it had received some kind of signal. A sharp sword aura surged from the Serene Orchid sword and cut the surrounding rocks in half. Seeing this, Ouyang Yu's expression did not change. His eyes stared straight at the northern horizon. Then, he extended 2 fingers and placed them on the sword. With a light press, the sword immediately stabilized. However, even so, the sword chi that surged out from the tip of the sword still left a shallow wound on Ouyang Yu's wrist. Hiss, Ouyang Yu instantly sucked in a breath of cold air as shock appeared in his eyes. He raised his hand and stared at the dark red wound. He seemed to be deep in thought as he quickly calmed down. Then, he took a deep breath and said indifferently, "It seems that he has a great influence on you. When a weapon attacked its master, unless there was a demon involved, it must have met a master who was better than it. It could not take it and wanted to break free from its restraints. If I remember correctly, his name seems to be Xianxia." After a long while, Ouyang Yu finally let out a soft sigh. When he came back to his senses, he slowly placed his hand on the Yulan sword and gently stroked it. "Old friend, thank you for all these years." The man's face was calm, but his eyes were filled with reluctance. At a certain moment, Ouyang Yu slowly took a deep breath. As if he had made up his mind, he suddenly tore off a piece of cloth from his robe. With a flick of his finger, the sword body immediately rose into the air. The cloth circled in his hand, and in the blink of an eye, the sword was completely wrapped up and sealed. The man's eyes were tightly shut as he stood silently on the mountain peak, feeling the last remnants of the aura in the air. From then on, the Ouyang family no longer had the orchid sword. 1 month later. In front of a secret chamber in the Xiao clan, Xiao Jinghong and Xiao Tian stood there. The 2 of them looked at the door of the secret chamber that was slowly opening in front of them, and their eyes were filled with nervous anticipation. Soon, an old man with white hair and beard walked out of the secret chamber. The old man looked a little dejected. When he walked out, he saw the grandfather and grandson with faces full of anticipation. He was startled at first, but in the end, he helplessly shook his head and sighed. "I have failed to live up to your expectations." When these words came out, the grandfather and grandson's hearts suddenly thumped, and the expressions on their faces froze. After a long while, Xiao Tian helplessly smiled, took a deep breath, and shook his head. He looked at Xiao Jinghong and comforted him, "Grandfather, it's okay. I don't have any pills. At most, I will cultivate by myself. I will break through sooner or later." Hearing this, Xiao Jinghong's withered hand couldn't help but tremble. Only then did it land on the latter's shoulder and said in a low voice, "That's true, but it has been a few years. Seeing that this year's clan gathering is around the corner, if your cultivation still can't break through, I'm afraid." Xiao Tian pursed his lips and felt quite helpless in his heart. In order to find more powerful strength, the cultivation method he cultivated was naturally more special. Although it was quite powerful and domineering usually, once it was time to break through, the resistance he had to face was especially great. But on the other hand, once he broke through, the rebound would not only increase his combat power, but even his cultivation would also increase faster and stronger than others. And this was also the reason why Xiao Tian's cultivation speed was inferior to other people of the same generation. If not for this, with Xiao Tian's cultivation talent, he should at least be at the same level as Xiao Yan. That bastard Xiao Mingyuan. If it wasn't for his unwillingness to help, how could this pill not be refined after such a long time? Xiao Jinghong's old face was extremely ugly. Although the old man in front of him was also an alchemist in the clan, he was only a rank 6 alchemist. It would be extremely difficult for him to refine a rank 7 barrier-breaking pill. In the entire Xiao clan, the strongest alchemist was Xiao Mingyuan, who was ranked 3rd in the Elders Guild. He was a rank 7 alchemist. If he could help, Xiao Jinghong had no doubt that this barrier-breaking pill would be refined successfully. But now, they and Xiao Yan were like fire and water. Xiao Mingyuan just so happened to be on the same side as Xiao Yan. It was impossible to ask him to help. It was also because they had no choice that they found the only rank 6 alchemist in the clan, Elder Xiao Ming. Unfortunately, under the circumstances where they paid the price of all the medicinal ingredients, the result was still so unbearable. However, while the three of them were feeling gloomy, thunderclouds suddenly rolled in the sky above a certain courtyard in the Xiao clan. At the same time, waves of rich energy ripples were rapidly forming there. The three of them turned their gazes and focused on the place where the energy ripples were occurring. In the blink of an eye, the expressions on their faces changed. This is the birth of a rank 7 pill. Is Third Elder refining the pill? As an alchemist, Xiao Ming was the first to detect the unusual energy ripples. It was caused by the completion of the pill. That is Xiao Yan's residence. Could it be that Third Elder is refining the pill for him? Regardless of whether it is or not, let's go over and take a look first. Xiao Jinghong let out a low cry. Immediately, he leaped into the air without any explanation. He took the lead and swiftly flew toward Xiao Yan's location. Behind him, Xiao Tian and Xiao Ming hesitated for a moment before following close behind. At the same time, many people in the Xiao clan were attracted by the energy ripples and quickly rushed over. However, when Xiao Jinghong and the others arrived, the first thing they discovered was a familiar figure. He was guarding the sky above the courtyard and preventing anyone from approaching. Looking at that person, it was actually Xiao Mingyuan, the person who was refining medicine at that moment. In the sky above the courtyard, Xiao Mingyuan stood with his hands behind his back. He raised his head and looked at the rolling thunderclouds in the sky. His old face couldn't help but reveal a surprised expression. He boasted that he was quite knowledgeable in alchemy. Being able to reach rank 7 had added a lot of glory to his face. However, he didn't expect to see such a scene today. A rank 7 medicinal pill. This kid is really amazing. Although Xiao Mingyuan had some understanding of Xiao Yan's identity as an alchemist, he didn't expect the latter's attainments in alchemy to be so high. He was still young, but he was already able to refine a rank 7 medicinal pill. Even some of the younger generation in the pill tower might not be able to compare with such amazing talent. Not long after Xiao Mingyuan appeared, figures rushed over from the surroundings of the courtyard after hearing the news. The commotion caused by the birth of a tier 7 medicinal pill caused some of the old fellows in the Xiao clan to become extremely excited. However, when these people arrived one after another and saw Xiao Mingyuan standing in the air, their faces involuntarily revealed a stunned expression. In the entire Xiao clan, there was no one else other than Xiao Mingyuan who could refine a tier 7 medicinal pill. However, the latter was currently standing outside of this matter. Clearly, this medicinal pill had nothing to do with him. Could it be that Elder Xiao Ming has broken through to rank 7? Many of the people present revealed surprised expressions when they thought of this. Soon after, 3 figures rushed over from another direction. This instantly dispelled the thoughts in the hearts of the people present. This was because Xiao Ming was among the 3 people who had rushed over at this moment. Why is it you? Xiao Jinghong's figure flashed quickly. In the blink of an eye, he was already standing in the courtyard. The tip of his foot gently landed on the roof of a pavilion. He frowned and stared at Xiao Mingyuan, who was standing in the air, with a surprised expression. While he was speaking, Xiao Tian and Elder Xiao Ming quickly rushed over from behind him. Their gazes immediately noticed Xiao Mingyuan, who was currently in the courtyard. Why, even you are here? Can't this old man come? Seeing Xiao Jinghong, the latter's face obviously didn't have a good expression. Xiao Mingyuan only sneered at the former's words. As for the current Xiao Jinghong, he didn't have the time to care about these things. His gaze quickly looked at the room below where waves of energy fluctuations were surging out. He frowned and said, "Since you're here, who is the person concocting the medicinal pellet?" Xiao Jinghong's words were undoubtedly the thoughts of everyone present. After all, the 2 alchemist grandmasters from the Xiao clan were present. Since that was the case, who was the one who refined this rank 7 medicinal pill that was in its final stages? Your question is rather bizarre. This residence is Xiao Yan's residence. As the owner of this residence, the only person who can refine medicinal pills in this residence is naturally him alone. Xiao Mingyuan smiled coldly. As soon as his words fell, an uproar immediately sounded from the mouths of the people present. Even Xiao Jinghong and the two people behind him, who had already guessed in their hearts, couldn't help but slightly stiffen. Their hearts were filled with disbelief. Although they also knew that Xiao Yan had the identity of an alchemist, they guessed in their hearts that he wouldn't exceed tier 5 at most. However, what was placed before their eyes now was a fact that could be called terrifying. It should be known that even in the entire Xiao clan, there was only Xiao Mingyuan who was a rank 7 alchemist. However, Xiao Yan was able to refine a rank 7 medicinal pill. The meaning behind this was not just a mere medicinal pill, a rank 7 medicinal pill. This was the proof of his identity as a rank 7 alchemist, a powerful cultivation that did not lose out to the top figures of the younger generation in the clan. In addition to his identity as a rank 7 alchemist, the combination of these two represented that he was a true genius, bluntly speaking. A young person who could achieve such achievements in both cultivation and alchemy was definitely an existence that was extremely rare in the entire continent. Even in the hearts of all the alchemists in the continent, the Sacred Hall and the Pill Tower, there were definitely only a handful of them. After Xiao Yan's actions, no one in the Xiao clan would dare to underestimate him. His status would definitely be unshakable. With this thought in his heart, Xiao Jinghong involuntarily turned his gaze to the sealed house below. His heart secretly hesitated. Rumble, at this moment, the thunderclouds that had gathered in the sky finally began to churn violently. Numerous thunderbolts continued to churn within the thunderclouds. When the crowd below lifted their heads to look, a horned dragon-like frightening black-colored thunderbolt suddenly descended. It mercilessly tore apart the empty space and charged towards the courtyard below like a living creature. Its momentum was so great that it caused many of the younger generation members of the Xiao clan and even some of the elders to involuntarily reveal a grave expression on their faces. The power of the pill lightning triggered by a rank 7 medicinal pill was naturally extraordinary. It was likely that no one below the Source Zone stage would be able to withstand it. Even an ordinary Source Zone expert would likely suffer greatly. In the sky, Xiao Mingyuan's old eyes stared at the rapidly descending terrifying thunderbolt. As he circulated the Genesis Chi in his body, a stream of black light suddenly rushed out from the sealed house below. It pierced through the roof and soared into the sky, meeting the astonishing pill lightning head-on. "SSS, is that a puppet?" Xiao Mingyuan knitted his brows. His words had just sounded when an earth-shaking roar suddenly sounded in the sky. Everyone saw that the powerful pill lightning seemed to have been cut by more than half the moment it made contact with the puppet. Most of the lightning energy entered the Northern King's body, while the remaining energy was forcefully blasted apart in the collision. The Northern King's body was also sent flying. However, the moment it was about to land on the ground, its feet suddenly stepped on the empty air, and its body once again shot into the sky. At the same time, it left behind a pit that was dozens of feet wide in the courtyard. Eh? This puppet can actually absorb the power of lightning? Under Xiao Mingyuan's gaze, although the North King was blasted away by the thunderbolt, the lightning power in his body did not cause the slightest bit of damage. On the contrary, his body grew brighter and brighter, and the purple-gold skin on his body grew brighter and smoother. At a glance, it gave off a thick and tough feeling. The most peculiar thing was his head. His forehead and cheeks, all the way to the bottom of his neck, were now covered in dragon scales. Even his cold and empty eyes gave off a strange murderous aura. Not only did it absorb lightning power, but it has also grown stronger. Moreover, those scales, Xiao Mingyuan carefully scanned the North King's body. At a certain moment, Xiao Mingyuan's eyebrows suddenly twitched. He couldn't help but be shocked. At the same time, he couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. This puppet is from the ancient Void Dragon clan. Although the Northern King had suffered serious injuries after the incident with Bai Hua, the lightning energy within his body had completely absorbed all of the accumulated lightning energy in his body after that battle. His injuries had completely healed, and his strength had also risen to the level of a Source ancestor. It could be said that this was a blessing in disguise. Although this was the case, the Northern King had barely reached the level of a Source ancestor. However, in the face of such a powerful pill lightning today, the Northern King's strength would be completely raised. Not only that, but it would be even stronger. Roar. A low and cold roar was emitted from the Northern King's mouth. The Northern King's body once again charged forward, and its body collided with the 10-feet-thick thunderbolt. Boom! An earth-shaking explosion resounded once again. Under countless shocked gazes, the moment the thick lightning energy made contact with the Northern King's body, it was torn apart by a strange suction force and swallowed into the Northern King's body. The Northern King's body was just like a bottomless black hole in the face of these thunderbolts. No matter how ferocious the attacks were, the Northern King's body did not move. Even if it was sent flying, the thunderbolt would still be completely swallowed. Over a dozen pill lightning bolts descended and were swallowed by the Northern King one by one. Dragon scales continuously appeared on its body, and traces of lightning energy scuttled around the surface of its body as if they were alive. Following the Northern King's metal fist, it ruthlessly met the pill lightning descending from the clouds in the sky. What a strange puppet! Everyone present was shocked when they saw the scene. Even Xiao Jinghong and the other upper echelon elders of the Xiao clan were similarly shocked. It was the first time they had seen such a strange puppet. This thing's strength is actually using the pill lightning to rapidly raise its strength. The Northern King, who had been baptized by the pill lightning time and time again, was completely fearless at this moment. Its body stood in the sky as it majestically received the wild and violent attacks of the pill lightning. No matter how the pill lightning collided, it was completely swallowed by the Northern King, and it did not even take half a step back. At this moment, the Northern King's fighting strength was likely comparable to an ordinary 3-star source ancestor. Rumble, 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 deafening roars continued to resound in the sky. Countless bolts of lightning seemed to be hidden within the violently churning thunderclouds. An endless stream of furious lightning bolts shot out from within, and their power grew stronger and stronger. Finally, all of them landed on the North King's body. After a long time, the churning thunderclouds strangely calmed down and gradually shrank. However, just as everyone thought that the thunderclouds were about to dissipate and were about to relax, the energy in the area suddenly became unusually violent. An apocalyptic aura enveloped everyone's heads, causing the Genesis chi in several people's bodies. At a certain moment, 3 bolts of lightning that were even more powerful than the previous ones suddenly shot out from the thunderclouds. Just as they were about to hit the ground, they merged into one under everyone's shocked gazes. They turned into a terrifying bolt of lightning that was dozens of feet thick. It was like a pillar of lightning that reached the heavens as it smashed towards the North King. Even so, the Northern King's body remained towering in the sky like a metal tower in the face of such terrifying thunderbolts. It lifted its head and stared at the descending thunderbolt. Just as it was about to hit its head, the Northern King suddenly opened its mouth and released a low and hoarse roar. Next, a terrifying suction force abruptly surged outwards. The earth-shaking thunderbolt was swallowed into the Northern King's stomach in a single gulp. The Northern King's body trembled uncontrollably as the thunderbolt entered its body. After a few breaths, it regained its calm. The last thunderclouds in the sky slowly scattered, allowing sunlight to sprinkle down and illuminate the Northern King's purple-gold skin. At a glance, half of its body was already covered in dragon scales. Pill lightning wreaked havoc in the sky above the manor for nearly 2 hours. During this time, the Northern King had absorbed nearly 100 pill lightning bolts. After devouring such a terrifying number of pill lightning bolts, the results were naturally astonishing. The continuous devouring of dozens of thunderbolts caused the Northern King's cultivation to soar like never before. At this moment, the Northern King's strength had already reached the level of a 5-star origin ancestor. He was not the slightest bit inferior to Xiao Lei. In fact, it was hard to say whether Xiao Lei would be the Northern King's match in a battle. Some of the Xiao clan's elders present could not help but look at each other when they sensed the changes in the Northern King's strength. Their eyes blazed with excitement. Everyone had the same thought in their hearts. A single round of grade 7 pill lightning had raised the Northern King's strength by 5 stars. It was hard to imagine just how terrifying the Northern King's battle strength would be if such powerful pill lightning came a few more times. Would it be a Source Venerate or a Source Sage? Just think about it. A puppet that could rapidly raise its strength by devouring thunderbolts. If the clan was able to nurture it, it would break through to the Origin Venerate or even the Origin Sage stage. At that time, it would only be a matter of time before the Xiao clan became the #1 faction in the continent. At that time, the 2 great sects and the Pill Tower would not even be placed in their eyes. The prerequisite for all of this was that Xiaoyan had to hand over control of the puppet. The moment they thought of this, the gazes of quite a number of clan elders present involuntarily landed on the house below. At this moment, Xiaoyan was within it, finishing the finishing work of the medicinal pill. Xiaoyan, who was in the room, finally took out the medicinal pill from the medicinal cauldron in front of him after the pill lightning scattered. Xiaoyan's tired face finally revealed a satisfied smile as he looked at the bright luster of the zone transformation pill that was overflowing with a pill fragrance. Xiaoyan's heart was thinking that Xianxia's cultivation would be able to break through with this medicinal pill. However, he was unaware that Xianxia's cultivation had already stepped into the Yuan zone class a month ago. Although a month had passed, it was likely that his strength had already advanced by a step. Creak, the door to the room was opened. Sunlight scattered down from the sky while a countless number of gazes looked over. Xiaoyan raised his head and saw human figures all over the sky. He involuntarily raised his eyebrows when he saw the somewhat heated gazes of some of the elders. A figure had already appeared in front of him when he turned around. Above him, the expressions of Xiao Mingyuan and the rest changed as their gazes landed on the person. Xiaoyan also lifted his head in surprise. His expression was slightly startled, but he quickly smiled and said, "Ancestor, you have succeeded." "Ancestor, fortunately, I didn't let you down. The zone transformation pill is done." In the courtyard, Xiaoyan smiled as he looked at the figure that had suddenly appeared in front of him. With a flip of his hand, an exquisite jade bottle appeared in his hand and he respectfully handed it over to the latter. Seeing this, Xiaoxian smiled and slowly shook his head. "Thank you for your hard work. However, you should keep it. I don't need this pill anymore." Xiaoyan could not help but be slightly stunned when he heard this. Just as he was about to open his mouth to ask, the astonishing speed of Xiaoxian's appearance suddenly flashed in his mind. At this moment, he thought about it and instantly reacted. His gaze carefully swept over Xiaoxian's body and sensed that the aura emitted from the latter's body was thousands of times different from a few months ago. Immediately, the surprise in his eyes became even stronger. Xiaoyan stared at Xiaoxian in surprise. Seeing the latter smile and nod his head, he immediately could not help but laugh out loud, which also attracted many suspicious gazes. At the same time, Xiao Jinghong, who was in the sky, stared at Xiaoyan with a shocked expression. He had clearly heard Xiaoyan mention the zone transformation pill earlier. With his status, he naturally knew what the zone transformation pill represented. It was a pill that could allow Xiao Tian's cultivation to break through to the origin ancestor level. Thinking back, when Xiao Tian was choosing the pill to break through to the origin ancestor level, his first choice was the zone transformation pill. As Xiao Tian's cultivation method was based on accumulation, the so-called negative effects of the zone transformation pill were nothing in his eyes. Unfortunately, the difficulty of refining the zone transformation pill far exceeded that of the rank 7 barrier-breaking pill, and without Xiao Mingyuan's help, he had no choice but to choose the latter. However, now that there was no hope for the barrier-breaking pill, the thought in his heart had just dissipated. However, the zone transformation pill that suddenly appeared in Xiaoyan's hand reignited the flame of hope in an instant. If he could obtain this zone transformation pill, there would naturally be a solution to Xiao Tian's cultivation. "Don't even think about it, grandfather. We're going against Xiaoyan. It's already good enough that he doesn't hate us. It's impossible for him to give me the pills he refined for Xiaoxian." At this moment, Xiao Tian seemed to have seen through Xiao Jinghong's thoughts. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. Xiao Jinghong suddenly came back to his senses, and the hopeful expression that had just appeared on his face instantly disappeared without a trace. Indeed, even Xiao Mingyuan was unwilling to make a move for Xiao Tian, let alone Xiaoyan. However, just as the two parties were talking, a few middle-aged men slowly stepped out from a group of people somewhere in the void. Then, they landed in the courtyard and looked at Xiaoyan. Sensing those gazes, Xiaoyan, who was chatting with Xiaoxian, slightly raised his eyebrows. He turned his gaze and looked at those few people. At this moment, there were 4 middle-aged men who had landed in the courtyard. Judging from their auras, there was no doubt that they were origin ancestor experts. The strongest among them had even reached the cultivation of a 5-star origin ancestor. It could be said that they weren't weak. However, at this moment, the gazes they used to look at Xiaoyan didn't seem to be friendly. Shouting Tian's men. Xiao Mingyuan also descended. He frowned slightly as he looked at those few people. He didn't give them a good face. Among the four, a middle-aged man with a sturdy figure slowly walked forward. His words shocked everyone, causing them to be dumbfounded and stunned. Xiaoyan, a straightforward person, doesn't resort to insinuations. I'm afraid that the ability of the puppet in your hand isn't something you can control. Therefore, I hope that you can hand it over and contribute it to the clan. The middle-aged man acted as if he hadn't heard. If Xiaoyan was really able to contribute the puppet to the clan today, then it would be a great contribution to the clan. His status would naturally rise in the future. In fact, these short-sighted people couldn't compare to him. However, when the middle-aged man thought of this, he didn't seem to care about Xiaoyan's thoughts. Xiaoyan was slightly stunned by these words. He exchanged glances with Xiaoxian, who was at the side, and then looked at the middle-aged man with a strange expression. Who are you? The middle-aged man raised his head slightly and revealed a somewhat complacent expression. Xiao clan's inner pavilion elder, Xiao Huan. Then it's fine. Xiaoyan replied indifferently. He lifted his foot and was about to leave, but immediately after, the middle-aged man's face turned cold as he said in a deep voice, "What do you mean? What do you mean? Can't you hear what I said?" Xiaoyan paused. He slowly turned his head to look at the latter and coldly said. He said coldly, "If you were the clan leader, I might have to consider your words. Since you aren't, then there's no need for that. Xiaoyan, you're too arrogant. You want to enter my Xiao clan, but in the end, you're not even willing to contribute a puppet to the clan. How can we use such a selfish person?" Xiao Huan's words left her mouth. Xiaoyan turned around and Xiaoxian frowned. Even Xiao Mingyuan and Xiao Jinghong threw their gazes toward the latter at this moment. They quietly shook their heads. Clearly, they felt disdain for this fellow's foolish actions. Xiaoyan's gaze, which was still calm a moment ago, had now landed on Xiao Huan's body. An additional denseness appeared in his eyes. By arrogance, did he mean that he didn't respect the elders of the clan, or that Zhao Jing did whatever he wanted in the Xiao clan? By selfishness, did he mean that he wasn't willing to give up his own interests, or that these people didn't want to help him? Xiao Huan's words had infuriated him. Alright, Jihan stared intently at Xiao Huan until the latter couldn't help but feel fear in his heart. He then said indifferently, "If you can defeat him, you can do whatever you want with the North King." A thought passed through Xiaoyan's mind and the Northern King emitted a bang as it landed on the ground. Without any explanation, the words that were spat out from its mouth caused the hearts of everyone present to leap. "North King, kill him." Boom. As his voice faded, the Northern King's foot stomped heavily on the ground. A half-meter wide pit immediately appeared on the bluestone floor. His body rose and appeared in front of Xiao Huan in the blink of an eye. Without any hesitation, a fist heavily smashed towards Xiao Huan's head. Xiao Huan's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly circulated the Genesis Chi in his body and rapidly retreated. Although he barely avoided the North King's iron fist, his face was flushed red from the blazing astral wind, and there were even a few scratches on his forehead. "Xiaoyan, you..." Before Xiao Huan could roar in anger, the North King's murderous aura attacked again. Xiao Huan couldn't care less. As he retreated, boundless Genesis Chi rapidly gathered on his right fist. With a strange jerk of his arm, an exceptionally powerful force blasted towards the North King's fist without any fancy moves. Boom. When the two came into contact, a frightening wind ripple immediately surged out. Numerous cracks swiftly spread out from between the two on the ground. A powerful force swept out, causing some of the decorations and rocks in the courtyard to be directly turned into dust. Humph. Xiao Huan coldly snorted. Genesis Chi surged from his arm, and his body jerked. Terrifying energy poured out in an attempt to push the North King back. However, the North King's tower-like body remained motionless even after the ferocious Genesis Chi erupted, allowing the energy to crash into the scales on his body. When the attack landed, the North King's body abruptly pressed forward. At the same time, an extremely pure thunderbolt force instantly entered the former's arm, scattering all the Genesis Chi and mercilessly shattering a portion of his meridians. Before Xiao Huan could let out a miserable shriek, the North King's charging body slammed into him. Blood spurted out like a fountain, and Xiao Huan's body was sent flying uncontrollably. He smashed through several courtyard walls before finally coming to a stop. Everyone was dumbfounded at the sight of this. When they looked at the North King, their gazes were filled with shock. Comparatively speaking, both of them were 5-star origin sections. However, at this moment, Xiao Huan had been instantly defeated in a single exchange. The Northern King's fighting strength was simply terrifying. The North King did not stop after breaking Huan Yuan's arm with a single punch. His foot slammed into the ground again as his body shot forward like a cannonball, charging into the ruins as a series of explosions rang out. The ground quaked as dust rose into the air. Cracks the width of a person's thigh continuously extended from the epicenter of the explosions. The enormous courtyard was completely demolished in a short period of time. It was only after a few minutes that everyone could clearly see an extremely sorry figure stumbling out from the flying dust with a panicked expression. The Genesis chi in his body continuously gushed out without any reservation. His figure flashed as fist winds whizzed behind him. Invisible air cannonballs whizzed past Xiao Huan's ears, causing fear to fill his heart. He had clashed with the North King more than a dozen times in a short period of time, but he was unable to gain the upper hand even once. Even when he attacked with his full strength, he was still blocked by the strange scales on the North King's body. The North King's body was simply indestructible and indestructible. He, a dignified 5-star origin sect master, had no chance of victory against the North King. Compared to combat strength, the North King's sturdy body was his most terrifying weapon. Xiao Huan had just escaped from the tiger's mouth when she immediately sensed the Northern King, who was hot on her heels. That steel-like body of the Northern King was extremely frightening at this moment. Xiao Huan's expression changed drastically. The Genesis chi in her body was frantically maneuvered. She lifted her head and saw Xiao Mingyuan standing beside Xiao Yan. She could not be bothered about anything else as she hurriedly cried out for help. "Third Elder, save me!" Hearing this, Xiao Mingyuan gently raised his eyebrows. His gaze paused on the puppet behind Xiao Huan, which was about to catch up with the latter. The corner of his eyes glanced at Xiao Yan. In the end, he still chose to remain silent. He was well aware of the resentment in Xiao Yan's heart. The reason why Xiao Yan had sent the Northern King to kill Xiao Huan was likely because Xiao Yan wanted to use Xiao Huan to vent his anger. Xiao Yan did not really want to kill Xiao Huan. However, if Xiao Yan were to intervene at this moment and save Xiao Huan, it was likely that the pretense would turn into reality and backfire. "Xiao Mingyuan, you!" Bang! Xiao Huan's heart suddenly sank when he saw that Xiao Mingyuan had no intention of attacking. Before the furious roar from his mouth could fade, the Northern King, who was chasing closely behind, suddenly smashed his fist down. It landed on Xiao Huan's back, and a shocking force poured out like a flash flood, instantly sending Xiao Huan's body flying forward. After which, he heavily landed on the ground. In an instant, he had already turned into a seriously injured body. The appearance of this scene caused the hearts of many Xiao clan members present to tighten. Many of their gazes involuntarily looked at Xiao Mingyuan. The latter actually did not care about the clan elders and allowed the puppet to trample on him. If news of this were to spread, it was likely that his prestige would be damaged. At this moment, Xiao Mingyuan's face was green. He understood what those people were thinking in their hearts, but he also knew what the situation in the arena represented. However, if he were to intervene, this shallow relationship between him and Xiao Yan would be personally broken by him. At that time, it would be a small matter if Xiao Yan treated him coldly. However, if Xiao Yan were to become bitterly disappointed in the Xiao clan, the loss that the clan would suffer would be immeasurable. At this moment, Xiao Mingyuan quietly circulated the Genesis chi in his body as he stared at the North King, who was about to deliver a fatal blow to Xiao Huan. He slowly clenched his fists under his sleeves, and his turbid eyes stared intently at the situation that was about to unfold. If things really reached a point where he had no other choice, he would have to intervene even if he had to offend Xiao Yan. After all, Xiao Huan was the clan's inner pavilion elder and had a high status. If he died at Xiao Yan's hands, Xiao Yan would lose all possibility of gaining a foothold in the clan. No matter which side it was for, Xiao Mingyuan had to intervene. At this moment, the greatest hope in Xiao Mingyuan's heart was that Xiao Yan would be able to stop in time. In this way, he would be able to obtain a deterrent effect and more or less vent his emotions. At the same time, he would not really kill Xiao Huan. Doing so would benefit everyone. However, things were always like this. The more one hoped, the less one would achieve the desired result. The North King still didn't stop even when it was less than a foot away from Xiaoyan. Moreover, Xiaoyan didn't seem to have any intention of stopping it. As for the others present, even Xiao Huan, a 5-star origin sect master, wasn't a match for the puppet. Given their strength, how would they dare to face the North King head-on? If they failed to save Xiao Huan, they would end up losing their lives as well. No one would be willing to intervene in such a matter unless it was someone close to them. Under countless watching gazes, the North King's charging figure didn't stop at all. It clenched its 5 fingers and punched forward. If it landed, Xiao Huan would instantly lose his life. The clan's inner pavilion elder was about to die in front of the Xiao clan members, BZZ. In the next instant, a hurricane suddenly howled in the arena. A strong gust of wind swept out and then quickly retreated. When everyone in the arena looked over, they could clearly see a figure standing in front of Xiao Huan. The figure threw a punch and stood opposite the Northern King. Elder Hong. Everyone immediately cried out in alarm at the sight of this person. The stone that had been hanging in everyone's hearts was finally lifted. Xiao Jinghong? Xiao Mingyuan raised his eyebrows. He had almost forgotten that Xiao Jinghong was also present. Now that Xiao Jinghong had intervened, the pressure in his heart was greatly reduced. On the battlefield, Xiao Jinghong frowned. Although it was true that he had intervened to stop the North King, he clearly knew that the North King's charging figure had already stopped the moment he intervened. This also meant that Xiao Yan had no intention of killing Xiao Huan. Phew, at this moment, Xiao Huan, who had just survived a calamity, finally relaxed his tensed body. His body went limp, and his body, which had barely propped itself up from the ground, immediately fell. However, he couldn't care less about his miserable appearance. He crawled forward and wailed at Xiao Jinghong with a trembling voice. Xiao Yan has disregarded the clan's rules. Elder Hong, please uphold justice. A dignified clan's inner pavilion elder had actually committed such an act in front of everyone. This involuntarily caused the expressions of many clan members present to change. Even the clan elders, who were watching the battle, could not help but frown slightly. Xiao Yan looked at Xiao Huan, who was crawling on the ground like an old dog. When he recalled the former's arrogant appearance, he involuntarily let out a cold laugh. You really do look the part. At this moment, Xiao Jinghong's gaze also landed on Xiao Huan's body. His expression did not change much when he saw the latter's ragged appearance, which made him look like a beggar. However, after a couple of breaths, he sent Xiao Huan flying with a kick under everyone's astonished gazes. In an instant, the entire place was stupefied. Ruining the clan's reputation. You deserve a beating. After kicking Xiao Huan, Xiao Jinghong turned his head and said indifferently. Everyone looked at Xiao Huan, who was sent flying like a rubber ball, and their hearts could not help but feel numb. Immediately after, Xiao Jinghong's dignified voice rang out once again. Xiao Huan will be stripped of his position as an inner pavilion elder and locked up for a month. Wow. Once these words were spoken, everyone present was shocked. They expected that after Xiao Huan spoke those words, he had been severely injured by the Northern King. However, this was not the end. In the end, he was kicked by Xiao Jinghong. Not only that, he was even stripped of his position as an elder. The change in his life had actually happened in such a short period of time. It was truly shocking. Thinking about it carefully, it seemed that all of this was not just because of Xiao Huan's own stupidity. Unknowingly, it also included Xiao Yan. Just think about all the things that had happened in the past few months after Xiao Yan had entered the clan. Which one of them did not have the upper hand? The final result of Zhao Jin's matter was that he was stripped of all his status in the clan, and all the authority that the Xiao clan had given him was taken back. Even the head of the Xiao clan, Xiao Dingtian, was implicated. The battle between Xiao Yan and Xiao Lei had caused Xiao Yan's name to resound throughout the Xiao clan. At this moment, he had even refined a Tier 7 medicinal pill. Everything had revolved around him. The final beneficiary was still him. Looking at the current situation, some of the elders in the clan could not help but secretly ponder. Although Xiao Jinghong's words were indeed righteous, from a certain point of view, wasn't he also lowering his head and showing weakness to Xiao Yan? Intervening to save Xiao Huan was to protect her reputation. Punishing Xiao Huan was also to help Xiao Yan get rid of trouble. All of these things caused them to be quietly shocked. With this thought in their minds, many of the clan elders present immediately cast a respectful and humble gaze towards Xiao Yan. Under the premise that one did not have absolute strength to bear the burden of prestige, choosing a side was a necessary action in the future. This kind of action was the same regardless of whether it was in the past or the present. Let's go. Xiao Yan's expression was indifferent as he glanced at Xiao Jinghong in the square. He waited until someone brought the unconscious Xiao Huan away before withdrawing the Northern King before speaking in a faint voice. Immediately, he walked to the corridor. Xiao Xian followed close behind him. As Xiao Yan and the rest left, the crowd gradually dispersed. Xiao Jinghong, on the other hand, stood where he was. Xiao Yan. The group returned to the main hall and took their seats. Only then did Xiao Yan ask the question that he had been curious about earlier. Where's Lian Er? Haha, that girl said that she was worried that there would be no one by your side to help you, so after you went into seclusion to refine pills, she also entered the cultivation room. It has already been more than 3 months, and with the cultivation resources that I have prepared for her, she probably won't fall behind in her cultivation. Xiao Xian smiled. It's been hard on her. Xiao Yan's heart involuntarily warmed slightly when he heard this. A certain girl from the past also had similar thoughts. In order to help him, she had worked hard to train. Unfortunately, she had forgotten about him from the beginning until the end. It was just that now, things remained the same but people had changed. Also, your cultivation seems to be beyond the early origin zone, right? Xiao Yan's gaze returned to Xiao Xian. Although he had used up too much of his soul strength, he could faintly sense that the aura in Xiao Xian's body was not something an ordinary origin zone could compare to. Xiao Mingyuan only noticed this when he heard this. When his gaze landed on Xiao Xian opened his mouth and slowly smiled. I just broke through to 3 stars before I came back. Xiao Yan was slightly startled when these words were uttered. Immediately, he smacked his mouth in surprise. On the other hand, Xiao Mingyuan's mind emitted a buzzing sound when he heard these words despite already knowing that Xiao Xian had broken through to the Source Zone class. His mouth was wide open and the expression on his old face solidified. He appeared to be stunned while the shock in his heart was indescribable. Xiao Xian had only broken through to Origin Zone for 3 months, and his cultivation had already risen to 3 stars. Could it be that he broke through to 1 star in a month? Are you using cultivation to build a house? 1 level in a month? After a while, even with Xiao Mingyuan's mental state, he could not help but say something that made one not know whether to laugh or cry. For a moment, Xiao Xian was speechless. Xiao Yan, who knew the truth, could not help but smile bitterly and shake his head. His cultivation had been bumpy, and his cultivation had been obtained by relying on the heavenly flame. The danger and pain he had experienced could be said to be unimaginable for ordinary people. However, compared to Xiao Xian, it was simply 2 extremes. However, Xiao Mingyuan could not be blamed for being so shocked. After all, it would take a very long time for an ordinary person to advance after breaking through to the origin ancestor realm. Even Xiao Lei and Xiao Xian had only advanced by 3 stars after a few years. Even so, this was already considered extremely fast in their eyes. However, Xiao Xian had actually been able to break through to the origin ancestor realm in 3 months. This was truly shocking. TSK, you grandfather and grandson are truly terrifying. A rank 7 alchemist and a rank 7 array master. Even your cultivation has not fallen behind. If this continues, I'm afraid that breaking through to Origin Zone is just around the corner. In addition to the recent events, I believe that Xiao Dingtian's group will not dare to rashly find us again. In the end, Xiao Mingyuan could not help but praise as a hopeful expression appeared on his face. However, the instant his voice faded, his expression suddenly changed. He abruptly stood up and looked outside the door. At the same time, Xiao Yan and Xiao Lei also looked over. At this moment, 3 figures were slowly walking over from outside the hall. It was Xiao Jinghong's group from before. They really came as they wished. Xiao Mingyuan could not help but curse in a low voice as he looked at the three figures that had stepped into the hall. Xiao Yan and Xiao Lei also stood up and looked at each other expressionlessly. When Xiao Yan's gaze swept past Xiao Tian, he could not help but ponder when he saw the latter's somewhat embarrassed face. Why? After teaching Xiao Huan a lesson, you came here to denounce him? With this old man here, I won't tolerate you. Xiao Mingyuan took 2 steps forward and spoke in a cold tone. First, I'm not here to denounce you. Second, I only have one thing to say. I'll leave once I'm done. Xiao Jinghong did not pay too much attention to Xiao Mingyuan and replied indifferently. His gaze immediately fell on Xiao Yan, who was behind him. He took a deep breath and clenched his teeth. After hesitating for a few seconds, he said, using Xiao Huan's words, a straightforward person does not resort to insinuations. I'm here because I hope that you can transfer the Zong transformation pill to Tian'er. From now on, this old man will no longer be your enemy. At the same time, this old man will also owe you a favor. I will do my best to help you with the clan's matters. As soon as these words were spoken, Xiao Mingyuan's expression was instantly stunned, and then he looked at Xiao Tian, who had his head lowered and didn't know what to say. Only now did he understand in his heart that Xiao Jinghong had come to show weakness for the sake of this grandson of his. With this thought, the expression on the old man's face could not help but soften slightly. No matter how these old fellows fought on a daily basis, these youngsters were still the future of the clan. However, when Xiao Yan heard these words, he laughed coldly and said, do you think that the current me will still care if you are my enemy? Or do you think that I will lack someone like you to help me? Just based on today's matter, as long as I raise my arm and call for help, the Xiao clan will definitely respond. Borrow? Then consider it as borrowing. In the future, this old man will personally return it to you. Just as Xiao Yan's voice sounded, Xiao Jinghong's face flushed red as he suddenly spoke. However, what he received in return was still Xiao Yan's mocking laughter. I am currently a rank 7 alchemist. I don't need any medicinal pills. Then, enough. Xiao Jinghong was just about to open his mouth when Xiao Tian, whose expression was gloomy and ugly, finally could not help but roar out. He raised his head and glared at Xiao Yan as he roared, Xiao Yan. Let me tell you, I can still break through without any medicinal pills. However, my grandfather will not allow you to humiliate him. After speaking, Xiao Tian ignored Xiao Jinghong's advice and turned around to leave with the latter. Xiao Ming respectfully bowed to Xiao Yan and the rest and hurriedly followed behind. However, at this moment, stop. With a shout, a jade bottle shot out at the same time Xiao Tian stopped moving. When he turned around, he caught it in his hand. No need. Looking at the jade bottle in his hand, Xiao Tian was furious and wanted to crush it. It's not for you. Just as Xiao Jinghong hurriedly stopped him, Xiao Yan calmly said, you should have a good grandfather. You should be thankful that you have a good grandfather. If he had not stopped the North King, I would not have given you this pill. After speaking, Xiao Yan immediately turned around. Under the surprised gazes of Xiao Mingyuan and the rest, he walked tiredly to his bedroom. On the other hand, Xiao Jinghong's face was filled with suspicion as he looked at Xiao Yan's back. In his heart, he did not know what his action had to do with this. At this moment, Xiao Xian was probably the only one present who could roughly understand this point. Thinking about it, everything that had happened since Xiao Yan had entered the Xiao clan had involved brothers killing each other. The so-called same origin was extremely heartless. Apart from the authority in their hands, these people did not have any compassion. In particular, the matter of Bai Hua had caused Xiao Yan's heart to turn completely cold. If not for Xiao Xian, it was likely that he would have left the Xiao clan long ago. However, although Xiao Jinghong had dealt with the matter of Xiao Huan strictly, it had to be said that he had saved Xiao Huan's life at the most critical moment. Under such circumstances, Xiao Jinghong was already aware of Xiao Yan's identity as a rank 7 alchemist. However, he still intervened for a person who did not harm him. This kind of benevolence and righteousness moved Xiao Yan. A clan should be united and united. However, from what Xiao Yan had seen in the past, it was completely heartless. Only today was he able to feel the hot blood of the clan. This also proved that the Xiao clan was not impossible to change. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed since Xiaoyan had refined the Tier 7 medicinal pill, the Zone Transformation Pill. After resting for a while, Xiaoyan had not only recovered all of the exhaustion that he had suffered during these 3 months of pill refinement, but his aura had also become denser. His condition was basically at its peak at all times. Powerful Genesis Chi flowed like torrents within the veins of his body, causing Xiaoyan's entire body to emit a comfortable feeling. A cool breeze blew across the clear blue sky with only a few drifting clouds. The warm sunlight sprinkled down from the sky and landed on people's bodies, bringing a warm and comfortable feeling. Coupled with the cool and refreshing breeze, it could be said that it was a great blessing in life to be able to stroll in such an environment. Xiaoyan's eyes narrowed slightly as he slowly walked along the tree-lined path. He did not pay too much attention to the scorching gazes that were directed at him from all directions. This kind of gaze had been following Xiaoyan ever since he had refined the Zone Transformation Pill. Although it contained various meanings, Xiaoyan was unconcerned. If he had been young, he might have felt a little resentful because of this kind of gaze. However, Xiaoyan, who had experienced an innumerable amount of things and had seen all sorts of unfathomable things in the world, had already experienced too many of such things. With his current mental state, it was difficult for him to be affected. Xiaoyan's eyes indifferently glanced over the gazes that the members of the Xiao clan shot over. He involuntarily shook his head helplessly. His footsteps changed without anyone noticing. In the next instant, his body strangely disappeared from this street. By the time the surrounding people recovered, a lush mountain forest had already appeared in front of Xiaoyan. The back mountain of the Xiao clan. The lush greenery extended to the end of one's sight like a boundless sea of green. As one stood in the middle, wind whistled and the sea of trees swayed. Giant 100-feet-tall waves swept over from afar like a tsunami, a spectacular sight that left one speechless. Xiaoyan stood in the sky above the sea of trees. He eyed a certain direction in the mountain forest. First Elder Xiaozhen was there. Although Xiaoyan had yet to see the latter, with his current spiritual strength, he was able to sense that there seemed to be a pair of eyes staring at him. Immediately, Xiaoyan did not dare to slight him as he respectfully bowed in that direction. After which, he twisted his body and flew to a certain spot in the mountain forest. A moment later, Xiaoyan landed on a cliff. All around him was a lush mountain forest. At the end of his sight, he could clearly see the outline of the interior of the Xiao clan. Behind him was a towering mountain. Xiaoyan stretched his lazy waist and smiled with satisfaction. After which, he found a relatively flat rock and sat down. After which, he flipped his hand and a palm-sized jade token landed in his hand. It was the 8 Emperor Seal Arts that Ouyang Miao had given him back in Shuyang City. 8 Emperor Seal Arts. Hopefully, it will give me an extraordinary surprise. Xiaoyan's eyes stared intently at the jade token in his hand. A fiery heat involuntarily rose in his heart. Although he did not know much about Do skills, he was aware of their strength. The Emperor Seal Arts that was famous in the Gu clan back then was already this powerful. Now that the 8 Emperor Seal Arts that had been improved, its strength would naturally be even greater. Now that it had landed in his hands, he naturally had to properly practice it. Xiaoyan lifted the jade token in his hand. A thought passed through his mind and a thread of spiritual strength swiftly entered the jade token. His eyes were slightly shut and a thought passed through his mind. A wave of information was transmitted into Xiaoyan's mind following the insertion of his spiritual strength. Xiaoyan carefully studied the information within the jade token. A long while later, he finally slowly opened his eyes. A glint immediately flashed across his dark black eyes. The joy in his heart became even denser. This 8 Emperor Seal Arts was definitely an improved version of the Emperor Seal Arts. This was especially the case for the last 3 seals, the Mountain River Seal, Qiankuan Seal, and Sky Seal. The strength of these seals could not be said to be just a little bit stronger. Just a simple seal had a strength comparable to a man class, spirit class, and E-class Do skill. If one were to think through the seals and merge the 8 seals into one, their strength would be comparable to the legendary Xin class Do skill. The 8 Emperor Seal Arts could not be said to be weak. The thing that caused Xiaoyan to rejoice the most was that the prerequisite to practicing the last 3 seals was to use the first 5 seals as a foundation. Fortunately, even though the practice method of the first 5 seals had been changed, it was not difficult for Xiaoyan to master them within a short period of time given his own familiarity with the Emperor Seal arts. As for the last 3 seals, as a high-class Do skill, one needed to grasp its essence in order to be able to unleash its true strength. Xiaoyan was completely confident about this point. From a certain point of view, the birth of the 8 Emperor Seal arts could be considered a derivative of the Emperor Seal arts. Everything in the world sought its foundation. Xiaoyan had even mastered the Emperor Seal arts. It was naturally not difficult for him to practice the last 3 seals of the 8 Emperor Seal arts. After a long time, Xiaoyan flipped his hand and put away the jade scroll. He slowly exhaled and closed his eyes again. With a thought, information slowly flowed into his heart. Xiaoyan lifted his hands and his 10 fingers moved together, forming a series of seals at his fingertips. A familiar yet slightly different Emperor Seal art was activated by Xiaoyan. At the same time, Genesis Chi undulations that were even more powerful than before swiftly gathered between his hands. Open Mountain Seal. Overturning Sea Seal. Earth Overturning Seal. Sky Submerging Seal. Ancient Emperor Seal. Xiaoyan roared in his heart as the 5 seals merged into one. At a certain moment, Xiaoyan's eyes suddenly opened as boundless Genesis Chi condensed into a mysterious hand seal in his palms. At the same time, an intense light surged as his hand suddenly pushed forward. With a loud boom, they shattered the space in front of him and slammed into a boulder in the forest below. Boom! A heavy explosion abruptly sounded, causing the forest to collapse as a flock of startled birds flew into the sky. However, Xiaoyan did not have the time to care about this at this moment. His gaze landed on the spot where the hand seal had landed as joy flowed out in his eyes. Disregarding everything else, just the 5 seals that had been roughly formed were far more powerful than the Emperor Seal art of the past. This level was already not inferior to an ordinary human tier Do skill. If the last 3 seals of the 8 Emperor Seal arts were added, one could easily imagine how powerful they would be. Xiaoyan softly chuckled. He withdrew his gaze and raised his hands once again, forming a series of chaotic and strange hand seals in front of him. Wave after wave of ferocious energy gathered once again. Although the path of cultivation was about progressing step by step, it was naturally best to strike while the iron was hot since it was a Do skill. This was especially so since the clan gathering was approaching. It was always good to have an additional trump card. While Xiaoyan was immersed in his training of the 8 Emperor Seal arts, the strange medicinal pill that had merged the medicinal powers of the 2 pills in his storage ring was undergoing a strange fusion at this moment. A completely new power was stealthily gathering within the pill. The back mountain of the Shao clan. Lush green trees covered the vast mountain forest like an ocean, stretching as far as the eye could see. Somewhere deep in the mountains, on top of a cliff, the black-robed young man sat upright on top of a huge rock. His face was calm as he raised both of his hands to his chest. His 10 fingers linked together, and many mysterious seals flew out. After a short while, the young man suddenly pushed both of his hands forward, and an explosive shout came from his mouth. 8 arts of the Emperor Seal, Mountain River Seal. As his shout faded, the powerful palm imprint, wrapped in powerful Genesis Chi, dashed towards the space in front of it. When it reached a distance of several dozen feet, the palm imprint that had broken through space suddenly exploded with a thought from the young man, releasing an astonishing amount of energy that swept away the surrounding forest, creating a huge empty space below. Soil was sent flying as trees were uprooted. Just the aftershocks were already so powerful. Just how earth-shattering would it be if the young man used his full strength? Xiaoyan's face finally revealed a satisfied expression as he looked at the large empty space in the mountain forest below that had been swept away. After a couple of days of training, he had finally completely mastered the Mountain River Seal, the last 3rd seal of the 8 seals of the God Seal. He had only used 30% of his strength, yet he was able to obtain such an effect. It could be considered quite good. Xiaoyan retracted his hand and exhaled. He didn't rush to continue training. Instead, he stood up and looked towards the Shao clan as he prepared to leave. After several days of repeated training, the Mountain River Seal had achieved remarkable results. The coordination between Genesis Chi and the hand seal had reached the peak, and it would be extremely difficult for him to make another breakthrough. As for the other two seals, Xiaoyan didn't intend to practice them before he fully digested and familiarized himself with the mountain river seal. After all, he couldn't rush for results. His efforts during this period of time might produce miraculous results, but if he blindly fought without moderation, things would only move in the opposite direction when they reached an extreme. With these thoughts in mind, Xiaoyan no longer hesitated. He pushed off the ground with the tip of his foot and flew in the direction he came from. However, it was at this moment that, bzzz, the storage ring on Xiaoyan's finger suddenly vibrated violently as a powerful force erupted from within. The storage ring showed signs of exploding. This sudden unexpected change caused the expression on Xiaoyan's face to change drastically. A thought passed through his mind only to discover that the storage ring was no longer under his control. Only then did he hurriedly maneuver his spiritual strength and extend it into it. After a quick search, he took out a shattered jade box. This is, the expression on Xiaoyan's face immediately stiffened when he saw the jade box in front of him. This jade box was surprisingly the jade box that contained the merged medicinal pill. The current riot was caused by this box. The moment Xiaoyan opened the jade box, a shocking energy appeared to have broken through its final restraint as it suddenly swept out from within. Xiaoyan was the first to bear the brunt of it. He was forced back 1,000 feet by this shocking energy. Only then did he stabilize his body with a solemn expression. After which, he immediately raised his head and looked at the spot where the energy had swept out. Huh! When Xiaoyan raised his head, a shockingly black fog-like energy ripple once again swept over. The originally lush green mountain forest was swiftly covered by a layer of dark black color wherever it passed. Large patches of trees swiftly turned dark black. Immediately, they shattered like charcoal. Even some of the trees that were a little further away gradually turned yellow until they turned into withered trees. Shock immediately surged into Xiaoyan's eyes when he saw the scene. His expression changed and a heavenly flame suddenly appeared in the empty space in front of him. It incinerated the black fog that was pouncing over into nothingness. Soon after, the black fog scattered and revealed the thing within it. Only then did Xiaoyan clearly see that the thing that was exposed in the air at this very moment was none other than Bai Hua. Bai Hua. You are still alive. When he saw Bai Hua, Xiaoyan's face was initially filled with joy. However, he quickly frowned and the expression on his face changed. Just as he was about to step forward, he suddenly stopped. The grave expression on his face did not decrease but instead increased. His entire heart suddenly tightened. At this moment, Bai Hua still looked the same as before. However, her white clothes were pitch black. Other than a pair of eyes that showed a strange white color, there was not a trace of white on her body. Even her demeanor and aura were like two different people. When he sensed this, Xiaoyan's heart could not help but thump. In an instant, he seemed to have understood something. His face was filled with disbelief as he looked at Bai Hua, who was in the sky above the mountain forest. He opened his mouth but did not know what to say. Even the movements of his hands had involuntarily froze. At this very moment, Bai Hua was just like a monster that had taken over his body. Other than this seemingly familiar body, everything within it, regardless of soul or aura, no longer belonged to Bai Hua. The person in front of him was a monster that Xiaoyan was most familiar with. Why is it like this? After suddenly coming to a realization, Xiaoyan's face instantly turned pale. His eyes stared blankly at that body. For a moment, his mind was completely blank. He did not dare to believe and could not believe that someone who was so important to him would end up in such a state. Qi. However, compared to the current Xiaoyan, that Bai Hua did not contain a trace of emotion. If one had to say that there was any emotion, then there was only a cold killing intent. The moment the void was torn apart, Bai Hua's body had already appeared in front of Xiaoyan. Her 5 fingers were pressed together and a strange pitch-black energy covered them. A sharp sound of breaking wind sounded out as it tore apart the void and fiercely stabbed towards Xiaoyan's throat. However, even at this moment, Xiaoyan was still absent-minded about the emotions in his heart. The appearance of the little fairy doctor and Bai Hua when they had accompanied him, the emotions and hot-bloodedness at that time, the deep friendship of the past slowly surfaced in his heart. At the same time, he could only allow the ruthless hand to fiercely stab towards him. Qi. Almost at the same time, when the palm was still a couple of inches away from Xiaoyan's throat, a golden-colored barrier appeared in front of Xiaoyan out of nowhere. The ferociously piercing palm also suddenly paused at this moment. Baihua's body was startled as she stood in the empty air. The tip of her palm was less than an inch away from the golden-colored barrier. After which, bang! The barrier was ruthlessly pierced through by the pitch-black hand. Xiaoyan, who was behind it, was also gently pushed back by a hand at this moment. At the same time, the other hand landed on Baihua's chest. The force in the palm slightly exploded and forced her back. Under the sunlight, a handsome face was revealed. It was Xiaoxian. What's going on? Xiaoxian furrowed his brows tightly as he looked at Baihua, whose temperament had changed drastically. He turned his head to look at Xiaoyan, who was at a loss, and could not help but ask. I don't know. Baihua. Baihua, he. Xiaoyan replied in a daze. In the next instant, he seemed to have recalled something and abruptly returned to his senses. When he lifted his head, he saw Baihua twisting its body once again. As it roared furiously, a surge of pitch-black energy crazily surged out from its body. An extremely powerful force also immediately erupted. Baihua. Xiaoyan, who had recovered, saw this manner of Baihua. At the same time that his heart was anxious, his mouth also hurriedly cried out, hoping that he could use this to help her recover her consciousness. Unfortunately, the latter was no longer the original Baihua with the exception of this body. The current her was merely a walking corpse that only knew how to kill. This explosive cry of Xiaoyan not only did not cause her to calm down, it had instead angered the monster that was hidden within this body. Roar! An earth-shaking beast roar sounded. The body of Baihua shook abruptly. Her feet stepped on empty air and her body immediately turned into a dark black lightning. At the same time that she shot explosively toward Xiaoyan, a strange dark black energy suddenly agglomerated in her hands, transforming into two light clusters that violently shot toward the latter. Xiaoyan's expression was instantly replaced by a solemnness as he eyed the two enormous light clusters that shot explosively toward him. The current Baihua had already become a completely foreign monster. This kind of ferocious attack was even stronger than Xiaolei's a couple of months ago. If he were to be even a little careless, he would end up in a miserable state. This also proved that the one who was currently controlling this body was the monster that had mutated from the creation pill. This point had coincidentally struck a sore spot in Xiaoyan's heart. Bang bang! While Xiaoyan was absent-minded, two muffled explosions suddenly sounded in front of him. Two invisible sword glows slashed apart the incoming black balls of light. Xiaoxian's somewhat stern low shout was also transmitted over. What are you doing? Even if you want to wake Baihua up, the first thing you should do is to control it and not allow it to continue wreaking havoc. If something happens, neither you nor I will be able to save it. Xiaoyan's expression was slightly startled when he heard this. Only then did he completely recover. He raised his head and looked over, only to see Xiaoxian's hand swiftly changing seals. A thought immediately passed through his heart. His gaze quickly landed on Baihua. He hesitated for a moment before violently clenching his teeth. A fury suddenly surged from the bottom of his heart. Both of his hands involuntarily clenched tightly. Fine. Since I can't wake you, I'll wake you. Xiaoyan's grave expression immediately turned cold the moment his words sounded. His body shook violently as surging Genesis chi immediately surged out from within his body. The footsteps of his feet changed as he used the absolute sky steps in the blink of an eye. In the next instant, his body strangely appeared beside Baihua. Bang! His fist viciously swung down. However, it was caught by a strange pitch-black hand just as it was about to land on Baihua. What? Xiaoyan's eyes abruptly widened when his attack was blocked. When he lifted his head, he saw a sinister smile on the monster's face. It seemed to be rather pleased with itself as a punch suddenly came crashing down. At such a close distance, coupled with the fact that his fist was tightly grabbed, there was no way to dodge. Even with Xiaoyan's abilities, there was nothing he could do. Xiaoyan's breathing turned a little sluggish as he stared at the pitch-black fist that was rapidly growing in his eyes. An aura of imminent death lingered in his heart. Clang! A split second later, the monster's fist was intercepted once again. The monster's expression froze for a moment. Its eerily white eyes swept around, only to find a golden-purple puppet that had blocked the punch with its steel body. This puppet was none other than the North King. This was the only method Xiaoyan could think of in this moment of desperation. However, roar. The monster opened its mouth, and a black pillar of light immediately shot out. With a single attack, the North King's body was instantly sent flying. Even someone as powerful as Xiao Huan was unable to force back the North King with his full strength. Yet, in front of the monstrous Bai Hua, it had been sent flying with a single attack. Such power was truly terrifying. Fortunately, Xiaoyan had also managed to escape from the monster's grasp in this short period of time. As he stared at the North King that had been sent flying, a grave expression involuntarily surfaced on Xiaoyan's face once again. The power that Bai Hua had unleashed was far more terrifying than he had imagined. To be able to send the North King flying with a single attack, such strength was likely at least at the level of a 6-star origin sect. On the other side, Xiao Xian was still condensing the formation in his hand. It seemed that he still needed some time. With a thought, Xiaoyan withdrew his gaze. The North King, who had been sent flying, once again shot over. It stood in the air and stared at the monster with Xiaoyan. As he recalled the previous scene, Xiaoyan clearly understood that with his current strength, he clearly had no chance of victory against the monster in front of him. He could only hope that the North King's presence could stall for time until Xiaoyan finished condensing the formation. Roar. However, this time, the monster seemed to have understood Xiaoyan's current actions. A trace of craftiness appeared in its eerily white eyes as it faced Xiaoyan and the North King, who were gradually encircling it. As the two cautiously advanced, it slowly retreated. Immediately after, under Xiaoyan's astonished gaze, it suddenly turned around and swiftly charged into the forest. From the looks of it, it was planning to escape. Damn it! Don't even think about escaping. Xiaoyan's heart immediately became anxious in the face of this sudden scene. The Genesis Qi in his body swiftly circulated as he gave chase. However, at this moment, an earth-shaking muffled explosion was suddenly emitted from the mountain forest. Soon after, Bai Hua, who had just turned around and fled, was instantly blasted into the sky by a powerful force. Boom! A human figure suddenly appeared in the sky. After which, he randomly stomped his foot down. The monster's body appeared to have suffered a serious injury as it crashed to the ground. It was smashed deep into the soil. It was also at this moment that Xiaoyan suddenly saw the face of the person who had attacked. Xiao Ding Tian. Xiaoyan roared. He never imagined that Xiao Ding Tian would suddenly appear. Once Bai Hua fell into his hands, there would be no hope of saving her. This old man is carrying out his duty to eliminate all internal and external troubles in the clan. This beast is wild and difficult to tame, so it's better not to have it. Since little friend Xiaoyan can't deal with it, let this old man do it for you. The corner of Xiao Dingtian's mouth was slowly lifted into a cold smile as he eyed Xiaoyan, who was rushing over. When the latter heard these words, the fury in his heart could not be any greater. Immediately, he could not resist roaring out. You dare! As his voice faded, Xiao Dingtian pressed two fingers together and viciously swung them downwards. A beam of light shot out and instantly pierced Bai Hua's heart. When Xiao Dingtian's attack landed, Xiaoyan's charging body in the sky suddenly paused. Soon after, a wild killing intent suddenly surfaced on his pale white face. The moment he raised his head, his originally dark black eyes were actually completely filled with a scarlet color. His body trembled intensely as a somewhat hoarse roar was emitted from his throat. His body used all his strength to surge out of his body. At the same time that his body abruptly shot forward, he suddenly clenched his hand. A fierce, intense flame began to burn on the heavy Xian ruler almost at the same time that it had appeared. Oh? Angry? However, Xiao Dingtian merely sneered at the sight of Xiaoyan's crazed appearance. His eyes flickered faintly as he slowly raised two fingers and gently tapped at the empty space to the side. At practically the same instant Xiao Dingtian's fingers landed, the originally empty space abruptly began to distort as raging flames rose into the air. Next, a giant ruler blazing with heavenly flames appeared along with Xiaoyan. Xiao Dingtian's seemingly ordinary finger casually sliced open space and landed on the giant ruler's blade. Bzz, a frightening wind ripple immediately surged out when the two collided. Xiaoyan's eyes hardened. Just as he was about to pull his body back, Xiao Tian flipped his hand and struck the body of the huge ruler. With just one strike, the heavy Xian ruler in the latter's hand was shaken until it left his hand. Humph! As the giant ruler left his hand, a force was transmitted from Xiao Yan's palm. A muffled groan was immediately emitted from Xiao Yan's throat as the tip of his foot pushed off the air. His figure rapidly retreated while the Genesis Qi in his body frantically circulated, forcefully suppressing the force that had forced its way into his body. Even so, when he stabilized his body, he shot a glance at his right hand that was holding the giant ruler. A stream of blood was rapidly flowing down his wrist, dyeing his entire hand red in the blink of an eye. Under Xiao Yan's fury, he was still able to use a simple attack to force Xiao Tian back and even injure Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian's cultivation was indeed frightening. Even so, the rage in Xiao Yan's heart was difficult to extinguish when he saw Bai Hua being killed by the person before him. A few seconds later, Xiao Yan abruptly lifted his head as he forcefully clenched his right hand. As he opened it again, a suction force surged from his palm and the heavy Xian ruler that had been sent flying once again returned to his hand. With a violent shake, raging flames once again covered it. Humph, stubborn fool! Xiao Tian let out a faint cold snort when he saw Xiao Yan act in this manner. He immediately took a step forward. The moment his foot landed in the empty air, a powerful pressure suddenly shot forward. It carried a blade-like force as it pressed toward Xiao Yan. Xiao Tian's disdain for using his aura to pressure others into submission was truly undisguised. In the next moment, when the pressure broke through the air, Xiao Yan's figure actually disappeared from the sky without any warning. Xiao Tian couldn't help but be slightly surprised at the sight of this. When he regained his senses, a figure had strangely appeared in the sky above his head. Behind the figure, a pitch-black tent had condensed. So that's how it is. Xiao Tian only smiled faintly when he saw the scene. With a wave of his hand, a turbulent energy swept out like a tidal wave, instantly sending the enormous ruler that was descending from above flying. Xiao Yan was once again sent flying. However, just as Xiao Yan was about to struggle and step forward again, the latter's somewhat low and deep voice was slowly spat out. Enough. This old man has repeatedly endured because you have some talent. If I were to truly make a move, you don't even have the qualifications to be this old man's opponent. Then I still want to fight. Xiao Yan roared. Not only did the killing intent in his eyes not diminish, it became even denser. You actually don't even want your own life for a bastard? Xiao Tian lifted his eyelids and said indifferently. As these words fell, Xiao Yan's pale face instantly became gloomy. A long while later, he clenched his teeth tightly and said one word at a time. To me, the Xiao clan can be replaced, but he can't. Xiao Yan, how dare you? Xiao Tian's face suddenly turned gloomy. With a wave of his sleeve, an invisible energy suddenly swept out and ruthlessly blasted towards Xiao Yan. In his eyes, he didn't care even if the sky collapsed and the earth sank. Only the Xiao clan was not to be trampled on. However, Xiao Yan's words had touched his reverse scale, but how could he have known that his casual words earlier weren't Xiao Yan's reverse scale? Buzz. Just as the invisible force was about to land on Xiao Yan's body, a golden-colored formation barrier suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Yan, intending to block Xiao Tian's attack. Xiao Xian. You dare to stop this old man? Xiao Tian glanced at Xiao Xian, who was standing on top of a giant tree, from the corner of his eyes and said in a deep voice. Elder, where it is possible to let people off, one should spare them. Moreover, Xiao Yan is just a junior who speaks without thinking. There is no need to take it seriously. Xiao Xian tried his best to maintain the operation of the array as he said in a deep voice. How dare you insult the Xiao clan? I will not spare you, no matter who you are. A cold snort was emitted from Xiao Tian's hand and nose after his voice sounded. A bang was heard as he advanced. The golden-colored formation barrier that was agglomerated in front of Xiao Yan suddenly burst apart. The still surging invisible force violently smashed toward Xiao Yan's body. Qi. However, it was also at this moment that Xiao Yan was preparing to use all his strength to face the invisible wind in front of him when a soul-stirring white-colored light pillar suddenly broke through the empty air and shot to the sky. At this instant, the wind that was about to smash onto Xiao Yan's body was actually forcefully scattered by this powerful energy. Oh? Xiao Dingtian frowned. Xiaoyan also looked down with a surprised face. The expressions of the two changed one after another. The former's old face was filled with an expression of disbelief. As for Xiaoyan, an excited expression finally involuntarily surged onto his pale face. His pair of scarlet eyes were currently filled with some mist. A snow-white figure slowly stood up from within an enormous pit on the ground. The blackness that covered his body quietly withdrew. A pair of dark black eyes were gradually covered by a dense white color at this moment. His cold face revealed a loss. When he raised his head, he saw Xiaoyan standing in the empty space at this moment. Ugh, opening his mouth slightly, the young man was unable to speak for a moment. After a long while, he completely adapted to it. Only then did the thoughts in his mind become completely clear. Xiaoyan. Bai Hua. At this moment, the white-cloaked figure that appeared in the mountain forest was undoubtedly Bai Hua. Unlike the beast-like soul from before, this pair of eyes was still filled with the familiar expression of the past. At this moment, Xiaoyan understood in his heart that the real Bai Hua had returned. Their gazes met, and a surge of emotions immediately surged into their hearts. Without caring about anything else, Xiaoyan directly ignored Xiao Dingtian's gloomy gaze and suppressed the pain brought about by the injuries in his body. His figure flashed and appeared in front of the latter in the blink of an eye. The two men hugged each other with deep emotions. At the back mountain of the Xiao clan, Xiaoyan and Bai Hua were hugging each other on the ground that was in ruins. At this moment, both of their faces were filled with joy after surviving a calamity. No one could believe or understand that Bai Hua, who had her heart pierced by Xiao Dingtian, would actually recover. Moreover, from her appearance, it was obvious that she was fine. In fact, her condition was even better than before. This, Xiao Dingtian frowned as he stared at Bai Hua. When he saw the black color gradually receding from the corner of her clothes, he sensed the unique aura that was different from before. After making some connections, he seemed to have understood something. The snow-white Bai Hua in front of him was perhaps the result of his heart-piercing finger. With Bai Hua's previous beast-like state, if there was no external suppression, it was impossible for her to change at all. Furthermore, after his 2 consecutive attacks, the black aura that lingered around her body did not dissipate. It was only when his life-reaping finger landed that such an outcome occurred. How did it turn out like this? Xiao Dingtian could not help but frown when he thought of this. He did not expect that not only did his attack not suppress Xiaoyan's heart, it actually turned out to be a blessing in disguise. It was simply a futile effort. As this thought flew in his mind, the expression on Xiao Dingtian's old face was really ugly. Just as his mood was getting more and more depressed, an aged laughter suddenly resounded in this world. Haha, since you have caused enough trouble, please return. The back mountain of the Xiao clan is not a place where you can fight. If you really can't stand it, then go to the martial arena. The person who spoke was the first elder, Xiao Zhen. Hearing this, Xiao Dingtian's old face revealed a rare expression of fear. In the entire clan, he was not even afraid of the clan leader. However, he did not have much of a temper when facing the first elder. Cupping his hands together towards the depths of the mountain forest, Xiao Dingtian unwillingly glared at Xiaoyan before turning around and disappearing from this world in the blink of an eye. A relaxed expression finally surfaced on Xiaoyan's pale face as he watched Xiao Dingtian leave. His body swayed slightly and Bai Hua by the side hurriedly stepped forward to support him. Only then did the latter hurriedly take out a medicinal pill from his storage ring and consume it. The medicinal pill turned into a gentle medicinal strength in the blink of an eye as it entered his body, swiftly nourishing his nearly dried-up meridians. As the Genesis Qi spread, Xiaoyan's pale face gradually began to turn for the better. Thank you, First Elder, for helping us out. Xiao Xian cupped his fists together towards the depths of the mountain forest and respectfully said. Hee, it's a small matter. However, all of you must not be careless when you return. Xiao Dingtian still has some grievances towards all of you. Before the clan gathering begins, try not to get involved with him. Although Xiao Jinghong has reconciled with all of you, given Xiao Dingtian's connections in the clan, he is not someone you can easily deal with. Although I am the first elder, it is not appropriate for me to participate too much. However, I wish all of you safe and sound. Xiaoyan and the others respectfully bowed after his words sounded. After which, they withdrew from the back mountain and returned to the mansion. After the group returned to the manor, Xiaoyan rested for a moment before immediately checking the condition of Bai Hua's body. However, after a round of inspection, he found that everything was normal. Only then did the former truly relax. Xiaoyan was naturally overjoyed to see that Bai Hua had suddenly recovered. However, even at this moment, Xiaoyan could not help but feel a lingering fear in his heart when he recalled Bai Hua's sinister appearance from before. This made Xiaoyan overjoyed in his heart, but he could not help but worry about the condition of Bai Hua's body. Fortunately, the results of his inspection had finally removed all of the worries in his heart. However, while Xiaoyan was carefully investigating Bai Hua, he suddenly realized that the latter's pair of eyes had strangely displayed a white and black state. With regards to this, Bai Hua was unable to find the reason. Naturally, Xiaoyan was also unable to find the answer. In his helplessness, he could only give up. Rather than worrying without any results, it was better to focus on what was ahead. Currently, there was only 1.5 months left until the clan gathering. In such a short period of time, it was obvious that the cultivation of everyone present would not be able to make any more breakthroughs. Currently, the only person they could look forward to was Lian, who was in closed-door cultivation. Time flew by. Ever since Xiaoyan left the mountain behind the Xiao clan and returned to the manor, the following days had become much more leisurely. However, the atmosphere within the Xiao clan had gradually become tense. Everyone could faintly sense that an undercurrent was quietly gathering. The day when the clan gathering began would be the day when this force would completely erupt. Some of the sharper individuals were able to sense that this clan gathering was likely different from the previous ones. Once the storm began, its intensity would likely be several times more violent than any of the previous ones. Under this enormous pressure, many of the younger generation in the Xiao clan miraculously made a breakthrough in their cultivation. Xiao Tian was naturally the leader among them. After consuming the zone transformation pill that Xiaoyan had refined, his cultivation not only made a breakthrough, but also reached the peak of the advanced 1-star origin zone stage. His foundation could be said to be extraordinary. If his luck was not bad, it was likely that he would be able to break through to the 2-star origin zone stage after this clan gathering. At the same time, while countless members of the Xiao clan were secretly competing, Xiaoyan heard that some of the members of the Xiao clan, who were like Xiao Lei and Xiao Zhuobin, had also returned to the clan. Although some of them had already participated in the previous clan gatherings and did not have the qualifications to participate again, they still returned to the clan with a curious attitude. Some of them had even directly targeted Xiaoyan, causing Xiaoyan to feel flattered for a time. Xiaoyan was currently standing outside a secret room in the manor. Inside was Lian, who had been in seclusion for several months. With the isolation of the secret room, Xiaoyan was unable to probe the exact situation inside. However, he could sense that there was an extremely powerful energy continuously gathering inside, waiting for the day of dawn. It was likely that it would cause one to be shocked. There are still 3 days left. If this girl does not come out, I'm afraid that she will not be able to participate in the clan gathering. Xiaoyan frowned slightly as he stared at the door of the secret room that was still tightly shut. His voice was somewhat anxious as he spoke. Haha, believe in her. Since she has said that she will participate in the clan gathering, she will definitely come out in time. Behind him, Bai Hua slowly walked over and laughed softly. There was an exceptionally confident expression in her eyes. Shrugging his shoulders, Xiaoyan could only secretly hope in his heart. Just as he was about to turn around, Bai Hua suddenly extended her hand and handed over a crystal-clear jade bottle. At the same time, a rich medicinal fragrance spread out. Before Xiaoyan could speak, a soft laughter was heard. Here, the pill formula for the creation pill. Once Bai Hua's words left her mouth, Xiaoyan's expression instantly froze. His gaze blankly stared at the jade bottle in front of him. For a moment, he was actually somewhat speechless. How did the pill formula of the nature pill suddenly appear in Bai Hua's hands? With regards to this, Bai Hua could only copy Xiaoyan's manner and shrug her shoulders. She innocently said, I also don't know. It's just that ever since I merged with that fellow, the information of the nature pill naturally appeared in my mind. Bai Hua gently shook the jade bottle in her hand as she spoke, indicating for Xiaoyan to receive it. Only then did Xiaoyan purse his mouth and smile. He did not exchange any pleasantries as he received it. However, when he opened the jade bottle to take a look, the thing that was inside was not some medicinal pill. Instead, it was a drop of bright red blood. This blood was the essence blood in Bai Hua's body. With this item in hand, as long as Xiaoyan completely absorbed the information within this drop of essence blood, he would be able to obtain the most complete and detailed pill formula of the nature pill. It was truly perfect. Tightly holding the jade bottle in his hand, Xiaoyan's heart could not help but feel slightly warm. He opened his mouth to say something, but Bai Hua's hand lightly patted his shoulder. She smiled and said, "All right, I know what you want to say. There's no need to say anything. I know that this item is extremely important to you. However, in comparison, you are more important to me." Hearing Bai Hua's words, Xiaoyan's expression instantly froze. The former immediately continued to urge him, "All right, quickly go and digest this pill formula. I'll take care of things here, there's no need to worry." Hearing this, the latter hesitated for a moment before heavily nodding his head. After instructing Bai Hua, he took a deep breath, turned around and walked towards the bedroom. Within the courtyard, Bai Hua watched Xiaoyan's departing figure. Suddenly, she could not help but violently cough for a while. Within her pair of pale eyes, specks of strange black light actually surfaced. A moment later, Xiaoyan sat cross-legged on the bed within the bedroom. He once again opened the jade bottle and poured out the drop of bright red fresh blood within it. After which, he tossed it into the air. Immediately, a rich pill fragrance involuntarily spread. Huff, deeply exhaling a breath of air, Xiaoyan slowly calmed the agitated emotions in his heart. He extended 2 fingers and transformed them into a sword. With a thought, spiritual strength immediately gushed out from between his eyebrows and covered the tip of his finger. Subsequently, his finger landed heavily on the surface of the drop of blood. Buzz! A wave of surging medicinal strength immediately swept out from within it. Xiaoyan ignored the impact of the strength as he poured his spiritual strength into it. His descending finger slowly entered it. A drop of fresh blood the size of a thumb turned into a thin layer that gradually covered the surface of his finger. Following the continuous pouring of Xiaoyan's spiritual strength, an extremely mysterious information from within this drop of blood was slowly transmitted into Xiaoyan's mind. What was gradually pieced together was surprisingly a complete pill formula. Xiaoyan's spiritual strength continued to pour in. The pill formula for an 8th level creation pill. Buzz! While Xiaoyan was slowly absorbing the information of the pill formula that was contained within the drop of fresh blood, a powerful energy aura suddenly swept through the secret room that had been tightly shut for a couple of months in the courtyard where Bai Hua was located. The surging energy forcefully broke the door of the secret room. Bai Hua, who was seated cross-legged in the courtyard, suddenly opened her eyes at this moment. Somewhere in the courtyard, Xiaoxian's figure flashed. In the blink of an eye, he had rushed to the roof. Looking in the direction where the energy aura swept out, a look of surprise involuntarily surfaced in his pitch-black eyes. TSK, she has actually broken through to Origin Emperor. It is indeed faster than I expected. With the support of dozens of high-grade spiritual stones, in addition to Lian Er's extraordinary talent and physique, Xiaoxian had predicted that it would be extremely good for her to break through to the peak of Origin King within 3 months. After all, there was still a barrier between Origin King and Origin Emperor. It was clearly not easy to break through. However, he had still underestimated this girl. She had actually broken through from a 5-star Origin King to Origin Emperor in 3 months. Such a frightening cultivation speed was likely unheard of in the entire continent. However, it was also at this moment that, roar! A hoarse roar suddenly rang out. Standing on the roof, Xiaoxian's expression instantly changed. He clearly remembered that voice. Bai Hua, did something happen again? Xiaoxian frowned. He did not have time to inform Xiaoyan. With a leap, he swiftly chased after Bai Hua. At this moment, Lian Er was there. If he went to inform Xiaoyan first, the consequences would be unimaginable if he was late. At the same time, in the courtyard, Lian Er, who had just come out of seclusion, looked at Bai Hua in disbelief. Bai Hua had suddenly come back to life, but her appearance had changed greatly. Her spirit eyes could not help but reveal a look of fear. It would be fine if the person in front of her was merely an unfamiliar monster. However, it just had to be the dead Bai Hua. Coupled with her current ferocious and terrifying appearance, even if the other party was really a wild beast, Lianer was still unable to make the decision to attack. Compared to the current girl, Bai Hua, whose clothes were intertwined with black and white, had a crazy appearance. She was silent on the spot for a moment before suddenly charging towards Lianer. Bastard! You still refuse to change and actually dare to do it again. It was also at this moment that Xiao Xuanwei's majestic voice suddenly rang out in the sky above the courtyard. A cool breeze gathered in the invisible space and sword aura intertwined. In the blink of an eye, it condensed into a dozen invisible swords. With a thought from Xiao Xian, the dozen swords shot out. They were like wooden stakes that were nailed around Bai Hua, forming a circle. As the sword aura crisscrossed, they were able to temporarily stop her. Lianer, go find Xiao Yan. Leave this place to me. Xiao Xian's fingers moved as he stared intently at Bai Hua, who was in the middle of the sword formation, and gently shouted at Lianer. But what about Bai Hua? Lianer looked anxiously at the person in front of her. Although this girl was terrified of Bai Hua, she could not bear to see her get hurt. No matter what, Bai Hua was their companion. I will suppress her. Nothing will happen. Quickly go find Xiao Yan. As soon as Xiao Xian's voice fell, he willed and an invisible sword instantly condensed in front of Lianer. It broke through the void and shot towards the courtyard where Xiao Yan was. After hesitating for a moment, the latter gritted her teeth and quickly followed. How can this be? Shouting Tian's finger should have completely subdued her. Why did she commit the same mistake again? Seeing Bai Hua, who was becoming more and more ferocious in the sword formation, Xiao Xian's face was rather ugly. Just as he was pondering in his heart, he heard a few sharp ripping sounds. The sword formation in the courtyard below was actually torn apart by Bai Hua. Immediately after, her eyes turned and a pair of grayish-white eyes landed on him. Bang! On the ground, when Bai Hua's body rushed into the air, the array in Xiao Xian's hand condensed. Golden light flourished and temporarily blocked Bai Hua. Roar! Bai Hua's body shook as grayish-white energy gushed out of her body. Her body flashed as she bombarded the array with a few palm strikes. In just a few breaths' time, the array was on the verge of shattering. Xiao Xian's expression was calm. As he raised his hand, a hurricane stirred within the array and sword chi overflowed. Coupled with the narrow space, the incomparably sharp sword chi gradually dissolved the grayish-white energy around Bai Hua's body. The tip of the sword spun rapidly, making it impossible for Bai Hua to rush out of the array in a short period of time. Although the monster before him was still as crazy as before, it was undoubtedly much weaker than it was a month ago. Perhaps it was due to Xiao Dingtian making a move, but at this moment, Xiao Xian felt much less pressure when facing the latter again, and his chances of victory had increased by a lot. After temporarily stopping Bai Hua, Xiao Xian couldn't help but turn his gaze towards Xiao Yan. The process there seemed to have yet to end. On the bed in the room, Xiao Yan was still immersed in the pill formula of the Nature Fortune pill. After going through the details of the pill several times in his mind, Xiao Yan reluctantly withdrew from his cultivation state. A glint involuntarily flashed across Xiao Yan's dark black eyes the moment he opened them. The corner of his mouth involuntarily lifted into a smile. This creation pill was indeed worthy of being a Tier 8 medicinal pill. Its effects were as described in the rumors. It was even more accurate and detailed. With this medicinal formula in hand, he would no longer need to worry when he broke through to the Yuanzun class in the future. Phew, Xiao Yan involuntarily let out a long sigh of relief the moment he thought of this. He withdrew his thoughts and arranged them a little. After which, he stood up and walked out of the room. However, the moment he pushed open the door, he saw a lovely and pretty person standing at the door with her back facing him. Xiao Yan was immediately startled. He immediately smiled and teased, "What are you waiting for? Why, you're finally willing to come out. I thought you weren't going to attend the clan meeting." Hearing the voice, Lianer hurriedly turned around and looked at Xiao Yan, who had finally stepped out of the room. She could not help but anxiously ask, "Not good, Bai Hua, something happened to him?" Xiao Yan's smile had just faded when he saw the expression on the girl's face suddenly freeze. In his heart, he immediately understood what this girl was referring to. In the next moment, before Lianer could react, his body transformed into a blurry black shadow and charged out with lightning-like speed. Behind him, Lian was slightly startled on the spot before she hurriedly followed. Soon after, Xiaoyan hurriedly rushed to the courtyard where Bai Hua and Xiaoxian were located. At this moment, this place had already been sealed by an enormous formation. Everything within was hidden within it. Fortunately, this matter did not cause too much of an impact. Hence, it did not attract the attention of the other members of the Xiao clan. Otherwise, it was likely that Xiao Dingtian would have done something else before the clan gathering arrived. Within the array, Xiaoxian seemed to have sensed Xiaoyan's arrival. With a thought, the array separated, and Xiaoyan's figure quickly entered it. In an instant, the entire courtyard was destroyed. The entire ground was lifted up layer by layer, and countless traces of explosions and sword aura were left on it. It was a ghastly sight. At this very moment, Bai Hua was finally temporarily restrained by Xiaoxian's various methods. Dozens of invisible swords intertwined together, forming a huge sword cluster that sealed Bai Hua within. Outside it, there was a powerful pressure formed by the great wave of wind. With the protection of the two, Bai Hua was trapped. What's going on? That day, I clearly checked the situation within his body, and there was nothing wrong. Why is it that today, Xiaoyan couldn't help but frown as he looked at Bai Hua, who was still frantically struggling under the encirclement of countless swords. His face revealed a grave expression. It wasn't a good thing to repeat like this. Hearing Xiaoyan's words, Xiaoxian helplessly shook his head. His gaze focused on Bai Hua, who was once again subdued by the sword array. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. I'm afraid this matter isn't as simple as you and I think. I've already probed once before, and the result is different from what you probed previously. Instead, there are two soul origins within his body. Right now, they are devouring each other in order to fight over this body. Two soul origins? Xiaoyan's heart suddenly tightened the moment these words were uttered. Putting it this way, it meant that the spirit of the beast had yet to scatter. Instead, it had used some kind of opportunity to hide within Bai Hua's body. Only now did it suddenly retaliate. Xiaoyan's heart only relaxed slightly after he understood this point. However, he still didn't dare to relax in the slightest. The fight between spiritual sources would directly affect whether Bai Hua was still someone they were familiar with in the future. Once that bastard gained the upper hand, it was likely that they could only stop and choose to kill it. Then what should we do? Could it be that we can only watch and do nothing? At this moment, Lian also entered the array. Looking at Bai Hua, who was bitterly struggling in the sword array, the girl's gentle eyes couldn't help but become misty. The emotions in her heart were somewhat difficult to suppress. Bai Hua had single-handedly raised the girl over the years. The relationship between the two was as close as father and daughter. Now that Bai Hua had become like this, how could she accept it? No, there's still a way. Taking in a deep breath, Xiaoyan said in a serious voice, "Rank 5 Yun Spirit Pill. As far as I know, this kind of pill has the effect of fusing with soul origins. As long as it is refined, it shouldn't be difficult to solve this problem." After speaking, Xiaoyan turned around and was about to leave. But the clan meeting, the girl hesitated for a moment, but she still gritted her teeth and said. She knew that Xiaoyan had been waiting for this day of the clan gathering for a long time. However, the time had arrived and such a thing had happened to Bai Hua. If she were to go and refine medicinal pills now, would the clan gathering not be fated with her? Silly girl, the clan meeting is just to accompany a group of strangers. It's a small matter whether I participate or not. You are the most important. Xiaoyan gently stroked the girl's hair and comforted her with a smile. Why don't we invite the third elder? It's too late. The third elder has been busy with the clan meeting recently and won't be able to return in a short period of time. As for the others, he knew Xiaoyan's character. The latter wouldn't be at ease to entrust such a big matter to someone he wasn't familiar with. Thus, this matter could only be done by him. As for the clan meeting, he could only choose to give up. In the courtyard, Xiaoxian temporarily trapped Bai Hua in one place with the help of the array disc and the rank 7 array. At the same time, Xiaoyan quickly entered the secret room and began to prepare to refine the Yun Spirit Pill. The accumulation Spirit Pill was a rank 5 pill. Although its main effect was to nourish an injured spiritual essence, It was also able to merge the spiritual essence due to its special effect. It was also because of this that this medicinal pill was quite obscure despite being a rank 5 pill. If Xiaoyan had not specially investigated various pill formulas because of Xiaoxian's matter, it was likely that he would not have known about it. In the secret room, Xiaoyan did not stop as he swiftly took out the accumulation spirit pill formula from his storage ring. At the same time he opened it, his entire mind quickly gathered, as though he was afraid of missing anything. Yun spirit pill, Xiaoyan finally sighed in relief after a careful inspection. Although the refinement of this accumulation spirit pill was not too troublesome for the current Xiaoyan, the few core medicinal ingredients needed to refine this medicinal pill were far too rare. If Xiaoyan had not kept some of these medicinal ingredients in his storage ring during these years, it was likely that he would not have been able to find all of these medicinal ingredients even in this large Xiao clan. Xiaoyan's storage ring might not have been able to collect all of them. Without this trouble, the pressure in Xiaoyan's heart was relieved a lot. After which, he waved his hand and summoned the medicinal cauldron. As he raised his hand, a cluster of flames slowly floated out from his fingertips. With a flick of his finger, it immediately shot into the medicinal cauldron. In an instant, a raging fire burned fiercely. The flickering fire passed through the medicinal cauldron and lit up the entire secret room. Perhaps it was because Bai Hua's current condition had caused Xiaoyan's heart to feel a sense of urgency, or perhaps it was because the clan gathering was approaching, but it caused Xiaoyan's heart to feel an additional sense of urgency. The speed of the medicinal pill refinement this time around was much faster than in the past. In such a hurry, the medicinal ingredients were all destroyed during the 3 consecutive refinements. Only one set of medicinal ingredients remained. Fortunately, after 3 consecutive failures, Xiaoyan finally understood where the problem was. After a short rest, he tried his best to calm his inner emotions. At this moment, the final refining was finally on the right track. Although this was the case, Xiaoyan's speed in refining the medicinal pill this time around was much faster than usual regardless of whether it was from any aspect. Even though he had already adjusted his mentality, the medicinal pill refinement process was undoubtedly extremely fast. Of course, the thing that caused people to feel surprised was that under this kind of steady and swift refinement, the medicinal pill within the medicinal cauldron was actually swiftly formed according to Xiaoyan's rhythm. If such a beautiful scene was seen by an outsider, it was likely that they would involuntarily let out a cry of praise. As Xiaoyan entered the secret room, time passed quickly in the outside world. Time passed, and the clan gathering arrived. The entire Xiao clan was filled with enthusiasm and prosperity. Except for Xiaoyan, everyone was welcoming the arrival of this day. The next day. Xiao clan, fighting arena. As the venue for the previous clan gatherings, this year's competition was naturally no exception. Even though the fighting arena had been destroyed during the big battle between Xiaoyan and Xiaolei a few months ago, it was only a matter of time for them to restore the fighting arena. Rumble, a huge crack was forcefully torn open in the invisible space. 2 huge floating stone platforms were suspended in midair. It was a frightening sight. Compared to the previous clan gathering, the scale of the clan gathering was naturally much grander. As a grand occasion for the younger generation of the Xiao clan, the scale of the gathering was magnificent. Other than the fighting arena, there were 2 separate fighting arenas in the sky above the fighting arena. Even the elders' seats were set up in the sky. Although it was early in the morning, the viewing gallery below was already surging with human heads. Their momentum was vast and mighty. Even the open ground below was similarly filled with countless black masses of human heads. At a glance, the bustling crowd was accompanied by an earth-shaking noise as they spread in all directions. Finally, they gathered into one that shot towards the clouds. At the elders' table, Xiao Dingtian, who was in charge of the cabinet, and the others were all present. As the elder who held great authority in the clan, Xiao Dingtian was also in charge of the opening of the clan meeting. Although he had experienced many things in the past, even so, the old man still couldn't help but reveal a satisfied smile. Compared to the past, the highlight of this year's clan gathering was that other than the younger generation of the clan who would compete in the arena, many of the clan's disciples who had gone out to train had returned to the clan and expressed that they would display their skills in the clan gathering. Of course, this display wasn't for them to compete with the younger generation. Instead, it was for them to display the results of their training in the past few years in the form of an exhibition match. Of course, other than this, the other thing that could attract people's interest was naturally, Xiaoyan. The clan gathering is about to begin, but he still hasn't arrived. As a junior, he dares to be so arrogant. If the Xiao clan really takes him in, wouldn't he be so arrogant in the future? Xiao Dingtian's expression was gloomy as he looked at the front row of the viewing platform below. Those seats were reserved for the more outstanding members of the younger generation of the clan. At this moment, Xiao Feng, Xiao Tian, and the rest were all present. However, Xiaoyan was nowhere to be seen. Haha, the clan gathering has just started. For people of his level, even if he comes, he will only be a spectator. It doesn't matter if he comes a little late. Just as Xiao Dingtian was cursing in a cold voice, Xiao Jinghong had unknowingly walked over from the side. His words caused Xiao Dingtian's expression to instantly turn gloomy. Humph, in the end, it's because I took something from him. You said that you won't be his enemy, and now you want to go against me? Big brother, why do you have to do this? After that incident, I went back and thought about it, and indeed understood some things. Since we are all members of the same clan, blood is thicker than water. Why do you have to force us? Besides, no matter if it's Xiaoyan's wisdom or cultivation talent, they are all top-notch. Xiao Jinghong hesitated for a moment before he sighed and lamented. Are you asking for a reward for him? Xiao Dingtian's face twitched as he swallowed a mouthful of air and said in a serious tone. I just want to tell Big Brother that their bloodline power has yet to be tested. Everything we have done up until now is just a guess. Besides, Xiao Xian has already returned to his normal cultivation. This might be due to the special cultivation method he cultivates. Why do you have to? Enough. Before Xiao Jinghong finished speaking, the former suddenly berated as his old eyes slowly swept across the crowd below. He paused for a moment before he said, everything I do is for the sake of the future of the clan. Everything that the old me has done is for the future of my Xiao clan. Both you and Xiao Gan are clearly aware of this point. Hence, the old me would rather kill 10,000 people than give in on this matter. All you need to do is tell Xiaoyan that the old me will let him off for the time being during the clan gathering. If he dares to taint the bloodline of my Xiao clan, the old me will definitely kill him. At the end of his words, Xiao Dingtian's tone gradually surged with excitement. As soon as he finished speaking, he fiercely waved his sleeve. And couldn't be bothered to explain to the people beside him. He turned around and walked towards the other end of the elders' seating area. Xiao Jinghong couldn't help but let out a long sigh as he looked at the former's stubborn back. Blindly adhering to one's own views might be able to protect the things one wanted to protect to a certain extent, but once this adhering to it for too long, it would unknowingly evolve into pedantry and stubbornness, causing everything to rot along with it. Xiao Dingtian was like this. As time elapsed, all the seats in the martial arts arena were fully occupied. Even the front row seats were filled with the younger generation of the Xiao clan led by Xiao Feng. Xiao Dingtian and the others were seated on the elder seats that were suspended high in the air. Seated on the main seat was the clan leader, Xiao Yuheng, who was rarely seen. However, what surprised most of the people was the elder seated beside him. It was the Xiao clan's first elder, Xiao Zhen. If it was in the past, the first elder would not participate despite the clan gathering being a rare grand event for the younger generation in the clan. This time around, even he had appeared. From this, it could be seen that the value of this clan gathering had already reached quite a high level. This also caused quite a number of people to subconsciously associate it with Xiaoyan. Even the first elder is standing up for Xiaoyan. It seems like he thinks highly of him. The relationship between Xiaoyan and the three people in charge of the inner pavilion cannot be considered harmonious. This time around, they have stepped forward to help him relieve some pressure. After all, with the first elder around, even Xiao Dingtian, who is in charge of the inner pavilion, would have to restrain himself a little. TSK, you don't know the whole story. Although the first elder is standing up for Xiaoyan, his real motive should be for the second young lady. Among the younger generation of the clan, the second young lady's strength is extremely strong. Moreover, I heard that she has already become a rank 7 alchemist. There will be a good show to watch. The people in the viewing gallery discussed one after another. However, when they mentioned the so-called second young miss of the clan, their faces involuntarily revealed an expression of admiration. This was especially the case when the latter's status as a rank 7 alchemist was mentioned. Almost everyone present thought of Xiaoyan at the same time. The latter had just successfully refined a rank 7 medicinal pill 2 months ago. He was also a genuine rank 7 alchemist. If the two of them were to meet, it was likely that it would not be easy for them to end up in a friendly manner. Clan head Xiao Yuheng frowned slightly as he looked at the row of empty seats in front of the viewing gallery below from the elders' seats. Suspicion involuntarily rose in his heart. Xiao Yan, Xiao Xian, and the rest had yet to appear even at this moment. This involuntarily caused him to be quietly worried. First Elder Xiaozhen by the side had also sensed this and was similarly curious in his heart. He might be able to understand why Xiao Yan was not present. However, Xiao Xian had always respected the clan. Unless there was an important reason, the latter would definitely not be late for such a grand occasion. Cough, cough, at this moment, a faint cough infused with Genesis Qi sounded in everyone's ears. Immediately, the noisy chatter swiftly died down. Moments later, the entire place was completely silent. Countless gazes turned towards the elder seating area, awe surging in their gazes. As the top figures of the clan, it was indeed rare for them to gather in this place. Even some of the clan's elders had to maintain a respectful attitude when they saw such a scene, let alone the young disciples. At this moment, Xiao Dingtian stood up, his turbid old eyes slowly scanning the entire place. He paused for a moment when his gaze swept past a certain spot before withdrawing his gaze. A smile appeared on his old face as he said indifferently, "Since everyone is here, everyone has gathered. Since everyone is here, time waits for no man. Let the clan meeting officially begin." Hua. As his voice faded, the countless young disciples of the Xiao clan on the spectator stands below immediately responded with eager faces. The uproar was even louder than before, almost soaring into the sky. In the elder seating area, Xiao Dingtian smiled in satisfaction. He gently pressed his hands into the air, and an invisible pressure immediately swept across the entire place. The atmosphere gradually stabilized, and Xiao Dingtian continued with a smile. According to the rules of the clan gathering, the battle zones will be divided into 3 groups according to one's cultivation level: Origin King, Origin Emperor, and Origin Ancestor. The Origin King battle will start first, and the final 50 winners will receive rewards from the clan. The top 10 will have the right to challenge the Origin Emperor stage, and if they win, the corresponding rewards will be doubled. Origin Emperor, Origin Ancestor, and so on. Remember, the clan gathering is only used to evaluate the strength of all the participants, and it is meant to temper your battle experience. The Elders' Assembly also hopes that you will be able to obtain the greatest amount of growth from each other's battles, and not kill for the sake of obtaining rewards. I hope that you will stop when necessary, or don't blame the Elders' Assembly for being merciless. Now, the first match of the clan gathering, the 10 Origin King battles, begin. The instant the last word left Xiao Dingtian's mouth, a large group of figures immediately leapt onto the stage, covering the sky and covering the earth. The atmosphere instantly became tense. The clan gathering had begun. At the same time, within the Xiao clan, in Xiaoyan's courtyard, Xiao Xian and Lianer were standing outside the secret room with a frown. They looked at the secret room that remained silent for a long time, and both of them became slightly nervous. Suddenly, Xiao Xian's gaze shifted, and he looked in the direction of the battle zone. He couldn't help but take a deep breath, and then he slowly exhaled as he clenched his teeth. The clan gathering has already begun. Lianer's eyes flashed when she heard that. She looked over as well, and then she let out a sigh of relief. Her gaze returned to the tightly shut door of the secret room, and a wisp of urgency appeared in her eyes. She paused for a moment before saying, "Fortunately, it's only the Origin King battles today. I hope we can make it in time. Girl, tomorrow is the Origin King battles, and the 3rd elder registered for you. You should at least go and take a look today. Otherwise, you'll be at a disadvantage if you don't know the rules." Xiao Xian couldn't bear it when he saw Lianer's face filled with worry. Lianer being able to participate in this Xiao clan gathering could be considered as the Xiao clan's acknowledgement of her. When Xiao Yan entered the clan in the future, Lianer would be able to avoid those strange gazes. But now, she insisted on staying here, hoping to personally see Xiao Yan come out of seclusion. what is it? Xiao Yan is actually still refining medicinal pills at such a time. Right at this moment, a clear female voice suddenly sounded in front of the courtyard. Their gazes instantly shifted, and they happened to see a man and a woman standing outside the door. The man's figure was tall, and there was a hint of firmness between his brows. The woman wore a tight red dress, and her curvaceous figure was completely revealed. Her pair of snow-white long legs were boldly exposed in the air, and it was even more eye-catching. At this moment, what surprised Xiaoxian the most was that the aura of these two people were actually above the 5-star source ancestor level. The sudden appearance of the two made Xiaoxian's face tighten a little, and he immediately scrutinized the two. Lianer vigilantly stared at the two people in front of her, faint Genesis chi condensing on the surface of her body. In response, the young man and woman smiled faintly and strode forward. They entered the courtyard and looked straight at the secret room Xiaoyan was in. The first elder said that he was the most unique existence in the clan. I didn't believe it before, but now it seems that I underestimated him. The young man's magnetic laughter rang out, invisibly exuding a majestic aura that made one unconsciously feel inferior. Xiaoxian frowned, deep in thought. To be able to obtain the recognition of Elder Huizhu, his talent is naturally unquestionable. The only thing that surprised me is that his spirit has reached the grade 7 level. At the side, the red-dressed woman's lips that were as red as blood curled up slightly, and a trace of surprise appeared on her gorgeous face. She slowly stretched out her soft and slender finger, and with a snap of her finger, a cluster of crimson-red flames appeared. It danced along with the woman's finger as it continued to dance. Xiaoxian's eyes tightened a little, and he immediately thought of something. If there's nothing else, I hope you can leave this place. Lianer finally couldn't help but let out a low shout. At the same time, a powerful energy wave swept out from her body, pressing towards the two people. Just as the girl was about to attack, Xiaoxian hurriedly stopped her. At the same time, his gaze fell on the man and woman opposite him, and he cupped his fists together. I didn't expect it to be the young clan leader and the second miss. Surprise immediately appeared on the man and woman's faces. They hurriedly cupped their fists together towards Xiaoxian and respectfully said, "Elder, you're too kind. You're an elder of the inner sect, and in terms of seniority, you're above us. How could we dare to accept such a great greeting from you? Elder, please take back your order." Xiaoxian hesitated for a moment, and then looked at the two people again. The man was called Xiao Xiaojun, and he was the son of clan leader Xiao Yuheng. At the same time, he was also known as the most talented person in the younger generation of the clan. At such a young age, he was already regarded by many elders as the next clan leader. The lady beside him was called Xiao Xiu. She was the granddaughter of the first elder, Xiao Zhen. Similarly, as one of the top talents among the younger generation of the clan, her status was something that few people in the clan could match. This was especially so when one added her status as an alchemist. No one among the younger generation of the clan could match up to her. Of course, these conclusions stopped before Xiaoyan appeared. Behind Xiaoxian, Lianer was also stunned for a long time by the scene in front of her. It was only when Xiaoxian smiled and rubbed the girl's head, did she suddenly return, and timidly withdrew the powerful aura she released. This change in an instant was really hard to imagine. Was he really an origin expert? The two of you didn't return to the clan this time because of the clan meeting, right? After a few words, Lianer, Xiaoxian Xiao in response, Xiao Xiaojun smiled and said, "You probably know about the Stone Tribe. I'm sure you already know about the Stone Tribe in the Northern Territory. The Stone Tribe was exterminated, and the upper echelons of the family were quite wary of it. Just in case, they ordered us back." Xiaoxian nodded slightly. He was also curious about the matter of the Stone Tribe. What kind of force could destroy such a large clan without being discovered by outsiders? This was really shocking. As for the clan gathering, it belongs to these young people after all. I have already passed this time. The Shur clan matter is only one of the reasons why I returned to the clan. The second reason is to enter the ancestral temple and complete the clan sacrifice. As he said this, Xiao Xiaojuan's gaze involuntarily stared at the former, as if he was afraid that Xiaoxian would be displeased. Then, he paused for a moment, glanced at the tightly shut door of the secret room, and said again, I have also heard a lot about your recent matters in the clan. Elder Xiaodingtian's actions are rigid and overly stubborn. He is even a little pedantic. However, he is indeed wholeheartedly doing what is best for the clan. Therefore, I hope that Elder will not bear grudges. Haha, young clan leader is not saying these words for me to hear, right? Hearing this, Xiaoxian smiled and did not mind at all. Xiaoyan had stayed in the Xiao clan for a couple of years. The members of the Xiao clan were well aware of how Xiaoyan conducted himself. Although Xiao Xiaojun had just returned to the clan, he was roughly aware of this. Of course, he naturally understood how Xiaoyan conducted himself in the Xiao clan. The intention behind his words was self-evident. Xiao Xiaojun smiled brightly but did not explain further. It was fine as long as everyone understood these principles. He just did not wish for the clan to continue messing around because of some trivial matters. He did not have the authority to lecture Xiaoyan. Now, he could only hope that Xiaoyan would stop. However, Xiaoxian could only helplessly smile in the face of this. He was naturally clearly aware of Xiaoyan's character. Since the relationship between Xiaoyan and Xiaodingtian had already reached such a stage, it was naturally impossible for things to end well. Even he was unable to intervene. Xiao Xiaojun and Xiaodingtian stayed in the courtyard for a long time. Xiaoxian chatted with the two of them wittily. Compared to some of the stubborn elders in the clan, it was undoubtedly much easier to chat with the two of them. Moreover, when Xiaoxian probed them intentionally or unintentionally, the two of them revealed a favorable impression of Xiaoyan. This caused Xiaoxian to heave a sigh of relief in his heart. Fortunately, the two of them did not belong to Xiaoyan's faction. Otherwise, with their status, it would be impossible for Xiaoyan to join the Xiao clan. After the two of them left, the courtyard regained its tranquility. Xiaoxian's gaze returned to the secret chamber. Withdrawing his mind, Xiaoxian saw that there was still no sign of the door in front of him. In the end, he could only sigh helplessly and wait for a long time. He only left when the sun had set in the west and the stars filled the sky. The next day. The Origin King battle had ended 2 days ago. A new day welcomed the Origin Emperor battle. It was the same selection, but it was a completely different and harsh battle situation. Today, Xiaoxian had no choice but to be present in order to prevent anything from happening to Lian. The arena was bustling with noise and excitement. The Origin Emperor battle had begun, and Lian had entered the arena. An intense battle was about to begin. At the same time, in the courtyard, in the narrow space behind the tightly shut door of the secret room, waves of pill fragrance were rising unceasingly at this very moment. On the arena, as the Origin Emperor battles began, intense battles were taking place on the 3 giant battle platforms. Lian stood on a floating battle stage. Opposite her was a 3-star wood attribute Origin Emperor. A frivolous look appeared on the latter's face when he saw the pretty beauty before him. He could not help but tease when he sensed Lian's initial Origin Emperor cultivation. TSK, you must be the girl by Xiaoyan's side. To think that you're also an Origin Emperor. However, from the looks of your aura, you've likely broken through not too long ago. The man's words made Lian frown slightly as disgust rose in her heart. With a thought, the Genesis chi in her body began to circulate. Haha, little girl, I won't bully you so that you won't lose face. After all, it's not good for such a beautiful girl to cry. Why don't you admit defeat and I won't make things difficult for you? How about it? The man's eyes flashed when he saw Lian frown, as if he had hit the nail on the head. Ch. However, the instant his words left his mouth, the girl's body abruptly shot forward. With a flick of her finger, several rays of purple light swiftly shot out and landed around the man. Several of them headed straight for him, distorting and shattering the invisible space as they passed. The air was also enveloped in purple poison mist. Oh no! That woman's Genesis chi is poisonous. The man's expression changed at the sight of this. Only then did he realize that he had been careless. Genesis chi surged out from his body as he hurriedly retreated, blocking the incoming purple streaks of light. Next, a figure flashed as the sound of collision rang out on the battlefield. The girl had skipped all warm-up since the start of the battle, using a direct clash to swiftly bring the battle to its climax. TSK, the woeful poison body. Since it has grown to such a level, how can an ordinary origin emperor compare to the power it can erupt with? That kid is going to lose. At a certain location in the spectator stands, Xiao Lei leaned against a railing with his arms crossed as he nonchalantly remarked. By the side, Xiao Zhuobin smiled and nodded. His gaze then shifted as he said, "Oh right, Big Brother went to visit Xiao Yan yesterday, although he didn't see him." "Oh? I didn't see him. What do you mean?" Xiao Lei raised his eyebrows in surprise. Xiao Lei shook his head helplessly and said with a crying and laughing face. "It's said that that guy is currently refining pills and in seclusion. He won't meet anyone." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Lei's body suddenly straightened. He turned around and stared at the latter. What? The clan meeting has already begun, why would he run off to refine pills? Isn't this clearly showing that he has given up on entering the clan? The latter shrugged and puckered his lips to display his helplessness. At this moment, they at most knew that Xiao Yan was in closed-door cultivation to refine medicinal pills, and they were completely unaware of exactly why this was happening. Boom! At this moment, the man who was fighting fiercely with Lian was pushed back by the former's palm with a look of disbelief on his face. He took half a step off the stage and almost fell down. This also confirmed the final result of the competition. The girl stood on the battle platform with an indifferent expression. She glanced around and looked somewhere in the stands. Xiao Xian was standing there quietly. In the blink of an eye, the Origin Emperor battle had come to an end. Next, it was time to welcome the Origin Sect battle that all the younger generation members of the Xiao clan were paying attention to, the next day. The grand competition was about to begin. In the courtyard, Xiao Xian frowned tightly as he stared at the door in front of him, which still did not show the slightest movement. His hands involuntarily clenched into fists, while his heart was filled with anxiety. The Origin Sect battle was about to begin. Until now, Xiao Yan still did not show any signs of coming out of his seclusion. Xiao Clan, Battle Arena. Xiao Tian wins. On the battle stage, after Xiao Tian repelled a newly advanced member of the clan, a satisfied laughter sounded out from the elders' viewing platform. Xiao Jinghong had a face full of smiles as he exchanged glances with Xiao Tian, who was on the stage below. Soon after, just as he was about to sit down, Xiao Dingtian, who was beside him, slowly stood up. After judging the outcome of the battle on the other side, his following words caused the faces of some people in the elders' viewing platform to tighten. Next match, Xiao Chuheng against Xiao Yan. Xiao Dingtian involuntarily let out a cold laugh when he mentioned Xiao Yan. He had naturally heard about the matters regarding Xiao Yan over the past few days. Hence, after some arrangements, Xiao Chuheng's original opponent was changed to Xiao Yan. In the arena, Xiao Chuheng's face also had a satisfied expression at this moment. Clearly, he was also aware of this matter. After Xiao Yan had found him and explained the reason 2 days ago, Xiao Chuheng was quite satisfied with this matter. He recalled that Xiao Yan had attacked him before he had even stepped into the Xiao clan. Today, although he was unable to defeat Xiao Yan in a head-on battle, since he could defeat the latter without having to make a move, why not do such a satisfying and simple matter? In the viewing gallery below, how could Xiao Xian not understand the reason in his heart when he saw the scene in the arena? However, the situation was destined to be unchangeable. Xiao Yan. If you are present, then quickly go up the arena and participate in the battle. Otherwise, it will be regarded as a forfeit. Xiao Dingtian's gaze slowly scanned the entire arena, especially when it swept past Xiao Xian. When he saw the solemn expression on the latter's face, the smile on his face became even denser. Since even the usually steady Xiao Xian had revealed such an expression, then there was no need for him to doubt that Xiao Yan would definitely not be able to appear today. Since you are not willing to go up the arena, then this old man will announce that this battle, after scanning the surroundings, Xiao Dingtian curled his lips and smiled. There was actually some complacency in his smile. However, just as he was about to speak, the nearby Xiao Mingyuan suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Xiao Dingtian, why are you so anxious? Xiao Dingtian, why do you need to be so anxious? Even if the person has not arrived at this moment, according to the rules of the grand meeting, it should be determined that Xiao Yan has forfeited 15 minutes later. As the person in charge, you actually want to ignore the rules?" Hearing this, Xiao Dingtian didn't get angry but laughed instead. Humph, don't tell me that you and I don't know whether Xiao Yan will be able to make it? Since that is the case, why waste time to drag it out? The rules are the rules. Don't tell me you want to disregard them? Xiao Mingyuan's expression was nervous, and the emotions in his heart were similarly nervous. After that, he took a deep breath before speaking. Haha, I'm not afraid of you. Since you insist on doing so, then wait for a while longer. However, don't say that I didn't tell you. No matter how you drag it out, the result is destined to be unchangeable. Haha, Elder is right. The result is the result, and it is naturally unchangeable. I hope you can forgive me for being late. As Xiao Yan spat out his somewhat tired words, he stepped onto the battle stage and twisted his body. Immediately, a series of crisp sounds of bones colliding rang out. That brat is finally here. At the same time, in the arena, as Xiao Yan appeared, the expression on Xiao Xian's face suddenly froze. Immediately after, he let out a disappointed smile. The nervousness and worry in his heart had finally dissipated at this moment. The nervous young girl by the side couldn't help but reveal an expression of ecstasy on her face. At the front of the spectator stand, Xiao Tian looked at Xiao Yan, who had finally appeared on the stage. His slightly furrowed brows slowly relaxed as the corner of his mouth curled up into a smile. Even Xiao Lei and Xiao Zhuobin had the same expression. In the elder seating area, the first elder's tightly shut eyes slowly opened. He looked at the black-robed young man who slowly stepped out and nodded slightly. Xiao Mingyuan and the others by the side finally let out a long sigh of relief. Only Xiao Dingtian's old face turned ashen when faced with this sudden change in the arena. Half of his face couldn't help but twitch violently. It was unimaginable that Xiao Yan would actually appear at this final moment. Just as the curtains were about to fall on the battle stage, the situation suddenly reversed. Of course, the one with the most intense emotional fluctuation was Xiao Chuheng, who was currently on the same stage as Xiao Yan. At this moment, the latter's face that was originally filled with smiles had turned into astonishment. He stared at Xiao Yan, who appeared in front of him, with a face of disbelief. The fiery excitement in his heart instantly fell into an ice cave. You. Why are you here? Seeing the man in front of him again, Xiao Chuheng felt as if he had seen a nightmare. Before he even made a move, a deep sense of fear suddenly rose from the bottom of his heart. Hearing this, Xiao Yan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Immediately after, the corner of his mouth curled up into an evil smile as he ridiculed, knowing that my opponent is an old acquaintance, I naturally wouldn't dare to be absent. It just so happens that I didn't have enough fun last time. Why don't we have a good time today? A thought passed through Xiao Yan's heart after he uttered those words. A powerful spiritual pressure immediately swept out and covered the entire battle stage from all directions. A panic involuntarily surged onto Xiao Chuheng's face after Xiao Yan unleashed this technique. He recalled how Xiao Yan had broken it with a single punch back then. Now that Xiao Yan's strength was even greater than before, would it not mean, wait? After struggling and hesitating in his heart for a long time, Xiao Chuheng finally shouted with an ugly expression under the gazes of many people present. I admit defeat. Once these words were spoken, the entire audience instantly booed. Xiao Dingtian, who was seated in the elder seating area, had an extremely unsightly expression as he closed his eyes and withdrew his gaze. His chest was almost suffocated by his anger, and he was extremely regretful in his heart. He actually targeted this idiot. In the viewing gallery, Xiao Feng looked at Xiao Chuheng, who had finally given up under Xiao Yan's spiritual pressure. He sighed helplessly and slowly shook his head. From the way he saw it, given Xiao Yan's current mental state and the exhaustion of the Genesis Qi in his body, Xiao Yan would have the only chance to defeat him if they were to fight. Unfortunately, this foolish younger brother of his did not have that kind of awareness. After suffering a blow, he had revealed such a weak state of mind. In the face of Xiao Yan's spiritual pressure, Elder, he has admitted defeat. What do you think? Xiao Yan gently exhaled. He immediately turned his gaze toward the elder's seats that were higher up. His gaze stared directly at Xiao Dingtian. The provocation within it was not even the slightest bit concealed. The anger in Xiao Dingtian's heart burned even brighter when he saw this. He gnashed his teeth as if he couldn't wait to skin Xiao Yan alive. It wasn't until Xiao Yuhing coughed that Xiao Dingtian abruptly returned to his senses. He forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart and squeezed out a sentence from between his teeth after a long time. Xiao Chuheng versus Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan wins. As his voice faded, a burst of cheers rang out in the arena. Xiao Dingtian sat back down on his seat and coldly snorted. He pushed an elder next to him out to continue hosting the match, while he sat in silence with a depressed expression. Xiao Chuheng's face was dejected as he withdrew from the stage. Xiao Yan gently exhaled. He turned his gaze and once again looked in the direction of the mansion. The Northern King was receiving the pill lightning at that spot. The final part of the accumulation spirit pill had yet to be completed. The first round of the battle had just ended. It was time for him to return and continue completing the medicinal pill. However, he was unaware of the thoughts in Xiao Yan's heart. If Xiao Dingtian were to know that Xiao Yan had taken advantage of this short period of time when he was refining medicinal pills to complete a round, just what kind of interesting expression would his old face have? Although the people present were curious about Xiao Yan's departure, they didn't have the time to care. After all, the match was still ongoing, and the process hadn't ended yet. If it wasn't for the first place, who would care about whether he left or not? Soon, Xiao Yan and the others returned to the courtyard. After Xiao Yan packed up, the spirit accumulation pill naturally appeared perfectly. Then, he came to the courtyard where Bai Hua was sealed. A few days had passed, but Bai Hua's condition didn't have any obvious changes. Under the suppression of Xiao Xianxia, she was still in a stable state for the time being. This was one of the few pieces of good news. At least, she was no longer rioting, which meant that the monster in her body didn't have the upper hand. There was still a chance to redeem everything. Following which, Xiao Yan did not do anything unnecessary. He borrowed his spiritual strength and completely wrapped the accumulation spirit pill within it. Relying on the unique medicinal properties of the medicinal pill, he directly inserted it into Bai Hua's body and directed it to the source of her soul. Unlike the usual usage, this time, Xiao Yan wanted to use the power of this pill to let Bai Hua's soul origin completely devour the monster's soul origin. Buzz. However, the moment Xiao Yan's soul power entered Bai Hua's body, a ferocious beast-like ink-colored soul power suddenly attacked. The strange sharp claws that condensed from it seemed to want to tear Xiao Yan's soul power apart. Puff. In the next moment, Xiao Yan's mind moved. Immediately, an invisible flame quickly wrapped around his soul power. The surging soul power condensed into an invisible hand that pushed back the monster that was pouncing towards him. Immediately, when the monster was about to attack again, another ball of milky white soul power suddenly rushed out and turned into a strange beast, temporarily blocking the strange fellow. In the blink of an eye, one black and one white, fiercely fought against each other. Xiao Yan took the opportunity to quickly insert his soul power into Bai Hua's body. A moment later, a huge ball of milky white soul origin appeared in front of Xiao Yan's eyes. This was Bai Hua's soul origin. However, at this moment, this ball of soul origin was surrounded by an even larger but only half-black soul origin. The strange black soul origin was slowly covering it like a viscous liquid. At this moment, from Xiao Yan's point of view, more than half of the white soul origin had been wrapped within it. Although the milky white soul origin had not been completely devoured, if this plan continued, all of Bai Hua's soul origin, including her body, would be invaded by this monster. Fortunately, the existence of the spirit accumulation pill was destined to reverse all of this. Buzz. The moment the Yun spirit pill entered her body, a strange energy immediately swept out. Xiao Yan's soul force was the first to bear the brunt. If not for his fast reaction, his soul would have been injured by the energy. In the outside world, the moment Xiao Yan's soul force withdrew from Bai Hua's body, his tightly shut eyes suddenly opened. His figure took half a step back, completely avoiding the attack of the energy. This Yun spirit pill is unique. Just a moment ago, when Xiao Yan's spiritual strength was about to withdraw from Bai Hua's body, the strange energy that had swept out from within her body suddenly shrank. At the same time, an even more shocking suction force was emitted from within Bai Hua's spiritual essence. This caused Xiao Yan's spiritual strength to nearly be dragged into it. Although it was a little dangerous, it was enough to make Xiao Yan feel more at ease. After all, with this energy, he believed that he could snatch back the portion of Bai Hua's soul origin that was devoured. he might even completely devour the soul of that monster. How is it? Seeing Xiaoyan hastily retreat, Xiaoxian couldn't help but ask in surprise. A trace of nervousness also appeared on Lian Er's pretty face. Haha, the effect of this yin spirit pill has far exceeded my expectations. Don't worry, it'll be fine. The moment these words were spoken, the two of them looked at each other and smiled. The huge rock in their hearts had finally been lifted. Immediately after, when the three of them looked at Bai Hua again, a strange energy was spreading out from her body and slowly wrapping around her body. A surprisingly dense aura of vitality caused the three of them to completely calm down. Although the situation in Bai Hua's body had temporarily stabilized, it was obvious that she wouldn't be able to wake up in a short period of time. They would probably have to wait until the two soul origins completely merged. After solving Bai Hua's problem, the other thing that they needed to pay attention to now was the clan gathering. Compared to the battle between the Origin Kings and Origin Emperors, the battle between the Origin sects was undoubtedly even more exciting. The rarely seen peak experts of the younger generation of the various clans had all gathered together today. What was even rarer was that the spectators were able to directly observe the strength of these individuals. This would naturally be endlessly beneficial to the future cultivation of the younger generation in the spectator stands. In the so-called cultivation, cultivation is learning, and action is walking. Regardless of whether it was practicing a qi method or do technique or observing a battle between experts, this was a method of learning. Traveling the continent, going out to gain experience, a journey of 1,000 miles all began with a single step. The two of them complemented each other for cultivation. The Origin Zone battles were clearly much more intense than the former. Even though the number of rounds was much less, the battles between Origin Zones were not so easily decided. As such, almost every battle lasted for a long time. Of course, Xiaoyan's situation in the morning was an unexpected accident. After settling the matter with Bai Hua, Xiaoyan could not be bothered to turn around and return to the noisy battle arena. According to Xiaoxian, his next match would be tomorrow. Since there was nothing else, he might as well return to his room and have a good sleep. Although Xiaoyan had only spent a few days refining this pill, he didn't feel any more relaxed than before. His spirit was highly concentrated, and his spiritual power and Genesis Qi were crazily consumed. These were all things that the past pill refinement could not compare to. It was already not easy for him to forcefully remain calm when facing Xiao Chuheng in the morning. Now that he was able to rest, Xiaoyan was indeed unable to move. Xiao Xian had returned to the arena to prevent Xiao Dingtian from tampering again. Lian Er was not interested in such a scene, and thus remained behind to look after Bai Hua. The group finally returned to the right track from their earlier nervousness. At the same time, intense battles were in full swing on the 3 stone platforms in the battle arena. The mischievous girl, Xiao Ling Er, relied on her strange agility to almost completely occupy the upper hand in the entire battle. Although her opponent had not been defeated, he had never touched Xiao Ling Er's body in the slightest from the beginning of the battle until the end when he helplessly admitted defeat. Such a strange battle situation was rare. At the same time, among the other battles, the most interesting one was Xiao Tian's battle. When the battle had reached the middle, this fellow had actually succeeded in breaking through during the battle. Fortunately, his opponent did not take advantage of his precarious situation and won in the end. However, the atmosphere in the battlefield was rather harmonious. Other than that, there was also a clan's disciple in the arena. He usually did not show his strength, but when he appeared today, many of the elders in the elders' seating area could not help but exclaim in admiration. Many people's eyes revealed an expectant expression. It was obvious that they thought highly of him. The third match of the second round, Xiao Linger vs Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang wins. The referee's voice slowly sounded out in the arena. Xiao Linger, who was on the battle stage, pouted her mouth as she fiercely glared at Xiao Yang, who was smiling at her. This fellow looked harmless, but ever since the two of them had fought earlier, Xiao Linger's wandering movement technique had actually been intercepted by this fellow several times. So much so that the situation where she should have taken the initiative had actually been completely grasped by the latter. Only then was she sent flying out of the arena with a final palm strike. Haha, I'm sorry, young Mississippi. My purpose for coming here this time is to prove my strength and become the new young master. Therefore, I have no choice but to use my full strength. The corners of Xiaoyang's mouth slowly lifted into a smile as he stared at the rather enchanting and beautiful figure. Humph, I don't know if you can defeat the young master, but you will definitely not be able to pass Xiaoyan's stage. Xiaolinger coldly snorted as she spoke in disdain. Hearing this, Xiaoyang sneered. He had heard of Xiaoyan's battle achievements. Although he had defeated Xiao Lei and Xiao Zhuobin, there was no need to think too much to know that there was something wrong with that kind of battle. Naturally, he would not believe it. Furthermore, with his current strength, it would not be difficult to defeat Xiaoyan. In his eyes, the only opponent in this competition was only Xiao Feng. As he thought of this, Xiaoyang could not help but turn his gaze towards Xiao Feng, who was below the stage. Xiao Feng's ranking had been placed at the end of the Origin Zone battle. In other words, if one wanted to see him in the arena, they would first have to defeat all the other participants. The reason why the Xiao clan had done this, apart from the fact that Xiao Feng was the young master of the Xiao clan, was to prevent any unfair battles from occurring in the clan gathering. It was also due to these various reasons that the status of the young master was rather important in the eyes of the Xiao clan's younger disciples. However, while Xiaoyang was engrossed in his thoughts, he did not notice that the only thing that Xiao Feng was currently focused on was Xiaoyan's empty seat. The next day. On the fourth day of the clan gathering, the second round of the Origin Zone battle would also end on this day. After that would be the exhibition matches for the younger generation that had returned to the clan. In comparison, although there would be less of a practical battle, it would still be quite attractive. In the viewing platform, Xiaoyan finally sat in the seat that he should have sat in a few days ago. His body lazily leaned against the back of the chair. If Lianer had not pulled him up early in the morning, he would still be sleeping on his bed. Haha, little brother Xiaoyan, it's rare for you to come so early. Right at this moment, Xiao Lei and Xiao Xiao walked over as if they were inseparable, and teased with a smile. Xiaoyan turned his head when he heard this. He shrugged his shoulders in a somewhat awkward manner and gestured for the two to sit down. With the relationship between the two of you, if you become opponents in tomorrow's exhibition match, I wonder who will win and who will lose. The corners of Xiaoyan's mouth curled into a teasing smile when he saw the two men accompanying each other at all times. Even though they had not met many times, the relationship between men was like this. There was no need to think too much about it, just knowing was enough. Haha, it's fine. Since it's an exhibition match, there won't be so many rules. It's not impossible for the two of us to fight together. Xiaoyan's expression involuntarily froze when he heard these words. He looked at the two with a strange expression in his eyes. A certain thought flashed across his mind, causing cold sweat to appear on his back. The two brothers smiled awkwardly when they saw this. However, they could not be bothered to linger on this topic for too long. Big brother, have you seen him before? Xiaoyan's eyebrows twitched. He was somewhat confused, and only understood when the latter mentioned the junior clan leader. I've heard of him, but I've never seen him before. It's said that he's very strong. Haha, he's not just very strong. Amongst our generation, other than second sister, there is no one else who can compare with Big Brother. Big Brother's cultivation talent and strength are at the top even in the three great clans. Xiao Lei smiled and shook his head. The worship in his words was not concealed in the slightest. Being able to make him admire someone of the same generation so much was enough to show how powerful young Master Xiao was. HSS, then who exactly is he? 7-star origin sect. While Xiaoyan was feeling doubtful, Xiao Zhuobin's words suddenly exploded like a heavy bomb. Even Xiaoyan was momentarily stunned by these seemingly simple words. From what he could see, Xiao Lei's cultivation had reached the level of a 5-star origin ancestor, and was already at the apex of the younger generation. However, Xiao Zhuobin had actually reached such a level. After giving it some thought, it was no wonder that the former had such an expression on his face when he mentioned the junior clan leader. Haha, let's not talk about this for now. You will naturally see how strong the young clan leader is. But right now, there is one person who has been particularly outstanding in the competition recently. He is chasing after you in the limelight. I heard that he is aiming for the position of crown prince. Xiao Lei gently patted Xiaoyan's shoulder and said with a playful smile. Xiaoyang, 3-star origin grandmaster. This is the guy who beat me off the stage yesterday and embarrassed me. Today, you must avenge me. Xiaoyan was just about to reply when a slightly resentful female voice suddenly rang out from the side, causing the gazes of many people in the surroundings to swiftly gather over. Hearing this familiar voice, Xiaoyan's gaze turned back. Sure enough, Xiaoling had unknowingly appeared behind their seats. At the mention of Xiaoyang, the expression on her pretty face was clearly ugly. Her small mouth pouted angrily, expressing the displeasure in her heart. While a smile appeared on Xiaoyan's face when he heard this, he could not help but feel slightly surprised in his heart. He naturally knew about the former strange movement technique. Even he had to be careful when facing it head-on. Since Xiaoyang was able to defeat this girl, his strength was clearly not ordinary. That's not all. Yesterday afternoon, even Xiao Tian was defeated by him. That's right. That fellow is covered in flames and very few people are able to get close to him. Being entangled by him is extremely troublesome. However, he has kicked an iron plate this time. After the entire fight, he had even used the fire god's fury. In the end, he was unable to even break through Xiaoyang's defense. I'm afraid that it will cause quite a psychological impact on him. Surprise immediately surged in Xiaoyan's heart when these words were said. His gaze swept across the arena and found that Xiao Tian's seat was indeed empty. From the looks of it, he had indeed suffered quite a blow. What kind of defense can withstand Fire God's fury? Xiaoyan could not help but ask in puzzlement after returning to his senses. I only know that it's rock-type Genesis Chi. From the looks of it, something must have happened that caused it to mutate. Moreover, it's even stronger than before. Otherwise, it would not have failed to break through his defenses. Xiao Lei slowly shook his head. He felt a wave of regret in his heart when he recalled the battle between Xiao Tian and Zhou Yuan. Xiao Lei had originally believed that given the latter's talent and the fact that he had broken through to the Genesis Ancestor level, he would at least be able to enter the top 3. Who could have imagined that he would be defeated by Xiaoyang before even seeing Xiaoyan? The blow he received from this was truly huge. Xiaoyan slowly exhaled. He could roughly understand Xiaoyang's strength. Xiaoyang might not be on the offensive, but in terms of defense, that guy did indeed have an absolute advantage. When the time came to fight with him, it was likely that Xiaoyan would have to spend a lot of effort. We've talked for so long, but you still haven't agreed to help me. At this moment, Xiao Linger's loud voice rang out from behind him. Xiaoyan was a little speechless. Soon after, he said, since you've lost to him, you should work hard to raise your strength before seeking revenge, and not ask me to do it, right? I don't care. I must get back at him. Don't forget, you still owe me a favor. Beat him out of the arena and you'll have repaid the favor. Once these words were uttered, Xiaoyan finally became quiet. His gaze shifted to Xiao Lei and Xiao Xian by the side. The two of them smiled but did not speak as they stared at him. Their gazes were somewhat comical. A long while later, they finally sighed helplessly and said, all right, I'll run into him eventually. Next match, Xiaoyang against Xiaoyan. Just as Xiaoyan finished speaking, a loud and clear voice rang out from the elders' viewing platform. Soon after, a figure suddenly leapt onto the stage. Everyone looked over and saw an arrogant expression on the man's face. He lowered his gaze, and the corners of his mouth slowly curled into an arc as he stared at Xiaoyan, who was still standing on the viewing platform. After which, he slowly raised his hand and made a provocative gesture. Xiaoyan did not make much of a move as he looked at the arrogant appearance of the man on the stage. He smiled faintly and took a step forward. In the next instant, his figure suddenly appeared on the stage, standing not far away from Xiaoyang's figure. On the spacious battle stage, two figures looked at each other from afar. They were dressed in black robes, and two auras filled the area. The somber atmosphere caused the hearts of several people to shiver a little. I never imagined that these two would meet. Their fame in the clan has been growing by the day. Now that they have met in the clan gathering, we'll be able to see who's stronger and who's weaker. Xiaoyan has declared that he will become the new successor of the clan, while Xiaoyan has a grudge with Elder Xiao Dingtian. I'm afraid that this match won't be simple. That may not be the case. Xiaoyan has only displayed the strength of a 3-star origin ancestor. Xiao Yan defeated Xiao Lei and Xiao Zhuobin in the battle arena previously, and both of them have strength that surpasses this level. Although Xiao Yang's strange rock armor has decent defensive capabilities, it may not be able to defeat Xiao Yan. The viewing gallery below immediately erupted into private conversations as they looked at the two people facing each other in the arena. Everyone present was acquainted with these two people, who had risen to fame within the clan. This was especially the case after the fight in the martial arts arena earlier. Xiao Yan's position within the Xiao clan had firmly stabilized. Now that he had met Xiao Yang, it was difficult for anyone to determine just how the two of them would fare. Xiao Yan ignored the noisy discussions around him as he nonchalantly looked towards Xiao Yang. With a thought, the Genesis Qi in his body began to circulate as a faint pressure spread. The smile on Xiao Yang's face grew even wider as he eyed Xiao Yan, who was quietly standing opposite him. As long as he defeated the person in front of him, his only opponent would be Xiao Feng. By relying on this extremely strong armor, he had absolute confidence that he would be able to defeat Xiao Feng. When that time came, it would be his turn to take the position of the heir of the Xiao clan. Xiao Yang let out a sinister laugh. As the words left his mouth, his right hand made a grabbing motion as surging gray Genesis Qi immediately gathered in his hand. The Genesis Qi viciously slashed across his chest, immediately forming a rock armor on his body as his icy eyes looked towards his opponent. I want to see if you're really as powerful as you showed in that battle. Xiao Yang coldly stared at Xiao Yan. When he saw the latter's calm appearance, Xiao Yang clenched his fists tightly. The gray-colored hard rock gradually covered them as a heavy feeling unknowingly spread out. Xiao Yan's eyes remained calm. With a slight twist of his palm, the pitch-black heavy Xian ruler slowly appeared. With a casual wave of his hand, a powerful gale immediately formed at the tip of the ruler. At the same time, it carried a whistling sound. Soon after, his gaze was cast towards the elders' seats. Sensing Xiao Yan's gaze shooting over, old Zhang, who had called out his name earlier, abruptly regained his senses. His turbid old eyes surveyed the surroundings, but he did not speak much nonsense. Begin. As the words left the elder's mouth, the countless gazes that were watching the two individuals in the arena immediately turned boiling hot. The appearance of the two individuals before their eyes was likely the start of the true highlight of this clan gathering. Of course, the people who were observing the changes in the arena were not only those ordinary disciples in the viewing gallery. Even Xiao Lei, Xiao Feng, and the others in the front row, and even Xiao Xiaojun and Xiao Xiyu, who were standing outside the crowd, had their gazes focused on Xiao Yan's body. Even some of the elders in the elders' seats, who had great expectations for the two of them, had their eyes emitting a heated glow at this moment. Immediately after, a ferocious aura exploded from Xiao Yan and Xiao Yang on the stage. Two boundless Genesis Qi violently surged out from their bodies, colliding like two giant beasts. The tyrannical pressure released from the collision of the two powerful auras caused the expressions of several clan disciples in the stands to change. Quite a number of them could not help but hold their breaths for a moment. Xiao Yan's body twisted slightly as a series of cracking sounds rang out from within his body. Wave after wave of vigorous Genesis Qi swiftly flowed in his meridians, filling his entire body with power. Even the giant black ruler in his hand continuously released a domineering pressure, causing the surrounding space to continuously distort. Swish, the silence in the arena merely continued for tens of seconds before Xiao Yan, who was holding the heavy Xian ruler in his hand, shot out explosively like an arrow leaving a bow. His speed was so fast that quite a number of people outside of the arena could only see a black shadow flashing past. Finally, a meteorite suddenly fell from the sky above Xiao Yang's head. It carried an incomparably powerful and frightening force as it heavily collided with Xiao Yang's towering rock armor in front of the numerous shocked gazes in the arena. Bzz, as the attack fell, the arena where the two of them were located was instantly destroyed. Huge cracks quickly spread out like a spider web from the point of collision between the two of them. In the blink of an eye, the entire stone platform was completely shattered. Under this heavy blow, the powerful impact caused Xiao Yang's sturdy body to be pushed back dozens of feet. When he came to a stop, the aura around his body, including the rock armor on his body, had not changed much. Clearly, even with Xiao Yan's strength, it was impossible for him to break this rock armor by just relying on his external brute force. Upon sensing this, Xiao Yan could not help but frown slightly. His slightly numb hand trembled slightly, dispelling the uncomfortable feeling. When he lifted his head, he saw a mocking smile on Xiaoyang's face. Haha, your brute force isn't small. But unfortunately, in front of me, brute force alone is far from enough. My rock armor is simply unbreakable within the same realm. No matter how much strength you have, it's useless. Xiaoyang let out a sinister laugh. As he stood up, his fists clenched tightly as sharp spikes formed at the front of his thick rock armor, while rock blades formed on his arms. It could be said that he had both offensive and defensive capabilities. Ch. In the next moment, Xiaoyang's body suddenly rushed forward and appeared in front of Xiaoyan in the blink of an eye. The latter was not afraid at all as he spun the giant ruler in his hand and rushed forward. On the battle stage, the two blurry figures crossed each other. The wide giant ruler fiercely smashed onto the rock armor. As sparks flew, a heavy collision sound rang out, and circles of tiny energy ripples spread out from the point of contact. The moment the two figures crossed each other, Xiaoyan's expression remained calm, but the giant ruler in his hand swung behind him as if it was a conditioned reflex. The heavy ruler brought about a strong wind that tore through the air as it fiercely struck the rock blade that was sweeping towards him. Clang 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 clang, as the heavy ruler rotated, a clear collision sound rang out. The two figures, which had just crossed each other, once again changed directions. In the blink of an eye, the heavy Xian ruler in Xiaoyan's hand had already swung over a dozen times. The rock armor that Xiaoyang was wearing did not show any signs of weakness. Not only did it block the incoming attacks, at the same time, there was a sharp piercing sound as numerous incomparably sharp forces chased after Xiaoyan's throat. If it were not for the latter's strong foundation, it was likely that he would not be able to dodge this torrential attack. On the viewing gallery, countless people were looking at the two blurry figures that were constantly flashing around with amazed faces. With their strength, there were not many people who could clearly see the situation in the arena. However, the few exchanges of pauses and collisions caused the emotions of the Shao clan members to become increasingly agitated. Numerous loud cries rang out one after another, and the atmosphere in the arena swiftly swelled. At the same time, Xiaoyan, who was on the battle stage, was also thinking rapidly in his heart. The defensive strength of Xiaoyang's rock armor was clearly above his expectations. After over 100 exchanges, he was actually unable to gain the slightest advantage. In other words, it was clearly unwise to rely on brute force to defeat Xiaoyang. However, it was also because of this that one would often overlook one's greatest weakness in the face of such an extreme defense. Haha, Xiaoyan, I advise you to admit defeat as soon as possible. If you continue to drag on like this, you will only end up losing all your face. Instead of seeking humiliation, why don't you happily admit defeat in a cool manner? A sinister smile was immediately revealed on Xiaoyang's face when he saw Xiaoyan frown. His body suddenly jerked as turbulent Genesis Chi immediately surged out from within his body, continuously filling the rock armor on his body. Wave after wave of ferocious aura spread from it. In the blink of an eye, the scars left behind by the heavy ruler swiftly disappeared. The chilling aura caused the expressions of the younger generation members in the viewing gallery, who had suffered because of this, to change. In the face of Xiaoyang's tortoiseshell-like armor, no matter how ferocious their attacks were, the armor would swiftly recover once they infused their Genesis Chi into it. If they could not even break through the opponent's defense, how could they possibly win? Looks like even Xiaoyan is unable to deal with this tortoiseshell. I wonder if the heir will be able to defeat him. Seeing the situation on the battleground, quite a number of people present, who originally held expectations for Xiaoyan, immediately revealed disappointed expressions. Although the current situation of the battle was not clear, the situation was no different from yesterday. Everyone already understood the result in their hearts. There were even quite a number of people who had already planned to leave the battleground. In contrast to these individuals, Xiaofeng's gaze was as calm as ever. From the latter's point of view, the situation had already tipped in Xiaoyan's favor the moment Xiaoyang revealed his great ambition. Xiaoyang's defeat was only a matter of time. What's more, Xiaoyan had yet to display his true strength. Has he finally decided to show his true strength? Xiaofeng's eyes narrowed as he stared at Xiaoyan, who was still dealing with Xiaoyang, and mumbled to himself. He could clearly sense that the Genesis Chi in the latter's body was rapidly being consumed. This also meant that this seemingly boring and monotonous battle was about to welcome an astonishing turn. Admit defeat, Xiaoyan. As long as the stone armor is not broken, you will never be able to hurt me. The sinister smile on Xiaoyang's face grew even wider as he gazed at Xiaoyan, who was unable to dodge under the stone armor. His body charged forward like a rhinoceros as he charged towards Xiaoyan. Clang, Xiaoyan tightly gripped the giant ruler with one hand. As he swung it down, the powerful force contained within Xiaoyan's armor blasted it back, causing it to fly out of Xiaoyan's hand. Upon seeing the giant ruler fly out of Xiaoyan's hand, several of the Xiao clan members present sighed as they withdrew their gazes. Even his weapon had been sent flying. The outcome was naturally easy to imagine. However, just as they were shaking their heads and sighing, Xiaoyan, who had left the heavy Xian ruler, suddenly raised his eyes. A sharp, cold glint agglomerated within his dark black eyes. His other hand also violently slammed forward at this moment. Since that is the case, I'll do as you wish. With the current distance between the two, Xiaoyan's palm had already landed on the armor in front of Xiaoyang's chest in the next instant. At the same time that his palm was gently placed on the armor, a faint cold cry sounded from Xiaoyan's mouth. Heart-shattering palm, break. A ferocious force immediately charged into Xiaoyang's body. Xiaoyang's heart abruptly tightened as a tearing sensation spread. His body violently shuddered as his expression changed drastically. The Genesis chi in his body frantically gathered towards his heart, barely managing to suppress the strange force. However, at the same time, the remaining strength that erupted from Xiaoyan's palm struck the rock armor without holding back. Soon after, Xiaoyan slowly extended a finger and gently flicked it, crack. In an instant, the armor that covered his body shattered into pieces. I'm late. He's treating me to a movie and a meal, so I have to go take care of him. The first half of the dialogue was a little stuck. Xiaoyan had changed the content a few times, but he was still not satisfied with it. In the arena, the expressions on everyone's faces instantly froze the instant the rock armor shattered. Next, gaze after gaze began to burn with excitement. Now that the rock armor had been broken, this unchanging battle finally became a little more interesting. Xiaoyang's furious eyes widened. The ferocious fury in his eyes was not hidden at all. Xiaoyan ignored him. His body instantly closed in and his shoulder heavily smashed into the former's chest. A low, deep collision sound appeared and Xiaoyang's body quickly flew backwards. After which, he heavily smashed into the shattered battle stage. Xiaoyan gently twisted his body as he beckoned with his hand. The heavy Xian Buster sword immediately flew into his hand as a disdainful voice drifted out. You want me to admit defeat? Who do you think you are? Once his voice sounded, Xiaoyan stepped forward and slowly walked toward the ladder. When he arrived in front of him, he rotated the enormous ruler in his hand and slammed it down heavily. Boom! A muffled explosion rang out, but to everyone's surprise, Xiaoyan had managed to block Xiaoyan's giant Buster sword with a single palm strike. After forcibly blocking Xiaoyan's attack, the latter slowly stood up, a sinister look on his face. He, you're the first amongst our generation to be able to shatter my armor. However, do you really believe that the rock armor is all I have? There was a hint of ridicule in Xiaoyang's sinister smile. The hand that he had used to block the heavy ruler was once again heavily slammed downwards. Grey Genesis chi immediately gathered on his hand, causing the approaching Xiaoyan to be forced back several steps. Since we've come this far, I'll show you my true strength. The moment his voice sounded, Xiaoyang's body suddenly shook. A shocking aura that was many times stronger than before instantly swept out from within his body. Almost at the same time, Xiaoyang's body suddenly shot forward. Rock swiftly covered his arm as his body soared into the air. A fist heavily smashed toward Xiaoyan's head. For Star Origin Sect? When they saw this sudden turn of events, the expressions of everyone present changed. Those fellows who had previously been defeated by Xiaoyang finally understood why Xiaoyang was so fearless towards them. Among the younger generation of the entire Xiao family, only a handful of people could match up to him. However, regardless of whether it was Xiao Lei, Xiao Feng, or the others present, none of them displayed much surprise in the face of this point. Even though the strength that Xiaoyang had displayed had exceeded their expectations, if they wanted to rely On this to defeat Xiaoyan, it would undoubtedly mean that they had underestimated Xiaoyan. Even without mentioning anything else, if one were to talk about just how much strength Xiao Lei and Xiao Feng had unleashed during their fight with Xiaoyan back then, their hearts were naturally clear just how much strength they had unleashed. The strength of his fire lotus was not completely unleashed until the end. Once Xiaoyan unleashed it with all his strength, it was likely that no one could predict the result. How could Xiaoyang possibly be a match for a person that even they were shocked by? Clang! Xiaoyan waved the enormous ruler. He did not display much surprise at the situation in front of him. At the same time that his body turned, a fierce, intense flame suddenly surfaced on the enormous ruler in his hand. Following which, it swept out and forced back Xiaoyang, who was falling down. True strength? Don't tell me that you believe that this is all that I have. An indifferent voice was slowly spat out. The instant Xiaoyang stabilized his body, a figure instantly flashed out from the empty space beside him. The giant ruler was wrapped in flames as it heavily smashed towards Xiaoyang's head. When the latter sensed the frightening aura, the emotions in his heart suddenly tightened. Without any hesitation, he threw a punch towards the giant ruler. Clang! Unlike before, when Xiaoyang's punch landed this time, the terrifying force contained in the giant ruler actually shattered the rock armor on his arm. While Xiaoyang's heart was filled with horror and his body hastily retreated, Xiaoyan, wielding the heavy ruler, relied on his strange movement technique to closely follow. The two figures fought face to face. The broad ruler did not appear clumsy in Xiaoyan's hands, but was instead as nimble as a spear. It was truly crafty, and no matter how Xiaoyang dodged, he was unable to avoid it. The rock armor condensed time and time again, but before it could take shape, it would be shattered by Xiaoyan's ruler. The most infuriating thing was that the raging flames on the armor would climb up his body like a living creature. Xiaoyang did not dare to be careless in the face of the heavenly fire. Genesis Ji frantically poured out, extinguishing the heavenly fire time and time again, only to be bitten by it again and again. In a short span of time, several areas of Xiaoyang's body had been charred black, and even his face was not spared from the heavenly fire's attack. To think that a 4-star Origin sect member would be forced into such a miserable state by a 3-star Origin sect member. Even the rock armor that he was most proud of was unable to withstand Xiaoyan's attacks, and did not even have the chance to reform. In addition, the cheering Xiao clan members in the spectator stands only made the rage in Xiaoyang's heart burn even hotter. His battle with Xiaoyan caused Xiaoyang's eyes to gradually turn scarlet red, the savagery and fury in them becoming increasingly apparent. Until a certain moment. Bastard! I will fight it out with you. A furious roar was emitted as Xiaoyang's palm suddenly smashed against the incoming giant ruler. The powerful force on the ruler actually forced Xiaoyan back dozens of steps. Soon after, Xiaoyan's footsteps came to a stop. He raised his head, only to be surprised to discover that Xiaoyang's face had suddenly turned a strange blood-red color. Even the space between his teeth had traces of a blood-red color. Fresh blood was surging out from all the spots on his body that had been charred by the heavenly flame. Numerous green veins also bulged out, appearing as though they were about to burst apart, giving him a frightening appearance. Although he had become like this, Xiaoyan did not show any fear. Instead, the ruthlessness on his face became even denser. He raised his head and gave Xiaoyan a savage smile. Xiaoyang's voice seemed to have been transmitted from purgatory, causing one's heart to feel a chill. He 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 he, so what if you are fast? So what if you have a heavenly flame? I will definitely win this battle. Since you have forced me to use blood rage, I will definitely cripple you in this battle. Xiaoyang's body suddenly charged forward after his cry sounded. At the same time, a powerful aura that was close to that of a 6-star Origin sect spread from within his body. Xiaoyan's face was slightly surprised when he saw this scene. He did not expect that this fellow's secret technique was quite extraordinary. However, Xiaoyan slowly shook his head when he saw the fresh blood flowing all over Xiaoyang's body. This secret technique actually consumes one's body. How foolish. In the arena, Xiaoyang's body, which was suddenly covered in blood, attracted the attention of the crowd on the viewing platform. Immediately, everyone's eyes were filled with astonishment as whispers rang out. Is that blood rage? Is this guy crazy? He actually cultivated such a thing. Blood rage is a secret technique that the clan forbids. Although it's a restriction, it's just an unwritten rule on the surface and won't cause much of an impact. I didn't think that this guy would actually cultivate such a secret technique. Depending on the quality of the bloodline, the strength obtained after using blood rage will be different. In the past, there were indeed many people who fought to cultivate it. However, ever since they knew that this thing would damage the quality of their bloodline, no one would take the initiative to cultivate it unless it was absolutely necessary. On the viewing platform, some of the people who had some understanding of the secret technique that Xiaoyang was using could not help but sigh. They did not think that this guy would go to such an extent in order to compete for the position of crown prince. Blood rage was the top secret technique of the Xiao clan. At its peak, it even surpassed the strength obtained from activating the bloodline. This also allowed the Xiao clan to dominate the continent for a period of time. It would not be an exaggeration to say that they looked down on the world and looked down on all heroes. However, it was also because of the existence of this strange secret technique that the bloodline of the Xiao clan rapidly thinned out. Even though the clan had forbade its members from cultivating this secret technique for many years, due to its uniqueness, it became a must-have for some of the lower-class people in the clan. It was also because of this that this secret technique was not completely sealed away by the clan. After all, not everyone had the terrifying talent of people like Xiao Feng and Xiao Tian. If they wanted to pursue greater strength while cultivating, blood rage was the best choice. Even though it would exhaust their already thin bloodline power, if they could use it to obtain a sufficient position in the clan, it would all be worth it in their eyes. Without strength, it would be difficult for them to advance even in the clan that was connected by bloodline. From a certain point of view, blood rage was the last straw that they could use to make a comeback. The reason why it was called a last resort was because once they failed, they would lose all chances of making a comeback and would forever be at the bottom of the clan and even the entire continent. Sigh. This Xiaoyang, in order to obtain strength, he actually risked it to such an extent. At this moment, sighs of disappointment could not help but resound from the elders' seating area. Just from the increase in Xiaoyang's strength after using blood rage, the bloodline power in the latter's body was already almost completely depleted. He knew that he was no match for Xiao with his own strength, so he chose blood rage. I have to say, he's really stupid. Xiao Gan slowly shook his head. On the other hand, when Xiao Yuheng, who was seated at the head of the table, heard this, his heart skipped a beat. His gaze was fixed on Xiaoyang, whose face was filled with malevolence. His fingers tightly gripped the armrest as a complicated expression appeared in his eyes. Was he really stupid or did he had no other choice? The clan's strict selection system caused these natural-born experts on the stage to have already determined their positions in the clan when they had just grown up. They, who had been chased after by countless people since young, would still be able to sit in the positions of their predecessors in the future. How many accidents like Xiao Feng had occurred in the course of history? If the entire family continued to live in this foolish hereditary succession, it would only be a matter of time before the family would decline and fall. Huff, in the arena, along with Xiaoyang's breathing, even the air was trembling. A powerful force was churning in his body like lava. The corner of Xiaoyang's mouth involuntarily parted into a ferocious smile as he sensed the vigorous energy flowing unceasingly within his body. He slowly lifted his eyes, which were covered by a blood color, and stared at Xiaoyan with an extremely cold gaze. A hoarse trembling voice spread out, causing everyone present to feel a piercing pain in their eardrums. As long as I can win, I can pay the price no matter how big it is. With a clench of his hand, the gray mist mixed with scarlet-red rocks quickly condensed under his palm. The shattered rocks quickly condensed into a long spear. On it, traces of blood-red energy swam like blood snakes. With a twist of his wrist, the body of the spear followed suit and turned. The moment it was lifted, the cold tip of the spear was pointed at Xiaoyan on the opposite side. The sharp killing intent gradually became denser in the scarlet eyes that were protruding from the arena. Shua, just as Xiaoyan was sizing up the ladder, Xiaoyan's figure suddenly flashed. The moment the sound of something tearing through the air rang out, the expression on Xiaoyan's calm face slightly tightened. At the same time, his footsteps changed, and he immediately used the sky extinction steps, his figure instantly disappearing from his original spot. At the same time, a human figure suddenly rushed out in a ghost-like manner. A long spear that was wrapped in a blood-colored color violently penetrated the afterimage that Xiaoyan had left behind. The fierce spear wind on it pierced through the empty space over 100 feet wide. The powerful strength caused one's pores to stand on end. At this moment, the battle that had suddenly erupted in the arena caused the expressions of quite a number of people in the viewing gallery to change. At this moment, the speed of the two people on the battle stage had already exceeded the knowledge of most of them. Once both parties unleashed their speed, all they could see was two blurry rays of light. What astonishing speed! Following a wave of exclamations, Xiaoyan's footsteps slowly stepped out from the empty space on the other side of the fighting stage. His expression was somewhat surprised as he looked at Xiaoyan. From the looks of the agility that the latter had displayed, he was indeed not weaker than Xiao Lei and the others. Humph! After his attack missed, Xiaoyan slowly turned around with a gloomy face. Looking at Xiaoyan, who was not far away, the body of his spear shook, and he said in a cold voice, "Do you only know how to dodge?" Hearing this, the corners of Xiaoyan's mouth slowly curled into an arc. He took half a step back and slowly raised the giant ruler in his hand, facing the latter like the long spear. Bang! With a flick of the spear, a piece of rock under his feet immediately flew through the air and shot towards Xiaoyan like a meteor. The giant ruler slashed through the air, and an invisible wind formed under the tip of the ruler. Immediately after, it fiercely swung down, blasting the rock that was shot towards him into powder that filled the air. Chi! In the instant that the powder filled the air, a red light suddenly flashed within the dust cloud. The blood-colored long spear pierced through the powder that filled the air and split it into two. With a fierce killing intent, it directly aimed at Xiaoyan's vital points. Xiaoyan's expression did not change at all. The giant ruler in his hand once again rotated, and the tip of the ruler swung down. Numerous ruler lights shot out and continuously collided with the latter. Ding 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 ding. As the sparks shot out, a clear collision sound once again rang out. The collision between the two of them also became increasingly intense. Every time the long spear and heavy ruler came into contact, the footsteps of the two of them would swiftly retreat. Their feet landed on the already shattered battle stage, leaving behind many eye-catching holes. The surrounding shattered cracks also became increasingly large. Bang! An explosive sound appeared. The two swiftly flashing figures once again faced each other. Each of them took 100 steps back. The ground under their feet completely collapsed at the spot where their feet landed. A fierce flame shrouded over the enormous ruler. Following the wave of Xiaoyan's hands, it carried a majestic ruler glow as it slashed out in a manner that connected the sky and the ground. It heavily smashed toward the blood-colored mountain forest that rose from the ground in front of him. 7-layer sky-breaking ruler. Rock hell. Buzz. In this collision, Xiaoyan did not hold back at all. The full force strike of the ruler caused the stage beneath his feet to be completely cut apart. The ground swiftly melted under the burning of the heavenly flame, and torrential magma scattered down like a waterfall. The attack between the two of them completely dissipated under this mutual destruction. As the magma scattered, Xiaoyan raised his eyes and looked over. At this moment, Xiaoyan was staring at him with a crazy expression. The ferocious smile on his face became increasingly terrifying. Immediately after, in the next moment, rock whale. As Xiaoyan's words sounded out, the ground beneath Xiaoyan's feet suddenly caved in. The surrounding ground was swiftly uprooted, faintly forming a large bloody mouth. In the blink of an eye, it actually swallowed Xiaoyan on the spot. In an instant, the faces of everyone present froze. Die. On the battle stage, Xiaoyan's face was filled with madness. The bloody mouth that had suddenly appeared swallowed Xiaoyan in one gulp. With such a move, even Xiaoyan would likely not have expected it to happen. Xiaoyan, the world is heartless, so don't blame me for being ruthless. You can only blame yourself for obstructing my path. Such an outcome is only your fault, plop. However, the moment before the words from Xiaoyan's mouth sounded, the ground, which had swallowed Xiaoyan, actually began to wiggle in a strange manner. Circular water-like ripples formed on the hard ground in an instant. After which, it swiftly turned red and transformed into a sea of magma. Under the focus of a countless number of gazes on the stage, a figure, whose entire body was wrapped in a flame, broke out from it, The expression on Xiaoyang's face instantly froze at the sight of this. He blankly stared at the figure that had landed on the ground as the emotions in his heart abruptly sunk. Under the gazes of the crowd, the figure slowly stepped forward. The flames under his feet swiftly melted the ground, causing magma to spill in all directions. By the time the flames dissipated, the ground behind him had already been paved into a path of fire. Xiaoyang's face was ashen. He never imagined that Xiaoyan would remain unscathed even after using such a method. This made him begin to doubt himself. Had Xiaoyan really won with his own strength in the battle with the Shaolei duo back then? Ignoring Xiaoyang's current mood, Xiaoyan slowly raised his head and eyed the ugly expression of Xiaoyang, who was still holding the long spear in his hand. A smile slowly surfaced on the corner of Xiaoyan's mouth. However, under this smile, there was an endless iciness. From Xiaoyang's earlier attacks, it was obvious that he wanted to take Xiaoyan's life. To think that Xiaoyang would go so crazy for the sake of victory. Even if it was pardonable, such excessive actions made Xiaoyan's heart turn completely cold. As if sensing the change in Xiaoyan's emotions, the muscles on Xiaoyang's face involuntarily twitched. As he took a step back, he hurriedly circulated the remaining Genesis Chi in his body. His scarlet-red eyes looked towards the former, the unwillingness and malevolence in them as thick as ever. For the sake of this day, he had cultivated madly for many days and nights without rest, all for the sake of obtaining today's victory. Even if he was already in such a situation, it was absolutely impossible for him to admit defeat. This kid's perseverance is commendable, but his temperament is still lacking. If the clan takes care of him in the future, he may still be saved. From the leader's seat, Xiao Yuheng slowly shook his head as he gazed at Xiaoyang. The moment these words were said, the few clan elders by the side nodded their heads. They were indeed rather optimistic about Xiaoyang. Being able to raise his cultivation to such a level without any top-tier cultivation resources was indeed an extraordinary feat. Besides his narrow-mindedness, everything else about him was indeed commendable. If he was properly guided, he may become another expert of the clan in the future. As the two of them confronted each other once again, the atmosphere on the battle stage became tense once again. A strong smell of gunpowder permeated the air. At this moment, everyone knew that the next collision would determine the final victor of this battle. I, Xiaoyang, have buried myself in bitter training for over 1,000 days and nights, all for the sake of ascending to the position of Crown Prince. Before that, no one can stop me. A savage beast-like look was revealed in his eyes that were overflowing with blood and tears. Xiaoyang stared at Xiaoyan, the emotions in his heart already on the verge of exploding. Brandishing his giant ruler, Xiaoyan stared at Xiaoyang with a cold gaze as he said in an indifferent tone, "I've said it before, it's impossible for me to admit defeat." Roar. Xiaoyan's voice had just sounded when the latter's throat suddenly emitted a low and deep roar. A blood redness surged in both of his eyes. His hand used all his strength to hold the long spear. After which, he flipped his hand and violently threw the long spear forward. The moment the sonic boom appeared, the long spear was only a couple of dozen feet from Xiaoyan's body. It easily penetrated the empty air and carried a sharp ear-piercing sound as it shot explosively toward Xiaoyan's head. Staring at the spear that was rapidly enlarging in his eyes, Xiaoyan slightly tilted the giant ruler in his hand. In the next moment, he raised his arm and shouted. The giant ruler was suddenly raised, and a rainbow light shot out, reaching 9 feet in length. 9 feet breaking sky. The 7-layered sky-breaking ruler was 7 feet in length. Its strength was at most comparable to a high-level spirit do technique. However, ever since Xiaoyan broke through 9 feet, the 9 feet breaking sky-breaking ruler was comparable to an intent-level do technique. Now that he was facing the current Xiaoyang, the outcome was obvious. Bang! Xiaoyang had used all of his strength in this attack. Even though he had used all of his strength, he still had difficulty contending with Xiaoyan's 9-layer heaven-breaking ruler. Within a short couple of breaths, all of the strength that the spear carried was completely exhausted. The remaining ruler glow mercilessly shattered the long spear in an instant. Roar. Xiaoyang's gaze was already completely crazy as he stared at the majestic ruler glow that was still shooting towards him after breaking the spear. Waves of unresigned low roars were emitted from his mouth. All the blood in his body once again boiled as he once again used blood rage. he was going all out. Even if he had to squeeze out all the strength in his blood, he would win this match. In the viewing gallery, countless people, including those in the elders' seating area, watched this crazy scene unfold in front of them. All of them could not bear to see it. In order to win this match, in order to obtain the position of the heir, this fellow was actually willing to give up his life. In the front row of the viewing gallery, Xiaofeng, who had been seated for a long time, finally slowly stood up at this moment. His gaze was slightly complicated as he watched this scene unfold in front of him and slowly sighed. Xiaoyan's gaze was cold as he watched this scene. Although he did not make any moves, the ruler glow that had erupted had ultimately dissipated into nothingness. At this moment, Xiaoyang was no longer worthy of him taking action. Ugh. However, it was also at this moment that Xiaoyang, who was crazily activating the strength in his blood, suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood. His paper-white face instantly turned red. Following which, he heavily coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood. His body went limp and fell to the ground with a loud bang. Quick, save him! Seeing this scene, some of the people in the elders' seating area were finally unable to sit still. They hurriedly lowered their bodies and helped the heavily injured Xiaoyang up. After a round of investigation, the faces of the few elders were evidently ugly. Evidently, Xiaoyang's current situation was already extremely bad. After the victory was decided, the entire stadium was silent. Everyone stared blankly at the scene in front of them, not knowing what to do. At this very moment, the victory did not seem that important to them anymore. Swish, Xiaoyan turned around and walked down from the stage. As he left, a ray of light flew out from his fingers and landed in the arms of the elder beside Xiaoyang. Seeing this, the few elders could not help but be slightly stunned. When they raised their heads, they only saw Xiaoyan's back as he walked down from the stage. Although Xiaoyan had emerged victorious in his battle with Xiaoyang, he had exhausted too much of his Genesis Qi and was unable to continue fighting. As a result, his final battle with Xiaofeng had to be postponed to the next day. In order to maintain the clan gathering's normal progress, the Yuanzong Battles exhibition match had to be brought forward. This also maintained the intense atmosphere in the arena to a great extent. The battle between Xiaoyan and Xiaofeng could be said to be fiery. If the match was stopped at this time, it would likely cause dissatisfaction among many people. Moreover, the exhibition match was originally scheduled for the next day. In comparison, such a decision was understandable. Many people in the arena were also looking forward to the exhibition match. After all, these participants were different from Xiaoyang and the rest. They had been training outside for several years and had faced and experienced blood and slaughter. In comparison, the latter had lived in the clan for a long time and relied on the clan's protection. Although their growth wasn't slow, the strength they could display on the battlefield was extremely limited. Regardless of whether it was the density of their Genesis Qi or the control of their battle techniques, there was undoubtedly a huge gap between them and the former. It was precisely because of this gap that the exhibition match once again caused an uproar. The intensity of the battle did not lose out to Xiaoyan's battle at all. The mysterious battle techniques and even the do skills were very different from what they usually saw in the clan. The competition between all parties successfully caused the atmosphere in the arena to reach a new climax. The next day slowly arrived amidst the nervous anticipation of countless people. After the intense competition 2 days ago, the Shao clan was already in an uproar before the sun had even risen. The arena was extraordinarily lively as everyone waited for the final match of the clan gathering, the battle between Xiaoyan and Xiaofeng. When the first rays of dawn scattered down from the sky, numerous figures from all over the clan swiftly gathered. The first elder and the rest were seated in the elders' VIP area. Just like the countless number of clan members below, they were similarly filled with curiosity today. Just who was stronger between the two of them? Under everyone's gazes, Xiaofeng stood at the center of the arena, quietly waiting for Xiaoyan's arrival. At a certain moment, the figures of Xiaoyan and the others appeared in the spectator stands. At the same time, the black-robed Xiaoyan stepped onto the arena. Xiaoyan's feet heavily stomped on the arena. He raised his somewhat drowsy eyes and his gaze gradually became clear as he looked at Xiaofeng in the middle of the arena. A fiery heat surfaced in his gradually awakening eyes. His entire person's attention was also raised at this moment. In the entire clan gathering, the only opponent that could truly catch his attention was Xiao Feng. As for the others, although each of them had their own strengths, he did not view them too seriously. At this moment, it was finally time for the two of them to fight. In the arena, Xiao Feng was also looking at the figure that had arrived late. His eyes were filled with battle intent as the corners of his mouth slowly curled into an arc. The Xiaoyan before him was the same as his ancestor. In the entire clan, he was one of the few people that could catch his attention. Especially during this period of time, his performance in the clan, as well as his battle with Xiao Lei and Xiao Feng, had caused him to become extremely interested in Xiaoyan. To be able to battle with the current biggest dark horse in the Xiao clan, this clan gathering was not in vain. As Xiaoyan stepped onto the arena, the gazes of everyone in the arena shifted. Among the tens of thousands of gazes, other than fervor, there was even more curiosity. They wondered if this new dark horse would be able to maintain the same awe-inspiring aura as he had in the previous few battles when facing the clan's heir. Xiaoyan's expression did not change as he sensed the gazes that were shot over from the entire stadium. His gaze looked directly at the other side. The eyes of the two figures in the arena met each other. An unknown feeling was unknowingly emitted, causing the air to become a little tense. "I've been standing here for 2 hours." While the gazes were focused, Xiao Feng deeply exhaled as he slowly opened his mouth. His low and deep voice was like the atmosphere in the arena at this moment, revealing a few traces of coldness and dominance. "I've waited for this day for half a year." Xiaoyan smiled as he resolutely stepped forward. With a casual flip of his palm, the dark heavy buster sword instantly appeared in his hand. The instant his voice sounded out, his body suddenly charged forward. The giant buster sword swept across the void, bringing about a whooshing sound as it charged towards the former. Seeing this, Xiao Feng's face did not have any expression of surprise. He only stared at the giant buster sword in Xiaoyan's hand. When the latter's figure arrived in front of him, he swung the giant buster sword and the tip of the buster sword rapidly descended. Only then did Xiao Feng flip his palm and a green long spear immediately appeared in his hand. The tip of the spear was raised as his two arms rushed forward. The moment the two collided, the force contained in the long spear forcefully repelled the heavy buster sword. Xiao Feng took half a step back as the tip of the long spear fell to the ground, shattering the ground and stabilizing his body at the same time. Following that, he suddenly took a step forward. With both hands tightly holding onto the spear, the tip of the spear spun rapidly, easily cutting open the ground under his feet. With a force like a broken bamboo, he flew up and stabbed towards Xiaoyan's raised elbow. The instant the two of them collided, their attacks were already so fierce. Ding! At the moment when Xiaoyan's expression changed, his huge ruler immediately fell abruptly. He twisted his wrist and used the huge ruler to block in front of him, blocking Xiao Feng's piercing attack. Xiaoyan's footsteps immediately retreated and his body took the opportunity to retreat. In this short first round, Xiaoyan had suffered a small loss. The moment he stabilized his body, his gaze landed on Xiao Feng. Xiaoyan's expression was grave. Although the two of them had only collided once, the strength that Xiao Feng had displayed was far superior to Xiaoyan's yesterday. There was no need to doubt this point. "I have waited for so long. Don't disappoint me." Xiao Feng smiled faintly. With a twist of his wrist, he raised his long spear and pointed the sharp tip of the spear at Xiaoyan. "Haha, don't worry. I won't disappoint you." Seeing this, Xiaoyan also laughed out loud. The instant his gaze met Xiao Feng's, his body suddenly disappeared. In the next instant, Xiao Feng immediately waved the long spear in his hand. The body of the spear swung horizontally, drawing a strange arc. After which, it heavily shot out, bringing along a whooshing sound as it heavily smashed into a certain spot in the air. Clang! With a loud buzzing sound, Xiaoyan's body suddenly appeared. After which, he fiercely threw out the buster sword in his hand and smashed it towards Xiao Feng. His body flickered again and disappeared from the battle stage. Clang! The instant the buster sword was sent flying by the tip of the spear, Xiaoyan's body flashed to the side and threw out a punch. However, just as his punch landed, the spear's shaft actually twisted in a strange manner and met Xiaoyan's punch head-on. The frightening strength that was contained in Xiaoyan's fist had actually bent the spear until it reached an impossible angle. Xiaofeng had relied on this to forcefully block Xiaoyan's punch. Even though this was the case, his body still took 100 steps back. The moment he forcefully stabilized his body, the long spear in his hand involuntarily trembled intensely. What a frightening force. Without that buster sword, his strength has actually increased by more than a level. An astonished thought flashed across his mind. Xiaofeng could not help but view Xiaoyan in a higher light. To be able to obtain multiple victories under the pretext of suppressing his strength was indeed not something that an ordinary person could compare with. Ch. Under the attention of countless gazes, two figures collided with a loud bang on the arena like two meteorites. Frightening monstrous waves immediately churned and unfurled as the enormous arena was destroyed once again in the blink of an eye. The two figures crossed each other in the arena as sparks flew. The sound of metal colliding was like thunder as they swiftly separated after a split second of collision. Xiaoyan's heavy Xian ruler was forcefully thrust into the ground, forcefully dragging his rapidly retreating body a dozen meters before gradually stabilizing. On the other side, Xiaofeng similarly borrowed the power of the spear in his hand. Wind howled behind him as he retreated a dozen steps before heavily stomping his foot on the ground. The ground beneath his body exploded as the spear in his hand was thrust into the ground like a nail, stabilizing his body. After an intense collision, the expressions of the two individuals changed. The intense collision had not only caused injuries to their bodies, but also caused the Genesis chi in their bodies to fluctuate violently, unable to calm down for a long time. Even so, the expressions that appeared on their faces were excitement and excitement. Ever since the two of them had entered the arena until now, they had not used any do skills during the entire process of collision. During this period of time, the two of them had used the most violent method to rely on their vast and mighty energy and fighting skills that far exceeded an ordinary person to repeatedly collide and negotiate. This also caused the battle to appear even more fiery and intense. Not only was victory decided by do skills, such a pure battle was also a test for the strong. At the same time, it was also a kind of training. Since it is difficult to determine a victor in such a battle, I might as well go all out. The fighting intent within Xiaoyan's heart became increasingly intense in the face of Xiaofeng's strength. This kind of situation was something that he had not experienced even when he had faced Xiao Lei and Xiaofeng alone back then. Perhaps it was due to the fact that both parties had yet to unleash their true strength in that battle. However, it was different now. He had met a true opponent. Immediately, the fighting intent that was suppressed within his heart involuntarily rose. At this moment, Xiaoyan could already sense that there was a surging fighting intent that was about to break out of his body. Come. I hope that you will not disappoint me. Xiaofeng's gaze was similarly untamed as a wild laugh was emitted from his mouth. As his voice gradually deepened, a formidable aura spread from his body. Buzz, in an instant, the expressions of quite a few people in the arena changed slightly. Even Xiao Lei and Lin Dong, who were on the viewing platform, could not help but slightly tighten their gazes. This fellow is already half a step into becoming a 5-star origin sect. Xiao Lei stared at Xiaofeng in the arena. His eyes were filled with surprise. In that case, once the clan sacrifice is over, wouldn't his strength increase by a lot? At that time, I'm afraid even you might not be his match. Xiao Zhuobin, who was at the side, raised his brows in surprise. The two of them had the same feeling in their hearts. Xiaofeng was clearly much more terrifying than they had imagined. However, even if this is the case, it is likely that it will not be easy to defeat Xiaoyan. While the two of them were conversing, Xiaoyan and Xiaofeng retreated from the arena. Xiaoyan stood on a part of the arena that was still intact, while Xiaofeng floated in the air with his hands clasped together. At the same time, a gust of wind swirled down from the heavens and earth, rapidly condensing behind Xiaofeng. Vaguely, it transformed into a huge illusory image. Wind God's fury. At the same time, Xiaoyan also clasped his hands together and opened his mouth slightly. Blazing purple flames were spat out from his mouth. As they rose, they also gradually transformed into a flaming giant behind him. The frighteningly high temperature, coupled with the astonishing imposing aura, caused the atmosphere in the arena to immediately become tense. Fire God's fury. An explosive cry was emitted from Xiaoyan's mouth. The enormous flame illusionary image behind him moved with it. It lifted its head and widened its chest as it faced the sky. At the same time, the green-colored illusionary image in the sky also slowly leaned forward following Xiaofeng's body. A shocking pressure that came from all directions immediately swept apart. In the arena, two majestic figures with indomitable and ferocious auras slowly approached each other under the countless burning gazes below. Finally, they collided with each other. Chi. The earth-shaking explosion that everyone had imagined did not occur. The two giant gods trembled intensely under the gazes of tens of thousands of people. Vigorous energy devoured each other, gradually wearing each other down, waiting for the final victor. Under the giant gods, an intense wind pressed down on the heads of everyone in the arena. Waves of aftershocks lifted the shattered stone platform below. In a short span of a few breaths, the already shattered arena had completely turned into ruins. Within the two earth-shaking auras, Xiaoyan lifted his foot with great difficulty. After which, he heavily slammed it down. In an instant, only a buzzing sound could be heard in the arena. The huge green illusory image was immediately shattered. Whistling energy spread in all directions, causing the elders in the elders' viewing gallery to have no choice but to hurriedly take action. However, Xiaofeng was not inferior. His footsteps gradually closed in. The two illusory images were also rapidly worn down under such a ferocious attack. Their huge bodies were rapidly worn down under such a collision, until a certain moment, bang. The two shattered giant gods in the arena exploded with a bang. The two energies within them swiftly collided and intertwined. After which, they formed an enormous flame ball. The instant it exploded, the entire fighting arena, including the surrounding viewing gallery, suddenly trembled. Xiaoyan and Xiaofeng in the arena were also forced back. Xiaoyan's expression paled and he involuntarily spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. On the other hand, although Xiaofeng's expression was similarly pale, he had at least managed to suppress the churning blood in his body. At this moment, the gap between the cultivation of the two gradually became apparent. Even if it was Xiaoyan who possessed the heavenly flame, it would not be an easy task for him to defeat Xiaofeng in this battle. You are very strong. Unfortunately, the gap between our cultivation is not something that you can easily bridge with just the heavenly flame. Looking at Xiaoyan, who had spat out a mouthful of blood, Xiaofeng slowly gasped for breath for a while before speaking with an indifferent tone. Hearing those words, Xiaoyan could not help but raise his head. His gaze similarly stared at the latter, before sweeping towards the surrounding stands. The expression in his eyes slowly rotated until he caught a glimpse of Xiaoding Tian and the rest in the elder seating area. Only then did a sudden chill emerge in his heart. Turning his gaze back, he grinned and sneered. It's not over yet. As his words fell, Xiaoyan immediately raised both of his hands. His 10 fingers linked together, and the heavenly flame in his body suddenly surged. Immediately after, flames of different colors gushed out from Xiaoyan's body. At almost the same time, the aura in his body rapidly rose like a rising tide. On his forehead, a familiar symbol flickered. Skyfire 3 Mysterious Change. Xiaoyan shouted in his heart, and the purple flames that surged out immediately retracted into his body. At the same time, Xiaoyan's rapidly rising aura skyrocketed at this moment. In the blink of an eye, he wasn't inferior to Xiaofeng on the stage. Oh? Secret technique, huh? But that's good. This way, we can have a fair fight. Xiaofeng slowly lifted his gaze and looked at Xiaoyan, whose aura was rapidly rising. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. He waved his arm, and the long spear in his hand shook violently. The sound of it breaking through the air immediately resounded. Suddenly, the two people on the stage seemed to have agreed on it. Two blurry figures burst out from each other. They carried a fierce aura and collided with each other under countless blazing gazes. On the stage, the distance between the two of them was close in the blink of an eye. The moment they got close, the two of them looked at each other. The undisguised fiery battle intent in their eyes surged out like a volcanic eruption. At the same time, Xiao Yuheng and the others on the elders' seating area stared at Xiaoyan on the stage. To be precise, they were staring at the mysterious symbol between his eyebrows. They were slightly surprised in their hearts. That's the clan tattoo. It's something that was abandoned. I didn't expect to see it again after so many years. Xiao Zhen's old eyes stared at the clan tattoo between Xiaoyan's eyebrows that represented his identity. He couldn't help but have a rueful expression as he slowly sighed. Many of the clan elders by the side also had rueful expressions in their eyes. Only Xiao Dingtian narrowed his old eyes as he pondered in his heart. Xiao Jinghong, who was at the side, saw this situation. Although he had the intention, he still swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Clang! When the two of them collided, the clanging sound of steel colliding resounded in the arena. As this voice sounded, the two people in the arena withdrew with serious expressions. The heavy Shan ruler in Xiaoyan's hand and the long spear in Xiao Feng's hand were trembling intensely at this moment. The breathing of the two of them had also become increasingly hurried. The Skyfire 3 mysterious change had raised Xiaoyan's battle strength to an even higher level. In a situation where both parties were completely equal in cultivation, even someone as prideful as Xiao Feng could not help but feel a heavy pressure. Regardless of whether it was the circulation of Genesis Qi or the eruption of Genesis Qi, the current Xiaoyan was very different from before. He had no choice but to be extremely careful in every collision. If he was still able to use his skills to gain the upper hand in the previous collision, then in the current situation where Xiaoyan possessed absolute strength, any action of his could be grasped by Xiaoyan. If he was not careful, he would end up with a complete loss. At this moment, no one was willing to be the first to attack, much less reveal the slightest weakness. The situation on the stage had finally reached the most tense and oppressive moment. The intense wind pressure caused Xiao Feng's clothes to stick tightly to his skin. However, the expression on his face did not change in the slightest because of the giant ruler that was slashing towards him. His gaze was tightly fixed on the rapidly approaching giant ruler. Only when it was less than a meter away from his head did he sweep his long spear upwards. The sound of wind was heard as he accurately and craftily received the giant ruler. In an instant, the huge ruler, which had missed, once again swept horizontally at the instant Xiaoyan turned his body. The instant his expression changed, Xiao Feng used the long spear to block by his side. With a loud clang, the shocking strength that was transmitted from the long spear shook him until he was forced to take over 10 steps back. The buzzing sound that sounded beside his ears was incomparably ear-piercing. Even his two hands, which were tightly holding the spear, had a couple of wounds formed because of the frightening strength that was transmitted from it. Fresh blood flowed, but Xiao Feng did not have the time to care about it. The moment he stopped moving, Xiaoyan, with a domineering expression on his face, once again pressed forward. The ruler swung upwards and heavily smashed towards Xiao Feng's body. The latter used the spear as a whip and waved it to the extreme, forcefully bending the spear to the extreme before heavily smashing it against the ruler's body. A thunderous sound suddenly resounded as a huge force spread out. The palms of both parties trembled as the veins on their palms popped out. Their arms nervously controlled the weapons in their hands. Neither of them dared to relax in the slightest. At this moment, Xiao Feng grasped every opportunity. Relying on the advantage of the long spear, the tip of the spear stuck close to the ruler's body. Like a snake, it twisted and stretched forward, piercing towards Xiaoyan's wrist. Xiaoyan's gaze tightened slightly. The ruler's body was hurriedly pulled back while being lifted up at the same time. Xiaoyan patted the back of the ruler with one hand, using it as a high wall as he heavily charged toward Xiao Feng, forcing him to withdraw his attack. Wind Spirit Hand. Xiao Feng let out a low cry as he used his hand to change the universe. One of his hands kept the long spear behind him while his other hand suddenly slammed forward. Cool wind rotated and transformed into a countless number of invisible hands that surrounded Xiaoyan and violently smashed toward him. Xiaoyan was well aware that he had no way of dodging this dense attack. Immediately, he did not hesitate any longer. Numerous ruler glows rushed out the moment the enormous ruler was lifted. They came one after another and adhered to each other. The flame that surged out of the ruler vaguely formed an airtight fire wall that blocked all of the invisible hands. The moment the palms scattered, the turbulent Genesis Qi in Xiaoyan's body once again began to churn violently. Fierce purple flames covered the body of the giant ruler as a powerful energy undulation swiftly gathered within it. It's coming. Knowing what was going on, a grave expression surfaced on Xiao Feng's face at this moment. As he retreated, the body of the spear abruptly turned and floated in midair. With a heavy rub of his palm, the long spear immediately started to spin rapidly. At the same time, waves of green flowing wind gathered in the space around his body. After which, it rapidly condensed on the long spear. Faintly, waves of deep and low dragon roars resounded in the arena. A huge dragon that was formed by wind slowly coiled around the long spear. Xiao Feng is finally going to use his full strength. On the viewing platform, Xiao Lei softly sighed as he gazed at the rapidly spinning spear in front of Xiao Feng. To be able to force him to use such a move, Xiao Yan's strength has likely exceeded our expectations. By the side, Xiao Zhuobin faintly nodded. Amongst the younger generation of the clan, with the exception of the young clan leader, Xiao Lei and a few others, there was likely no one else who had the qualifications to force Xiao Feng to use such a move. Even with Xiao Zhuobin's pride, he had no choice but to admit that he did not possess such qualifications. It's not over yet. Don't forget that Xiao Yan still has a trump card that he has yet to use. I wonder what are the chances of that Fire Lotus winning against him. Xiao Lei smiled faintly, a look of longing appearing in his heart. It was at this moment that Xiao Feng's arrogant shout abruptly rang out. Great Dao skill, thousand-wind baleful dipper. A thunderous roar suddenly sounded. At this moment, a huge green-colored dragon was entrenched on the rapidly rotating long spear that was suspended in front of Xiao Feng. After the roar from his mouth sounded, a green-colored light suddenly erupted. It was like a tsunami, bringing along a hurricane that engulfed the heavens and the earth as it suddenly erupted. The moment the green-colored light swept out in all directions, the hurricane in the heavens and the earth began to rotate. The green-colored wind dragon that was like a real dragon let out a roar towards the sky. Immediately, a terrifying suction force surged out and crazily swallowed the energy of the heavens and the earth. The body of the spear shot out and the huge dragon also rushed out. It cut through the air like lightning and headed straight for Xiao Yan in the distance. Everywhere it passed, the surrounding space collapsed. The vast energy was like a tsunami that slammed against the shore. It was really frightening. Xiao Feng's all-out attack was really terrifying. Faced with such a majestic aura, the expressions of everyone in the viewing gallery changed. Even with the strength of Xiao Lei and the First Elder, a deep solemn expression also surfaced on their faces at this moment. It was likely that if the two of them were to face this attack, they would not feel good either. Xiao Feng can be said to have practiced this thousand-wind demonic wind to the extreme. The strength of this kind of Do technique is likely far from what an ordinary E-class Do technique can achieve. To be able to become the heir, he naturally has the capital to be proud. As Xiao Mingyuan's words left his mouth, the First Elder, who had been silent by the side, finally revealed an expression of admiration on his face at this moment as he slowly spoke. As the heir, regardless of whether it was his cultivation talent or his character, Xiao Feng was extremely outstanding. This was something that the First Elder absolutely believed. In the past, no one among the Xiao clan members of the same generation could compare with him. However, with the addition of Xiao Yan, this point had finally changed. At the same time, Xiao Feng himself had also changed. In all these years, Xiao Yan was the first person in the clan gathering who could make Xiao Feng use his full strength. Qi. As the huge dragon descended, Xiao Yan, who was on the ground, continuously waved the huge ruler in his hand. A graceful ruler glow instantly destroyed the remaining invisible palms. The instant Xiao Yan raised his head, he saw the huge dragon that overlooked everything. A long spear that was wrapped in an overflowing aura that looked down on everything violently charged towards him. Xiao Yan's pair of dark black eyes were currently covered by a green-colored wind that came from all directions. Standing under the huge dragon, Xiao Yan was able to directly sense the frightening and sharp attack that was contained on the tip of the spear. Even so, Xiao Yan still had absolute confidence in his heart. No matter how tyrannical the huge dragon was, it was still somewhat inferior in front of him. With this thought in mind, Xiao Yan took advantage of the fact that the ruler glow from before had yet to dissipate. Under the gazes of the crowd, Xiao Yan madly dashed forward. Following which, the huge ruler in his hand was heavily inserted into the ground. Following a deep roar from Xiao Yan's mouth, he tightly gripped the ruler's hilt with both hands. With a crazed expression on his face, the flames on the ruler's body instantly soared and rapidly melted the surrounding ground. Ha! With a forceful pull of his palm, the ground beneath his feet was easily split open like the surface of water. The instant the ruler light burst out, magma flew up into the sky. A towering ruler light burst out, and mixed with magma, it melted the void and rushed up with the momentum of breaking bamboo. "Break for me!" Xiaofeng's majestic cry suddenly sounded in the empty space. The tip of the long spear rotated rapidly. The huge dragon's mouth carried waves of roars as it descended from the sky. In the blink of an eye, it collided with the 1,000 feet large dark red ruler glow with a loud bang. Buzz. Under countless gazes, the world trembled and a buzzing sound swept out. Just as the faces of everyone present changed in shock, the shocking ruler glow in the sky suddenly trembled violently. Without waiting for everyone to make a move, on the ground, Xiaoyan once again waved the huge ruler with a solemn expression. It was not until the 9th wave that the ruler glow shot out and merged into it that the situation in the sky temporarily stabilized. In the stands, numerous gazes were filled with nervousness as they looked at the two huge balls of energy that were emitting intense energy fluctuations in the sky. In their hearts, they all faintly felt a sense of uneasiness. At this moment, everyone present was sweating profusely for the battle between the two. On the elders' seats, Xiao Mingyuan frowned as his pair of old eyes stared fixedly at Xiao Yan on the stage. His breathing could not help but become slightly hurried. Xiao Yuheng, who was beside him, also had the same expectation in his heart. Even Xiao Jinghong was slowly clenching his fists as he muttered in his heart, "Little guy, you can't lose no matter what." Looking at the current battleground, it was likely that only Xiao Dingtian was looking forward to Xiao Yan's defeat. First Elder Xiao Zhen frowned slightly as he looked at the two vast and mighty energies that were colliding intensely in the arena. A moment later, he seemed to have sensed something. He flicked his finger gently and a tiny ray of light immediately shot out. It entered the void in front of him. At the same time, Xiao Yan, who had a grave expression on his face, stabbed the heavy Xian ruler into the ground beside him. He gently exhaled as a solemn expression gradually surfaced on his face. With a thought, the remaining Genesis chi in his body began to frantically circulate. However, just as the two of them moved, the majestic ruler glow in the sky, which was contending with the huge dragon, suddenly exploded with a bang. An unusually wild and violent energy immediately spread across the sky. Soon after, a shocking energy storm rapidly spread. Even though they were very far away, everyone present could still clearly sense the terror within it. Once the energy storm swept out, it was likely that there would be very few of them who would be able to survive if they were affected by it. Clang! At this critical moment, a tremendous energy barrier suddenly condensed in the sky above the huge battle arena. It was like a huge bowl that enveloped the entire battle arena. No matter how powerful the energy shockwaves were, they were unable to shake it in the slightest. Seeing this scene, the fear that had been forced to the back of everyone's throat was finally able to recover. Ugh! After being struck by the energy shockwaves, Xiao Yan's chest suddenly sank. A mouthful of blood involuntarily spurted out from his mouth, and his feet involuntarily retreated half a step. He clenched his teeth and barely stabilized his body. Lifting his head, he saw that Xiao Feng was not much better off than him. Xiao Feng's face was as pale as paper, but his expression was still as crazy and passionate as before. This battle could be said to be a satisfying one. The ruler glow was broken and the wind dragon scattered. However, the remaining strength on the long spear was still powerful. At this moment, there was no longer any obstruction. It carried an overwhelming victory as it once again charged toward Xiao Yan. It was also at this moment that the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth was slowly lifted into a smile. At the same time he lifted his eyes, they were similarly filled with a wild beast-like violent expression. Xiao Yan's gaze stared intently at the long spear that was shot over like a star arrow. He slowly raised both of his hands. As the final seal was formed, a hand seal that contained a powerful energy slowly took shape between his hands. Mountain River Seal. With a low cry in his heart, Xiao Yan's hands immediately pushed forward. The handprint between his two palms immediately shot towards the spear that was rapidly descending from the sky. It rapidly grew as it met the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it had transformed into a giant handprint that was dozens of feet in size. Purple flames gathered on it, and its craggy aura caused one's heart to feel an indescribable heaviness. This is the Gu clan's 8 Emperor Seal Arts? Why is it in Xiao Yan's hands? At this instant, Xiao Lei and his brother in the viewing gallery, as well as the group of elders in the elders' VIP seats, turned their shocked gazes toward Xiao Yan, who had displayed the mountain river seal in the arena. Their hearts were filled with disbelief. Humph, this old man has already said that this child cannot be allowed to stay if he harbors disloyalty. All of you should believe me now, right? On the other hand, Xiao Dingtian was not angered by this scene. Instead, an expression of satisfaction was revealed on his face. He raised his eyebrows as he glanced at Xiao Mingyuan and the rest and sneered. You cannot just look at the surface. Xiao Yan has already said that he had seen the Zhao clan attack the Ouyang clan. Perhaps he had acted to save them back then, and the other party just so happened to be a member of the Gu clan. It would be a little too much of a woman's heart if you treat the return of others as having ill intentions. Although Xiao Mingyuan and the rest appeared to be in a difficult position, they were still at a loss in the face of Xiao Dingtian's sneer. At the crucial moment, it was the first elder's words that stopped them. Only then did the latter resentfully withdraw his gaze in an unresigned manner. 8 Emperor Seal Arts Ha. Today, let me experience the might of the Gu clan's secret technique. Xiao Feng's gaze once again returned to the arena. After Xiao Yan unleashed the mountain river seal, Xiao Feng's expression had finally turned completely grave. He had naturally heard of this Do skill's reputation, and did not dare to be careless after witnessing it. Without any hesitation, he took a heavy step forward as a low cry was emitted from his mouth. He did his best to maneuver the little Genesis Chi in his body. Soon after, the green glow on the rapidly descending spear grew a little denser. The expression on Xiao Yan's face was unusually calm as he stood on the ground below. He had gained some understanding of the mountain river seal during this period of time that he had been practicing it. This seal, along with the first 6 seals, had a strength that was comparable to a high-level E-class Do technique. He believed that even if Xiao Feng was at his peak, he would not dare to be careless. Of course, Xiao Yan had used the mountain river seal at this moment because he wanted to obtain victory. This was indeed not bad. However, he also hoped to use this opportunity to test himself and see just how much control he had over the 8 seals of the God Seal. The spear pierced through the air like a falling meteor as it pierced towards Xiao Yan below. The flaming handprint swelled with the wind like a flaming banner as it streaked across the air, burning the surrounding invisible space until it violently distorted. Soon after, it heavily collided with the tip of the spear. Bang! An earth-shaking explosion suddenly resounded. Energy ripples swept out once again. The two energies continued to erode each other in the void. At the point of contact between the two, the invisible void became extremely distorted. In the end, it actually burst apart. This time around, the long spear finally trembled uncontrollably under the strong suppression of the handprint. Even with Xiao Feng's full support, the feeling of helplessness within it was extremely clear when it faced Xiao Yan's attack after the previous round of exhaustion. This stalemate between the two parties on the battle stage merely lasted for a couple of breaths. Soon after, under everyone's gazes, the tip of the long spear that had collided with the handprint suddenly emitted a clear cracking sound. In the next moment, it suddenly exploded with a bang. Grug! Xiao Feng's expression turned pale. His footsteps continuously retreated as a mouthful of fresh blood was spat out from his mouth. The aura of his entire body had also completely withered. At this moment, this battle could be considered to have come to an end. However, what happened? In the arena, the expression on Xiao Yan's face suddenly changed. His mind was using all his strength to control the enormous handprint that continued to explode forward. A surprised expression involuntarily surfaced on his face. As expected, it is still too forceful. Even though Xiao Yan had already used all his strength to control the handprint that continued to explode forward, the latter remained unaffected and continued to explode forward. Damn it! Stop it now! Xiao Yan hardened his heart. He bit the tip of his tongue with his teeth and fresh blood shot out. His finger quickly pressed on it. A thought passed through his mind and at the same time, an invisible energy ripple followed the invisible space and began to spread, buzz, in the void. When the enormous handprint came to a halt, a colorful light flashed within a transparent crystal ball in a certain large hall within the Xiao clan. At the same time, the anxious expression on Xiao Yan's face gradually disappeared when he saw that the mountain river seal had finally stopped. He gently exhaled a breath of air. A thought passed through his mind and he hurriedly scattered this frightening thing. Everyone in the elders' seats looked at the situation in the arena. Many of them had a somewhat complicated expression in their eyes. This continued until Xiao Mingyuan strode forward with a face full of smiles. He raised his head and said, "Xiao Yan wins this battle." Wow. As soon as these words left his mouth, the expressions on everyone's faces turned sluggish. The atmosphere in the arena froze for a moment. In the next moment, an uproar suddenly broke out. In the arena, the pale-faced Xiao Yan and Xiao Feng looked at each other from afar. The two of them did not have much emotion because of this so-called victory. In the light, they were still filled with the same burning fighting spirit as before. On the spectator stand, Xiao Xian ignored the surrounding cheers. His figure moved and appeared in the arena in the blink of an eye. He supported Xiao Yan, who was about to fall. This battle could not be considered to be using all of their strength. However, the intense battle within it was something that no other battle in the past had ever possessed. Every punch hit flesh, creating a strong wind. Two experts of the same level, just by relying on their outstanding fighting techniques, were able to cause the excitement of this battle to not lose to any of the previous battles. It might even surpass them. It was really exciting. Moreover, the mountain river seal that Xiao Yan had displayed in the end had a strength that could be said to be terrifying. If it had not been withdrawn in the end, it was likely that Xiao Feng would have been seriously injured even if he did not die. After the battle ended, the two individuals on the stage were completely exhausted and had no energy to continue standing on the stage. They had no choice but to be brought back. The remaining matters naturally fell onto the group of elders on the stage. Among them, Xiao Dingtian was the most depressed. Somewhere on the high platform, Xiao Xiaojun and the voluptuous Xiao Siyu were watching the situation on the arena. Only when Xiao Yan and Xiao Feng were carried off the arena did the latter speak indifferently. If I remember correctly, Xiao Lei once said that during the battle with the brothers, the last Do skill that Xiao Yan used was a strange flame that was similar to a lotus flower. He did not use that move today. Hehe, everyone has their own trump cards. Who would reveal their true strength in front of others unless it's a matter of life and death? But after hearing what you said, I'm even more curious about him. Even you weren't able to obtain the approval of Huizhu, but in the end, you chose to follow him. Xiao Xiaojun turned his head to look at the woman and said with a smile. Hearing this, Xiao Siyu could not help but glare at the former. Soon after, she turned her eyes and slowly said, I am also curious. However, let's wait a little longer. We will know sooner or later. Following the end of the clan gathering, all the clan members who participated in it left. However, in the next few days, the entire Xiao clan was still immersed in the deep shock brought about by the shocking battle. Even though the clan gathering had ended, waves of intense discussions could still be heard from all over the clan. Among them, Xiao Yan's appearance and the battle with Xiao Feng was naturally the most eye-catching. Everyone took delight in talking about it. Many people couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression when they mentioned Xiao Yan's name. Who would have thought that Xiao Yan, an outsider whom the entire Xiao clan couldn't tolerate half a year ago, would actually be able to display a shocking strength that made all the younger generation of the Xiao clan blush with shame. Until now, those who had objected to Xiao Dingtian's actions had all changed their opinions after this incident. It was also after this incident that within a short few days, the courtyard where Xiao Yan was at was filled with endless footsteps. All the elders and deacons in the clan, regardless of their status, squeezed into the courtyard in order to see Xiao Yan. Even Xiao Xian couldn't completely stop these fellows. Fortunately, Xiao Xiaojun stepped forward in the end and stopped this situation. Even so, everyone still insisted on expressing their wishes and hoped that Xiao Yan would step forward to meet them. After the large group of people blocking the front courtyard left one by one, Xiao Xian stood in front of the door and looked at the name list filled with various identities in his hand. He couldn't help but sigh. He was lazy by nature and didn't want to take charge of any complicated matters. However, he had no choice but to stand at the forefront for Xiao Yan. Haha, the Xiao clan hasn't seen such a situation for a long time. It seems like they have confirmed Xiao Yan's existence this time. Seeing that everyone had left, Xiao Xiaojun smiled faintly and said with some emotion. Xiao Xian lowered his eyelids and smiled when he heard that. However, he couldn't be bothered to say anything. Everyone knew about the Central Plains and there was no need to say anything. Young clan leader can't be like them and have specially come to see Xiao Yan, right? Xianxia said leisurely after closing the door. Haha, I have never liked to take the ordinary path. This trip is specially to see you, Elder. At the same time, I will also personally hand over the reward for the clan gathering to Xiaoyan. Xiaojun smiled slyly. At the end of his words, there was a hint of purposefulness. When Xiaoxian heard that, the two of them smiled tacitly and walked towards the depths of the courtyard together. At the same time that various rumors were spreading in an uproar in the outside world, Xiaoyan was currently quietly sitting cross-legged on the bed in his dormitory. His aura was completely withdrawn. Wisps of natural energy were repeatedly gathering in the surrounding empty space. They were completely refined and absorbed following the circulation of the qi method within his body. During the battle with Xiao Feng, the mountain river seal that Xiaoyan had used in the end had forced him to the point where he was completely exhausted. As a result, he had been in a daze for 2 days after the battle. Fortunately, Xiaoyan soon discovered that his cultivation had faintly shown signs of increasing. He didn't dare to say that it had increased by a large margin, but it was enough to allow him to break through to the middle level of a 3-star origin ancestor. Buzz. At a certain moment, Xiaoyan's body suddenly trembled while he was cultivating. The energy that had gathered in the surrounding space suddenly became sluggish. Soon after, a sudden and violent suction force crazily tore the energy into his body. In addition to the crazy refinement of the heavenly flame, a powerful aura suddenly surged out from Xiaoyan's body. As the aura continued to rise, it instantly surpassed the aura that Xiaoyan had once possessed at his peak. Even though this change only lasted for a few breaths, it was still a pleasant surprise. Huff, when the rising aura came to a stop, Xiaoyan exhaled a breath of air from his mouth. An energy ripple suddenly spread out from within his body, shattering all the furniture around him. Even the entire room involuntarily trembled. What happened? At the same time, an exclamation suddenly sounded from the courtyard outside the door. Soon after, the tightly shut door was opened and Xiaoxian appeared in the dormitory with a frown. He eyed the messy room in front of him and then looked at Xiaoyan, who was smiling awkwardly on the bed. He could not help but curl his lips and say, "What are you talking about? You should go to the training room when you cultivate in the future. You don't have to waste these furniture." Xiaoyan only parted his mouth and smiled in response. The instant he withdrew his gaze, he saw the human figure who had strode into the room with his head held high. In an instant, Xiaoyan's heart suddenly tightened. All the hairs on his body stood on end as a dangerous aura involuntarily climbed into his heart. Haha, cousin Xiaoyan's talent is indeed astonishing. You have just broken through to a 3-star origin ancestor a few months ago and your cultivation has risen again so quickly. This is truly worthy of celebration. Ignoring Xiaoyan's nervous expression, young Master Xiao smiled faintly and cupped his hands together in a rather courteous manner. You are young Master Xiao? Xiaoyan's eyebrows tightened when he heard the latter's words. He stood up and landed on the ground. His gaze stared at the rather muscular figure as he asked in a serious voice. Although Xiaoyan was unable to completely ascertain the depth of this fellow's aura, he could clearly determine that this person's cultivation was definitely the strongest amongst all the younger generation members of the Xiao clan that he had ever seen. Even people as strong as Xiao Lei and Xiao Feng could not compare to him. According to what he knew, there was only one such person in the entire Xiao clan. 7-star origin sect, young Master Xiao. Absolutely correct. I am young Master Xiao. If cousin doesn't mind, you can also call me elder cousin. It will be easier for us to get to know each other in the clan in the future. Young Master Xiao smiled warmly. His face was completely harmless. Compared to his astonishing cultivation, his attitude was much more modest. Xiaoyan could not help but raise his eyebrows slightly when he heard these words. They were unrelated by blood, so why would he say such a thing? However, in the blink of an eye, he looked at Xiaoxian, who had no intention of speaking. He paused for a moment before speaking in a serious voice. What are you doing here? Cousin has left everyone in the dust and become the champion of the clan gathering. As the young clan leader and elder cousin, I am naturally here to congratulate you. Young Master Xiao smiled. As his voice sounded, he casually waved his hand and a storage ring flew towards Xiaoyan. This is the reward for the champion of the clan gathering. In addition, I will give this to you as well. Young Master Xiao paused for a moment after his words sounded. Subsequently, he flipped his hand and took out a milky white multi-edged crystal ball. The instant the crystal ball was taken out, all the energy in the space where the three of them were suddenly and violently boiled uncontrollably. In the arena, the expressions on Xiao Yan and Xiao Xian's faces were exceptionally interesting at this moment. P.S. Very busy. I am busy with exams during the day and still have to return at night. Can't the damn teacher release the PowerPoint slides for the courses earlier? What does he mean by releasing them at the end of the semester? I still have to catch the train at 7 in the morning. Let's leave it at that for now. After taking out the wooden token, Xiao Xiaojun didn't stay any longer and casually tossed it to Xiao Yan. While puzzled, Xiao Xiaojun caught the wooden token that was thrown over. A faint warmth from the wooden token was immediately transmitted into Xiao Yan's palm the moment he made contact with it. Xiao Yan lifted his eyebrows slightly. This warmth was emitted from within the wooden token. This inevitably caused the curiosity in his heart to become even greater. What is this? Xiao Yan looked at the wooden token in his hand in astonishment before shifting his gaze back to Xiao Xiaojun. The latter smiled faintly and said, "This is the Fire Dragon token. This is the Fire Banyan token. It is the key to enter the Fire Banyan ruins. Only by carrying it can one enter smoothly. However, because I am of the metal attribute, this thing is not very useful to me. I originally planned to give it to Xiao Tian, but now it seems that you are more suitable." Xiao Yan's suspicions grew. He clearly didn't know what Xiao Xiaojun was talking about. Xiao Xian muttered to himself about the so-called Fire Banyan ruins. After pondering for a long time, he suddenly said in surprise, "The Fire Banyan ruins refers to the clan ruins where the Fire Banyan clan used to be?" "That's right." Xiao Xiaojun slowly nodded. The thoughts in Xiao Yan's mind were suddenly awakened when he heard about the Fire Banyan tribe. He immediately understood in his heart. No wonder young Master Xiao had said that it was meaningless. This Fire Banyan tribe was known for practicing fire affinity Genesis Qi. The Fire Banyan clan, like the Spirit Ginseng clan, belonged to the Spirit Tree clan. They had been left behind since ancient times, and when they were strong, they weren't inferior to the current three great clans or even the other two clans. However, 1,000 years ago, the originally prosperous Fire Banyan clan disappeared overnight. The entire clan seemed to have evaporated from the world, and not a single one was left behind. It was not long after that incident that the Spirit Ginseng tribe, which was as famous as the Spirit Ginseng tribe, decided to move their entire tribe out of the middle region. However, after experiencing various incidents, the Spirit Ginseng tribe was embroiled in endless internal strife. There was no end to the internal strife, and external threats were worrisome. As for the Fire Banyan clan world that had been tragically exterminated, it gradually evolved into the Fire Banyan ruins in the long river of history. Although there wasn't a single person inside, given the Fire Banyan clan's former prosperity, the power left behind wasn't something ordinary people could withstand. The various unique treasures inside had attracted countless people to fight for them. The Fire Banyan token was an invitation letter that the Fire Banyan clan had distributed to some of the major clans in the central region. And the original invitation letter had turned into a key to enter the Fire Banyan ruins. And after various changes of events, it had become the Fire Banyan clan. The Fire Banyan clan had been an invitation letter, and invitation letters. The changes of the world were lamentable and laughable. Xiao Yan couldn't help but sigh in his heart when he heard all these. Such a large clan had actually ended up in such a state after being exterminated. It was no wonder that the Spirit Ginseng clan had moved their entire clan. Although they were no longer prosperous, they had fortunately managed to survive. The middle region, which appeared calm on the surface, was secretly churning with shocking undercurrents. Xiao Xiaojun fell into deep thought when he saw the change in Xiao Yan's expression. Now that the Fire Banyan clan was mentioned, he couldn't help but recall the Northern Stone clan that had happened not long ago. He slowly rubbed his hands under his sleeves and the expression in his eyes involuntarily changed. Similarly, they were an ancient clan that had been left behind since ancient times. They also possessed a powerful foundation. Similarly, they were exterminated in a single night in their own clan world. Coupled with the similar incidents that had occurred in the central region over the years, it made one feel even more uneasy. If this were to continue, it would be Xiao clan's turn soon. That's right, there is one more thing that I think I need to inform you of. Xiao Xiaojun suddenly spoke in a somewhat mocking manner after he recovered his senses. Xiao Yan lifted his eyes and looked at the former curiously. As the clan gathering champion, the Crown Prince Xiao Feng was defeated by you. According to the clan rules, you will take over the position of the Crown Prince and become the new Crown Prince of the clan. Xiao Yan's expression was stunned the moment these words were uttered. Other than a battle between the two of them, the battle with Xiao Feng was merely a way for him to prove himself to the members of the Xiao clan. He did not have the slightest interest in the position of the heir of the Xiao clan. At this moment, Xiao Xiaojuan's words had left his mouth, causing him to feel a headache. In the eyes of other people, the addition of the position of the heir to Xiao Yan's position might be an honor. However, for Xiao Yan, once he accepted it, he would have to take part in many of the clan's external matters. Even if he did not take the lead, he would have to be present. This was undoubtedly a kind of burden for him, who had a free and undisciplined nature. Haha, there is no need to think too much. The Crown Prince's position isn't forcefully given to you. If you aren't willing, you can just abdicate. The clan won't make things difficult for you. Furthermore, this person is you. Not to mention others, even Elder Xiao Dingtian wouldn't reject it. Xiao Xiaojun smiled faintly. Only then did the latter let out a long sigh of relief. If he had to stay in the clan for this position, it would be no different from being imprisoned. As for now, since you have recovered, I believe that the clan will arrange the clan ceremony in 2 days. At that time, it will be the time for the two of you to be officially entered into the clan records. I will congratulate you first. Xiao Xiaojun cupped his fist and spoke with a gentle expression as he looked at the two before him. Hearing this, Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows. He couldn't help but curiously stare at the former. Clan ceremony? What is that? Xiao Xiaojun was stunned when he heard this. He couldn't help but be speechless as he cursed in his heart. This fellow. Xiao Dingtian is so against you. Don't tell me that you don't even know the reason? Xiao Xiaojun glanced at Xiao Xian and saw the latter's resentful expression. He nodded hesitantly and paused for a moment before speaking. Alright then, let me explain it to you. The clan sacrifice is a major event for the younger generation of a clan, aside from the clan meeting. It's also something that most of the younger generation of a clan will experience. The participants must be from the younger generation of the clan who have ascended to the Source 1 rank. Of course, some of the older clan elders who are only at the Source 1 rank will also be allowed to participate in the sacrifice. Speaking up to here, Xiao Xiaojun couldn't help but glance at Xiao Xian. The latter silently nodded. Clearly, he had some understanding of this. The main purpose of the clan ceremony is, speaking up to here, just as Xiao Xiaojun was about to explain the specific content of the clan ceremony, a wave of hurried footsteps suddenly sounded outside the room. Immediately after, Lianer's anxious shout suddenly resounded. Not good. By Hua, he. Something has happened. The words were shocking. In the room, Xiao Yan and Xiao Xiaojuan's emotions suddenly changed drastically. Xiao Xiaojun was stunned once again and the words in his mouth came to an abrupt halt. When he recovered, the two beside him had flashed out of the door in the blink of an eye. Their expressions were abnormally grave as they stared at Lianer, who had appeared in front of the door. What's going on? Isn't Bai Hua still unconscious? Xiao Yan's expression was extremely grave. Ever since he heard the hurried footsteps, uneasiness rose in his heart. However, the girl's words turned this emotion into reality. He's awake. He just woke up. But I don't know why, but he suddenly changed his appearance. If not for the protection of the array, I'm afraid that he would have already rushed out. At this moment, Lianer's face was flushed with a nervous expression. After Xiao Yan and Xiao Xiaojun heard this, the emotions in their hearts suddenly fell to the bottom. The fists under their sleeves involuntarily clenched tightly. What's going on? At this moment, Xiao Xiaojuan's face was blank. However, the three people present had no time to explain. Xiao Yan and Xiao Xiaojun looked at each other. The moment they nodded, their figures had already disappeared from the courtyard. Only Xiao Xiaojun was left. He looked at the girl in front of him with a face of suspicion. After hesitating for a moment, his figure moved and quickly chased after Xiaoyan and Xiaojuan's aura. Xiaoyan and Xiaoxian's expressions were grave as they watched the strange human figure that was half black and half white in the courtyard from the outer area of the courtyard, which was sealed by a golden light. Their hearts were filled with shock because of this. They did not expect that Bai Hua would undergo another unusual change. How can this be? He has already consumed the Yun spirit pill. Logically speaking, the two soul origins should have completely merged. Did he fail? Xiaoxian frowned. He did not believe that Xiaoyan had personally taken action. The result should not have been like this. No, he didn't fail. Just looking at his current aura, he has probably reached the level of a 7-star source sect. This means that there was no accident during the merging process. Xiaoyan slowly shook his head as he stared at Bai Hua, who was within the formation. At this moment, the latter's body was violently trembling. Waves of boundless energy whizzed out from his body, constantly colliding with the formation. Even the buildings around the formation were constantly shaking. However, it could be seen that not only was Bai Hua venting his violent emotions, he was also forcefully suppressing the restless energy in his body. This momentum clearly could not last for long. He's Bai Hua? Xiaojun, who was swiftly chasing from behind, had also placed his attention on Bai Hua, who was within the formation. When he saw this scene, there was not much surprise on his face. Clearly, he had heard of this matter before. However, when he sensed the powerful aura that erupted from Bai Hua's body, which was not inferior to his own, and was even more powerful, even with his temperament, shock involuntarily surfaced in his eyes. He was fine at first, but not long after, he suddenly became like this. I can see that he seems to be trying his best to suppress something, but he still did not succeed. Lianer had rushed over and her beautiful eyes were anxiously looking at Bai Hua. As she spoke, her voice gradually sounded like she was about to cry. Combined with the rather tense atmosphere, it caused the mood of the few people to become even more depressed. Should we take action and restrain him? Xiaoxian could not help but pull the girl into his arms when he saw her pitiful appearance. After a moment of hesitation, he asked Xiaoyan. The latter paused for a moment, but he shook his head. He stared at Bai Hua and said thoughtfully, "Let's wait a little longer." Let's wait a little longer. I think it won't take long. Xiaoxian only nodded when he heard this. Xiaojun by the side glanced at Xiaoyan with great interest. He glanced at his old brother, who was about to go berserk, and nodded without anyone noticing. Being able to tolerate Bai Hua, who had undergone an unusual change, and still have hope in this current situation was something that many people were unable to do. At the very least, if such a situation were to land in the hands of the other members of the Xiao clan, it was likely that they would have hardened their hearts and killed her for safety. Why would they wait until now? The thing that caused Xiaojun to be even more surprised was that around 15 minutes after Xiaoyan's words sounded, the violently trembling body of Bai Hua, who was repeatedly struggling crazily within the courtyard, actually gradually calmed down. The threads of black air that lingered around her body gradually scattered. By the time she raised her head and roared, all of the black air had completely entered her body through the pores of her entire body. Half of her black-colored body finally returned to normal. At this moment, Bai Hua collapsed to the ground as if she was completely exhausted. Her entire body was drenched in cold sweat and her body twitched uncontrollably. The moment she saw Xiaoyan, her vision turned black and she fainted. A moment later, Xiaoyan and the others suddenly stood in a bedroom. At this moment, the latter's expression was somewhat serious as he released Bai Hua's wrist. How is it? At this moment, the girl was the most anxious. When she saw Xiaoyan release her hand, she immediately stepped forward and asked. Xiaoxian and Xiaojun silently looked at Xiaoyan, feeling somewhat nervous in their hearts. The two soul origins have indeed successfully fused. This is in line with my thoughts. But, before the three people in front of him could breathe a sigh of relief, Xiaoyan immediately said, "The problem is that the two soul origins are different. The two soul origins cannot be fused. Once they collide, it is possible that it will scatter her consciousness at any time. In other words, what happened today can happen again at any time." When these words were said, Lianer's heart, which was hanging high, immediately fell to the bottom. Her delicate body went limp and she almost fell. Xiaoyan's words clearly indicated that this Bai Hua in front of her, who had accompanied her for many years, could become a wild beast that went berserk at any moment. How could this young lady endure this? Let's talk about it. What's the solution? Xiao Xian carefully supported Lian Er. His tone was rather impatient. He knew Xiaoyan's character. If he did not have a solution, he would not say it so casually. On the side, Xiao Xiaojun fell into deep thought after hearing Xiaoyan's words. His fingers under his sleeves gently tapped. Xiaoyan could not help but be taken aback when he saw Xiao Xian's appearance. He then took a deep breath and said, "In this kind of situation, from what I can see, there are only 3 ways to resolve it. Either Bai Hua uses her own strength to balance the 2 energies, or seal her cultivation base." As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the few people present changed slightly. They naturally knew what it meant to seal one's cultivation. Once one's cultivation was sealed, it meant that one would be unable to cultivate before the seal was undone. Their current strength would not be able to advance at all. In the central region where one's strength was changing rapidly, this was undoubtedly a devastating blow. The third method, heaven-seeking pill. This time, it was Xiao Yan and Xiao Xiaojun who spoke in unison. Their gazes instantly gathered together. They did not expect the 2 of them to have such tacit understanding. I did not expect to coincide with cousin Xiao Yan. It is my honor. Xiao Xiaojun smiled and said. I have only heard of its name. Looking at the smiling Xiao Xiaojun in front of him, Xiao Yan was slightly surprised. This fellow had clearly expected it. Haha, so that's how it is. The heaven-seeking pill is a high-grade rank 8 pill. It is said that this pill can be used to increase one's strength and also to heal injuries. The dead and the dead are just a body. The heaven-seeking pill can even heal injuries to the soul. As long as the soul remains, there will be a trace of life. It is not an exaggeration to say that it has the effect of defying the heavens and changing one's fate. However, this pill is unique to the pill tower and is peerless in the world. As soon as he finished speaking, Lian Er's pretty face, which had just been filled with hope, instantly paled. No matter how little she knew about the central region, she understood the weight of the pill tower. If she wanted to obtain the heaven-seeking pill, her chances were slim. As far as I know, the ancestor of the pill tower has given this pill to 3 people so far. One of them was given to Ouyang Yu of the Ouyang family. Sword Saint Yulan? Xiao Yan raised his brows. He did not expect the latter to reach such a level. As for the other one, why don't Brother Xiao Yan take a guess? Xiao Xiaojun narrowed his eyes and smiled at Xiao Yan. His tone was somewhat teasing. Hearing this, the latter was slightly startled. He sized up the person in front of him. Seeing the expression on the former's face, he felt some disbelief in his heart. After pondering for a while, he asked suspiciously. Could it be in my Xiao family? That's right. The second pill is in the hands of the second elder. Xiao Xiaojun smiled slightly. Xiao Yan's eyes immediately focused and the huge black tower in Shiyang City appeared in his mind. He asked in surprise, Xiao Etian? You can't call him by his name. Xiao Xiaojun said in a deep voice. The latter quickly nodded and asked again. Could it be that the third pill is in the hands of the Bai family? They don't have the qualifications. As soon as these words came out, Xiao Xiaojun immediately laughed contemptuously and said, although the 3 great clans are equally famous in the central region, the Ouyang family is the most powerful among them. Although my Xiao family can't be compared to the Ouyang family, it is still an ancient family after all. As for the Bai family, it is at most a force that came out of a third-rate family. Although these words were spoken in a casual manner, it was not difficult to hear the arrogance within them. However, this also caused the curiosity within Xiao Yan's heart to become even denser. If it was not the Bai clan, just what kind of powerful person would be able to get the ancestor of the pill tower to gift a medicinal pill? As for the whereabouts of the third medicinal pill, I'm not too sure either. I only know that it was given to an extraordinary woman who was once renowned throughout the central region. However, as for who it was, this piece of history is too ancient. I'm afraid there aren't many people left who know about it. The WeChat public account is also updating from time to time. Everyone can search for times ill-fated fate to follow and read. After Xiaojun left, Xiaoyan, who was standing in the courtyard, once again thought about what he had said earlier. The heaven-questioning pill, one was missing, while the other was in the Ouyang family. Even the pill closest to him, which was also the most likely, was in the hands of the second elder of the family, Xiaotian. Unfortunately, Xiaotian was in seclusion. From the looks of it, the chances of obtaining the heaven-questioning pill were slim. You can't rush this kind of thing. Why don't you find an opportunity to ask the first elder? Perhaps he can contact the second elder. Behind him, Xiaoxian slowly walked over from the entrance. His wise eyes seemed to have seen through Xiaoyan's thoughts as he smiled and comforted him. The latter could only helplessly shake his head when he heard this. The matter of the heaven-questioning pill could only be temporarily put aside. However, the clan sacrifice that Xiaojun had mentioned earlier made Xiaoyan extremely concerned. It was a grand event comparable to a clan gathering. Even someone as strong as the Source sect could only barely obtain the qualifications to participate. With such harsh conditions, what exactly was the clan sacrifice? Ancestor, do you know what the clan sacrifice is? Xiaoyan turned around to look at Xiaoxian, who had returned to his seat at the stone table, and asked curiously. Hearing this, Xiaoxian paused for a moment. He lifted the teacup in his hand and took a sip. He smiled and said, I have not personally witnessed the process, so I do not know the specific contents of the clan sacrifice. I only know that the clan sacrifice is held to stimulate the power of the bloodline. Stimulate the power of the bloodline? Xiaoyan raised his eyebrows. His understanding of the power of the bloodline was still at the Dou Emperor bloodline level. However, following the gradual increase in his cultivation over the years, the increase in strength brought by the power of the bloodline had become increasingly thin. As a result, Xiaoyan rarely used the power of the bloodline. He did not expect the Xiao clan to have such a method. Just as Xiaoyan was pondering to himself, a white-clothed and pale Bai Hua slowly walked out of the room with Lianer's support. Are you all right? Xiaoyan immediately withdrew his thoughts when he saw Bai Hua. Xiaoxian stood up and stepped forward with an amiable expression. Sorry for making you guys worry. Bai Hua shook her head weakly. Xiaoyan took out a few pills and handed them over to her. After she consumed them, he accompanied her to the stone table. I understand the situation now. I know what's wrong with my body. I didn't think that the nature pill would cause such a result. I was too careless back then. Thinking back to what had happened in the past few days, Bai Hua could not help but feel a sense of self-blame. If it were not for her, Xiaoyan would not have gotten into so much trouble. Xiaoyan shook his head indifferently and smiled. It doesn't matter. Some troubles can't be avoided. It's just a change of form. You just have to take care of yourself and leave the rest to us. At the side, Xiaoxian smiled and nodded in agreement. A moving smile appeared on Lianer's bitter face as she gently stroked Bai Hua's back to comfort her. The warmth in Bai Hua's heart gradually grew when she saw the three people in front of her acting this way. She did not say any more courteous words. After pondering for a while, she nodded her head heavily. The situation in the clan had become much calmer in the following days. After the clan gathering ended, Xiaoding Tian no longer came to pester Xiaoyan. All the elders of the clan who came to visit Xiaoyan were rejected by Xiaoxian. This period of time was the most leisurely and peaceful period since Xiaoyan had entered the Xiao clan. All the trouble seemed to have disappeared with the end of the clan gathering. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Xiaoyan once again welcomed two familiar figures in front of his door. Xiao Lei and Xiao Zhuobin. Congratulations. No wonder I haven't seen you these days. It turns out that you went into seclusion to make a breakthrough. In the living room, Xiaoyan smiled as he looked at the two brothers in front of him. After not seeing each other for a few days, Xiao Zhuobin's cultivation had already broken through to a 5-star origin ancestor. Haha, when the conditions are right, I naturally broke through. Xiao Zhuobin smiled faintly. There was a trace of unconcealable joy in his eyes. Obviously, he had been looking forward to this breakthrough for a long time. On the other hand, Xiao Lei was already very familiar with this guy's character. He simply teased him and took the teacup that Lianer handed over. He sized up the beautiful girl in front of him and said seriously, We're not here to joke with you today. As soon as these words were spoken, Xiaoyan raised his eyes slightly and was a little surprised. Xiao Lei took a sip of the fragrant tea and immediately said, "The list of people participating in the clan sacrifice has been listed. We're here to invite you to the ancestral hall." Hearing the words clan sacrifice, Xiaoyan's face immediately rippled. After waiting patiently for these days, he had finally welcomed this mysterious clan sacrifice. It was also at this moment that a figure suddenly stepped into the living room. The three of them immediately looked over and saw Xiao Xian and Xiao Mingyuan walking over together. When the latter saw Xiao Lei and Xiao Zhuobin, he immediately understood in his heart. He was a little surprised and laughed loudly. Then, he looked at Xiao Yan and said, "Hey, I'm late." "Heh, looks like this old man is late." "Brat, you already know?" "You're not late. We just arrived as well." Xiao Lei and Xiao Zhuobin didn't dare to be negligent when they saw the newcomers. They quickly stood up and cupped their hands with a smile. Xiao Yan smiled and nodded. He looked at Xiao Xian and smiled. Then, he stood up and teased Xiao Mingyuan. "Why is the third elder also participating in the clan sacrifice? This old man has no interest in participating in a child's play. I just don't want Xiao Dingtian to cause any more trouble. I'm worried about you, so I decided to follow and take a look." Xiao Mingyuan curled his lips. He had forgotten that Xiao Dingtian's grandson was still standing in front of him. Xiao Yan looked at Xiao Lei who was beside him. The latter just smiled indifferently and shrugged with Xiao Zhuobin tacitly without saying anything. Although Elder Xiao Dingtian had the intention to make things difficult for us during the clan meeting, it wasn't to the extent of pointing fingers. Moreover, the clan sacrifice is a big matter. There shouldn't be any problems, right? After pondering for a while, Xiao Yan said slowly. "I hope so. It's just that stubborn old man is quite concerned about the bloodline quality of you and your grandson. He can't interfere too much during the clan meeting. If he were to make a move this time, I'm afraid things won't be so easy to pass." Xiao Mingyuan took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Xiao Yan's eyebrows suddenly twitched. He frowned and stared at the old man in front of him. He asked in surprise, "Our bloodline quality? What does this have to do with him?" "This? I can't explain it to you now. Let's go to the ancestral temple first. You will naturally understand when we get there." Xiao Mingyuan hesitated for a long while before replying vaguely. Xiao Lei and Xiao Zhuobin by the side faced each other. Their hearts were deep in thought. Currently, only Xiao Yan was completely confused. He did not understand the meaning behind Xiao Mingyuan's words. After musing for a long while, he finally clenched his teeth and said in a deep voice, "Then let's go to the ancestral temple." The Xiao clan's ancestral temple was located at the back of the Xiao clan's clan hall. This place was closed all year round. Usually, other than the higher-ups of the clan, the only chance for the others to come here was the clan sacrifice. Today was the day of the clan sacrifice. Only through this opportunity would these people have the opportunity to see the interior of the ancestral temple. Outside the ancestral temple was a courtyard that occupied a rather vast area. It was orderly in all directions, and strange stones stood in great numbers. The ground was made of hard black rock, and it was carved with mysterious runes. Looking from above, one could see that these runes were intertwined to form a huge formation. Even the seemingly ordinary objects displayed in the courtyard were a part of this formation. The ancestral temple was located at the centermost position of the entire formation. It was not difficult to imagine that if someone tried to trespass, no matter which direction they came from, they would trigger the operation of this large formation. At this moment, there were many figures standing in the front courtyard of the ancestral temple. Most of them were the figures who appeared in the clan meeting. They were also the outstanding figures among the younger generation of the Xiao clan. Xiao Feng and the others were among them. Even the young clan leader, Xiao Xiaojun, was standing in the field. As for the few middle-aged men, they were deacons of various places in the clan. They relied on their contributions to the clan to make an exception and enter this place to participate in the clan sacrifice. In front of the ancestral temple, with Xiao Yuhing as the leader, there were 3 people standing side by side. On the right was Xiao Dingtian, who had a gloomy face, and on the left was a well-built woman. At this moment, the three of them were silent. Their eyes were calmly looking at the people present. When the woman withdrew her stern gaze, she looked at the sky above her head and couldn't help but frown. According to the rules, it was time to open the ancestral temple. However, Xiao Yuheng, who was standing at the side, was indifferent. It seemed as though he was deliberately waiting for someone. At this moment, footsteps could be heard from outside the door. A few figures suddenly flashed and walked in with large strides. They quickly appeared in the sight of everyone present. It was Xiao Yan and the others. This fellow is really high profile. Looking at the several figures that stepped into the courtyard side by side, Xiao Jun, who had his arms crossed in front of his chest with an exuberant expression, could not help but let out a chuckle. The red-dressed woman beside him also smiled and sized up the approaching figures with great interest. At the same time, the gazes of Xiao Yuheng and the other two also landed on Xiao Yan, who was the leader of the group. So what if they're here? This old man will never allow anyone to taint the bloodline of my clan. Looking at Xiao Yan, who was walking through the crowd step by step, Xiao Dingtian gritted his teeth and muttered in a low voice. He's Xiao Yan? Beside Xiao Yuheng, the woman coldly stared at the black-robed man with her phoenix eyes as she spoke in an indifferent tone. That's right. Although he looks rather ordinary, there are very few people in the same generation who can compare to him. The former also stared at Xiao Yan, who was walking over. Her calm eyes surged with some light and her words were filled with praise. Hearing that, the woman could not help but raise her eyebrows and look at Xiao Yuheng. She then teased, that's right, he is indeed ordinary. He only possesses a heavenly flame and defeated the crown prince. Xiao Yuheng was slightly taken aback and smiled awkwardly. The woman only curled her lips and continued, you deliberately did not tell me this because you want me to have a good impression of the strength he displayed without knowing it, so that he can have a smoother time during the clan sacrifice? Having his scheme exposed, Xiao Yuheng immediately laughed embarrassedly. The latter coldly retracted her gaze and looked at Xiao Yan and the others. She said with an expressionless face, my duty is to maintain the normal conduct of the clan sacrifice and the evaluation of the bloodline rank. The rest will be based on the clan's rules. I will not interfere. If clan leader wishes for me to go easy on him, then please find someone else. Sixth elder, why do you say that? In my opinion, although Xiao Yan has some talent, there is still a large gap between him and young master. That's why I said that. Xiao Yuheng laughed dryly, and the woman was too lazy to say anything after hearing it. Instead, it was Xiao Dingtian who was on the right who raised his eyebrows as if nothing had happened, but the corner of his mouth had an indistinct smile. At this moment, Xiao Yan was looking at quite a number of familiar figures in front of him. After nodding his head and greeting the few people in front of him, his gaze had just landed on Xiao Jun when he suddenly sensed an unfamiliar spiritual strength swiftly approaching. Immediately, he subconsciously knit his brows slightly. A thought passed through his mind and an invisible spiritual strength swept out from between his brows. It transformed into a large hand that was swung out and collided with the spiritual strength that was charging over. Buzz. A low and deep collision sound suddenly resounded in the courtyard that had a relaxed atmosphere. Without waiting for everyone to regain their senses, an invisible spiritual storm immediately swept out and spread in all directions. Many people present immediately felt dizzy. Even Xiao Yuheng and the other two frowned slightly at this moment. In the center of the courtyard, Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes and stared at the graceful woman in front of him. The soul energy earlier came from this woman. It is indeed a rank 7 soul energy. The woman took a few steps forward and said. Glancing at young Master Xiao, who was beside the woman, Xiao Yan looked at the latter and smiled. He then spoke to Xiao Siyu. Xiao Siyu, you aren't any worse than the rumors. Although it was only a short collision, Xiao Yan could clearly feel the strength of the other party's soul energy. She was indeed worthy of being the Xiao clan's genius and Xiao Mingyuan's disciple. Her precise control of soul energy was much more shocking than he had imagined. This girl's soul energy is the most outstanding I have seen in all these years. Although you aren't bad, I'm afraid you are inferior to the second girl. Xiao Mingyuan patted Xiao Yan's shoulder with a proud face. At the same time, Xiao Siyu bowed respectfully to the old man. Xiao Yan was curious. He had heard that the clan called Xiaoxiu Second Mississippi. Could it be that there was a big sister above her? If the second miss was already like this, then the big sister would be even more terrifying. Who allowed you to fight in the ancestral garden? But at this moment, a stern and cold voice suddenly sounded from the side of the crowd. Xiaoyan instantly returned to his senses. Everyone present immediately focused their gazes on a woman who walked out from the crowd. Beside her were Patriarch Xiao Yuheng and Xiao Dingtian. When they saw the woman, the originally relaxed atmosphere instantly tensed up. Everyone bowed towards the woman. Even the proud and arrogant Xiao Xiaojun and Xiao Feng, who had a cold expression, bowed respectfully. At this moment, it was likely that only Xiao Mingyuan and the two others were not afraid of this woman. Xiao Yan's face was at a loss as he followed and bowed. At the same time, Xiao Xian's words quietly entered his ears. This is the sixth elder of the clan, Xiao Yuehua. She is a strict person. You have to pay attention to your attitude. Hearing this, Xiao Yan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Sixth elder? It's actually a woman? Junior Xiao Yan greets Patriarch and sixth elder. Although Xiao Yan was surprised in his heart when faced with the sixth elder who had suddenly appeared in front of him, he did not dare to slight him at this moment. However, his words had intentionally neglected Xiao Dingtian, causing the latter's old face to appear quite ugly. Xiao Yan, I just heard Patriarch praising you. Now that I've seen you, you're more like the rumored mischievous person. You're the first person who dares to make a move in the ancestral garden. Ignoring Xiao Yan's respectful etiquette, Xiao Yuehua spoke coldly with an expressionless face. The ancestral hall is where the dignity of the clan resides. If your actions aren't severely punished, I'm afraid it will spoil the atmosphere. Xiao Dingtian spoke with a righteous tone. The gazes of quite a number of people present landed on Xiao Yan and Xiao Yan the moment these words were uttered. Just a few short sentences had caused the atmosphere to become extremely tense. From the looks of it, Xiao Dingtian was determined to stop Xiao Yan from participating in the clan sacrifice today. Xiao Yuheng was expressionless, but a trace of displeasure flashed across the depths of his eyes. Patriarch, elders, I was just curious and took the initiative to probe. Xiao Yan was just defending himself. If there's any punishment, Siyu is willing to bear it. Just at this moment, Xiao Siyu suddenly stepped forward to explain. Everyone's gazes shifted, and Xiao Dingtian's brows, which had just relaxed, immediately furrowed. In this old man's opinion, Xiao Siyu was just unintentionally probing, but this kid didn't differentiate between friend and foe. It was obvious that he did it intentionally. If such a person, Xiao Dingtian, don't go overboard. Just as Xiao Dingtian's voice fell, a displeased low voice sounded in his ears. At the same time, his emotions came to a sudden stop, and the words that were about to come out of his mouth were also forcefully stopped. After pausing for a few seconds and regaining his senses under the suspicious gazes of the surrounding clansmen, an ear-piercing buzzing sound suddenly came from the tightly shut ancestral hall in the courtyard behind everyone. When dozens of gazes gathered, they saw the door of the ancestral hall slowly opening. Everyone's emotions suddenly changed at this moment. The ancestral shrine is open. The sound of footsteps rang out one after another, and loud voices filled with passion soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, only Xiao Yan's group and Xiao Xiaojuan's group remained. At this moment, Xiao Yuehua also lazily withdrew her gaze and glanced at Xiao Dingtian. She then looked at Xiao Yuheng, who was at the side. Her eyes moved slightly, but she didn't say anything. She turned around and walked towards the ancestral shrine. Haha, it's open, it's open. Let's go. The clan sacrifice is more important. Xiao Mingyuan laughed dryly and hurriedly urged Xiao Yan and the others. Although Xiao Yuheng's words just now sounded flat, the anger in them could not be disobeyed. Even with his temperament, he was still shocked. Normally, there was no lack of people in the clan who ridiculed the patriarch for not doing anything. He didn't have his own opinion on the clan's matters and allowed him to do whatever he wanted. There were even people who thought that the patriarch's position existed in name only. But from the brief words just now and the reaction of Xiao Dingtian and Xiao Yuehua, it was obviously very different from what everyone thought. It couldn't help but cause people to raise their eyebrows. The patriarch only has the intention to ignore the disputes within the clan. Don't think that he really doesn't care about anything. Once the patriarch becomes serious, I'm afraid that even the great elder will have to listen to his orders. Seeing Xiao Lei and the others whispering at the side, Xiao Mingyuan glanced at Xiao Yuhing from the corner of his eyes and joked. Since he is able to sit firmly in the patriarch's position, there is no need to doubt his ability. Don't underestimate him. As he spoke, the old man patted Xiao Yan's shoulder and turned his head to look forward. When the profound door was completely opened, the flow of people had just arrived at the door when a low and deafening roar like a lion's roar suddenly swept out from the ancestral shrine. In an instant, it shook the group of people and forced them to retreat. The sudden scene in front of him caused Xiao Yan's eyebrows to twitch slightly. There was actually someone else in the ancestral shrine. Looking at this roar, the strength of this person should also be terrifyingly strong. Everyone, retreat 10 feet away. Accompanied by a figure stepping out, a shout that was filled with coldness immediately sounded out. The moment the people present saw the figure, they also quickly retreated with fear. The crowd retreated, and a burly figure with gray skin was exposed in front of everyone. When Xiao Yan saw this person for the first time, his breathing couldn't help but stagnate for a moment. Even his body couldn't help but stiffen slightly. The moment he recovered, Xiao Yan's pupils suddenly shrank, and he panted violently for a while. When he looked up again, he found that the person was staring straight at him at this time. Don't look at his eyes. Xiao Mingyuan let out a low cry and pulled back Xiao Yan, whose eyes were about to lose focus. This is the fourth elder of the family, Xiao Ming. He has been pursuing the rock Dao all his life. Even his eyes are extremely strange. When you look at him, you must be careful not to be petrified by his strange ability. Once these words were spoken, Xiao Yan finally came to a sudden understanding. No wonder he had felt such a heavy pressure in that instant just now. The reason was actually here. However, thinking about it from another perspective, this fourth elder was indeed a heaven-shaking person. Just a glance was able to possess such a strange ability. One could imagine just how frightening his true strength was. One could see the whole picture with a single glance. Ever since I joined the family, I have always been curious and doubtful about the 10 great elders. However, after seeing these two today, I have truly seen the foundation of the Xiao clan. Xiao Yan laughed self-deprecatingly. Judging from the 2 elders he had seen in this courtyard, their strength was definitely above the level of a source venerate. Now, it seemed that, except for the person beside him, the strength of the 10 great elders of the Xiao clan was not inferior at all. What are you talking about? I am ranked 3rd among the elders, but I didn't say that the 10 great elders were ranked according to their strength. If I hadn't focused on alchemy, my current cultivation would not be weaker than the first elders. Hearing the meaning in Xiao Yan's words, Xiao Mingyuan curled his lips in dissatisfaction and said with an arrogant face. Hearing this, Xiao Ming just smiled faintly, but Xiao Xiaojun leaned over and whispered in his ear, "You're right. The 3rd elder's talent and bloodline are so strong that few people in the family can match him. It's just that he is lazy and likes to travel, so he can only achieve what he has today." Xiao Ming, who was standing in front of him, shouted coldly again. Everyone can enter the ancestral temple after being examined by the blood stone. Violators will be beheaded. These words were concise and comprehensive, but they didn't sound like a joke. Xiao Yan even had no doubt that if someone really disobeyed, Xiao Ming would not hesitate at all. This guy is really ruthless. Xiao Yan smacked his lips and sighed softly. Xiao Mingyuan didn't find it strange and said, "It is said that there are 2 people in the Xiao clan that you can't provoke. One is the heartless whip Xiao Yuehua, and the other is the grim Azura Xiao Ming. Not for anything else, but because these 2 people don't even show mercy to their own clansmen. The patriarch suffered a lot at their hands when he was young." At the end of his words, Xiao Mingyuan turned his gaze to Xiao Yuhing. This also made Xiao Yan and the others, who didn't know what was going on, show a curious look one after another. Even Xiao Xiaojun came over with a little interest. However, before Xiao Mingyuan could say anything, Xiao Dingtian and Xiao Yuehua stood on the high platform. Everyone's attention followed the blood-red crystal that appeared in Xiao Dingtian's hand. "That's the bloodstone?" Xiao Yan asked curiously as he looked at the red crystal hovering above Xiao Dingtian's palm. "Don't underestimate this thing. It is rumored that this bloodstone is produced in the land of massacre and is formed by absorbing the bloodline of countless living beings. Therefore, it has an extremely strong ability to sense the bloodline power. It is also because of this that the clan uses it to test the bloodline quality of the clansmen. Xiaolei nodded and explained with a smile. Xiaoyan turned his gaze over with interest when he heard the explanation. At the same time, Xiaoding Tian, who was holding the blood stone, gave out an order. There are a total of 50 people participating in the clan sacrifice this time. Excluding the elders and deacons from the various departments, there are 40 people left. Each of you will come forward to apply for a blood stone. After passing the bloodstone test, you will be qualified to enter the ancestral hall. Xiaoding Tian stood majestically on the high platform as his dignified voice immediately spread out. The crowd also moved accordingly as they split into two groups and waited quietly. With Xiao Ming and Xiao Yuehua intimidating them in front, these people were extremely quiet at this moment. Below the stage, Xiaoyan looked at the crowd that quickly separated and couldn't help but feel surprised. He had seen many outstanding talents among the younger generation of the Xiao clan when he participated in the clan gathering. He originally thought that they were all of them. However, it seemed like he had underestimated the Xiao clan's foundation. Now, it seemed like what Xiaoding Tian said might not be all of the top experts among the younger generation of the Xiao clan. To be able to stand among the top forces of the continent, the strength of the Xiao clan was probably far beyond his imagination. Thinking of this, Xiaoyan couldn't help but laugh at himself. Thinking about it carefully, the Xiao clan that he had seen so far was still just the tip of the iceberg. As far as Xiao Mingyuan was concerned, he had only met half of the 10 great elders. It was even harder to judge the strength of the remaining elders. In such a huge Xiao clan, there were definitely terrifying existences that ordinary people did not know about. Those people were the true core of the Xiao clan. At this moment, the people standing in front of him were merely the leaders of the Xiao clan. First, young Master Xiao. Just as Xiao Yan was in a daze, Xiaoding Tian's sharp and hoarse voice suddenly resounded. At this moment, in this quiet courtyard, it was like a ripple of a bell. As the young patriarch, young Master Xiao was naturally at the front. Under everyone's gazes, young Master Xiao slowly walked forward and took the blood stone from Xiaoding Tian. However, he wasn't in a hurry to test it. Instead, he stood to the side. Second, me. Xiao Xiaojun retreated to the side. Just as Xiaoding Tian was about to open his mouth, a sharp and mischievous shout suddenly sounded. This voice instantly broke the quiet atmosphere in the arena. Even Xiao Yan could not help but raise his eyebrows in surprise. Looking over, he really saw a familiar figure shooting out from the crowd and swiftly arriving in front of Xiaoding Tian. Xiao Yuehua. Xiao Ming. Xiao Yuehua's and Xiao Yuehua's knitted brows eased up as they looked at the mischievous girl with a smile on her face. This girl relies on the Grand Elder's favor to run amok in the clan. But she just happens to be favored by these two. Even her brother doesn't have this honor. Xiao Lei teased as he shot an envious gaze at the girl. Xiao Yan chuckled in response. He'd witnessed Xiao Linger's strength. Although she wasn't formidable, her foundation wasn't bad. Most importantly, she was young and tender, yet she had such achievements. Coupled with the good guidance of her ancestors, her future achievements were really limitless. While the two of them were talking, they saw Xiao Xiyu, who'd made a move earlier, step forward to take the blood stone. She took a step back, and the crystal in her hand suddenly emitted a red light. After that, it constantly changed into a purple light. When it flickered with a white light, a wave of gasps instantly resounded in the surroundings. In the end, the constantly changing light stopped at white. However, compared to before, it appeared even denser. Xiao Xiyu frowned with dissatisfaction as she stared at the blood stone in her hand that was only one step away from leveling up. She threw away the crystal and looked at the bloodstain on her palm. She coldly shook her hand and retreated to the side. Xiao Xiaojun quickly stepped forward and comforted her. This indicates her bloodline grade? Xiao Yan couldn't help but ask curiously when he saw the scene in front of him. A denser white grade bloodline. It's only one step away from pure gold. It can be considered extremely outstanding. Xiao Lei clicked his tongue and said with a surprised face. In the Xiao clan, the bloodline grade determined by the bloodstone is divided into red, purple, white, pure gold, and brilliant gold. As long as a drop of one's essence blood is integrated into the bloodstone, it will emit a light. The darker the color, the stronger the bloodline strength. This is extremely beneficial to one's cultivation and future development and status in the clan. Xiao Zhuobin didn't think much of it. He only calmly told Xiao Lei what he knew. This also means that the descendants of those who possess a high-grade bloodline in the clan are destined to become the clan's rulers. This is the clan's only and biggest drawback. Suddenly, Xiao Feng had unknowingly appeared beside Xiao Yan. If one were to look at him now, his usually calm face actually revealed a disgusted expression at this moment. Xiao Yan was silent for a moment when he heard this. He couldn't help but recall the past. Back then, wasn't he also rudely criticized by other clans because of his bloodline strength? The Doqi continent was like this, and the Yuanwu continent was also like this. Xiao Yan immediately raised his gaze and looked around. Sure enough, he didn't see Xiao Yang's figure. He had heard quite a lot about the blood fury. However, he never imagined that Xiao Yang would lose the qualification to participate in the clan sacrifice because of it. Xiao Yan couldn't help but shake his head and sigh in his heart. He didn't hate the bloodline for not fighting, he only hated the unfairness of this world. I don't hate the bloodline for not fighting, I only hate the unfairness of this world. Suddenly, Xiao Feng spat out the same sentence as the former. Xiao Yan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Xiao Lei and Xiao Yan were silent. Soon after, Xiao Dingtian's sharp and harsh voice came from the front. Next, Xiao Yan. When these words sounded, everyone's gazes immediately fell and landed on Xiao Yan. Their expressions were all different. Just what kind of exciting show would this pair of enemies in front of them put on today? Phew, letting out a breath, Xiao Yan slowly raised his gaze and looked at Xiao Dingtian. When he saw the faint sneer on Xiao Dingtian's old face, his eyes couldn't help but flash with a fierce expression. At this moment, Xiao Lei patted his shoulder and said with a wide smile, "Don't worry. Although my family's old man is harsh, we are the ones in charge of today's clan sacrifice. He won't make things difficult for you." Hearing this, the latter smiled in relief and looked at Xiao Xian. Seeing the latter smile and nod, he stepped forward without hesitation and walked towards Xiao Dingtian. At this moment, the four people on the stairs had gathered their gazes on Xiao Yan after Xiao Yan approached. Xiao Yuehua and Xiao Ming narrowed their eyes. Their sharp eyes seemed to be about to see through the person in front of him. Their hearts were quite curious about this outsider, who had stirred up quite a lot of trouble in the clan during the past half a year. Humph, Xiao Yan, if you don't want to lose face in today's clan sacrifice ceremony, it's not too late to leave now. As he stepped forward, Xiao Dingtian's words were quietly transmitted into Xiao Yan's ears. This caused the latter to frown slightly. His face was filled with doubt as he looked at the other party. After which, he curled his mouth and laughed coldly. Sorry, compared to giving up, I prefer a challenge. After taking the bloodstone from Xiao Yan's tightly clenched hand, Xiao Yan pursed his lips and smiled. Then, he turned around and returned to the crowd, leaving behind the former slightly hazy old face. Then, he bitterly called out the next name. What did that crazy old man say to you just now? Just as Xiao Yan stood still, an exquisite head immediately poked out from beside him. When he lowered his head, he saw that it was Xiao Linger. Hearing the latter's strange address, Xiao Yan couldn't help but laugh. In the entire Xiao clan, only this girl could say such words in public. Even he had to take Xiao Dingtian's identity into consideration. Nothing, we just haven't seen each other for some time and wanted to ask about each other. With a chuckle, Xiao Yan said indifferently. The little girl curled her mouth when she heard this. After which, she continued to turn her eyes to the front. Her pretty eyes immediately revealed a disgusted expression when she saw Xiao Chuhang. At the same time, Xiao Yan turned his attention to the blood-colored crystal in his hand. Ever since this bloodstone entered his hand, he could clearly sense a strange energy flowing within it. It appeared as though it could burst out at any moment. The thing that caught Xiao Yan's attention the most was that this energy was so rich and powerful that it was not the least bit inferior to a high-grade spirit stone. In fact, Xiao Yan's perception might even surpass it. If he could use this energy for his own use, the benefits he could obtain would multiply. Don't look at it. Even some powerful elders in the clan don't dare to have any ideas about this bloodstone. Although you have a mysterious flame, if you want to try it, you have to wait until you are strong enough in the future. Otherwise, be careful of harming yourself. Just as Xiaoyan was in a daze, Xiao Xiaojuan's voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Only then did Xiaoyan regain his senses and looked at the latter in astonishment. Xiao Xiaojun obviously understood what Xiaoyan was thinking and immediately said, "The bloodstone in the bloodstone contains terrifying energy." The bloodstone does contain a terrifying amount of energy that far exceeds the scope of ordinary spirit stones. It is even rumored that the blood crystal in the bloodstone is a top-grade blood crystal that can create a powerhouse at the peak of the Source Saint level. Hiss! As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaoyan's body instantly trembled, and the shock in his heart was unparalleled like a mountain torrent. Young Master Zhao's words at this moment were truly something he'd never heard in his entire life. What kind of enormous power was this, to actually be able to create a pinnacle powerhouse in the entire continent? Although the rumors cannot be completely believed, it is sufficient to show that the energy contained within the bloodstone is enormous. It is a pity that this powerful energy has become extremely violent after absorbing the blood of countless living beings. Ordinary methods are unable to completely remove the impurities within it. If one tries to forcefully control this energy, the final outcome will be that one's mind will be affected and one will go crazy. This kind of thing is rarely seen among the various large factions in the middle region. Even the ancestors of my Xiao clan, Xiao Xiaojun, shook his head in silence at the end of his words. Xiaoyan had finally sensed the frightening aspect of this bloodstone. Immediately, the curiosity that had just risen in his heart was swiftly suppressed. Although he possessed a heavenly flame, it was just as Xiao Xiaojun had said earlier. Before he possessed sufficient strength, it was best not to act rashly. Almost at the same time, Xiao Xian, who was also holding a bloodstone, felt the warm current flowing from his palm. The vigorous power seemed to be alive, pouring into his body through his palm and rapidly surging along his meridians. The Genesis Qi in his vortex also began to swell slightly. Soon, the distribution of the bloodstones was completed. Everyone, except Xiao Xiyu, lined up in front under the clan leader's command. They each offered a drop of essence blood and then attached it to the bloodstone in their palm. The test officially began. Buzz! The instant the essence blood touched the bloodstone, a bright red light burst forth from the bloodstone before everyone's eyes. The light was dazzling and quickly covered the entire courtyard. Looking from afar, it was as if a blood fog had enveloped the courtyard. At this moment, Xiao Yuheng and the others' expectant gazes landed on Xiao Xiaojun and the others. Only Xiao Dingtian proudly raised his eyebrows when he swept a glance at Xiaoyan. His eyes were full of expectation as though he was waiting for something. As the red light flashed, the faces of the several clan higher-ups gradually turned solemn. The bloodline test was not only related to the future of the younger generation present, but also the fate of the entire Xiao clan. Buzz buzz buzz, after a few breaths, the lights on the field finally began to change. Among the large expanse of red light, wisps of purple light shone out. Among these rays of light, the most eye-catching one was a milky white starlight. With a flash, it turned into a dazzling scarlet golden light. Scarlet gold bloodline! Xiao Yuehua and Xiao Ming exclaimed at the same time. As the clan leader, Xiao Yuheng's expression was especially pleasantly surprised. It's Ling Er. Ever since this girl was born, the first elder had placed great importance on her. The power of this girl's bloodline did not disappoint him. Ha ha ha. Xiao Yuheng couldn't help but rub his hands. The fervent expression on his face became even more intense as he stared at the bloodstone in front of Xiao Ling Er. If the scarlet gold bloodline could advance, it would become the most noble brilliant gold bloodline in the Xiao clan. With the addition of the clan sacrifice, the Xiao clan's rise and glory would be just around the corner. The brilliant gold bloodline was known as the stepping stone to the Origin Saint realm in the Xiao clan. At the same time, it was the bloodline closest to the legendary Origin Emperor. If Xiao Ling Er could inherit this bloodline and awaken it during the clan sacrifice, her future achievements would be limitless. However, after a few moments of waiting, the scarlet gold light ultimately stopped at that moment. The clan sacrifice could increase the strength of the awakened bloodline to a certain extent. However, the higher the grade of the bloodline, the harder it was to increase the strength of the bloodline. Since Xiao Ling Er's bloodline was ultimately unable to break through that level, the result wasn't hard to imagine. Bang! Just as Xiao Yuheng's heart was in a dilemma, a muffled thunder-like sound suddenly came from somewhere in the crowd. It was accompanied by a scarlet energy that swept out. The astonished gazes of everyone present were all focused on the rising fog. At this moment, Xiao Dingtian raised his brows and smiled with a face full of ridicule. Such an abrupt scene caused the originally solemn atmosphere to be filled with a sense of ridicule. Under everyone's gazes, the dense fog dispersed and revealed a rather miserable figure. It was Xiao Yan. The bloodstone in his hand was only left with a few fragments. The blood-colored energy had scattered in all directions. His black robe was in tatters, and his entire body was in a mess. It was as though he had just experienced a bloody battle. Exploded. At this moment, the atmosphere suddenly froze and became awkward. The bloodstone has shattered. Xiao Yan has lost the qualification for the clan sacrifice. Just as the atmosphere froze, Xiao Dingtian's resounding voice suddenly rang out, causing the absent-minded crowd to quickly react. Immediately after, gazes of pity landed on Xiao Yan. The bloodstone shattering had indeed happened during the bloodstone test. According to past experience, this type of person was usually someone with a thin bloodline power in their body. This was because the bloodline power that was too ordinary would be rejected by the bloodstone during the process of fusing with it. This would cause the violent energy within the bloodstone to be unable to calm down, causing the bloodstone to shatter. However, for the bloodstone to shatter into countless pieces like today was indeed a strange matter. In other words, what kind of inferior bloodline could cause the bloodstone to shatter? Just as everyone was feeling bewildered, Xiao Yuheng and the others' gazes landed on Xiao Dingtian, and their eyes were filled with disdain. Perhaps a portion of the people here would believe the scene before them, but as the upper echelons of the clan who had presided over the clan's sacrifice many times, they were naturally able to tell the truth with a single glance. In the end, this was just a trick by Xiao Dingtian. It was definitely Xiao Dingtian who secretly tampered with the bloodstone, causing Xiao Yan to fail the test in front of everyone. Xiao Dingtian was able to use this opportunity to openly erase Xiao Yan's qualification for the clan sacrifice. As for Xiao Yuheng and the others, they didn't have any evidence and naturally couldn't overturn the result before them. If they were to forcefully argue for it, with the presence of the two people beside them and the crowd, they were afraid that they would be given the right to talk. This move was truly a killing move. Even if you are blessed by the heavens, you still can't overcome the prejudice the clan has against you. Xiao Feng's eyes narrowed as he lamented with a sigh. At this moment, even Xiao Chuheng, who had always had a hostile attitude towards Xiao Yan, actually frowned. He didn't believe that this fellow, who even his own brother had lost to, would actually be stopped here. However, the momentum was irreversible, and Xiao Yan had lost this round. Since you have already lost the qualification, then leave on your own. If you affect the others, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Xiao Dingtian had a complacent expression as he smiled indulgently. He opened his mouth to drive Xiao Yan out of the ancestral shrine. Hearing this, Xiao Yan merely remained in the same spot in a daze. His eyes repeatedly rotated. He did not expect that this fellow would actually have such a move. Even if he were to rack his brains, he still felt somewhat helpless. All right. How hateful. You shameless old thing. You're already so old, yet you're making life difficult for a junior. If I were a little younger, I'd definitely teach you a lesson. Outside the crowd, Xiao Mingyuan, whose old face was gloomy, finally couldn't bear it any longer. Due to Xiao Yuheng's presence, he had been enduring and didn't say anything. However, when he saw Xiao Dingtian's smug look, the anger in his heart finally exploded. He took a few steps forward and was about to vent his anger on the latter. However, he was immediately stopped by Xiao Yuehua and Xiao Mingyuan, who rushed over. Third brother, rules are rules. No matter what, Xiao Yan has already lost the qualification to continue staying here. If you make a move in the ancestral shrine, you have to be careful of the clan's punishment. Xiao Yuehua raised her eyebrows as she shouted. Don't give me that. If I was afraid, I wouldn't be here. Go away. Xiao Mingyuan frowned coldly as he waved his sleeves, wanting to repel Xiao Yuehua. Third elder. At this moment, Xiao Yan suddenly shouted, causing the former's hand movements to stagnate. When he turned around, Xiao Yan helplessly shook his head and smiled bitterly. No need, I'll just leave. After he finished speaking, he ignored Xiao Mingyuan's abrupt change in expression and turned to Xiao Dingtian, shouting with disdain. If you win, I will leave. Even with Xiao Dingtian's temperament, he couldn't help but be slightly stunned. At the same time, an inexplicable sense of loss rose in his heart. The wild kid in front of him, who came from nowhere, still lost to him in the end. But at this moment, Xiao Dingtian didn't have any joy of victory. The resentment he had for a long time inexplicably dissipated at this moment. The moment Xiao Yan turned around, Xiao Feng, who was in the crowd, casually threw away the bloodstone in his hand and turned to look at the former. Subsequently, Xiao Lei and Xiao Zhuobin released the bloodstone in their hands, allowing it to flicker on its own. Most of the people present who were related to Xiao Yan all looked at the latter. Xiao Yuehua and Xiao Ming scanned the entire place. When they looked at the current Xiao Dingtian, he seemed more like a loner. Buzz. However, right at this moment, just as everyone's gazes shifted, a dazzling golden light suddenly burst out from somewhere in the crowd. In the blink of an eye, it condensed into a golden pillar of light that actually shot straight to the 9 heavens, instantly covering the entire place. This sudden turn of events caused the expressions of everyone present to abruptly change. The gazes of Xiao Yuheng and the rest almost instantly turned towards the place where the light was shining. The fists under their sleeves involuntarily clenched tightly as their eyes stared fixedly at the dazzling light. In the depths of their hearts, there was a burst of excitement and excitement. The golden light was shining without any impurities. Such a phenomenon, such a scene, was what the entire Xiao clan was looking forward to. This is, the brilliant gold bloodline. Everyone present looked at the dazzling light in front of them in a daze. Even though their eyes were sore, they still couldn't suppress the fanaticism and excitement in their hearts. At this moment, almost everyone present took a deep breath of cold air. Even Xiao Ming, who had a solemn expression, looked at the scene in front of him in a daze. The brilliant gold bloodline. This indicated that there was an outstanding person in the Xiao clan who was qualified to challenge for the legendary emperor's throne. There is hope for the rise. There is hope for the rise of our Xiao clan. Xiao Yuheng couldn't help but laugh out loud. Even though it was only a first-tier qualification, just this point alone was the hope of the clan for many years. It was the wish of many experts who couldn't get it. Now, the light shone on the Xiao clan. As long as they could nurture this person with the strength of the entire clan, the day when the Xiao clan stood at the peak of the continent was just around the corner. Quick! Take a good look at who that is. From today onwards, he will be personally taught by the 10 great elders. No one is allowed to. Before Xiao Yuheng's voice faded, the golden light gradually withdrew. However, the face that was exposed in front of everyone caused the expression on everyone's faces to freeze. The words that were about to come out of their mouths were forcefully cut off at this moment. Xiao Xian, Xiao Dingtian's heart suddenly stagnated. Then, disbelief surged in his heart. His old face alternated between green and white. As his throat rolled, he spurted out a mouthful of blood. His body involuntarily twitched a few times before he fell to the ground. In the field, Xiao Xian held the bloodstone in his hand and withdrew the last wisp of golden light. His gaze swept across everyone calmly. Finally, he looked at Xiao Yan and smiled. In the courtyard, everyone present had dull gazes as they stared at the figure standing quietly in the crowd. He was quiet, thin, and ordinary. If it wasn't for the golden light shining in his hand, he would have been treated as an ordinary person. Xiao Xian, it's actually him. This guy is terrifying to such an extent. He has the brilliant golden bloodline. Xiao Feng held his breath and focused his mind. His heart was also extremely shocked by this shocking scene in front of him. Even Xiaojun and the others had faces of disbelief at this moment. He had once guessed Ling Er and Xiao Yan, but the only one he had never thought of was Xiao Xian. Until now, the Xiao Xian that Xiaojun had seen had only changed after Xiao Yan appeared. According to common sense, Xiao Xian's increase in cultivation was mostly due to Xiao Yan's identity as an alchemist. But it was only now that he truly understood that he had almost overlooked a person that he shouldn't have overlooked. PFFF. Just as everyone's attention was focused on Xiao Xian, Xiao Dingtian, who had a gloomy expression, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His old face instantly turned deathly pale, and his body went limp as he fell to the ground. Xiao Lei's expression quickly changed as he hurried forward, but was pushed away by Xiao Dingtian instead. His old eyes stared at Xiaoxian as he allowed the blood in his body to surge. How is this possible? At this moment, no matter how much doubt Xiao Dingtian had, they were all drowned out by the gradually fading golden light. Xiaoxian had achieved his goal today. From now on, his identity as the head of the inner pavilion would no longer have any deterrence. Thinking of this, Xiao Dingtian's old face couldn't help but reveal a trace of gray. He looked at Xiaoyan helplessly. The latter had a smile on his lips, but his eyes were abnormally calm. This caused him to be slightly startled. On the other side, Xiao Yuhing couldn't conceal the excitement in his heart. The brilliant gold bloodline was the top-notch bloodline that the entire Xiao clan had yearned for many years. Now that it had reappeared, it could be said to indicate the rise of the Xiao clan. Moreover, Xiao Xian currently possessed the brilliant golden bloodline. Regardless of whether the crime that Xiao Yan had shouldered earlier was true or false, it was no longer important. Everything that Xiao Dingtian had done was self-destructed, saving him a lot of trouble. However, just as this thought arose, Xiao Yan, who was standing outside of everyone's line of sight, turned and left without hesitation after making eye contact with Xiao Xian. Ever since he stepped into the Xiao clan, he had endured for Xiao Xian. Today, it was all over. He didn't care about the so-called kin. Some ripples surfaced in Xiao Xian's calm eyes as he looked at Xiao Yan's back. He was well aware of Xiao Yan's character. During this half a year, Xiao Yan had endured so that he could obtain a spot in the Xiao clan. He did not have the slightest blood relationship with this rotten and hedonistic clan. Today, Xiao Yan was finally able to toss aside this burden and leave in a disappointed manner. Xiao Yan was finally able to abandon this burden and leave in a disappointed manner. Xiao Yan, why do you have to do this? Perhaps there is a problem with the bloodstone just now. At the very most, we can just test it again. Why do you have to be angry over some random words from Xiao Dingtian? Seeing that Xiao Yan was about to step out of the courtyard and that Xiao Xian didn't have any intention to stop him, Xiao Yuhing hurriedly spoke to stop him. However, his words were even more disdainful. He didn't say these words when Xiao Dingtian was making things difficult for him. Now that he saw Xiao Xian revealing his shocking bloodline, he suddenly changed the topic. It was truly laughable. Even the young people present looked at each other and smiled noncommittally. Their eyes were more or less mixed with disappointment and mockery. Helpless, Xiao Yuhing could only look at Xiao Xian. The latter looked at Xiao Yan's faintly discernible back and said slowly, "Let him go." Compared to the chaos of the family, the outside world was much more straightforward and decisive. Xiao Yuhing was speechless while Xiao Ming and Xiao Xiao who stood by his side were still silent. However, their flickering gazes were able to discern the surging emotions in their hearts at this moment. It was originally a test, yet no one had expected that it would actually develop into such an outcome. At this moment, Xiao Mingyuan was probably the only one who was still concerned about Xiao Yan. Just as the mechanism behind Xiao Ming turned, everyone's attention was instantly attracted. The bloodstone test was over, and the ancestral temple was opened. Next was the real highlight. Clan sacrifice, bloodline inheritance. Xiao Mingyuan looked at the stone door that was slowly opening, but he didn't have the slightest bit of interest in his heart. He glared angrily at Xiao Yan, and then he disappeared and chased after Xiao Yan. Being able to persuade Xiao Yan to stay was more important to him than anything else. In the quiet courtyard, Xiao Yan gently stroked Lian Er's little head. He looked at the little girl's slightly red eyes and chuckled. "Little girl, what are you worried about? I just want you to stay here. It's not like I don't want you. Moreover, Ancestor Xiao Xian is here. He will take good care of you." Lian Er didn't give up. Her jade-like hands hugged Xiao Yan's arm tightly, but she didn't want him to leave no matter what. After all, they had seen too many life and death crises along the way. The little girl also knew how dangerous the outside world was to Xiao Yan. Without mentioning anything else, the group of people from the Ghost Slaughter sect wanted to capture Xiao Yan and bring him back at all times. Xiao Yan was also helpless in the face of Lian Er's feelings. Fortunately, the weak-looking Bai Hua by the side forcefully pulled the girl over. She sighed softly with some difficulty as she looked at Xiao Yan. Her brows faintly revealed a depressed mood, causing the latter's heart to tighten slightly. After experiencing a few unforeseen events, the current Bai Hua was weaker than ever. After leaving the Xiao clan today, he had to deal with the trouble in Bai Hua's body in the shortest time possible. I understand your thoughts. I understand what you are thinking. Don't worry and just go. After all, this is the Xiao clan. Compared to the twists and turns in the outside world, this place is much more stable. Rather than worrying about me, it's better for you to raise your own strength first. After all, it's time for the Xiao clan to wake up. They are the ones begging you to join their clan, not the ones who rejected you. Towards the end, Bai Hua's eyes glanced outside the courtyard door. Xiaoyan only smiled. Soon after, he seemed to have thought of something. His hands quickly formed a seal, and flames immediately surged in front of him. After which, they gradually gathered into a fire ring. He grabbed it in his hand and imprinted it on Bai Hua's wrist, leaving behind a unique ring. If one carefully sensed it, one could even feel the faint temperature it emitted. Transforming pill ring huh? With Bai Hua's status, she naturally recognized the fire ring at a glance. Xiaoyan gently exhaled and said, after thinking about it, the only thing that can temporarily suppress the two forces in your body is the transforming pill ring. After I leave, if you act up again, the transforming pill ring should be able to suppress you 3 times. I will also do my best to find the heavens questioning pill before that happens and help you get out of this predicament. Hearing this, Bai Hua's black and white eyes stared at the fire ring on her wrist. A warm current surged in her heart. Soon after, she grinned and said in a heroic manner, "Don't worry. Don't underestimate me. By the time you return, I might have already completely controlled this force. At that time I will accompany you to explore the middle region. I also want to see who exactly is that group of fellows who are lingering around." Xiaoyan smiled and nodded. That group of fellows. Sooner or later, I will settle things with them. Yes. Bai Hua nodded heavily. After which, she looked at Xiaoyan and said, when you leave this time, do you have a place to go? Xiaoyan did not comment. His fingers under his sleeve gently rubbed and a wooden token appeared in his hand. Bai Hua looked pensive and said again, when do we leave? Now. Outside the ancient city hall. Xiaoyan faced the tightly shut large hall, bowed and saluted. Xiaoyan greets elderly. As soon as he finished speaking, the space in front of him slowly distorted, and an old man in a purple robe appeared. This old man was the manager of the ancient city hall. Xiaoyan had met him when he first entered the Xiao clan. Although this old man had a strange temperament, according to Xiaoxian, he was one of the few people in the Xiao clan who didn't judge people based on their status. The old man's deep eyes sized up Xiaoyan in front of him, and his expression was slightly surprised. Strange, the ancestral temple is opening today, and it should be the time to participate in the clan sacrifice. Why are you here? Seeing that Xiaoyan didn't answer, Xiao Li's gaze turned and looked at the sky above the ancient city hall. He said in a low voice, since you followed me, you probably know what's going on. Xiaoyan looked over, and sure enough, it was Xiao Mingyuan who had followed him all the way. The latter landed beside the two of them in a flash. He faced Xiaoyan and the words that he wanted to persuade Xiaoyan from the bottom of his heart were stuck in his throat. He opened his mouth and cursed at Xiao Li in a bad mood. You old bastard, when is it your turn to talk about how I do things? If you don't control your damn temper, be careful that I don't let you die of old age in the ancient city hall. Same here, aren't you the same? Xiao Li wasn't afraid of the latter. After a round of scolding, Xiao Mingyuan also told him everything that happened in the ancestral temple. Xiao Dingtian was arrogant for half of his life. After this incident, I'm afraid it will be difficult for him to stand out. As for Xiaoxian, I always felt that his cultivation was strange. I didn't expect him to possess the brilliant gold bloodline. It's really extraordinary. After a series of words, Xiao Li couldn't help but mock and ridicule Xiao Dingtian's actions today. When he mentioned Xiaoxian, his deep old eyes couldn't hide the surprise and gratification. Obviously, he also had doubts about what happened back then. Now that he knew that Xiaoxian actually possessed the power of the brilliant gold bloodline, the surprise in his heart became even stronger. Turning around, Xiao Li once again cast his gaze on Xiaoyan before him and nodded. Kid, I can roughly understand your actions today. A man standing in the world, looking down on the world, standing proudly among heroes, how unrestrained is that? That Xiao Dingtian is just an ordinary man. There's no need to bother about him. Just go ahead. As for the clan sacrifice, it won't be too late to enter the ancestral hall when you return. Upon hearing that, Xiaoyan's eyes flickered. He had never considered that. After exchanging a few pleasantries with the old man, he left the Xiao clan with Xiao Mingyuan. A moment later, outside Xiao City, Xiaoyan gazed into the distance and gazed at the mountain range in the distance. A familiar feeling of loneliness couldn't help but arise in his heart, causing him to feel slightly sad. Xiao Mingyuan, who was beside him, didn't know what to say. Have you really decided to leave just like that? Yes. Xiaoyan nodded slowly. Ever since he had come to the central region, he had come all the way for Xiaoxian. Today, he finally had to make a trip for himself. Kid, I'm sorry. Suddenly, Xiao Mingyuan bowed and apologized to Xiaoyan with a solemn expression. The suppressed emotions in his heart also condensed on the surface for a moment, and his old eyes were filled with guilt. Third Elder, why are you doing this? Xiaoyan raised his eyebrows and hurriedly bowed to support him. I know that everything that happened today was ultimately caused by me. If I hadn't failed to take care of Xiaoxian for the past few years, and if I hadn't been firm in my stance for the clan, there wouldn't have been so many mistakes. These are all my fault, but I still want to ask you to believe that the Xiao clan really needs you. You must come back. Tears streamed down Xiao Mingyuan's face. He was terrified from the bottom of his heart. He was afraid that Xiaoyan would never return. He was afraid that Xiaoyan would sever all ties with the Xiao clan. Even though he knew that Xiaoyan and the others were still in the clan, he still couldn't help but feel afraid when he saw that Xiaoyan was about to leave. Xiaoyan's expression was slightly startled as he looked at the old man, whose emotions had suddenly become this agitated. He immediately smiled and shrugged his shoulders. Regardless of whether it was because of Xiaoxian or because of the bloodline in his bones, this Xiao clan was already related to him. It was impossible for him to cut it off with a swing of his blade. My surname has been Xiao since I was born, and it will never change in my life. Third Elder, you can rest assured. Hearing this, a fog rolled within Xiao Mingyuan's turbid eyes. It was a long while later before his breathing trembled as he extended his hand and took out a couple of jade bottles that emitted a pill fragrance. He stuffed them into Xiaoyan's hand. Child, it will be inconvenient for you to travel alone. I don't have anything else to help you with. These pills are the ones I refined in the past. They are all rank 7. Keep them as backup. Junior appreciates your kindness. After a respectful reply, Xiaoyan kept them into his storage ring without much hesitation. Although the current him had already stepped into rank 7 alchemist, he did not have any rank 7 medicinal pills that he had personally refined before. At that time, if he were to really encounter any danger, these medicinal pills could at least be used to save his life. After another exchange of words, Xiaoyan no longer hesitated and flew towards the end of the sky. Xiao Mingyuan watched him for a long time until his aura completely disappeared from this world. Ugh. I don't know how many years it will be. Xiao Mingyuan muttered to himself with a heavy heart. On the other side, Xiaoyan was flying in the air like lightning. The ground under his feet was moving backward at an extremely fast speed. Occasionally, he would pass by some towns below. When the people looked at him, it was like seeing a meteor in the daytime. The Fire Banyan tribe was once prosperous. They could also squeeze into the top forces in the central region. They lived in the Liuhua Plains in the southeast for a long time. Although there is only an empty shell left now, it is not a place where ordinary people can easily set foot in. Looking at the fiery red special area in the corner of the map, Xiaoyan muttered to himself. He put away the map and took out the Fire Banyan token again. The heat emitted from it seemed to echo Xiaoyan's mood at this moment. He smiled slightly. The former Fire Banyan tribe, I'm coming. Xiaoyan's words had just sounded when his body, which was about to increase its speed, suddenly became sluggish. His body, which was charging forward, instantly tensed up. He violently pressed his palms against the empty air as a conditioned reflex. The empty space under his palms shattered as his feet violently stepped on the empty air. Soon after, he withdrew. Who is it? Xiaoyan raised his head and roared. In an instant, the surrounding area was shrouded by a torrential tide of spirit power. Xiaoyan's body came to a stop, and the Genesis chi in his body gushed out without stopping. The heavy ruler in his hand ignited with raging flames the moment it touched the ground. His expression was unprecedentedly gloomy. The strength of the newcomer had already surpassed Xiaoyan's understanding of all the experts he had seen so far. Withdraw. However, at this moment, a voice was suddenly emitted from the trembling world. Soon after, Xiaoyan was incomparably shocked to discover that the strength that had surged out of his body was suppressed back into his body without his control. The fierce, heavenly flame that was burning on the ruler also dimmed after struggling for a while. Buzz, in an instant, Xiaoyan felt extremely shocked in his heart. Soon after, however, a golden light shot out in all directions from the empty space in front of him. Numerous rays of light intertwined with each other. Within a couple of breaths, they agglomerated into a palm-sized golden circular plate. When Xiaoyan looked over helplessly, the thing that entered his eyes was a formation plate that was covered with mysterious symbols. "Little one, take this with you. If necessary, it can save your life." The trembling old voice suddenly resounded within Xiaoyan's mind. The instant he recovered, everything in the world returned to normal. All that was left in front of him was a formation plate that was emitting a gentle golden light and an enormous ruler that was burning with an intense flame in his hand. All the fear from a moment ago appeared to have never existed. Xiaoyan's face was lifeless. He was silent for a long time, and the waves churning in his heart were unable to calm down for a long time. It was a long time before he asked in a trembling voice. "May I ask who Elder is?" "Someone with the surname Xiao." At the same time these words were spoken, an old man sitting on a stone platform in a city in the distance slowly opened his eyes at this moment. In the depths of his pupils, there was an extremely bright golden light that was like a vast ocean. In the peaceful forest, gurgling water flowed down from the cracks between the rocks, forming a shallow stream on the lush green grass. Light refracted from the water, making it look like a small galaxy that adorned the lush mountain range. The sound of flowing water was like a silver bell in the peaceful atmosphere, melodious and melodious. Boom. However, the peaceful atmosphere did not last for long. A low and deep collision sound suddenly erupted from the dense thicket, causing an enormous black shadow to break through the thicket. It was like a cannonball as it heavily smashed onto the mountain rocks. The terrifying force actually caused the mountain to crack apart with a loud bang. The mountain crumbled as boulders tumbled down, falling into a deep abyss on one side of the mountain. If one looked from above, one would see boiling lava bubbling at the bottom of the cliff. Roar. A furious roar rang out as a sinister magical beast emitting a fiendish aura pounced out from under the rubble. Its enormous tail swept out, flattening the mountain rocks in front of it as a pair of large scarlet eyes stared intently at the dust billowing in front of it. As the sound of footsteps gradually grew clearer, a figure was slowly exposed under the clear sunlight. He was dressed in black robes, and a faint smile hung from the corners of his lips. His face was completely harmless. Xiaoyan raised his right hand and clenched it slightly. The abundant strength in his palm caused him to involuntarily sigh. After nearly 2 months of hurrying and training, he had relied solely on his physical body to charge all the way here without using any Genesis chi. However, the strength that erupted from his palm did not seem to have achieved the effect he had expected. This is the final battle of the journey. I'll do my best. Xiaoyan glanced at the cliff a short distance behind him. He gently exhaled a breath of air. His eyes turned around and once again landed on the magical beast in front of him. He waved his hand and laughed. This fellow was the strongest person in this area. In terms of strength, it was already close to Yuan's own. However, there was still a gap between it and Xiaoyan's current body. Roar. Bastard human. I'm going to tear you apart. These provocative words enraged the magical beast even more. Its scarlet eyes stared intently at Xiaoyan as its enormous feet stomped on the ground. As a giant crack spread, its figure instantly appeared in front of Xiaoyan. Its 2 giant claws slashed out, its sharp fingertips easily tearing through space as it slashed towards Xiaoyan's body like a sickle. Xiaoyan merely chuckled when he saw this. His seemingly skinny body leaned back slightly as his fists violently shot out. Terrifying power smashed into the beast's claws, shattering the surrounding space. Both man and beast were forced to step back. The magical beast turned its body as it swept its tail forward like lightning, while Xiaoyan did not show any weakness in his kick. Xiaoyan's face was filled with fanaticism, but the magical beast in front of him was in an unusually tight spot. It was clearly a human's body, but the power that erupted from it was not inferior to some of the strange creatures in the magical beast world. In the blink of an eye, both parties had already exchanged over 100 blows. This continued until a thin layer of golden light appeared on both of Xiaoyan's fists. Each time his fist smashed down, it would leave behind a hole on the body of this enormous beast. When the latter's counterattack gradually came to a stop, the enormous mountain-like body powerlessly struggled a couple of times before it fell to the ground with a bang and completely lost its life force. Huff, the smile on Xiaoyan's face grew wider when he saw the faint flowing light that had been forcefully unleashed from his fists. Unlike Do techniques, this layer of golden light was formed by the pure strength of his physical body. The power contained within it was even more tyrannical and overbearing. When he used it with a Do technique in the future, the power that he displayed would definitely be several times greater. After punching out with all my strength countless times, I still don't have the time to use it. With a satisfied smile, Xiaoyan took a deep breath and relaxed his mood. Following which, he gently pushed off the ground and his body floated to the edge of the cliff. He raised his eyes and looked up. Under the vast sky was a boundless basin. Under the deep pit, on the vast crimson land, there were numerous twisting and turning bewitching rivers. Compared to the lush forest behind him, it was like purgatory. The flowing fire plains had once witnessed the rise and fall of the Fire Banyan tribe under the rule of the Fire Banyan tribe. It had also been prosperous for a period of time. Now, it had become a land of death. Everything that entered one's eyes was desolate and there was no sign of life. However, one could feel a fiendish aura from a distance. The dry and hot air was faintly filled with a faint smell of blood, as though it was warning anyone who came. Gulp gulp, standing beside a river, Xiaoyan waved his hand and the boiling magma surged and condensed as though it was alive. The so-called rivers that covered the plains were actually the boiling magma that flowed on the surface of the ground. With a flip of his hand, he took out the Fire Banyan token. At this time, the runes on the wooden token were emitting a dim light. Ever since I came here, the Fire Banyan token seems to have sensed something. The Fire Banyan tribe was once an aristocratic clan. It's no wonder that after so many years, countless people still want to go in and find out what's going on. Xiaoyan exclaimed in surprise before he immediately leaped and swiftly rushed toward the deep regions of the plains. Although he had the Fire Banyan token in hand, it was not easy to find the entrance to the Fire Banyan ruins. The exact entrance to the Fire Banyan ruins had long been sealed under the magma. Even with Xiaoyan's current strength, wanting to find the traces left behind by the Fire Banyan tribe on the plains was like looking for a needle in a haystack. He could only confirm that the approximate location of the ruins was in the depths of the plains. As for whether he could find it or not, it would depend on his luck. As Xiaoyan flew deeper into the plains, the surrounding environment gradually changed. There were actually strangely shaped trees everywhere on the desolate land of lava, and what was even more strange was that most of these trees actually contained a trace of life force. In other words, these seemingly withered trees were actually alive. They were trees that grew in the land of lava. There are really all kinds of strange things in this world. This tree can actually grow in such a dangerous place. Could it be that its roots are in the magma? Facing such a strange scene, Xiaoyan couldn't help but laugh, but when he turned around, he suddenly heard a living person's voice. This friend's guess is correct. The tree's roots are indeed hidden deep under the magma. Xiaoyan's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked towards the source of the voice. In the distant sky, two figures were flying towards him. In the blink of an eye, they had already arrived. Xiaoyan's expression was calm as he looked at the two figures, Genesis Chi quietly circulating in his body. Sir, there is no need to be nervous. I am Tang Yi, and I have only met this person by chance. In order to avoid any trouble along the way, we hope that Sir can travel with us. One of the two, a man in a round neck robe, cupped his fists together towards Xiaoyan and smiled. Xiaoyan's eyes swiftly observed the two people in front of him while the former was speaking. From the aura that was emitted from the bodies of these two people, their strength was that of a 4-star source zone. However, based on Xiaoyan's observation, the strength of the gray-robed man on the left was clearly being deliberately hidden. His true strength had likely already reached that of a 5-star source zone. Such a cultivation was already extraordinary within the source zone class. As for the other man in white, his aura was concealed extremely well, making it impossible to see through him. However, with his outstanding spirit power, Xiaoyan could faintly sense a hazy aura lingering around the man's body that made it impossible for others to see through him. This point alone was enough to make anyone treat him with caution. Apologies, but there's no need. I'm used to traveling alone, so please help yourselves. Xiaoyan cupped his fists together and retreated slightly. If there was really trouble, traveling with these unrelated people was the true danger. Moreover, the man in white's aura was a little strange, so it was best to stay away. When he saw that Xiaoyan was about to turn around and leave, Tang Ye's expression changed imperceptibly. Then, he said, "Little brother, it looks like this is your first time in the flowing fire plains. You probably don't know this, but this withered forest isn't that easy to pass through. These fire banyan trees take root under the lava and absorb its energy to survive. Once an outsider tries to pass through, the lava will immediately burst forth to obstruct them. When that happens, the lava will surge like a tide, and even a Genesis ancestor will have no choice but to retreat." Besides, Tang Ye's playful smile came to an abrupt end as he finished speaking. He then crossed his arms and smiled at Xiaoyan. "In short, this isn't a place that little brother can pass through alone. If you don't believe me, you can give it a try." Xiaoyan couldn't help but hesitate slightly when he heard this. He looked at the calm sky and land in front of him, then turned around to look at the two people beside him. He pondered for a moment before slowly saying, "In that case, I'll have to trouble the two of you." "Haha, little brother, your words are a little modest. Your cultivation as a 3-star source sect is not much weaker than the two of us. However, we will have to rely on you for the rest of the journey." Tang Ye's face was immediately filled with a smile when he saw Xiaoyan turn around. Xiaoyan was non-committal. His gaze glanced at the white-clothed, young man by the side. Among the two of them, only this person was able to cause him to feel some fear. "This is Brother Bai. Although he is young, his cultivation is not inferior to mine at all." Tang Ye's face was full of praise. The white-clothed young man smiled and cupped his fists towards Xiaoyan. "Bai Zijing." "Xiaoyan." Bai Zijing raised his eyes when he heard this. His gaze stared at Xiaoyan before quickly turning to Tang Yi. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a smile as he asked, "Brother Tang, I only heard you say that this forest is dangerous. Why don't you tell me what's so special about these withered trees?" As soon as these words came out, Xiaoyan also pricked up his ears. Recalling Tang Ye's posture just now, it seemed that what he said was not false. However, under Xiaoyan's inspection, these twisted and strange withered trees did not have any special characteristics other than most of them containing a trace of life. Hee, Tang Yi put on an act and smiled. His gaze slowly swept across the withered trees below as he slowly said, "Don't worry. Speaking of which, these fire banyan trees can be called relatives of the fire banyan tribe." Just the first sentence that was spoken immediately caused Xiaoyan's heart to be slightly startled. These half-dead withered trees in front of him were actually the destroyed fire banyan tribe? The fire banyan tribe has been rooted in the endless magma underground for generations. As long as the magma is not extinguished, the tribe will continue to grow. When they were prosperous, even the insignificant roots could break out of the ground and transform into a forest, thus creating this fire banyan forest. However, unlike the main tribe, these fire banyan trees do not have intelligence and only instinctively absorb the power from the magma underground. They use this power to protect the fire banyan tribe in the depths of the plains, preventing outsiders from entering. Perhaps this is the reason. Even after the fire banyan tribe was destroyed, these fire banyan trees continued to absorb the power from the magma even though they died. Once someone enters, magma will burst out from within like a volcanic eruption. Even someone as strong as Origin Zone may not be able to withstand such terrifying power. After hearing these words, Xiaoyan could not help but sigh in his heart. These fire banyan trees were like valiant generals guarding the borders. They would protect the land behind them even if they died. Such boldness could not help but make a stranger like him feel proud. Of course, what was even more shocking was that the former Fire Banyan tribe was actually so powerful. Even though these Fire Banyan trees had died many years ago, they were still able to make experts like Origin Zone feel ashamed. Don't think that these Fire Banyan trees are afraid of dying. You too might not know that these withered trees are even more precious than living trees. After explaining, Tang Yi suddenly smiled slyly. When he saw the curious gazes of the two, he continued. With the help of the fire-melting tribe, the former Fire Banyan trees also rose to fame on the continent. When they were prosperous, even someone as strong as a Origin sovereign would find it difficult to pass through this Fire Banyan forest. Even though they are now extinct, just a single breath is enough to make Origin Zone tremble in fear. This breath is the Fire Banyan branch. Fire Banyan branch? Xiaoyan was surprised. The central region was vast, and there were indeed many strange items that he had never heard of before. The Fire Banyan branch is the root of the Fire Banyan tree. Because it absorbs the power of the underground lava all year round, it has condensed an extremely strong fire attribute energy. The energy contained in a Fire Banyan branch of excellent quality far surpasses that of a top-grade spirit stone. It can be said that it is a treasure that all cultivators who are proficient in fire yearn for even in their dreams. It is an existence that is priceless on the market. However, this Fire Banyan branch is buried deep under the lava, and the Fire Banyan tree has gathered an enormous amount of lava power. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible to obtain it. Every time the Fire Banyan tree is affected by the outside world and erupts lava, the lava power it has gathered will also be consumed. When that happens, obtaining the Fire Banyan branch will be as easy as taking something out of one's pocket. At this point, Xiaoyan finally understood why Tang Yi had asked him to stay. A smile appeared on Bai Zijing's face as he nodded slightly. So that's how it is. Brother Tang wants to borrow the two of us to trigger the Fire Banyan tree and take advantage of the situation to obtain the Fire Banyan branch. Since everyone is fated to be able to meet in this fiery flowing plains, it is naturally for the sake of benefits. I only want to join the two of you and obtain some benefits together. Moreover, I can also help the two of you pass through this Fire Banyan forest. Why not? Tang Yi laughed and didn't pay attention to Bai Zijing's ridicule. This information couldn't be considered as a secret in the fiery flowing plains. The reason he spoke of it was to make the two people before him believe that his objective was pure. But since Brother Tang has already made preparations, then when the two of you traveled together earlier, one of you only needed to attract the Fire Banyan tree outside while the other dived into the lava to obtain the treasure. It seems that you don't need to invite me to join in, right? Xiaoyan stared straight at Tang Yi. Even if this guy's words were true, he still believed that there was no such thing as a free lunch in the sky. He was just a stranger, and it was already a kindness to be able to travel together and lead the way. Moreover, it was nonsense to conspire with an outsider to obtain such a treasure. In the face of Xiaoyan's sudden questioning, Tang Yi seemed to have already prepared an explanation. He didn't find it strange and pointed at the withered trees on the ground below. Little brother, don't underestimate these trees. Even if the power of lava dissipates, the power condensed by the Fire Banyan branch itself has already formed a barrier around it. Even if someone as strong as you and I want to take down the Fire Banyan branch, it will still have to expend some effort. Moreover, once the power of lava around the Fire Banyan branch dissipates, it will condense again. At that time, the barrier can no longer be opened. With my strength alone, the number of Fire Banyan branch I can obtain in a short period of time can be counted with one's fingers. Therefore, I invited Brother Xiao to join in. With the two of us working together, the number of Fire Banyan branch we obtain will definitely multiply, and we will naturally be able to get more. Tang Ye's explanation could be said to be flawless. There was no need to think about it to know that this was definitely not the first time he said this to an outsider. The current situation was unknown. Moreover, Bai Zijing's face was similarly calm. Xiaoyan was unable to tell just what kind of thoughts he was having in his heart. Xiaoyan could only nod his head in a hypocritical manner. His gaze immediately looked to the withered trees below. When he first entered this place, he didn't sense anything. However, as time gradually passed, Xiaoyan also sensed the energy faintly flowing within the tree trunks. He couldn't help but be slightly surprised. With the current situation, the two people beside him probably had their own schemes. The power of lava in the fire banyan forest was about to erupt. The situation had already become extremely tense. There was no time to think about anything. Next, they could only change according to the means of the three people. Brother Tang, it seems that there isn't much time left. Just tell us what to do. Bai Zijing frowned slightly and said with a somewhat anxious look. Hearing this, Tang Yi grinned and laughed. His gaze swept past Xiaoyan and Bai Zijing, and his expression was very satisfied. Haha, good. Since the two of you can't wait, then let our good show begin. Chi-chi-chi, accompanied by an uncomfortable hissing sound, the countless withered trees in the vast fire banyan forest began to twist strangely as though they were about to come back to life. The boiling hot magma spread from the roots of the withered tree and poured into the trunk through the cracks. Scarlet energy overflowed from the cracks. The shocking strength caused the eyes of Xiaoyan's group, who were standing in the air, to tighten. The time has come. We only need to wait for the fire banyan tree's magma power to be exhausted before we obtain the fire banyan branches. However, during this period, we will have to trouble Brother Xiaoyan for a while. Gazing at the rapidly rising magma in the forest below, a faint smile appeared on Tang Ye's face. An imperceptible smile appeared on Tang Ye's face as he finished speaking. The withered trees seemed to respond as well. The ground that was covered in magma suddenly burst open. Magma gushed out and wrapped around the trees. Then, it soared into the sky, forming an astonishing pillar of fire that soared into the sky. Countless pillars of fire connected the sky to the earth, and scorching magma rained down like rain, washing the world. No one could hide from it. The fire banyan forest was like purgatory. In the face of such a situation, even people like Tang Yi could not help but tremble with fear. Even though he had been here many times, he still felt a lingering fear in the face of the fire banyan clan's power. Brother Xiaoyan. Please. Tang Yi said with a solemn expression. Leave it to me. Xiaoyan gently nodded. He stood in front of the two as Genesis Chi gathered between his palms. Faced with the magma that was falling from above, he let out a loud cry and threw a palm attack. A huge palm imprint collided with the cluster of fire, causing both parties to explode. Waves of fire swept out, borrowing the remaining power of the palm to form a barrier that stood between heaven and earth, blocking the rain of fire for several breaths. Haha, Brother Xiaoyan's methods are really different. With this move of yours, we can rest assured. Tang Yi raised his brows as he watched the extremely exaggerated scene in the sky. He could not help but grin before turning to Bai Zijing. Since that's the case, it's time for the two of us to get moving. When the latter heard this, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. He did not say anything and slowly glanced at the black robe in front of him. A bright light flashed in the depths of his eyes. He tapped the void with the tip of his foot, and his figure instantly broke into the magma below like a sharp sword. When he saw Bai Zijing's anxious appearance, the smile on Tang Ye's face couldn't help but grow wider, and his figure transformed into a flowing light that chased after Bai Zijing. At the same time, a blue-colored banner that was over 10 centimeters in size appeared in his hand. In the sky, Xiaoyan looked at the two people who had charged into the magma one after another. After pondering for a moment, he sat down in the air and waited quietly. No matter how the magma slammed against him, Xiaoyan could not avoid it. He had the deviant fire with him, so the lava couldn't do anything to him. His earlier attack was only to relax Tang Yi and Li Wuyo's mentality. However, from the moment he saw Bai Zijing, he knew that Bai Zijing had other intentions towards him, so he had to treat him with caution. That fellow clearly knows that his strength is inferior to Bai Zijing's, yet he still dares to let me stay outside. I'm afraid that I have a way to deal with him. Xiaoyan couldn't help but mutter to himself as he looked at the churning magma below. Soon after, a thought rose in his mind, and his spiritual force immediately spread out, probing towards the magma below in an attempt to enter the magma and investigate. However, the moment Xiaoyan's spiritual force came into contact with the surface of the magma, the boiling magma directly attacked his spiritual force, forcing him to immediately withdraw his hand. What a strange magma. It can even burn spiritual force. Xiaoyan frowned slightly, and could not help but feel a little surprised in his heart. Just imagine, with his current spiritual force, he was confident that he could win against an ordinary origin zone. There was no place that he could not go, but he did not expect to be burned by this mere magma. I'm becoming more and more curious about how powerful the Fire Banyan race was back then. Xiaoyan was not afraid of his spiritual force being burned. Needless to say, the magma's miraculous effect was definitely due to the Fire Banyan race's methods. After this matter, his interest in this race that had existed for 1,000 years grew. Since he was unable to investigate the situation below the magma, Xiaoyan could only withdraw his thoughts and wait calmly. Tang Yi and Bai Zijing had entered the magma together, while Xiaoyan was the only one left to guard the outside world. The temporary partnership between the three was about to be broken. With benefits before them, a battle between Tang Yi and Bai Zijing was unavoidable. It would all depend on who would be able to stand in front of him in the end. Time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 4 hours had passed. The Fire Banyan trees that had originally been on land had been completely submerged under the magma. The boiling magma continued to rise like a tide, and towering pillars of fire towered over the land. The magma that fell from the sky was like a torrential downpour, covering the entire sky. Only the space 1,000 feet around Xiaoyan was completely destitute. Even the magma, which even the experts from the source sect were afraid of, could only respectfully distance itself from it. Suddenly, Xiaoyan's tightly shut eyes flew open, his gaze shooting towards a certain direction like a falcon's. In that instant earlier, the magma at that spot, or perhaps it could be said that there was an extremely unusual aura flashing past. Even though there was the magma as a barrier, Xiaoyan was still able to clearly see a pair of eyes with this hurried glance. A pair of tiny scarlet eyes. The dark heavy buster sword subconsciously fell into Xiaoyan's hand. He immediately stood up, his gaze sharp as he stared at a certain spot within the magma. If even he could not see its figure clearly, then this mysterious fellow's strength would not be any weaker than his own. As his thoughts raced, his body suddenly twisted as the heavy tip of his buster sword smashed through the void. A burst of ruler light shot out and entered the magma behind him, creating a wave of energy. There's more than one, huh? Xiaoyan frowned as his gaze rapidly scanned his surroundings. The magma that had originally been 100 feet away continued to draw closer under the mysterious creature's control. Within the magma, pairs of strange eyes gradually became clearer. This is, after clearly seeing the appearance of those mysterious creatures, Xiaoyan could not help but be slightly stunned. At this moment, the surface of the magma below suddenly split open, and a figure once again appeared in front of Xiaoyan. Haha, I didn't expect these guys to only attack you now. It seems that brother Xiaoyan does have some tricks up his sleeve. Xiaoyan looked over. The first person to rush out was actually Tang Yi, causing him to be extremely surprised. I think brother Tang is the one with an iron fist. Even with Bai Zijing's strength, he actually died at your hands. Tang Yi's face revealed some surprise when he heard this. I didn't expect you to be able to see through that kid's true strength. I've really underestimated you. However, this ends here. Glancing at the rapidly approaching magma, the corners of Tang Yi's mouth curled into a disdainful sneer. He twisted his neck slightly and looked coldly at Xiaoyan again. Do you know that this Fire Banyan forest is the home ground of the fire-scaled lizards? Anyone who dares to have any ideas about the Fire Banyan branch will be entangled with them until they die. Even an 8-star source sect wouldn't dare to provoke them lightly. Although you have cultivation, you're too greedy. The moment his voice sounded, Tang Yi abruptly waved his sleeves. An ornament that was wrapped by a blue-colored cluster of light shot towards Xiaoyan with great speed. When it was a couple of dozen feet in front of Xiaoyan, it burst apart under Tang Yi's control. Immediately, a small section of a red-colored plant root was revealed. It was the so-called Fire Banyan branch. In an instant, within the magma that covered the world, countless scarlet gazes fell on Xiaoyan's body. Densely packed red figures gradually appeared within the surging magma. The magma raged as it continuously closed in on Xiaoyan. A scarlet-red body that was covered in scales, a triangular head, a pair of strange eyes that emitted a red light, and a thick and long tail. It also had a 10-foot-long thick tail. Its entire body was like that of a lizard. When Xiaoyan saw this, he could not help but feel a little surprised. Fire-scaled lizard, huh? To think that I would actually meet one here. Xiaoyan's eyes narrowed as he stared at the lizards within the magma. His mind involuntarily recalled what he had encountered in the magma under the blazing Sky Chi refining tower. The situation back then was just like this. However, he did not expect to see such a scene when he was younger. Unexpectedly, it had reappeared today. Xiaoyan's hand clenched into the air and a large ruler immediately landed in his hand. His gaze looked around before it once again landed on Xianxia's body. So that's how it is. Looks like Bai Zijing is not the only one who has died because of you. Hee, who asked there to always be greedy idiots like you in this world? You think that you can stand shoulder to shoulder with me just because you have some strength and order me around. Just how many conceited people have come to this Fire Banyan forest? So what if it is an 8-star origin sect? Haven't they still ended up in my pocket? At the end of the day, all of you only have yourselves to blame and deserve to die. Xianxia's actions were exaggerated as he danced. His face was filled with crazed disdain. This kind of savage posture caused Xiaoyan to involuntarily shake his head. He coldly said, "What nonsense. It is clearly you who attracted the passers-by here, causing them to fall into your trap. Yet, you still boast that you only have yourselves to blame. I think that you are the one who deserves death." The instant his words sounded, Xiaoyan's body instantly disappeared into the empty space like a ghost. This speed, Xianxia's cold laughter had yet to be spat out from his mouth when his pupils abruptly shrunk. Immediately, he did not hesitate to wildly strike in front of him. The thing that was facing off against him in the empty space was surprisingly a large ruler. The heavy ruler's blade brought with it an astonishing pressure. Even though Xianxia's cultivation was not weak, he was still blasted back by this ferocious attack. The moment he came to a stop, Xianxia was shocked to discover that the right arm he had used to block the attack had been shaken to the point that it could not move. Although it was crazy, Xianxia was no fool. From this attack, he knew that Xiaoyan's battle power was not as simple as it appeared on the surface. What terrifying physical strength! Xianxia cried out in his heart. Before he could think any further, Xiaoyan's figure had once again appeared in front of him like the wind. Xianxia knew that something was wrong and hurriedly threw out the flag in his hand. In an instant, it transformed into a huge flag that blocked in front of him. Turbulent blue Genesis Chi whizzed towards Xiaoyan like a wave, but it was immediately cut apart by the latter's ruler. Only then did Xianxia withdraw. Damn it, I almost underestimated you. Xianxia, who had withdrawn into the distance, used his strength to rub his still numb right arm. His gaze was dark and stern as he stared at Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan's face was expressionless. His gaze paused on the blue flag beside Xianxia for a brief moment before he noticed the approaching magma. He let out a deep breath as the Genesis Chi in his body finally began to move. Xianxia clearly sensed this. He grabbed the flag and viciously waved it. A blue water screen swiftly enveloped him as an icy chuckle rang out. He, I admit that your battle power is not weak, but this is the Fire Banyan forest. If you want to kill me, you'll first have to get past the fire-scale lizards. This place may be a grave for you, but it's a hunting ground for me. I will personally watch them tear you to pieces. Ha. As his laughter faded, Xianxia immediately pulled back and dove into the magma. But if one looked closely, they would see that under the protection of the water screen, the magma was completely isolated wherever he passed. Even the fire-scale lizards did not seem to discover his existence. No wonder Bai Zijing was swallowed by the magma while you were able to escape unscathed. So it's the effect of this flag. Xiaoyan suddenly understood. He slowly raised the giant ruler in his hand as flames ignited on his palm and spread to the ruler's body. It's a heavenly flame. Under the protection of the water screen, Xianxia's expression instantly changed when he saw the flames ignite on the ruler's body. But the following scene caused him to be even more shocked. The veins on Xiaoyan's arm pulsed as he suddenly waved the giant ruler. The whistling sound of wind was like thunder as it was accompanied by an invisible aura. In an instant, the magma that was crazily pouncing towards Xiaoyan swiftly retreated as if it had received an order. The fire-scale lizards that were only a few steps away from Xiaoyan's body also seemed to have been frozen in the air. After losing the magma's protection, the scarlet scales on their bodies suddenly split open. Scarlet blood spurted out as painful hisses immediately resounded. After the surrounding fire scale lizards retreated in fear, a path once again appeared in front of Xiaoyan that led straight to Tang Yi. What a crazy idea. It's a pity that this method is useless against me. What? Everything that had happened in the blink of an eye caused Tang Yi to be incomparably shocked. He never imagined that the man-eating magma would become so obedient in front of Xiaoyan. If the one coming up was by Zijing, I might have to put in a little more effort. But since it's you, I will quietly listen to the final movement of my life. As these indifferent words were spat out, the heavy Xian ruler danced in the air. Several ruler flashes overlapped one another to form a rainbow that shot towards Tang Yi. What shameless boasting. Do you think I'm afraid of a mere 3-star Genesis sect master? Tang Yi's face was filled with rage. How could a 4-star Genesis sect master like him be so easily frightened by a few words from his opponent? He immediately raised the flag in his hand again and waved it in front of him. Surging blue Genesis chi transformed into a giant whirlpool in the blink of an eye, extinguishing the surrounding magma as it whizzed forward with an astonishing aura like a storm. Boom! In the end, the ruler flashes and whirlpool were both destroyed. Xiaoyan's face was devoid of fear as he swung his giant ruler and charged forward. Tang Yi abruptly twisted the flag, transforming it into a spear that pierced through the air to meet Zhou Yuan head-on. The countless surrounding fire scale lizards also controlled the magma to charge forward at practically the same time, the spear thrust forward as the ruler furiously hacked. Down. Sparks flew the instant the two collided. The terrifying power from the ruler forced the spear back. The spear trembled violently as the flag unfurled, and it hurtled towards Xiaoyan's face. Xiaoyan was unafraid. His body easily dodged a couple of times. After which, he used the large ruler to block in front of him. His body furiously charged forward as a fierce flame wildly spat out from the ruler's body. The moment Tang Yi's expression changed, Xiaoyan once again slammed his palm onto the ruler's body. The huge ruler charged forward with the support of this firm and ferocious strength. It was unstoppable. Tang Yi hurriedly unfurled the flag and used it to block. However, he had just reduced over half of the force on the huge ruler when Xiaoyan suddenly stepped on the ruler's body. The powerful force was like a hot knife through butter as it easily broke through the defense in front of Tang Yi. The remaining force poured onto Tang Yi's body behind him. Ugh! Fresh blood was wildly spat out. Xiaoyan's powerful attack had caused Tang Yi to suffer some serious injuries. The thing that caused him to be even more shocked was that by the time he recovered and raised his head to take a look, the flag that he had used to protect his life had already landed in Xiaoyan's hand. At this moment, the latter was wearing a smile as he stared at him with a mocking expression. At this moment, without the protection of the flag, the fire-scaled lizards that were originally targeting Xiaoyan had turned their spearheads. Countless ferocious gazes fell on Tang Yi's body, causing him to feel cold all over. Without thinking, he knew what kind of cruel situation he was about to face. No. You can't do this, Xiaoyan, you can't do this to me. There is no life or death hatred between you and me. This trip is just for money. I am willing to share my gains with you. I can even give you all of it, as long as you return the flag to me. Tang Yi's face was full of fear. Compared to Xiaoyan, he was more afraid of these fire-scaled lizards. He had personally witnessed countless experts die under their siege. These beasts were so terrifying that he would rather die than face them. Xiaoyan's lips curled into a warm smile. Under Tang Yi's hopeful gaze, he slowly raised the flag and said slowly, "Since you are willing to contribute everything, this flag should be included." As soon as his voice fell, a light flashed in his palm and the flag was stored in the storage ring. In an instant, Tang Yi's face suddenly froze. Countless fire-scaled lizards also opened their mouths full of fangs and suddenly pounced. End of chapter 1488. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.